I will definitely marry the overlord of the Zerg when I grow up, a stunning young girl exclaimed with admiration. On that day, people were oblivious and forgetful of the time when their ancestors faced the terrifying collapse of the insect tide, feeling powerless and fearful. That day, they were reminded of a disaster more dreadful than the undead calamity, for it was utterly irresistible. To put it simply, it is a tale of interdimensional conquest with a Zerg base, and I hope everyone enjoys it. Chapter 1. Arrival at the Treasure Land. Damn it, kid. Are you tired of living? Trying to be a hero like the rest? Ha! A group of individuals with yellow and purple hair cursed as they beat a young man mercilessly. Who do you think you are? Get lost. Eventually, the group grew weary and paused, only to see that the girl had long since fled. One of them, filled with rage, picked up a brick and hurled it at the young man's head. Bang! The young man lost consciousness, tears streaming down his face as he collapsed in a corner, blood pooling around him. In the corner of the refuse heap, a red orb touched the blood and flickered briefly, then returned to calm. Yet beneath that calm lay a tempest, akin to the stillness before a storm. Time passed, and the young man slowly awakened, moving his pinky finger while keeping his eyes shut, tears continuing to flow. I'm sorry, Mom, Dad, I can no longer repay you. He silently wept, thinking, am I dead? The young man, named Yang Jian, was a 24-year-old youth nurtured under a red banner. This story unfolds as he prepared to step out and unwind, being the last student to leave the dormitory. At that moment, Yang Jian opened his eyes to behold a sky of azure and clouds of white, surrounded by lush grasses and fragrant air. In the distance, a few purple and red flowers bloomed, exuding an indescribable beauty. Further still, towering ancient trees, likely centuries old, stood majestically. Three people would struggle to embrace one of them. Their canopies were rich with foliage, a verdant expanse, dotted with fruit-bearing trees, while small creatures leaped among the branches, occasionally glancing at Yang Jian with curiosity, as if observing this unwelcome stranger. As Yang Jian pondered his situation, a voice echoed in his mind. Overlord. The voice was cold yet filled with reverence, admiration, and an almost fanatical fervor, suggesting that even if Yang Jian commanded suicide, the order would be executed without hesitation. Who? Who is speaking? Yang Jian looked around, his expression betraying a hint of panic. Turning to behold the red pyramid-shaped base behind him, he recognized it well. This was the initial base of the Zerg, the hive from which all Zerg matters began. Greetings, Overlord. Base number 8230385, the voice replied, and the base stirred slightly. You are the Zerg base? Yang Jian furrowed his brow, gazing at the towering structure before him. Indeed, Overlord. This is an advanced Zerg base, one of the scattered facilities across the universe, tasked with training new overlords to govern the Zerg and lead them towards new glories. The voice articulated meticulously, Am I chosen? Indeed, Overlord. Your blood has activated the base, awakening it from slumber. You are now the supreme commander of this base, overseeing all its affairs. Wait, is this still Earth? Regrettably, Overlord, this is not Earth. We have become ensnared in a random temporal wormhole, arriving on an unknown planet. Given the base's current vulnerability, we humbly request your directives for future development. Yang Jian nodded, though a wave of sorrow washed over him. Mom, Dad. He wiped away his tears, firmly believing that with the Zerg's assistance, interstellar travel would be trivial. He must return before his parents' passing. No, he must. With this thought, determination sparked in his eyes. Upon inquiry, he learned that the base could currently only produce worker bees, the most basic resource-gathering creatures of the Zerg. With a command, the base commenced the production of worker bees, a larva transformed into an egg, beginning the hatching process. At that moment, Yang Jian noticed the base crawling with larvae, flat and milky white, moving about in a rather unpleasant manner. His entomophobia kicked in, causing him to feel nauseous. Can the appearance of these larvae be changed? Regrettably, Overlord, genetic technology requires the construction of a tech chamber for development, which we currently lack. Then relocate these larvae to the other side, just ensure I do not have to see them. Yang Jian replied, irritation creeping into his voice. Understood, Overlord. Soon, the larvae disappeared, relocated to the opposite side of the base. Bored, Yang Jian turned his attention to the base, and a stream of information flowed into his mind. Level 1 base, producing 100 larvae daily, maintaining 200 larvae daily, currently possessing 50 units of ordinary energy, needing 2,000 experience points for upgrade. Here, upon inquiry, he discovered that the base's energy was in continuous consumption, as sustaining the larvae required energy supplied by Zerg nutrients. Within the Zerg genetic technology sequence, there existed a bacterium blanket that could continually extract energy from the ground to sustain the larvae, eliminating the need to deduct resources from base. Experience points comprised 3 categories: production experience, construction experience, and combat experience. All were easily comprehensible. Producing troops, constructing buildings, and engaging in battle would yield experience points. Once accumulated, they would enable base upgrades and unlock genetic technology. These concepts bore a striking resemblance to StarCraft II, and as an experienced player, Yang Jian quickly adapted. Surveying his surroundings, he noted the sounds of chirping birds and beasts, suggesting the presence of predatory animals. Yang Jian endured his hunger, awaiting the hatching of the worker bees. Before long, the first worker bee emerged, quickly scuttling to Yang Jian, affectionately rubbing against him in a display of fervent admiration. Its appearance mirrored that of the creatures in the game, prompting Yang Jian to immediately order the worker bee to gather fruit from the nearby trees. The worker bee obeyed, swiftly climbing to the fruit trees, grasping several fruits with its pincers, and returning to Yang Jian to gently deposit them. Yang Jian nodded, instructing the worker bee to collect any available resources. The worker bee approached the ancient tree, inserting its pincers into the trunk. Yang Jian observed as the ancient tree began to yellow from the top, quickly wilting, while the worker bee expanded in size and the tree decayed, leaving only a hollow shell. Subsequently, the worker bee returned to the base, inserting its pincers into a line of receivers, causing the resource count to rise. Through the information in his mind, Yang Jian realized this was the worker bee harvesting biological energy. Each ancient tree, aged around 300 years, would yield 620 units of ordinary energy stored in the base's reservoir for future needs. However, as a staunch supporter of sustainable development in this new era, he commanded the worker bees to only collect a quarter, ensuring minimal impact on the environment. While all gathered resources were allocated to producing more worker bees and constructing the first building, the spawning pool. As night fell, Yang Jian leaned against the warm base, warding off the chill of the night, during which predatory animals were most active. Roar, a sound akin to a bear's growl, echoed, approaching from afar, muffling the distant howls of wolves. Yang Jian felt a profound unease as he pressed himself against the insectoid. Based at in that moment, this grotesque structure, a bastion of the alien race, became his sole pillar of support in this foreign land. An unexpected sense of identification began to stir within him. The worker bees diligently executed their commands, their bustling forms lending a semblance of liveliness to the night, dispelling the pervasive solitude. As exhaustion overcame him, his eyelids grew heavy, and before he knew it, he succumbed to a deep slumber against the base. Suddenly, a cacophony of barks erupted as several adult-sized canines, camouflaged in shades of green and brown, bounded from the forest. Their sharp teeth and claws plunged into the earth, their eyes gleaming with an eerie green light. The sound of barking jolted Yang Jian awake. He was met with the dim silhouettes in the night, the haunting green glimmers, and the worker bees poised to confront the approaching canines. Though the worker bees possessed limited combat prowess, as insects of a swarm, they were equipped with an inherent instinct for battle. 12 worker bees formed a line, their collective presence exuding an unexpected intensity. Unlike sentient beings, the insectoid warriors acted solely on instinct, deeply ingrained desires to fight and to taste the blood of their adversaries. The atmosphere reached a fever pitch before the wild dogs finally charged, barking fiercely as they lunged forward like arrows released from a bow. The worker bees, driven by their instinct to protect their sovereign, surged forth in tandem. With their bodies flattened and lacking in defensive capabilities, the worker bees had evolved powerful pincers for resource gathering, allowing them to expand significantly, akin to leeches. The wild dog's claws sank in, often becoming ensnared and difficult to extract. In the ensuing chaos, the worker bees retaliated with their pincers and sharp mandibles, swiftly eviscerating one of the wild dogs. Its entrails spilled onto the ground, and the creature let out a whimper before collapsing, its eyes dimming. The remaining wild dogs, spurred by the death of their companion, became even more ferocious in their assault. Yet, the insectoid warriors did not mourn their fallen instead. They were invigorated by the scent of blood. The demise of one wild dog ignited a primal fury within the worker bees, and their attacks intensified. With a swift motion, pincers tore through flesh, while wild dogs attempted to swarm and bite at the worker bees' 8 legs. The worker bees fell to the ground, fiercely flailing their pincers in a display of ferocity. Several times, as the worker bees launched their attacks, wild dogs leapt toward Yang Jian, narrowly missing him. Though he managed to evade them, he sustained several painful scratches that bled profusely, leaving him grimacing in pain. Seeking solace, he quickly retreated behind a base. Before long, the worker bees emerged victorious, with only 2 or 3 still standing. The wild dogs, having abandoned several corpses, fled in disarray, yet their fierce gazes lingered on Yang Jian, promising a return for vengeance. Should he lack adequate protection in the future, his demise would be inevitable. Yang Jian took a deep breath and sank to the ground, continuing to send the remaining worker bees to gather resources. He also ordered the hatching of 20 more worker bees, then settled in to await the completion of the mutation of the division pool. Interestingly, the structures of the insectoid race were born from the mutations of the worker bees, functioning as living architecture that could self-repair when damaged. However, lacking a mycelial blanket, all life depended on resource consumption, compelling Yang Jian to stretch every resource to its limits, sometimes even contemplating destructive methods of resource gathering. With these thoughts lingering, he gradually drifted back into slumber. Chapter 2. The birth of the jumping insect. As dawn broke, the melodious chirping of birds filled the air. Some little birds cocked their heads, observing the industrious worker bees. Bloodstains marred the ground, remnants of the battle, but the corpses had been transported back to the base by the surviving worker bees, transformed into energy and resources for reuse. This, indeed, is one of the crucial strategies of the insectoid race, waging war to sustain war. Yang Jian felt a flicker of unease as his eyelids fluttered. He awoke from slumber, momentarily blinded by the bright light. Shielding his eyes, he was jolted back to reality upon noticing the bloodstains. A stark reminder that he had arrived in another world. A self-deprecating smile crossed his lips as he rose and stretched lazily. For the insectoids, a day without battle was dreary. Naturally, the worker bees longed to gather resources. For them, resource collection would enhance their experience and aid in their evolution. Yang Jian found it perplexing that such an enigmatic thing as experience could facilitate evolution. It was quite absurd. Yet he could not help but marvel at the formidable insectoid race, one of the most aggressive and powerful species in the universe, for having its rationale. He casually picked a fruit, wiped it clean, and after consuming it, he felt thirstier. However, valuing his own life, Yang Jian dared not venture out in search of a river, fearing a careless encounter with a venomous snake could lead to his demise. Of course, the notion of being a cosmic king was merely a figment of his imagination. Once the mutation of the split pool was complete, Yang Jian eagerly hatched 20 larvae, transforming them into jumping insects. The wait was always lengthy, yet it passed relatively quickly. All 40 jumping insects emerged from their cocoons. This dual birth technology is one of the foundational strengths of the insectoid race. The jumping insects were so inexpensive that it was almost unfathomable. Yet as the most basic ground combat unit, they were the most frequently enhanced, every inch designed to meet combat standards. Within their dog-sized bodies lay immense explosive power. Swift and fearsome, Yang Jian approached one of the jumping insects for a closer inspection. It bore a resemblance to creatures from a certain interstellar game, appearing fierce. Yet to Yang Jian, they possessed an oddly endearing quality. For these insects, all would unconditionally obey the supreme ruler, never betraying, hesitating, or slacking off. Everything was driven by the will of the ruler. Yang Jian found it strange that, after last night, he had come to accept these grotesque and fearsome creatures. Nevertheless, the jumping insects provided him with a profound sense of security. Scout. His first command was to survey their surroundings, ascertain their situation, and most importantly, locate a water source. Only by finding water could he hope to encounter intelligent life, though how to interact with them remained a question. Without water, Yang Jian knew he would perish. The jumping insects moved with an unusual bouncing gait, their appearance somewhat peculiar, yet they were astonishingly swift, vanishing into the dense forest in mere leaps. Their disappearance startled a flock of birds, causing a commotion. Before long, a message resonated in his mind. Several jumping insects had discovered a water source. A river flowed ceaselessly, accompanied by a lake that stretched beyond the horizon. This news invigorated Yang Jian, but he quickly tempered his excitement. What if the water were toxic? Nevertheless, he commanded the jumping insects to drink from the river and lake. After a prolonged wait, when the insects remained unharmed, Yang Jian felt a sense of relief and ordered 30 jumping insects to protect him while he fetched water. The remaining 10 established a perimeter by the river, waiting for their return. Delighted, Yang Jian settled on the ground, the cool river water washing over his face, dispelling the heat he had felt. The river was not too deep, about 1.4 meters, yet it was wide, at least 20 meters across, with crystal-clear waters teeming with fish. Just as Yang Jian reveled in the beauty of the river, a jumping insect suddenly lunged at an ancient tree, prompting a snake to hiss. A tree python, caught off guard, was bewildered by the sudden shift in roles between hunter and prey. With grievous wounds adorning its back, it attempted to react, but soon, several more jumping insects sprang forth. In the blink of an eye, the tree python was dismembered, and the nearby jumping insects began to feast upon its remains. One particularly bold jumping insect darted to Yang Jian's side, and while he marveled at their fierce combat prowess, the insect regurgitated a nearly transparent, jewel-like crystal, roughly the size of a marble. Yang Jian picked it up, and information flooded his mind. Ordinary resource 200. Was this the legendary beast crystal core? A scent wafted through the air, and after rinsing it with water, it sparkled like a crystal. He casually tossed it to a jumping insect, instructing it to return it to the base. 1 core equated to 200 resources? Yang Jian's eyes lit up, given his sustainable development policy. He was currently accruing only a little over 600 ordinary energy daily. This pace was far too slow. If he could amass a considerable quantity of these cores, it would facilitate rapid growth. Without hesitation, Yang Jian ordered the hatching of 10 more worker bees, each requiring only 50 energy, an extraordinarily economical resource-gathering unit. Meanwhile, he dispatched 30 jumping insects in groups of 5 into the forest to hunt, using the river and lake as boundaries. Any aggressive creatures encountered would be eliminated without exception. Soon, the worker bees hatched and joined the collection efforts. As the sun rose high in the sky, nearing noon, 1 jumping insect returned with 2 crystal cores, dropping them at Yang Jian's feet. While snacking on fruit, he picked one up and noticed it was somewhat murky, valued at 400 ordinary energy. Closing his eyes, he entered the consciousness of the jumping insect, accessing its previous memories. In the images, the group of jumping insects encountered a pack of wild dogs in the forest, over 20 of them. The jumping insects communicated through a series of low, guttural sounds, which spread widely, prompting 3 squads of jumping insects to rush to the scene. The 20 jumping insects ambushed the wild dogs, swiftly dispatching them one by one, many collapsing before they even had a chance to react, though a few continued to resist. At this moment, a particularly large wild dog, as formidable as a bull, with sharp teeth and glowing red eyes, led the remaining dogs towards the jumping insects. This wild dog was ferocious. Its claws sliced through the joints of the jumping insects. Yet it was unaware that even if a jumping insect were severed, as long as it retained a breath of life, it would still launch an attack. Caught off guard by this turn of events, the wild dog soon found itself surrounded by the jumping insects. Notably, a few larger wild dogs also posed a significant threat. Though not as formidable as the jumping insects, they were still far stronger than their smaller counterparts. These wild dogs contributed to the collection of crystal cores. Upon reopening his eyes, he noted several additional cores had been retrieved, giving Yang Jian a clearer understanding. The jumping insects seemed to possess a combat strength equivalent to between 1 and 2 crystal cores. As for the color of the cores, it served as a standard for distinguishing between 1, 2, or 3 cores. Although Yang Jian could not determine whether the murky cores were of the 2nd or 3rd tier, the influx of resources brought an increase of 1,200 ordinary energy, significantly boosting his wealth. Through his senses, he also realized that this area was remarkably vast, and had uncovered an exposed mine. This revelation thrilled Yang Jian, for the energy of iron, ore, and other minerals far surpassed that of the biological energy derived from the ancient trees. He immediately commanded the jumping insects to converge on the mine, ensuring their path was secure. Upon receiving the order, the jumping insects promptly abandoned their prey, racing towards the designated location. In under 10 minutes, all the commanded jumping insects were in position, spaced 5 meters apart, vigilantly observing their surroundings for any signs of disturbance. Yang Jian quickly instructed the base to hatch 20 worker bees, while all the worker bees hastened towards the mine to commence early extraction of the minerals. 3 days later, Yang Jian had shed his clothing, fully exposing himself, thinking that there was no one around and no traces of humanity to be found. He decided to liberate his body and mind, finding that this state of nudity made his sleep significantly more comfortable. He sat astride a wild horse, one of considerable size, which had been captured along with its herd just a day prior. This horse was a majestic leader, its coat gleaming white, with hooves marked by dark hues. Its galloping movement resembled flowing ink, poetic and picturesque. Although Yang Jian was unaware of the market value of horses, he wagered that this creature was undoubtedly among the finest on earth, especially since it possessed the ability to soar through the air with the grace of a breeze and breathe fire, as if traversing vast distances effortlessly. Riding the white horse leisurely, he headed south towards a mountainous region, where steep cliffs surrounded a waterfall that thundered with a roar audible from 100 meters away, echoing as if it were a clap of thunder beside him. A refreshing breeze swept over, sending a shiver down Yang Jian's spine. Ah, what a delight! He waved his hand, summoning a grasshopper that leapt towards him. He bent down to seize the fruit it carried on its back, and took a bite of the cherry-sized treat, savoring the exquisite taste. Is this the place? Yang Jian gazed at the pond before him, where the white water flowed rapidly, calming at the base of the waterfall to form a deep pool. Numerous birds and beasts gathered to drink, but upon witnessing the fearsome insect army, they scattered in a panic. A water python, audaciously leaving its lair to prey upon his worker bees, seemed to be courting disaster. Yang Jian observed the pond, rose to his feet, and waved his hand. The insect army immediately surged to the left, anticipating the python's return to its den. Today, I shall make you regurgitate everything. Yang Jian's gaze was fixed on the spot, flanked by 20 vigilant grasshoppers, silent and resolute. The only sounds were the waterfall's cascade and the crisp crunch of fruit being consumed. It was perplexing that the python, despite its years of experience, failed to detect the ambush lurking nearby, as it slithered carelessly, its S-shaped body undulating through the water. Hiss! Nevertheless, years of survival had not dulled its instincts. From a distance of several meters, it coiled and remained still, vigilant against the hidden grasshoppers, emitting a series of hisses. Yang Jian was not surprised. After all, it required a certain skill to bypass the patrolling grasshoppers and approach the worker bees. Charge! Yet today, the water python was destined to perish here. With a commanding shout, 50 grasshoppers lunged forward, ruthless and cold-blooded, their sole focus to tear apart their adversary. The atmosphere turned frigid and terrifying. The python trembled, sensing an overwhelming sense of doom encroaching upon it, a fear that clawed at its mind. Reminiscent of childhood memories of a great eagle. Had it not been for its youth then, it would have met its end much sooner. In mere moments, at the cost of 4 grasshoppers, the water python met its demise. Now, in a 10-mile radius around the insect base, no creature remained that could withstand their might. The insect race began its expansion, revealing its claws and fangs to the world, showcasing its terrifying prowess. Chapter 3. The first upgrade of the base. A month later, the Zerg base completed its initial upgrade. At this moment, Yang Jian stood before the base, observing it transform into a colossal cocoon enveloping him, pulsating rhythmically. Each moment released a vibrant energy, showcasing the formidable vitality of the beings within. In the distance, aside from the essential watchful jump bugs, all 200 of them were in position, encircling the base in layers, not a single gap to be found. Even a mosquito could not pass through. In just 1 hour, the upgrade was successful, transitioning from a novice level 0 base to a level 1 base, with the daily hatching of larvae significantly increased, doubling to 200 and 400. Yang Jian approached the surface of the base, placing his hand upon it. A sensation of warmth, familiarity, and reliance emanated from his palm. With the upgrade accomplished, it was time to hatch the research chamber and produce queens and king bugs. Upon learning of the successful upgrade, the research chamber was finally unlocked, enabling the production of the Queen, a specialized support unit. Before long, the research chamber appeared as an independent structure 50 meters away from the base, occupying a vast area, resembling a brown pyramid. Simultaneously, a message arrived. The research chamber lacked any research-type Zerg, and to hatch them required a minimum of 1 red crystal, with a complete red crystal weighing 20 kilograms as 1 unit, and 2,000 points of ordinary energy. Red crystal? Yang Jian felt a tinge of confusion, as he had never heard of such a substance before. Red crystal, a rare crimson crystalline stone, is difficult to cultivate and contains immense energy and ethereal energy within. Ethereal energy, a peculiar energy floating through the cosmos. Closing his eyes, Yang Jian meticulously searched through the information in his mind and grasped the true nature of these materials. However, lacking any red crystals at present rendered the research chamber temporarily unusable. Not long after, the king bug emerged from its cocoon, a massive shadow ascending slowly. Finally hovering at an altitude of 400 meters, its tendrils swaying freely as it surveyed a vast area around it, approximately 15 miles in diameter. Closing his eyes, Yang Jian established a neural connection with the king bug. His vision transformed instantly, enabling him to perceive every movement within the 15-mile radius as if it were occurring right before him, beside him, and within his grasp. As he contemplated this, the queen also broke free from her cocoon. Much like in StarCraft 2, the queen's upper body resembled that of a human female, possessing an exquisite figure, while her lower body took on a spider-like form, presenting a rather fearsome appearance. If one were to focus solely on her upper half, it would be acceptable. However, her lower half left much to be desired. Yang Jian extended his hand, summoning the queen, and as she approached, his last vestige of apprehension dissipated entirely, even in darkness. Her presence was overwhelming. The queen, a support unit, possessed skills, catalyze, heal, and fungal growth. At this moment, the fungal blanket could finally be laid out. Subsequently, 9 more queens would be hatched to form a total of 10, with some dedicated to catalyzing, others to fungal blanket cultivation, and some accompanying the jump bugs to expand their territory while minimizing casualties. The king bug, serving as a reconnaissance unit, was also prioritized, with 20 being hatched and dispersed across various regions to expand their vision and ensure the safety of the Zerg base. 3 days later, Yang Jian mounted his horse, named Inkwash, a title he chose to replace the Klitsch D Wind Chaser. At this moment, Inkwash carried Yang Jian while 600 jump bugs trailed behind in formation. Among them, 40 had completed their first evolution, along with 2 that had undergone a second evolution. The second evolution jump bugs were designated as level 2 jump bugs, their claws sharp enough to effortlessly sever ancient trees, exhibiting tremendous offensive capabilities, their exoskeletons deep black in hue. Ordinary jump bugs could hardly leave a mark on them, as they could single-handedly combat 10 level 1 jump bugs or 30 ordinary jump bugs without defeat, even turning the tide in a desperate struggle. At this moment, Yang Jian led his team towards a newly discovered mineral site, which was currently occupied by a horde of gigantic toads. A previous squad of jump bugs had been completely annihilated here. However, it was also revealed that aside from the leader and a few elite guards, the toads were primarily melee fighters. A swarm of jump bugs could easily crush the ordinary toads. The leader, blue in color, contrasted starkly with the yellow of ordinary toads and the green of the elite guards, launched massive ice arrows and ice balls. A single shot would guarantee the demise of a jump bug. The elite guards could also spit out ice balls or arrows. These toads dominated the mineral vein, consuming or and drinking from the springs, retreating to slumber at night. At this moment, Yang Jian arrived at the edge of the dense forest, signaling all jump bugs to halt. With a mere gesture, the jump bugs froze in place, obedient and silent, resembling a stone sculpture. Yang Jian dismounted, parting the undergrowth to observe the group of toads. Through the vision of the king bug, he directed the jump bugs to gradually encircle the area. Before long, all jump bugs were in position, and Yang Jian leaned against a tree, patiently awaiting the opportune moment. Soon, the Toad King approached the time designated for its daily ritual, mating. Yang Jian had observed for 2 days. The Toad King engaged in mating every day at noon, and he planned to strike while the king was occupied, catching it off guard. Ribbit, ribbit, ribbit. Before long, the Toad King mounted its partner, beginning the ritual. Now, Yang Jian signaled. and the jump bugs erupted into a cacophony of chirps, surging forth chaotically towards the unsuspecting toads. Swoosh! The fastest of the level 2 jump bugs leaped before a toad, slashing its right claw across the creature's face, leaving a gaping wound that exposed bone. With a swipe of its left claw, half of the toad's face fell away, and the massive creature collapsed with a thunderous crash. Yang Jian observed as the jump bugs engaged in battle with the toads. The toads, the size of small cars, were no match for the jump bugs, which were comparable to yaks. The ordinary toads on the periphery could not escape. All of this transpired swiftly, too quickly for the Toad King to react, its mind momentarily paralyzed, unable to take action or express fury before a level 2 jump bug lunged at it. Ribbit! Just as the claws descended, the Toad King finally reacted, its mouth opening in anger, releasing a watermelon-sized ice ball that hurtled towards the jump bug. The level 2 jump bug simply leaped aside, evading effortlessly. The Toad King did not intend to annihilate the level 2 jump bug with a single blow. It was preoccupied with descending from its partner. The level 2 jump bug would not grant its opponent any opportunity. It lunged again, this time striking the Toad King from behind, inflicting a cut along its back. Though the wound was shallow, the immense bulk of the creature absorbed the impact thanks to its layer of fat. However, this was war, and there would be no chance for one-on-one combat if it could be avoided. Seizing the moment of chaos, the toads fell one by one, while many jump bugs began to feast. Each consumed the flesh on the battlefield, evolving in the process. Those that had missed the initial chaos pressed onward, instinctively drawn to the Toad King, knowing that consuming it would yield substantial evolution. Like a starving man faced with rice, the temptation was irresistible at this moment. The Toad King represented an unfathomable allure before the jump bugs, even at the cost of its life. It was determined to eliminate the enemy and consume their flesh to evolve. Before long, only a handful of unfortunate jump bugs lay crushed or squashed by the Toad King, while the rest indulged in the feast. Among them, the level 2 jump bugs consumed the most, rapidly shedding their exoskeletons, their armor becoming thicker and denser, and their claws even sharper. In the ensuing days, Yang Jian and his insectoid base continued their methodical development, prioritizing concealment. Merely days prior, Yang Jian had witnessed the colossal sea turtle submerging into the ocean, along with the majestic giant eagle soaring through the heavens, its wings casting shadows over the land, and the ethereal two-headed flying creatures that intermittently appeared in the sky. Through the eyes of the king worm, Yang Jian discerned that these were chimeras, formidable beings reminiscent of the dark elves' magical beasts. Unfortunately, the king worm had suffered considerable losses in recent days, predated upon by aerial dominators. Thankfully, the insectoid base remained undisclosed, ensuring the king worm's numbers could flourish unimpeded. Meanwhile, the population of jumping worms swelled, with the inevitable confrontation with the native monsters of the forest looming on the horizon. 3 days prior, Yang Jian had established dominion over a radius of 50 miles, rendering the insectoids the sole sovereigns of this territory. However, resistance soon emerged in the form of a horde of sword-wielding boars, numbering around 1,000, who occupied vast grasslands and thickets. The leader of this formidable boar clan was a creature the size of a heavy truck, a force that could not be withstood by the jumping worms. Not even by the singular one that had undergone its 4th evolution. Just a day earlier, Yang Jian had observed through the king worm's perspective how the insectoid forces, despite their harmonious coordination, were swiftly torn apart by the boar horde, being gradually devoured, even with the queen providing healing from the sidelines proving futile. Seated at a wooden table, Yang Jian reclined in a wicker chair suspended from the trunk of a tree, deep in contemplation. To the north lay the territory of the sword-wielding boars, and with only the jumping worms at his disposal, victory seemed unattainable. If only the thunder beasts were present, matters would be vastly simplified. They could charge forward with ease, at the very least providing robust units akin to cockroaches. Lost in thought, Yang Jian realized that relying solely on the jumping worms was far too simplistic. After much deliberation, he reluctantly abandoned the idea of advancing northward and opted to flow with the current, journeying southward toward the verdant, yet treacherous, miasmic forest teeming with venomous serpents and mosquitoes. Fortunately, the noxious gases of this swampy expanse had little effect on the jumping worms, akin to a mere tickle, allowing them to thrive with unrestrained exuberance. The arrival of the insectoids heralded the end of an era for the miasmic forest, bidding farewell to its long-standing sovereigns, the venomous insects, and the noxious vapors. Amidst the chaos, Yang Jian beheld the vast expanse of the ocean. Chapter 4. Secondary Base. The vast ocean stretched endlessly, where the horizon met the sky in a seamless blend of azure and pure white, unblemished and pristine, evoking a sense of serenity. Yang Jian relocated his treehouse to the seaside, where a sandy beach lay before him, the treehouse facing the ocean, blossoming in the warmth of spring. On his first day here, countless frogfish leapt ashore, their mouths brimming with sharp teeth and dripping with saliva, rushing greedily towards Yang Jian, eager to indulge in this feast. The frogfish sprang onto the land, using their hind fins to leap like frogs, covering distances of nearly 1 meter with each bound. Their tire-like bodies, combined with their sheer numbers in the thousands, created a truly magnificent sight. That battle marked the most exhilarating clash since Yang Jian's arrival in this world. It was a spectacle to behold, a true display of combat prowess. Thousands of grasshoppers boldly charged at the frogfish. Yet those that made it onto land were merely fearsome in appearance. Their fighting ability paled in comparison to the unevolved grasshoppers. A simple grasp and bite would soon dispatch a frogfish. However, even with such straightforward actions, the frogfish would seize any opportunity to retaliate. Neither side retreated until all the frogfish on the shore lay lifeless, the beach stained crimson with blood, while over 200 grasshoppers remained, most of which had undergone 1 or 2 evolutions. Notably, one had completed its 5th evolution, its body a vivid red, moving with the swiftness of lightning. A terrifying blur to the naked eye. This particular grasshopper was tasked with safeguarding Yang Jian, ever vigilant and never straying far from his side. In the ensuing days, frogfish continued to leap ashore in numbers ranging from 1,000 to 3,000 or 4,000. Such overwhelming quantities would have driven away any ordinary person. But Yang Jian was not so easily deterred. The insect race, a species that thrived on warfare, swiftly replenished the grasshopper ranks, restoring 400 after just one night. In addition to the previously evolved 200 grasshoppers, effectively repelling the frogfish's advances and rapidly increasing their experience points. As the year wore on, a hint of desolation hung in the air, prompting Yang Jian to tighten his animal skin clothing. Though still tinged with a faint metallic scent of blood, it provided warmth. The base had once again upgraded. Standing guard at the front, Yang Jian observed the massive flesh cocoon pulsating rhythmically, much like a heart. Reflecting on how he had unwittingly spent 3 months in this place, where everything felt dreamlike, as if upon waking tomorrow, it would all dissipate like mist. As he lost himself in these thoughts, the cocoon completed its undulating motion, signaling the base's upgrade. With a resounding crack, the cocoon split open, revealing its exterior, a blood-red surface resembling fresh blood, pyramid-shaped yet appearing somewhat bloated, pulsating with a potent vitality. A stream of information flooded his mind, and a smile graced Yang Jian's lips. The cockroaches had finally arrived. This upgrade had introduced the cockroach, a heavy-duty ranged combat unit, known for its excellent cost-effectiveness. As the first heavy unit of land combat, its mutation aimed to conquer formidable foes, complemented by an extremely corrosive acidic fluid, a true nightmare for any armored opponent. Swordmaster pigs, prepare yourselves. In 1 month, your end shall come, Yang Jian thought with determination. Simultaneously, many technologies were unlocked, yet the lack of researchers rendered these advancements futile, intensifying Yang Jian and Apos' desire for red crystals. Upon integrating the information, only 2 points proved beneficial: the unlocking of cockroaches and the ability for all insect units to undergo a paid evolution within the external evolution chamber of the base, resulting in all newly hatched units being elevated by 1 level, albeit at an increased resource cost. However, for the highly cost-effective low-level insect units, this was monumental news. While the denominator might slightly increase, the numerator would surge even more. In the following month, the weather grew increasingly chilly, with a light snowfall falling recently. Though minimal, the snowflakes deepened Yang Jian's sense of melancholy, prompting a longing for companionship. At the very least, I should have a companion, he lamented inwardly, aware that this wish was unattainable, redirecting his frustrations towards the sword-master pig population. On this day, the insect army gathered at the border. While the sword-master pigs continued their daily routines, blissfully unaware that today marked the onset of their nightmare. Nearly 4,000 grasshoppers and 1,000 cockroaches stood ready, their fierce visages silent in an eerie and dreadful quietude. Yang Jian, mounted on his ink-black steed, commanded the swarm to part, allowing him to advance to the forefront, observing the sword-master pigs through the eyes of the king insect. For this battle, aside from the necessary border forces and defenses against potential frogfish incursions, all available troops were mobilized for a decisive confrontation with the swordmaster pigs. Most were level 2 and 3 grasshoppers, with just over 100 level 4 grasshoppers and only a single level 5. For every 50 grasshoppers or 25 cockroaches, 3 queens were assigned as healers. The base's resources had dwindled to a few thousand. Should they fail, it would take a considerable time for the insect race to recover. Conversely, victory would provide a significant period for rapid development. Taking a deep breath, Yang Jian recognized the gravity of this battle. With all available forces assembled, a single command from him would unleash the insect horde upon their foes, annihilating all obstacles in their path. As the battle commenced, Yang Jian's mind fell into a tranquil void, a peculiar stillness enveloping him, as if all else faded away, leaving only the impending clash. Charge! With a swift motion of his right hand, the insect army surged forward, howling towards the swordmaster pigs. The distance of several hundred meters vanished in an instant. The grasshopper's powerful hind legs afforded the swordmaster pigs little time to react, and in a flurry, they were knocked down, while the subsequent wave of grasshoppers pressed on, advancing towards the rear of the swordmaster pigs. Suddenly, a resounding roar reverberated across the plain. The enraged battle cry of the swordmaster pig leader charging in like a freight train, trampling through bushes and trees in its path, its massive tusks unstoppable. "Let us see what you can do," Yang Jian thought as he pointed his right hand, commanding all cockroaches to charge directly at the swordmaster pig leader. With over 1,000 cockroaches, each the size of a small car, they surged forth with imposing momentum. Yet, the swordmaster pig leader's presence was even more formidable. Upon collision, the cockroaches were cleaved in half or crushed, dozens falling in their wake. The cockroaches at the rear, undeterred, unleashed torrents of corrosive acid, spraying indiscriminately. This potent acid proved harmless to the insect units, yet its absence of specialized genetic resistance among the swordmaster pigs left the ground pockmarked, a testament to its terrifying nature. Under the relentless assault of the acidic fluid, the swordmaster pig leader could not escape unscathed, the sizzling sound of its skin echoing as it burned, leaving behind bright red marks. Despite the swordmaster pig leader's impressive defensive capabilities, even level 3 grasshoppers struggled to inflict wounds, leaving only faint white scars, while the grasshoppers would be severed or crushed before they could form any substantial attack. In merely a few breaths, the swordmaster boar leader found himself ensnared in a mire of desolation, overwhelmed by the relentless onslaught of acidic torrents unleashed by the swarm of cockroaches. Each spurt left behind ghastly marks on his form, punctuated by anguished cries that reverberated through the air. Soon, his outer skin was corroded away, exposing the vibrant red of his muscular tissue and blood vessels, and at last, the swordmaster boar erupted in a fit of fury. With a single, piercing howl, a radiant yellow membrane enveloped his wounds, hastening their healing process, while the potent acid continued to sizzle upon the surface, though its effect was diminished for the moment. Seizing this fleeting respite, the swordmaster boar attempted to break free, yet was met with unyielding resistance as the cockroaches, driven by desperation, stood as a living barrier against him. The relentless swarm, each cockroach pushing the others forward, transformed the leader into a mere wall of flesh, constricting his movement further. With a heavy heart, the swordmaster boar realized that his struggle was merely a matter of time. It was evident that the most effective strategy against a heavy unit was to employ another of equal stature. The battle against the jumping insects was equally brutal, with the ground littered with the remnants of both jumping insects and swordmaster boars, regardless of their size or gender. In the presence of the jumping insects, the command to cease hostilities was non-existent, and their purpose was singular: to obliterate all in their path. A sudden clash occurred as a jumping insect severed the swordmaster boar's throat, poised to feast upon the flesh and blood, when a sharp stinger from the swordmaster boar retaliated, striking with lethal precision. This particular swordmaster boar bore resemblance to a bee, for it could unleash its stinger only once in its life. Once spent, its life would swiftly wane. As one jumping insect savored its victory, it was abruptly hurled several meters away by the charging swordmaster boar, its internal structure shattered upon impact. Yet, the swordmaster boar soon found itself encircled by the jumping insects, ultimately reduced to a mere pool of blood, with nary a bone left intact. This fierce conflict raged on until the following day. The night held no significance for the insect horde. All but a few hundred swordmaster boars, which Yang Jian intended to spare, were ruthlessly exterminated. Yang Jian had gravely misjudged both the number and resilience of this boar contingent. There were at least 8,000 swordmaster boars scattered across the plain, their dispersion rendering them unable to regroup effectively. With the demise of their leader, the remaining swordmaster boars were akin to scattered sand, unable to mount any form of resistance, and their flight was a protracted affair. Following this battle, the surrounding 200,000 miles lay devoid of opposition. The insect race finally embraced its inaugural golden age, expanding rapidly, unimpeded by any rival, until they encountered the lair of the chimera. Chapter 5. Constrained development. In this winter, everything is cloaked in a silver shroud. The earth lies pristine in white snow. Beneath this silvery veneer, vibrant life lies dormant, awaiting the arrival of spring to break forth and unveil a more resplendent and flourishing spectacle. From a lofty vantage point, one would observe that in one corner of this vast island, approximately 1/8 of the land is covered in a dark purple hue. Upon this dark purple expanse, there is no white snow, no silver glimmer. Snowflakes vanish upon contact with this ominous color. Beneath the blanket of white, this dark purple stands out, glaringly conspicuous. On the other end, however, half of the land is adorned with a more striking, flourishing green, dripping with vitality, eliciting a sense of comfort and ease merely by casting a glance. As the third heavy snowfall came to an end, Yang Jian, wrapped in a heavy bearskin coat to fend off the biting cold, observed the coastal frogfish still valiantly leaping onto the beach, heedlessly rushing toward the insect horde, as if drawn by some fatal allure. The insect tribe continued to joyfully reap experience, though without the retrieval of the carcasses of the leaping bugs. A veritable mountain of corpses would have accumulated. In this winter, Shui Mo also succumbed to slumber, and Yang Jian did not rouse him. After spending an extended period on this fungal blanket, a fierce glint had emerged in Shui Mo's eyes, growing increasingly obedient to Yang Jian. The insect tribe no longer roared at him as they once did. Leaping insects and cockroaches regarded Shui Mo with indifference, akin to mere passers-by. Through the eyes of the king insect, Yang Jian surveyed his domain. The north had become a forbidden zone, where proximity to the king insect would result in being devoured by the chimera. Perhaps due to the king insect's unpalatable nature, the chimera would release bolts of lightning or venom to kill the king insect. At times, the chimera would venture into Yang Jian's territory to hunt the king insect, perhaps for sheer amusement. This alarmed Yang Jian, and he devised numerous deceptive paths for the king insect to confuse the chimera. Yet, the vast expanse of dark purple fungi remained exposed. As the third snowfall concluded, the valley inhabited by the chimera came into view. Here, the cliffs are jagged, and an array of bizarre peaks exist according to the chimera's whims, some towering, others diminutive, some broad, and others slender. Chimeras soared through the sky, their cries echoing throughout the valley. A glance would reveal no fewer than 1,000 chimera. Atop the highest, central peak stood a wooden cabin. An elder tended to flowers there, their vibrant, jewel-like red petals glistening in the sunlight, droplets of water sliding down them like mischievous children. At that moment, a golden-red chimera flew into view, its wings casting a shadow over the sun, landing before the cabin, transforming into human form, and kneeling to address the elder. The elder set down his watering can, filled with the life-giving water from the world tree, a substance nearly impossible to obtain from the outside world, yet here, he had a full vessel. The elder gazed at the chimera-turned man and inquired, "What is the matter?" His 3 words were delivered with an air of authority and gravity, exuding an aura of convincing power. The man spoke as he waved his right hand, causing a magical map to materialize. The map depicted 2 vast continents situated on the eastern and western sides, separated by a massive ocean, with 2 smaller continents above and below, each merely half the size of the larger ones, blanketed in snow. The map also highlighted numerous islands, 3 of which bore significant markings, one labeled Dragon Island, another Phoenix Mountain, and the third, Elven Isle. Notably, one region of the Elven Isle appeared in dark purple. The man zoomed in on the Elven Isle, pointing at the dark purple section and stating, "Over a month ago, we discovered a peculiar species capable of soaring to a height of 400 meters. These creatures, with their strange and fearsome appearance, have been increasingly floating in the air, After our kin eliminated some that ventured near our airspace, these beings retreated in another direction. The emergence of this species has coincided with a complete darkening of this region, as all flora has been enveloped, with no ancient trees or flowers remaining. As he spoke, several chimera approached, carrying numerous cages and transforming into human form. Among the captives were leaping insects, worker bees, a queen, cockroaches, and a king insect. The elder's interest piqued upon seeing these creatures, and he stepped closer. As he did, the leaping insects rattled their cages, desperately attempting to escape. The elder muttered in confusion, as a powerful aura emanated from his being, akin to that of a great mountain. However, the surrounding humanoid chimera sensed nothing amiss, only directing their oppressive presence towards the leaping insects, who remained utterly unfazed. They can disregard my pressure. How intriguing, the elder chuckled, reminiscent of a child. With a swift motion of his right hand, an invisible force grasped one leaping insect and extracted it from the cage, allowing the elder to examine it closely. For a long while, the humanoid chimera displayed no sign of impatience, merely kneeling quietly, their faces adorned with an expression of reverence, as if they perceived the moment as sacred. Eventually, the elder seemed to tire of his scrutiny and said, "You may withdraw for now." "Yes." The humanoid chimera responded in unison, and upon lifting their heads, the elder had vanished. Simultaneously, in the back garden of the Elven King, an elder suddenly appeared, carrying several vine cages. In this garden, an elder reclined in a rocking chair, tall and slender, exuding an ethereal quality. All of this changed when the earlier elder in a white robe appeared, disrupting the tranquility. The elder in the rocking chair, donned in green robes, immediately sprang to his feet, clutching a staff that had seemingly escaped from somewhere, muttering incantations. "By the heavens, old friend, this simply won't do," exclaimed the elder in white, suddenly raising his voice and darting about like a monkey, ultimately hiding behind an ancient tree. "Come out. Don't just stand behind the kangwu tree," the elder in green scolded, glaring at the elder in white. The elder in white wore a mischievous grin, as if discovering a treasure, seizing a fruit and popping it into his mouth with exaggerated sounds. I shall slay you," the elder in green shouted in fury, charging at the elder in white, resorting to a physical confrontation. "By the heavens, you, a mage, dare to grapple with a member of the Chimera tribe. I shall smite you," the elder in white declared, revealing his identity as an elder of the Chimera tribe, their highest combatant. "Nonsense. Who fears whom? I am the third-generation elder of the Elven King, adept in both magic and martial arts. I fear you not," the elder in green retorted, disclosing his identity as the highest combatant of the Elven tribe. After both elders had exhausted their antics of tugging at each other's beards and hair, they finally settled down to converse amicably. "Well, I say, Old Seven, you may take one plant today, but leave the rest for me," the elder in green, the elder of the Elven King, remarked. The elder known as Old Seven, a Chimera elder, responded, "Rest assured. However, I have come to discuss a matter of importance with you. As you can see," pointing toward the cages. The gaze of the Elven elder shifted accordingly, focusing on the leaping insects, each one fierce and unyielding, driven solely by the desire for destruction. "What is this?" the Elven elder inquired curiously, approaching the cages as the leaping insects roared and attacked their confines. Fascinating. This newly discovered species on the southern side of our Elven Isle exhibits remarkable aggression, remaining utterly unfazed by my oppressive presence, Old Seven elaborated, displaying a magical map that prominently featured a dark purple area. In this scene, the Elven elder was astonished. With a swift motion of his right hand, an invisible giant hand seized the jumping insect and brought it closer for a closer examination. "What do you propose we do?" inquired the seventh elder. "This race possesses a remarkably low intelligence, yet as you previously mentioned, they occupy a vast territory. There are two possibilities. Either this race exists solely for destruction like the undead, or an ancient race has awakened from the depths of the earth." As they spoke, the two elders fell into a contemplative silence, their eyes reflecting nostalgia. "Are you certain, Elder Guy?" pressed the seventh elder. The elder known as Guy remained silent for a moment before shaking his head and responding, "Let us proceed to investigate." The seventh elder nodded, and in an instant, the two elders vanished from sight. At that moment, a jumping insect at the rear finally released its grip on the cage, its eyes gazing in the direction where the two elders had disappeared. Little did the elders know, The will of the insect race could be effortlessly exerted upon any of its units. This somewhat flamboyant jumping insect was none other than Yang Jian. They intend to investigate. Instantaneous movement? Yang Jian contemplated deeply before withdrawing from the body of the jumping insect. Just then, the two elders arrived. Stepping onto the fungal carpet, they looked down curiously, pondering the purpose of such a peculiar substance. Meanwhile, the jumping insects and cockroaches, having received Yang Jian's orders, swiftly converged around the two elders. Elder Guy waved his right hand, enveloping around 4,000 units of jumping insects and cockroaches with an invisible buoyancy, and then spoke, "Summon your leader." His voice transformed repeatedly, encompassing all languages across the continent, resonating throughout the land cloaked by the fungal carpet. Shortly after, the only jumping insect that had undergone 5 evolutions emerged, with Yang Jian inhabiting its form. "Are you the leader of this tribe?" Elder 7 instantaneously materialized behind the jumping insect, seizing Yang Jian before he could even react. "Can you comprehend my words?" Elder 7 then teleported back to Elder Guy's side, who gazed at Yang Jian and asked, "Do you understand?" Yang Jian nodded. "Very well. Can you command this swarm?" Yang Jian nodded once more. "Tell your kin that within the boundaries of my magical realm, I permit you to thrive here. But do not overstep. Your aggressive tendencies are potent. Should you be left unchecked, numerous species south of the Elven Forest Mountains may suffer dearly. Do you comprehend?" Yang Jian tilted his head, pondering for a moment before affirmatively nodding. Elder Guy acknowledged him with a nod, and Elder 7 released Yang Jian. Elder Guy then produced his staff, chanting a few incantations, and soon a warning line materialized, encircling the area covered by the fungal carpet. The two elders departed, leaving Yang Jian gazing into the distance, northward, his eyes filled with a blend of rage and humiliation. It was the humiliation of having one's life and death dictated by another, coupled with a sense of impotent anger. In that instant, Yang Jian recalled the reasons for his previous transmigration, realizing it stemmed from his valiant endeavors, yet lacking the power to protect himself. In this new life, aided by the insect race, he vowed never to endure such a fate again, never to be subjugated. "Elven race, your transgressions of today are not yours alone. Yet I shall repay you in kind," he thought, as he departed from the insect's body. Chapter 6. Ocean Development. Spring has arrived, and the beasts have entered their mating season once again. Yang Jian's insect swarm has finally spread across this land and discovered the red crystals. 3 red crystals, 2 to incubate hero-class combat units, and 1 to hatch research personnel. Since upgrading to a Tier 3 base requires 100 units of red crystal and additional experience, these few crystals are insufficient to meet immediate needs, thus it is better to use them all at once. After waiting for a day and a night, 3 human-sized chrysalises ruptured. Out stepped a robust man, standing at 185 meters, his muscular physique exuding a latent yet formidable power. The hero units are combat entities designated and named by the Overlord, with combat capabilities far surpassing those of ordinary units. They are specifically hatched to command the insect swarm or engage in battle with formidable adversaries. In accordance with Yang Jian's human aesthetic, he opted to hatch 2 individuals, 1 scholarly and 1 martial, to assist him. Another chrysalis broke open, revealing a slender man standing at 1.8 meters. Both figures were designed in the style of ancient advisors, emphasizing strength and strategy. The third chrysalis shattered, and out emerged a rather adorable octopus-like insect creature. A research assistant designed to be acceptable to Yang Jian, notably cute and diminutive. "Yasuo, I greet you, my lord." "Swain, I greet you, my lord." "Plu Plu, I greet you, overlord." The researcher had only a code name and no personal name, speaking in a bubbly manner as per Yang Jian's design. Hence the whimsical sound of Plu Plu. Yang Jian nodded and said, "Rise. From now on, you shall be known as Researcher Number 1. Your task is to focus entirely on researching maritime transport units. I need to set sail. Swain, you are to gather the current data on the insect swarm and devise a developmental strategy. Yasuo, ensure my safety." "Yes, my lord." A day later, Swain approached Yang Jian from behind, kneeling partially, and said, "My lord." Yang Jian turned his attention to Swain and inquired, "Have you developed the plan?" "Reporting to my lord, I believe there are 4 points. First, our current endeavors are constrained by technology, which requires research personnel. To increase our scientists, we must utilize red crystals, which are not easily found. Therefore, we need to develop specialized insect units capable of exploring for red crystals, rather than relying on chance. Second, since those two powerful unknown humans have delineated our developmental boundaries, I believe we should exhaustively explore for any hidden resources within our territory. If those two wish to eliminate us, our current strength cannot withstand their assault. Thus, setting sail can be postponed. Third, we need to conceal our base underground to avoid detection by the naked eye. After all, the intelligence of the fungal blanket is limited to a single life form, making it exceedingly conspicuous. Fourth, if red crystals are unavailable, we must research alternative resources to replace them. Should this planet prove barren of red crystal production, discovering substitutes will be imperative. These are my thoughts. The immediate task is to have the research personnel begin studying how to conceal the base underground, followed by developing specialized insect units to locate red crystals, rather than embarking on a sea voyage. Upon hearing this, Yang Jian pondered for a moment, nodding in agreement, acknowledging his own oversight, and thus accepted Swain's proposal. Consequently, researcher number 1 immediately altered the research project to focus on developing specialized insect units for locating red crystals. Fortunately, the insect swarm has always been adept at resource discovery, and with the existing database, the research gained direction and progress ensued swiftly. As specialized researchers, the insect researchers can eliminate all distractions, dedicating themselves entirely to the overlord's cause, viewing it as the highest calling. They may not rival some top-tier scientific geniuses, but their average efficiency is certainly above the standard level. Within just 3 days, Plu Plu arrived at a conclusion. By the treehouse, at a wooden table with rattan chairs, Yang Jian reclined in a chair, savoring a fruit reminiscent of watermelon with great delight. Reporting to the overlord, the insect unit tasked with locating red crystals has been developed. However, without red crystals for testing, we cannot ascertain its specific efficiency. Please punish me, my lord. The researcher number 1, prostrated himself on the ground. Yang Jian, ever the optimist, thought to himself that there is no need to force matters. Let us hear the details first. Very well, he responded. Researcher number 1 rose, producing an insect akin to a pangolin from an unknown source. This insect unit possesses only basic combat capabilities, but is significantly enhanced for resource searching. With a strong sensitivity and desire for red crystals, capable of scanning a radius of 1,000 meters. Yang Jian nodded and ordered, incubate 20 more of such units, naming them red crystal pangolins. This command was directed not to the researcher, but to the base itself. Instantly, 20 larvae began to cocoon, rhythmically undulating. Having witnessed the hatching process, Yang Jian returned his attention to researcher number 1. From now on, you shall be called PLU. Additionally, begin researching relocation techniques. My requirement is to bury the base underground. Deeper and more concealed, the better. Yes, my lord. Plu will remember. With that, Plu bowed with several of his appendages. This scene was indeed comical, evoking uncontrollable laughter. All right, you may leave now. Yes, my lord. With that, Plu departed. After Plu's exit, Yang Jian rose and approached the water reservoir, which had been filled with water transported by jumping insects from the river, containing 10 large pits, with dedicated jumping insects providing transport daily. After washing his face, Yang Jian reminded himself, all is for a brighter tomorrow. For now, one must endure. With the inexhaustible potential of the insect swarm at his disposal, Yang Jian's desires grew ever more expansive, a yearning that would ultimately erupt in the future. 5 days later, Plu had results. The base could be submerged to a depth of 1,000 meters. Such depth would have been unimaginable on Earth, as humans could hardly reside 1,000 meters underground. It was astonishing to consider that the insect base could thrive unscathed at such depths. However, going deeper might pose challenges. Even a life form as resilient as the base would be affected at greater depths, unless it reached level 8. Since there was no immediate prospect of further concealing the base, Plu's research efforts shifted towards developing maritime combat units. The necessity arose due to the red crystal pangolins having searched for 4 days without results, and addressing resource scarcity was paramount to avoid slow extinction. At this juncture, the advantages of being near the ocean must be harnessed. The ocean, as an immense treasure trove, must be exploited. To neglect it would be a gross waste, a folly that could lead to dire consequences. Therefore, to ensure the safe extraction of oceanic resources, the frogfish must be eliminated, paving the way for the emergence of maritime combat units. Lacking a template, the development of these units was particularly challenging. Numerous frogfish were captured for research on a preliminary version of the Marine Combat Unit, which could be considered a rudimentary prototype, as the combat capabilities of the frogfish were indeed quite limited and hardly met the standards for insect genetic inclusion. Thus, after a month, during Yang Jian's afternoon slumber, the project was completed: water scorpion and arrowfish. The water scorpion, as a formidable unit in naval warfare, was initially conceived to combat the potential threat posed by large aquatic creatures. In contrast, the arrowfish boasts a streamlined physique, relying on explosive speed to pierce through the water with remarkable agility. In its swift onslaught, it can penetrate at least 4 frogfish, emerging unscathed. Though its explosive power is formidable, its endurance is somewhat lacking, allowing for only 4 bursts of speed before exhaustion renders it vulnerable. Nevertheless, its resource requirements are minimal, making it a practical choice, embodying the essence of the Zerg units. If 100 million jump bugs cannot resolve an issue, then let 100 million thunder beasts take on the task. With the design of the Zerg naval units complete, it was time to put them to the test. Yang Jian, in a display of grandiosity, commanded the base to incubate 3,000 arrowfish and 200 water scorpions. Once the incubation was complete, they were all released into the ocean. During this interval, Pulu also developed aquatic worker bees, known as water bees, capable of breathing through gills. The aquatic red crystal armadillo was also prepared for this maritime expedition. The resources of the base had been steadily depleted for this venture, leaving little remaining. Should this oceanic expedition fail, it could plunge them into a prolonged period of stagnation. On this day, in mid-February, the arrowfish and water scorpions leaped into the ocean in succession, with Yang Jian connected to one of the arrowfish, following suit. Through the body of the arrowfish, he finally beheld the fascinating scenes beneath the waves. The ocean floor, shrouded in mystery, was a sight Yang Jian had never imagined in his previous life. Now, aided by the arrowfish, everything lay before his eyes. The water swirled around him, bubbles occasionally rising, while various fish swam by. The depths were profound, reaching up to 800 meters, with distant chasms possibly plunging 1,000 meters deep. At that moment, the frogfish sensed their territory had been invaded and approached with aggression. The Zerg combat units were imbued with a warlike genetic code, devoid of fear and fiercely unyielding in the face of death. Upon witnessing the arrival of the frogfish, their inherent brutality surged forth, and at Yang Jian's command, they surged forward. With a swift thrust, the arrowfish darted 100 meters, leaving behind gaping holes the size of plates in the frogfish it encountered, effectively bisecting them. In an instant, the waters were stained crimson, the scent of blood wafting through the ocean, attracting various sea beasts from afar. A mere few hundred arrowfish made several passes, and soon, only scattered remnants of the frogfish remained. Countless corpses surfaced, dragged down by the water scorpions, who feasted upon them. In a moment, all the approaching frogfish were annihilated. The arrowfish, however, suffered the loss of over 100 individuals, most succumbing to exhaustion. Meanwhile, the water scorpions remained alive, albeit with considerable injuries, numbering around 30. In the distance, various sea creatures approached, some resembling cows, others lions, each differing in size, some as large as cars, others akin to trucks, all armed with sharp teeth. The battle raged on into the night, illuminated by the moonlight. Yang Jian had returned to his wooden cabin to rest, entrusting the underwater combat and subsequent affairs entirely to Swain, becoming a hands-off overseer. Chapter 7. The siege. The following day, as the sun rose majestically, its radiant beams illuminated the world, revealing a vast expanse of crimson waters, steeped in an unyielding stench of blood. The battle had concluded long ago. Now, only the water scorpions and arrowfish feasted upon the remains of frogfish and sea beasts. Some had evolved, their hues deepening and their combat prowess significantly enhancing. Despite the loss of a substantial portion of marine combatants, the discovery of red crystals and mineral resources was sufficient to compensate for these losses. However, a pressing issue emerged. The limited number of larvae hatching daily contrasted sharply with the infinite need for troops, rendering the larvae utterly inadequate. 7 new red crystals had been unearthed, a quantity that delighted Yang Jian immensely. He promptly allocated them to the research team, increasing its number to 8. The research was divided into 4 segments. One focused on naval combat units and marine transport, another on the genetic study of local species, a third on the technology of subbases, and the final one on resource collection techniques employed by the insect race. Each of these areas was vital and required immediate attention. The augmented research team significantly expedited the progress, with the subbase technology being completed first. This technology linked the subbases to the main base's gene pool, facilitating larval production. 3 days later, the development of the larval chamber, a facility solely dedicated to larval generation, was completed, although its larval production capacity greatly surpassed that of the main base. It lacked the multifunctionality of the main base, such as the future potential for evolved artillery platforms, flight, and stealth capabilities. A day later, the resource-gathering insect unit, the energy tree, was successfully developed. This insect unit resembled a tree, yet possessed mobility, growing tall and broad, with leaf-like appendages that maximized the absorption of solar and wind energy. Its resilience allowed it to thrive in harsh environments, even in the absence of oxygen. Subsequently, the marine combat units underwent a significant upgrade. While their names remained unchanged, their combat effectiveness surged. Progress in studying local species genetics was relatively slow, as such endeavors require time. Following the Council of Sweeney, Yang Jian prioritized research on resource gathering and the technology for substitutes for red crystals. A month later, the warmth of April's sunlight melted the lingering snow, and birds and beasts nurtured their young. Within the insect race's territory, the visibility of insects had dwindled to mere fungal carpets, while individual king insects and the marine transport unit, the whaleworm, set forth toward the unknown, venturing into potentially new lands. Exploration had commenced, and after losing a significant portion of reconnaissance units, a lone king insect discovered a distant continent, boundless and seemingly infinite, stretching toward the horizon. Upon receiving this exhilarating news, Yang Jian felt a surge of excitement. Though Sweeney's caution tempered his enthusiasm, a journey of 100 miles begins with a single step. He knew that he could not falter at this crucial juncture. Essential reconnaissance must be conducted, for life offered no second chances. Another technological endeavor was placed on the agenda, the development of a second-generation substitute to traverse the world in place of the true self, ensuring its safety. This project was immediately designated as the top priority, engaging all research personnel, including the additional 6 scientists hatched after the subsequent discovery of red crystals, totaling 14 individuals devoted to this undertaking. A red crystal was utilized to establish a foothold on that continent. A baser, a renowned and formidable commander among the insect race, reigned over swathes of territory, rendering a sea of insects akin to an endless ocean. Yet, a baser remained behind as the guardian of the main base, tasked with its safety. Meanwhile, far across the western continent, where Yang Jian had discovered the vast land, 3 great kingdoms and numerous smaller states governed a staggering 24 million square kilometers, inhabited by yellow, white, and black races of humanity. Of course, some forbidden zones still housed other races, but they shall not be elaborated upon here. In a smaller port city, Shetter Port, recently surveyed by the king insects, a garrison of 1,000 city guards defended an area of merely 4,000 square kilometers, with the nearest city situated 1,000 miles away. The total population of this locale was 40,000, with 2,000 police officers on patrol and 800 reserves. The town boasted 3 elementary schools, 2 middle schools, and 2 high schools, but no institutions of higher learning. On April 6th, this small city welcomed an unexpected visitor. A resounding call echoed through the air. The port guards chatted idly, having heard this sound for the past few days, which struck them as eerily ominous. Indeed, let us hope it is not some sea beast, one remarked. You fool. In our little corner, where not even a bird would linger. What sea creature would dare venture here? I suspect it's merely a mass migration of whale fish. Perhaps something has disturbed them in the depths. You know, my brother-in-law mentioned that during his recent fishing trips, he hasn't seen a single fish. There must be something lurking beneath the waves, and I fear it might be headed our way. Close your mouth. What are you doing? An officer arrived on the scene, seeing the guards gathered and reprimanded them sternly. The guards fell silent and quickly returned to their posts, standing at attention, their demeanor solemn. The officer paid little mind to their gathering, offering a few words of admonition before departing, leaving the guards to endure the sun's heat, relieved only by the gentle sea breeze that alleviated the sweltering summer day. Meanwhile, several miles away, Sweeney stood within the whale worm, observing through the king insect's eyes as he beheld the unguarded port city in the distance. Such an opponent lacks any intrigue, he mused, instructing the whale worm to change course toward a nearby cliff. Here, the waves crashed against the sheer rock face, towering 400 meters high, with frothy spray providing a refreshing mist. Soon, the whale worm arrived, opening its massive maw, unleashing a swarm of jumping insects and cockroaches that scuttled up the cliff. The massive cockroaches, requiring the support of at least 10 jumping insects each, ascended gradually. Yet, the insect race harbored no grievances, executing their tasks diligently until preparations were complete. 4,000 jumping insects, 1,000 cockroaches, and 500 queens, along with 20 distant king insects, approached the heights. Sweeney levitated with the aid of ethereal energy, standing atop the precipice, gazing down as countless jumping insects and cockroaches surged toward the port city. "What is that?" One guard, while inspecting an outgoing merchant caravan, turned to witness the astonishing sight, an image forever etched in his memory, the final moment of his life. The approaching swarm was no benevolent force. "Enemy attack. Alert Lord Mogul. Quickly go." A figure resembling an officer shouted urgently. At that moment, the jumping insects had closed the distance to within a kilometer. Merchants, visibly terrified, began to flee back to the safety of the city, leaving their goods abandoned, while horses scattered in panic. With a furious leap, one jumping insect surged ahead, crossing the mile that lay between it and the terrified crowd. In the mere span of less than 5 minutes, the city defense forces had yet to take any substantial action, and the jumping insects had already arrived. Soldier A had caught sight of the grotesque visage of the jumping insect, its sharp teeth and lethal claws betraying its murderous intent, revealing a brutal lineage. Without any elaborate display or movement, it simply lunged, jaws agape, and blood gushed forth like a fountain, the crimson spray proclaiming the brutality of this conflict. A piercing scream echoed through the vicinity, instilling fear in the hearts of the city defenders. A century of peace had dulled their vigilance, eroded their martial spirit, and rendered them forgetful of their past valor. "Archers, fire! Quickly fire!" On the city walls, a line of archers drew their bows, and a flurry of arrows soared through the air, striking down several insects still traversing the ground. Some arrows pierced their heads, delivering instant death, while others merely embedded themselves a mere 3 inches into the chitinous armor of the cockroaches, inflicting little damage. As the cockroaches approached 200 meters from the walls, they unleashed a stream of corrosive acid, a vile green substance that, upon contact with the stone walls, corroded them as though they were mere ice melting away. Accompanied by a noxious stench, the walls crumbled effortlessly, taking with them the archers who met their screams of despair. The city wall, resembling tofu in its fragility, was weaker than parchment, leaving the city guards behind it in utter dismay. Is this wall made of paper? Was it not claimed to be fortified by magic? The commander of the city guard at Shedderport fumed, knowing this was not the time to seek out the fool in charge. Drawing his sword, he rallied his troops, shouting, "Magicians, prepare yourselves. We shall buy you time. The rest, hold your shields. Archers, do not hesitate to loose your arrows. Beryl, come here. Should I fall, you shall take command here. Pimi, hasten to the magic communication station and send out a signal for reinforcements. Bart, sound the alarm. Should we perish, remember to ring it again to warn the villagers to flee. Soldiers, form up behind me." "Yes, Commander. Yes, Commander." Swain observed the desperate struggles of the city guards, devoid of any compassion. Although the command given by the Overlord was merely to scout, as a hero under the Overlord's dominion, he was compelled to think of the greater good. This land was to be offered as a gift to the Overlord. As the jumping insects approached within 100 meters of the commander, they scattered towards the southeast to block any escape routes. Here, one must commend the design of this port city, which allowed for only 4 exits, with the southern side facing the sea and the northern side currently under assault. The city's inhabitants found themselves with no avenue for escape. In a moment of inspiration, Swain commanded the cockroaches to unleash their acid. As the magicians finally concluded their hurried incantations, Beast Summon, Fire Rain, Ice Spike, Chain Lightning. Under the collective might of 50 magicians, the spells were magnified in power. However, the enhancement was merely from 1 to 2. How much devastation could that truly inflict? Ultimately, this was merely an unremarkable port city, its prosperity stemming from its coastal allure. And the scarcity of skilled magicians compared to the warriors wielding martial energy meant that the truly formidable sorcerers would seldom grace this remote locale with their presence. Once the spells were cast, The cockroaches and jumping insects fell momentarily still, enduring the magic without so much as flinching. The ice spikes penetrated 5 inches into the cockroaches, freezing the wounds and stalling their healing. The fire rain conjured flames akin to the ice spikes in potency, inflicting pain upon the jumping insects, some losing limbs while others succumbed entirely. The summoned beasts appeared as adult wolves, adorned with short horns, attacking through pouncing, biting, and sweeping motions. Their combat prowess was slightly inferior to that of the jumping insects, yet their value lay in their status as magical beings, consuming only a modicum of magical energy. The sudden stillness of the jumping insects and cockroaches astonished the city guards. Had these beasts truly lost their wits? Chapter 8. The 3rd Legion of Gist Province. Had this swarm of insect beasts lost their sanity? Were they summoned magical creatures? What transpired here? Swain observed the battlefield with clarity through the eyes of the king beetle, even from a distance of 1,000 meters. After gathering data on the magical prowess of this group of sorcerers, he continued to command the jumping insects to attack, his expression betraying no emotion, only a solemn demeanor. On the other side of the battlefield, the cockroaches, having received their orders, immediately unleashed a torrent of corrosive acid. Those caught in the onslaught clutched at their bodies, helplessly witnessing their flesh dissolve into pools of corrosive sludge, overwhelmed by an unending sense of terror. The wails of the dying became the predominant sound, drowning out even the gnashing and swallowing of the jumping insects. Defeat. Indeed, utter defeat. The vast formation of the city's garrison, bolstered by reserves, numbered over 3,000, along with an additional 5,000 militia. Yet, against the insectoid army, they were utterly ineffective, or rather, outmatched by an insurmountable margin. In a situation where their numbers were equal, it was nothing short of a crushing victory for the insects. Run! Run for your lives! The first shout rang out, and chaos ensued as the soldiers fled in disarray, none daring to linger a moment longer. Of course, a few brave souls, filled with a soldier and Oppo's spirit, attempted to stand their ground, but even they fell within seconds. Before the few hundred remaining valiant soldiers, Swain felt not a shred of pity or sympathy. His heart stirred not the slightest ripple. Within just an hour, the battle concluded, and the takeover proceeded smoothly. Swain soon arrived at the city gates, where he surveyed the insect army before boldly stepping inside. Breaking into a civilian dwelling, he inquired about the location of the Lord's manor. After obtaining directions, he led the jumping insects to the manor's entrance. The grand doors were firmly shut, yet silence reigned within. At his side, a cockroach released a spurt of acid, effortlessly dissolving the doors, revealing a scene of utter devastation inside. Numerous antiques and artworks had been pilfered, and the chaos could only be described as catastrophic. Had it not been for his allegiance to the insect army, one might think another insect horde had previously ravaged this place. At that moment, a worker bee approached Swain in a clearing and began its metamorphosis into a base, leaving behind 1,000 jumping insects to guard the area. Swain dispatched the remaining insect forces to secure various checkpoints and gates, taking only a small contingent with him into the Lord's manor. The architecture of the manor reflected a medieval European style, mirroring the predominantly Caucasian populace he had encountered earlier. The manor resembled a Gothic castle, with tall, pointed spires. After navigating numerous corridors and rooms, Swain settled in the library and began perusing a tome. The other insects were assigned various tasks as per Swain's directives. The inhabitants of the conquered city soon discovered that not a single insect beast troubled them, unless they provoked the creatures themselves. However, barring those who had lived long enough, few would dare challenge the fearsome insect beasts. Meanwhile, in the provincial capital of Gist City, the magical communications officer received news and, yawning, mumbled, "Damn it! Which blind bandit is attacking that little town? What a bore! This city of Shedder is pathetic, it can't even defend itself. Utter rubbish." As a provincial communications officer, he felt a sense of superiority. Well, I might as well report this. He ambled his way towards the Lord's manor, quickening his pace as he approached, feigning breathlessness. After the guards announced his arrival, the officer entered the manor. "Damn, this place is impressive. I and Oppos, be honored to live here, even if it cost me my life," he thought, soon encountering the Lord. The Lord was a sprightly elder who had profited handsomely due to his remote location, yet lamented his lack of heirs, his temper increasingly volatile. The elder, with a somewhat sullen expression, turned to the officer and asked with a commanding tone, "You are the magical communications officer?" "Yes." "What has happened?" "Lord, We just received a magical transmission from Shetter City. They are under attack from bandit magical creatures and request reinforcements. Humph. What of that fat pig? Barth? Not mentioned in the transmission, my lord. Fine, I understand. You may leave. Yes, my lord. That pig Barth has 12 children, and I have none. For a moment, the elder's thoughts wandered elsewhere, causing him to erupt in fury, sweeping everything off his desk, precious items crashing to the floor. After a moment, his anger subsided slightly as he polished the jade chair, contemplating who to send to reclaim Shetter City. Although he despised those capable of reproduction, losing Shetter City under his jurisdiction would have significant consequences. Summon the commander of the 3rd Legion. Before long, the commander arrived, kneeling in respect. They exchanged a few words, and the commander set off on his mission. At this point, the elder felt no further concern. After all, he held Shetter City in disdain, believing those who would seize it were likely not formidable opponents. The commander, Mizpah, would suffice to handle the situation. Today, I must consult the high priest to see if my ailment can be cured. With that thought, the elder promptly set off. Mizpah, having received his orders, did not take them lightly. However, he understood the necessity of preparation. He also considered extracting some resources from logistics, as acquiring them in such a scrutinized environment was no easy task. Yet, as a seasoned veteran, Mizpah knew how to do so discreetly while maximizing his gains. A meager achievement, but at my age, I doubt I can ascend any further. The 2 superiors above me are from noble families, and I cannot wait for their departure. Those wretched aristocrats. He completely forgot he himself was a baron. After an entire day's delay, Mizpah finally set forth. By the afternoon of the following day, the army mobilized, comprising 3,000 soldiers alongside 800 support personnel, totaling 3,800, all marching to their doom. The army and Appos' departure was no simple task, especially since the commander lacked any urgency, causing them to proceed at a slower pace, avoiding the use of magical teleportation, resulting in a series of stops and starts. This was Mizpah's strategy, to nurture the enemy to expand his own achievements, a cunning tactic he had mastered long ago. 12 full days. Mizpah spent those 12 days, while Swain devoted 5 days to thoroughly exploring the manor's library, filled with books gathered by Barth to create an air of sophistication, ranging from ancient calendars to world maps. This was, aside from a few recovered crimson crystals, the finest spoils of war. This data was promptly assimilated by the base, while Yang Jian, through the eyes of the jumping insects, also engaged in reading these texts to pass the time and gain insight into his adversary. In the remaining 7 days, Swain launched frenzied assaults on the surrounding cities, successfully conquering 3, and due to the siege, many valuables remained uncollected. Thanks to the blessings of a peaceful era, the military competence of these neighboring cities was notably deficient. Some of their equipment had fallen into disrepair and exploded, exemplifying the extent of their corruption. However, after conquering merely 3 cities, Swain's swarm of insects was insufficient. The power of the magic was formidable, and Swain finally comprehended the immense amplification provided by the magic tower. He himself began to study sorcery. Yang Jian specifically utilized red crystals to hatch 4 researchers who commenced their exploration of this indigenous and primal weapon of magic. On the 7th day, Swain thoroughly cleansed the 3rd city he had captured. Yang Jian's avatar, a mimicry insect, was capable of transmitting real-time sensory information through a mental connection. Touch, sound, everything was impeccably vivid and lifelike. Yang Jian even found himself questioning which was his true essence, as his original form had descended with the base to a depth of 1,000 meters beneath the sea, permanently sealed unless deemed necessary, transforming that location into a critical area for the protection of the swarm. Upon reaching shore, the remaining insect army awaited their arrival for a considerable time. Yang Jian nodded and patted Swain on the shoulder, saying, "Well done, Swain." Accompanying Yang Jian this time was Yasuo, a loyal guardian who, upon receiving the first tome of magic, delved into its study, harnessing the power of the wind element and beginning to yield initial results. It must be noted that the insectoid bodies are indeed well suited for magic, while others, like the jumping insects, are utterly incompatible with it. Perhaps due to the nature of human physiology, it is impossible for humans to develop a magical reservoir for the insects. As they entered the port city of Shetter, the residents gazed at the yellow-skinned individual, different from their own hue, with a mixture of reverence. A millennium ago, the yellow race had arrived on the western continent and established roots. The current kingdom of Lahan is predominantly inhabited by them, whereas their location, the kingdom of Hakan, is primarily populated by white individuals, and to the east, the kingdom of Donghakan is largely comprised of black individuals. Yang Jian, observing the white residents who regarded him with awe, could not help but glance at Swain and the jumping insects. Loyal and fervent, all of it was for him. Without the swarm, he would never have achieved such standing. Yang Jian smiled lightly as he entered the Lord's manor, taking in the renovations that had been done, feeling Swain's earnest efforts. Seated in the primary position, Swain conjured a magical light screen with his power, displaying a magical map along with notes. "My lord, our forces have captured 4 cities," Swain reported, gesturing to the 4 locations. The spoils included 12 red crystals, 400,000 units of ordinary resources, precious metals to support base upgrades, and tomes of magic, all of which were now subjects of research for the scholars. Yang Jian nodded, indicating for Swain to continue. Swain magnified the Gister province on the magical screen, which now solely displayed that region. "According to our King Insect's observations, a legion arrived here a day prior, with their sights set directly on our forces. This city was taken 3 days ago, and the army is currently camped in the wilderness, expected to launch an assault on our forces tomorrow." Yang Jian hesitated, but Swain continued, "My lord, presently our military strength cannot sustain a nighttime raid. We require a night to bolster our ranks. We have already hatched 10 nests to replenish the larvae, aiming to augment our numbers to 10,000 jumping insects and 2,000 cockroaches by tomorrow." Yang Jian nodded, recognizing his oversight and understanding that one who does not manage a household cannot appreciate the value of grains and oil. Perhaps it is best to remain a hands-off manager. Thus, Yang Jian solidified his resolve. Chapter 9. Suyu Swain reported for an extended period, and Yang Jian attentively listened, for certain matters necessitated his acknowledgement. He harbored no concerns regarding military affairs delegated to Swain. However, he recognized the need for a partner to share the burdens of domestic governance, allowing these 2 individuals to complement one another. Contemplating this, Yang Jian utilized a crimson crystal to hatch a heroic unit, specifically focusing on internal administration. Thus, Suyu came into being, though his emergence would only transpire after the impending great battle. Once the discussion concluded, Swain smiled and remarked, "This is a gift for the sovereign." With that, he clapped his hands, summoning several attendants who ushered in a group of beautiful young women, each possessing alluring figures and distinct charms. Subsequently, the attendants withdrew. Yang Jian's eyes lit up, as a man who had never encountered such treatment. He was taken aback by the presence of such exquisite women. However, upon noticing the sorrowful expressions of the young women, his initial excitement waned, and he settled back, stating, "Swain, release them. Unless I request it, do not engage in such matters again." "Yes, sovereign," Swain replied, kneeling immediately. With a nod, Yang Jian redirected his attention to the study of magical tomes. The night swiftly passed, and through the eyes of the king's worm, Swain observed the legion, which had formed ranks and was advancing steadily. As an experienced veteran, the commander Maiziba exhibited remarkable tactical acumen. The soldiers raised their massive shields, with long spears interspersed, secured by chariots, inching forward, while knights flanked the sides, and mages and archers occupied the rear, chanting enhancement spells, with dozens of accompanying priests ready to heal the wounded. Excellent, a classic display of tactics and formation. However, they faced the insectoid race, a species adept at burrowing. The digging technique had been developed 3 days prior, and the surface was populated by merely over 1,000 jump bugs and more than 200 cockroaches, consistent with the latest intelligence received by Maiziba. Observing the disorganized positions of the insect beasts in the distance, Maiziba felt a twinge of disdain and promptly commanded the army to accelerate their pace. As they drew nearer, Maiziba retrieved a loudspeaker, preparing to address the opposing bandits, to the marauders across the way. But before he could finish, the jump bugs and cockroaches launched their attack, clearly indicating that Swain had no intention of engaging in dialogue. "Damn it," Maiziba exclaimed, sidestepping a stream of corrosive acid. Though those behind him were not so fortunate, screaming as they dissolved into a puddle of goo, a sight that horrified all present. "Quick, maintain formation. Mages and archers, engage. Fire arrows. Cast spells," Maiziba shouted, no longer composed, as he commanded the soldiers behind him to form ranks and channel their fighting spirit to him. With the surge of energy, Maiziba bellowed, unleashing a wave of verdant sword energy that cleaved through the jump bugs, severing them in twain. while only those that had undergone 3 evolutions managed to escape unscathed, and those with 2 barely evaded. The cockroaches, however, seemed less affected, their wounds healing swiftly. "What?" Myzeba exclaimed in astonishment, quickly following up with a second and third strike. As the jump bugs paid a heavy price to cross the 200 meters, the massive shield promptly thwarted their advance. The 3-meter-high barrier offered no opportunity for the jump bugs to leap over, while the reinforced magical enchantments proved to be their nemesis. One jump bug swiped its claw, leaving merely a faint white mark, only to be met by a sudden thrust of a long spear that pierced its abdomen. Unbeknownst to them, the jump bug would not fall so easily. The soldiers within gasped, realizing that had it not been for the massive shield, they might have been torn apart. Before long, the jump bugs and cockroaches dwindled under the onslaught of magic, shields, and arrows, retreating with half their numbers. Myzeba, exhilarated by his success, was unwilling to squander the opportunity for total annihilation of the enemy, swiftly commanding, "Charge." The cavalry, upon receiving the order, spurred their steeds forward, abandoning their formation. Clearly, their intent was to deliver a crushing blow to the retreating foes, avenging their fallen comrades. Myzeba, equally thrilled, surged ahead, quickly covering the 100-meter distance. Yet, this would be his final advance, the last stretch of his life. Breathless with excitement, he inhaled deeply, finding solace in the final moments. "The glory shall be mine," he thought, the old warrior still brimming with fervor, albeit only in this fleeting moment. As the legion crossed the threshold, the insect race received their orders from underground. "Mobilize." With a thunderous roar, the jump bugs and cockroaches erupted from the earth. The jump bugs showed no mercy towards the stunned soldiers, their genetic predisposition to violence surging uncontrollably. With each sound, it was a harbinger of death. Soldiers, caught off guard by the sudden emergence of the insect beasts, were paralyzed with shock. Those situated at the center of the chaos found themselves unsteady as the tremors from the burrowing creatures caused many to falter. As they raised their heads, they were met with the cold, crimson gaze of the merciless jump bugs, and darkness enveloped them, becoming their final reality. Screams pierced the sky, scattering the clouds. While Myzeba was consumed by chaos, his personal guard nearly wiped out. His eldest son, who had nearly attained the rank of deputy commander, perished on the battlefield, devoured by the jaws of the insect beasts. "Beasts!" Myzeba roared, his body taut with rage, and in that extreme fury, he transcended, becoming a 6th-level warrior. Wielding his sword with newfound might, cleaving through the air and carving deep gashes in the earth, Yang Jian reclined in his chair, observing the brutal scene through the eyes of the king's worm: bloodshed, coldness, ruthlessness, and cruelty. Soon, he leaned back, gasping for breath. Yet he did not issue the command to halt the assault. Yang Jian was both noble and selfish. He would risk his life for an unknown girl, perhaps not truly sacrificing himself, but rather passively allowing his life to be extinguished. He was also ruthless, unwilling to spare the lives of the 3,800 soldiers. Nevertheless, Yang Jian ultimately commanded, "Swain, take prisoners." Swain, taken aback, responded, "Yes, sovereign." He then cast a spell, advancing to the battlefield and declaring, "Lay down your weapons. Those who surrender shall not be harmed. Lay down your weapons. Those who surrender shall not be harmed." The urgency of his voice overshadowed the clamor of battle. Soldiers, upon hearing the promise of survival, cast down their arms. With only 1,000 remaining, they had no hope of overcoming the encirclement of the insect race. At this juncture, surrendering meant survival, while resistance assured death. No rational individual wished to forsake their youth, especially not for a battle that bore no national stakes. Reluctantly, the soldiers surrendered, kneeling in submission. The lack of leadership, as evidenced by Myzeba's demise, led to a disorganized army. The jump bugs parted to create a pathway, allowing the captives to file through. The battlefield, now only a feast for the jump bugs and cockroaches, saw a few fortunate souls complete their evolution, including one jump bug that had evolved 5 times. Shortly, Swain finished clearing the battlefield and managing the captives, making his way to the Lord and Apos' manor to meet Yang Jian. Yang Jian remained undisturbed while reading, though his pallor was undeniable. Sweeney, with his head bowed, refrained from meeting Yang Jian's gaze and spoke, "My lord, we have captured 1,082 prisoners, including 420 soldiers, 60 mages, 78 archers, and 20 priests, with the remainder being logistical support." Yang Jian nodded and replied, "The captives shall form a prisoner camp. Designate a specific area for them. Once Sun Yu arrives, the two of you can discuss further." "Yes, my lord. I shall take my leave now," Sweeney said, bowing his head as he exited. Yang Jian then refocused his mind and continued to peruse the texts inscribed in Chinese characters. Fortunately, the common tongue of this continent was Chinese, and its characters were also Chinese. Yang Jian pondered whether he possessed any innate talent for learning magic or martial energy. To his dismay, he discovered that he had no aptitude whatsoever. He lacked the rapid progress displayed by Yasuo, Sweeney, and Abaser. Presently, Yasuo could sever steel merely with a glance, while Yang Jian had achieved nothing, not even a flicker of flame or a minor strike of martial energy. Thankfully, he had subordinates. Undeterred, Yang Jian resolved to compensate for his shortcomings with equipment. With this thought, he dispatched a message, instructing Sweeney to select the 20 most beautiful maidens from the 4 cities, specifically maidens, to serve him at the Lord's manor. "No, make it 50. Yang Jian chuckled mischievously at this notion, his laughter tinged with a hint of lewdness. "Let me indulge in this decadent noble life," he mused, laughing heartily. The following day, at the break of dawn, Yang Jian was awakened by the chirping of birds outside. Rubbing his sleepy eyes, he felt no irritation. After all, he had slept far too long this past year, and at this moment, he genuinely wished to remain awake unless absolutely necessary. As he opened the door, he encountered a man adorned in elegant attire and a silk cap, quietly immersed in reading a scroll. Upon seeing Yang Jian, the man immediately knelt on one knee and said, "Sun Yu pays his respects to the Lord." "Sun Yu?" Yang Jian was taken aback, then elated, exclaiming, "Sun Yu, you have returned?" Fortunately, this ambiguous remark did not cause Sun Yu any embarrassment, as he replied with a composed demeanor, "Yes, my lord." Yang Jian then grasped Sun Yu's arm and pulled him inside, saying, "Sun Yu, come, sit." "Thank you, my lord. Sweeney has informed you of the situation, I presume?" "Yes, my lord." "Then tell me your thoughts." Yang Jian eagerly awaited the fruits of victory, leaving the strategizing to the heroes. "My lord, I believe our immediate priority is to ensure that the captured cities are entirely under our control." As he spoke, a spark ignited in Sun Yu's eyes. Chapter 10. The 2nd and 4th Legions. Yang Jian was momentarily taken aback, remaining silent as he awaited Sun Yu to finish speaking. Sun Yu continued, saying, "We have successfully conquered 4 cities, yet the inhabitants are fearful of us. Should our army be compelled to relinquish these cities, retaking them would likely result in numerous spies infiltrating our ranks, significantly hindering our operational efficiency. Therefore, I believe it is imperative for the military and the civilians to unite as one family, facilitating future endeavors." Yang Jian, though somewhat confused, gestured for Sun Yu to proceed. "Our primary objective is to make the residents forget their allegiance to the former Harkin kingdom. Firstly, we must propagate the notion that you are the last descendant of the royal family that once ruled this land. Secondly, we should disseminate negative information about the current king of Harkan, convincing the populace that their ancestors ascended the throne through unscrupulous means. Thirdly, we must construct public facilities for the benefit of the people and instill loyalty towards you through education." At this point, Sun Yu's seemingly light words stirred a tempest within Yang Jian's heart. After deep contemplation, he still found Sun Yu's suggestions somewhat flawed, yet lacking a better alternative. He nodded and inquired, "What do you plan to do with the prisoners?" "They should be utilized to promote our army's virtues, but we cannot simply release them. They could serve as a powerful bargaining chip against Harkan if necessary." "A powerful bargaining chip?" Yang Jian blinked, puzzled. "If we expand our territory, we must pause to consolidate our gains, and time is of the essence. Should we release the prisoners back into Harkan, they would undoubtedly return to their homeland, forcing Harkan to accept them." A glimmer of understanding sparkled in Yang Jian's eyes. Dismissing further contemplation, he nodded and said, "Very well. I shall leave these matters to you and Sweeney. You two have full authority to command." "Yes, my lord," Sun Yu replied, kneeling respectfully. "Additionally, the maidservants you requested are ready." "Good." Yang Jian coughed lightly and turned to say, "Have them don maid outfits along with black stockings, and then tidy the estate." "Yes, my lord," Sun Yu acknowledged before taking his leave. In the afternoon, Yang Jian reveled in the joys of life, as the tall maidens flitted around him. Among them were 3 stunningly beautiful women whose allure was simply unmatched, their fiery figures complemented by delicate gazes and youthful faces that were irresistibly enticing. Each day, Yang Jian, the indulgent lord, found delight in teasing these youthful maidens, living a life filled with pleasure. However, having received an education, Yang Jian was aware that the inhabitants of this land were of Asian descent. Though the Caucasian women were strikingly beautiful, he hoped to reserve his first experience for someone of his own kind. In stark contrast to this idyllic setting, Lu Rinjia, stationed at the magical communications station that had received messages from the army's mages, was far from composed. What? The Third Legion has been defeated? My Saiba is dead. The entire Legion, save for the prisoners, has been annihilated without a single survivor? The provincial governor of Gist, the elderly Jiddle, was equally unsettled. This, Lu Rinjia stammered, unable to articulate his thoughts. Enough, you may leave, Jiddle commanded, and Lu Rinjia, feeling as if a weight had been lifted, hastily departed. Jiddle, unable to contain his anxiety, paced back and forth, his brow furrowed in distress. Could this not be mere banditry, but rather forces from the eastern continent? Suddenly, a troubling thought crossed Jiddle's mind, yet he dared not dwell on it. He resolved to dispatch the 2nd and 4th Legions to confront the situation. If they emerged victorious, there would still be a chance for redemption. If they failed, further deliberation would be necessary. Soon after, the commanders of the 2nd and 4th Legions stood before Jiddle, who solemnly issued orders throughout the afternoon. The two commanders, faces set in seriousness, set forth on their mission. Without delay, the two legions organized their supplies and, at dawn the following day, set their sights on Shitel Port City. Remarkably, within just 5 days, these two formidable legions arrived, regrouping their troops and replenishing their resources at the nearest city. During this time, Shitel Port City underwent a radical transformation. Underground sewage systems were excavated, waste was systematically managed, and clean water was supplied to every household, eliminating the need for residents to draw water from wells. The advent of toilets allowed for the unified disposal of waste, all aimed at enhancing the convenience for the common folk. Policies were enacted to greatly assist the agricultural class, such as the Bug clan purchasing grains from farmers and subsequently lowering prices for sale. Historically, the peasantry cared little for who governed them, as long as their needs were met. As these 5 days unfolded, news began to circulate among the keen-eyed. The Bug clan was revealed to be the sole descendants of a once thriving kingdom within Harkan, while the current king's ancestors had seized the throne through cunning and assassination, with the true royal family long since displaced. This revelation ignited the curiosity of the populace, spreading rapidly through the communication channels held by the nobility. Of course, those with discernment would hardly believe such tales, yet who cared? As long as the claims were substantiated, that was all that mattered. Though the Bug clan did not require such validation, their current weakness necessitated conformity to local customs. The two legion commanders casually discarded this information, dismissing it with a laugh, showing little regard for the changes occurring in Shitel Port City. They held no compassion for the commoners. However, this indifference did not hinder the growing sense of belonging among the 4 cities under the Bug clan's control. As long as they did not lose this battle, the Bug clan would successfully assimilate these urban centers. On the 6th day, the two legion commanders, temporarily united under the leadership of the 2nd Legion commander, arrived at Shitel Port City, the Bug clan's current stronghold. Sweeney continued to oversee the military operations, commanding a total of 20,000 jump bugs and 3,000 cockroaches. This was the maximum force the Bug clan could mobilize without overextending themselves, which would be detrimental. Victory would undoubtedly bolster their strength, and under Sun Yu's careful strategizing, many Caucasian scouts ventured into major cities, driven by greed and familial ties, to gather intelligence. Sweeney promptly received the information Sun Yu had prepared for him. The 2nd Legion commander was an inept, uneducated heir seeking to gild his reputation in Gist province, while the 4th Legion commander, a competent noble from the later Jin dynasty, had demonstrated considerable leadership skills and quelled numerous rebellions during his 12 years of service. Through the King Bug, Sweeney observed an opposing force of nearly 10,000 troops, with combatants comprising 80% of their ranks. The ratio of mages and archers was notably higher than that of the 3rd Legion, and should these mages unleash their spells, they could inflict significant damage upon the Bug clan. Contemplating this, Sweeney directed his gaze toward the battlefield. The 2nd Legion commander, taking a swig of liquor, was acutely aware of his limitations. Addressing the 4th Legion commander, he declared, "You shall lead the vanguard. Should anything go awry, you shall be held accountable." "Yes, my lord," he replied, cursing inwardly but acquiescing outwardly. The 4th Legion commander accepted the command and led 3,000 men out of formation, charging towards Sheetel Port City to commence the siege. All forces assemble. Protect the shield carts. Mages cast detection spells. Remain vigilant for underground movements. Archers prepare to unleash arrows once the enemy is within range. Do not hesitate to fire. Additionally, safeguard the siege engines and trebuchets. This time, Jitelli placed significant emphasis on the impending battle, even unveiling the siege weaponry that had long been stored in the depths of Gister City. Indeed, the crowd responded in unison, subsequently forming lines and assuming their respective roles. The commander of the 4th Legion harbored little hope for this conflict. Although the avian insignia granted him military authority, it did not bestow sufficient forces. In the throes of combat, the outcome remained uncertain. Observing the incantation being chanted by the sorcerers, Swain remained composed. Prior to the battle, he had strategically arranged for a series of burrowing jump worms, intended to gauge the approximate prowess of the accompanying mages. As the spellcasting concluded, one of the elder sorcerers extended his staff, causing ripples to emanate, swiftly penetrating the earth, which soon yielded feedback. Following the directive of the 4th Legion commander, the sorcerers commenced the casting of solidification spells, targeting terrain-altering magics such as mire spells, which were particularly lethal to the burrowing insectoid creatures below. With the casting of this spell, all jump worms within a 30-meter radius were obliterated, leaving only a few cockroaches clinging to life. After several successive solidification spells, the cockroaches were also eradicated. "Commander, the area within 30 meters has been entirely cleared," reported one of the mages. The 4th Legion commander nodded upon receiving the news and commanded, "Form ranks, advance slowly." The mages continued their detection spells, ensuring the safety of the subterranean terrain. With that, the 3,000 troops began their gradual advance. 30 meters had been accounted for, but there remained 40 and 50 meters yet to be explored. Swain pondered this. Observing the vast range of the detection spells, it seemed implausible to proceed undetected, yet encirclement remained a viable strategy. Moreover, those behind him were under the command of that incompetent leader. Such an opportunity could not be squandered. Consequently, Swain dispatched a substantial portion of his forces to circumvent and launch a surprise attack on the commander of the 2nd Legion. However, despite the leader's ineptitude, he was nonetheless fearful, with mages continually casting detection spells in an unbroken cycle. Finally, as they approached the 50-meter mark, the detection spells returned feedback. There, came the urgent shouts, revealing they were surrounded by insects from all sides. Without hesitation, Swain ordered all the insects to erupt from the earth, including those lurking beneath the feet of the 2nd Legion commander at 40 and 50 meters. "Commander, we have received feedback from underground," a mage exclaimed in panic. "What?" The 2nd Legion commander exhibited a flicker of concern but quickly regained his composure, commanding, "Mages, do not cease the solidification spells. All troops, follow me to rescue our comrades." At this moment, Swain commanded the jump worms and cockroaches at the front to launch a full-scale assault, aiming to delay the 2nd Legion commander's reinforcements. Meanwhile, 7,000 jump worms either burrowed or charged forward, arriving in mere moments to engage in fierce combat with the soldiers led by the 4th Legion commander. While 1,400 cockroaches participated in the annihilation, continuously spewing corrosive acid. Unless shielded by enhancement spells, even the shield carts could hardly withstand the triple onslaught. And with such overwhelming numbers, the barrage was merely a blink of an eye away. It became evident that even a joint effort from the 2nd and 4th Legions would only delay their inevitable annihilation. Chapter 11. The Ambition of Ifiluo Old Black. Urtzi. Adon. Countless cries echoed as comrades fell one by one. The white soldiers, their eyes ablaze with fury, fought with reckless abandon, consumed by the singular desire to tear apart the insect beasts before them. The commander of the 4th Legion, a man of genuine valor, unsheathed his sword, unleashing waves of sword energy to alleviate the burden on the front lines. He commanded the mages and archers to engage in ranged attacks, focusing their fire on the cockroach troops. It was evident that as long as the cockroach battalion remained, his survival was in grave peril. Even a 200-meter escape on horseback seemed impossible. The 4th Legion commander recognized the peril, yet underestimated the tenacity of the cockroaches. Even when struck by magic, they would merely retreat to recuperate before rejoining the fray. Panic began to spread. The 2nd Legion leader had already suffered a third of his men. while the 4th Legion had lost a quarter of its forces. Fatigue crept into the 4th Legion commander's arms, yet he could not relent. The 2nd Legion leader, terrified to the point of wetting himself, realized he was unprepared to face such a formidable enemy. His usual exploits involved raiding minor strongholds or slaying villagers to feign victories for swift ascension. "No, don't kill me. I am the 3rd son of Marquis Padani. Spare me. I can offer you gold, a great deal of gold." His desperate plea, heart-wrenching in its sincerity, came after his sword was melted away. If one were unaware that it was a hastily purchased weapon, one might have thought it was a cherished memento. This cry shattered the remaining morale among the soldiers. Their commander was contemplating surrender. What was the point of risking their lives further? Yet hesitance lingered, as they pondered whether the insect beasts would take prisoners or show mercy. At that moment, Sven rose, leaning on a serpentine staff, and amplified his voice with magic. "Lay down your weapons. Surrender, and you shall not be harmed." The soldiers, in a wave of compliance, cast aside their arms and knelt with their hands on their heads, submissive and docile. Witnessing this, the soldiers of the 2nd Legion followed suit, discarding their weapons and adopting a similar posture. "You traitors!" A few, still fueled by valor, attempted to behead the surrendering men, only to have their heads swiftly dissolved by corrosive acid. The horrific screams doused their fervor with cold reality, awakening them to their grim situation. The 4th Legion commander seethed internally, lamenting the presence of such inept allies. However, the tide had turned. The majority of soldiers had surrendered, and further resistance was futile. After all, if survival was possible, why not embrace it? Thus, the 4th Legion commander dismounted and relinquished his weapon. The battle concluded, with the insect horde sustaining minimal losses, only a few hundred jumpers and dozens of cockroaches, numbers that would be replenished by nightfall. The siege machinery and magic at their disposal, alongside the commander's sword energy, were formidable, but soon they would belong to Yang Jian. As the 4th Legion commander observed the insect creatures parting to create a wide passage, a sense of dread enveloped him. Today, they had succumbed to complacency, failing to recognize the intelligence of their adversaries, who had astutely identified the weaknesses in their formation. Worry for just as fate gnawed at him. Yet he believed that as long as the Khanate prioritized the region, the insect beasts would surely be vanquished. Reflecting on this, the two commanders were escorted to the prisoner camp, where Sven sought out Sun Yu. "Mr. Sun," Sven bowed in greeting. Sun Yu returned the gesture, inquiring, "What brings General Sven here today?" "Mr. Sun, we have captured a man claiming to be the 3rd son of Marquis Padani. Would you like to meet him?" Sun Yu's interest piqued, recalling the Marquis's formidable reputation. A duke and 3 marquises in the Khanate, the Marquis Padani wielded power that rivaled that of a duke. If not for the presence of a higher duke, he might have already dominated the political sphere. This fearsome figure publicly governed the Petrolo province, while covertly controlling nearly a third of the territory, a self-proclaimed emperor with grand ambitions. The Duke Suero, an elderly figure nearing his end, devoted himself to suppressing the ambitions of Marquis Padani, yet time was running short, and turmoil loomed on the horizon. With this in mind, Sun Yu nodded and said, "Lead the way." Together, they entered the prisoner camp, where the 2nd Legion commander was weeping profusely, a sight both tragic and moving. Soon, he was brought into a small, solitary room, where Sun Yu sat, smiling at him. "Padani Ifiluo, please take a seat." Upon recognizing a familiar face, Ifiluo relaxed, taking a seat with casual bravado. Just as he prepared to speak, Sun Yu leaned closer, his shadowy visage resembling that of a devil in the dim light, smiling ominously. "Ifiluo, what do you believe your life is worth?" A bead of cold sweat trickled down Ifiluo's brow as he suddenly grasped the gravity of his situation. As the 3rd son of a father who deemed him unworthy, he had been relegated to gilding in the least productive province of Gist, destined for a modest estate in retirement, and now embroiled in such dire straits. Ifiluo stammered, I. He realized his father likely would not pay a hefty ransom for his release. Observing his growing despair, Sun Yu added fuel to the fire. "Do you know what transpired from the moment you entered the prisoner camp until now?" Ifiluo's expression morphed into one of terror, as if a realization struck him. "Your father is only willing to offer us 40,000 gold coins, which hardly covers the food for our men." Despondently, Ifiluo slumped in his chair, lost in thought. "I cannot fathom it. You, Ifiluo, possess immense talent yet suffer under the weight of your birth order. Your 2 elder brothers hardly acknowledge you, and even your mother." "Do not say any more," Ifiluo shouted in anger, then sat back, stammering, I. Let me be frank. We are followers of Yangjian, the sole heir of the ancient kingdom. His Majesty possesses remarkable abilities. Before I met him, I was merely a teacher, yet now I stand above thousands. Just yesterday, His Majesty granted me a city. As he spoke, Aifiluo's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Our emperor does not seek to incite a calamity of the undead. He merely desires to reclaim what is rightfully ours. Understand, if war is to be waged, it must involve a reshuffling of power and alliances. Have you ever envisioned leading countless troops, standing before your father, your mother, and your two brothers? At that moment, who would dare to disregard you? Who would not seek your favor? Breathless with excitement, Aifiluo found himself lost in this daydream. For now, I do not require your immediate response. Ponder this over time. Look around. This vast prisoner camp houses many who, despite their capabilities, lack opportunity. You, however, must seize your chance. There are only 3 positions available, and you must act swiftly, for it is certain that the 4th Legion commander will claim one. Sun Yu's voice held a captivating allure, rendering Aifiluo almost entranced. Suddenly jolted back to reality, Aifiluo's eyes blazed with determination as he clenched his fists, exclaiming, "Yes, I will make them pay." Sun Yu smiled, patting Aifiluo on the shoulder. "Well done, Aifiluo. Now, we have a dilemma that only you can resolve." Aifiluo, breathing heavily through flared nostrils, nodded resolutely. "All right, Aifiel. I knew I was not mistaken about you. Indeed, you are the most talented individual, one who will undoubtedly prove invaluable in critical moments. You have merely arrived a touch late, yet your talents shall not be overlooked." Aifiel's eyes were bloodshot. "We are about to stage a performance, allowing you to return. During our assault on Jazit City, your cooperation will be essential. I have faith in you, Aifiel." The sincerity in Sun Yu's gaze reflected a profound affirmation, a validation of Aifiel. Throughout his life, Aifiel had never received such recognition. Outside, people flattered him, but at home, he was held in disdain. Even the maidservants sought the favor of his elder brother, while he could only watch helplessly. Contemplating this, tears welled in Aifiel's eyes, and with a firm resolve, he declared, "I vow to serve His Majesty until death." "Rise, rise. Aifiel, you are being too formal. From this moment onward, we shall refer to each other as brothers. They may not acknowledge you as a sibling, but I shall. Elder brother." At this, Aifiel wept freely, feeling as though his life had suddenly blossomed with color. He was no longer a useless being, but a person of worth. He envisioned the day he would lead countless troops before his father, mother, elder brother, and the maidservants, witnessing their obsequiousness and flattery towards him. "The first time I met you, I was unprepared, but take this," he said, presenting a piece of purple jade. "Though we are apart, I hope you always remember that I am here, supporting you. We shall ultimately realize our dreams." In that moment, Aifiel felt an overwhelming sense of camaraderie, a willingness to die for a true friend. However, Sun Yu interrupted, "Dear brother, you must leave now. If you linger too long, suspicions may arise. The performance must be executed in full." "Understood, elder brother." Aifiel reluctantly departed, wiping away his tears. Back in the prisoner camp, he clutched the jade close to his heart, feeling a surge of boundless strength. "Father, mother, and those 2 beasts are unworthy of my elder brother. Just wait. I will ensure you pay for your transgressions." Aifiel thought resolutely. Meanwhile, Swain, lurking in the shadows, was taken aback by these words, realizing the prowess of Mr. Sun. "Mr. Sun truly puts me to shame," Swain sincerely sighed. Sun Yu too wiped away a tear and replied, "Mr. Swain, you flatter me. When it comes to warfare, I must seek your guidance in the future." After a brief exchange, the 2 exited the room to enact their complete performance. Chapter 12. Surrounding way to rescue Zhao on the other side. Governor Jitli of the province of Jister had received news of the defeat of the 2nd and 4th Legions. As he hesitated whether to report this or to rally his forces to salvage the situation before it deteriorated further, he found himself increasingly troubled. Over the course of 3 days, his hair turned significantly grayer, and he appeared to have aged 5 years, consumed by worry. Soon, however, an envoy arrived from the opposing side, demanding a ransom of 700,000 gold coins for the captured soldiers, and proposed discussions in the city of Shelterport. Without delay, Jitli dispatched a trusted aide. The aide's credentials were presented to Sun Yu before his departure, and they were not particularly difficult to verify. Bon, aged 52, a 3rd-tier magician, had previously served as Jitli's deputy but was now in a position of idleness. He was known to be arrogant, greedy, and licentious. After 6 days, Bon arrived in the unremarkable shelter port, harboring disdain for the desolate locale. Upon seeing Sun Yu awaiting him, he composed himself and nodded imperiously. Perceiving the gathering as mere bandits and brigands who had seized a few cities, opportunistically seeking to extort some coin before their master unleashed his wrath upon them. Unbeknownst to him, Jitli would soon lead his troops to attack and eradicate the lowly inhabitants of this place. Concealing his thoughts, Bon inquired directly, "Have accommodations been arranged? Is it still necessary to arrange lodging?" Sun Yu countered with feigned surprise, a hint of nervousness in his demeanor. Bon's temper flared upon hearing this, and he retorted, "I have traveled 6 days without rest to reach your territory, and you have not arranged accommodations? Are you unaware of the protocols for negotiations?" Yes, I shall make arrangements immediately," Sun Yu replied with a somewhat obsequious smile. Bon nodded, his suspicions growing, though he did not reveal them. At that moment, the sun shone brightly, casting a serene and prosperous atmosphere over the city, yet Bon furrowed his brow, sensing an inexplicable unease. Soon, a guest house was prepared for him, and he took residence there. Sun Yu closed the door and asked, "May I inquire how to address you, my lord?" "Bon," he replied coolly, producing his own tea. Sun Yu took a seat beside him, beaming with flattery as he exclaimed, "My lord Bon, I have long admired your accomplishments. They are truly impressive." Bon, intrigued, feigned nonchalance and asked, "Is there something you wish to discuss?" Sun Yu and Apos' smile broadened as he sighed. "To be frank, my lord, you are aware that once Jitli leads his army here, we shall inevitably be unable to withstand them. Jitli merely wishes to preserve as many lives as possible. I can see that this ancient kingdom cannot endure for much longer, and I hope you might be able to introduce me to someone, so that I may find a position and make a living." As he spoke, Sun Yu placed a small brocade box on the table. Upon opening the box and seeing its golden contents, Bon's expression brightened, and he exclaimed, "Ah, you are indeed a perceptive one." His smile widened, revealing a face lined with wrinkles. "Your capabilities are well known to me, my lord, and your understanding is commendable. However, while I am quite familiar with Jitli, I cannot simply—" Bon trailed off, rubbing his hands together. Sun Yu's smile faltered momentarily before he gathered his thoughts, saying, "My lord, this is all I possess. However, tomorrow we will negotiate the ransom for the soldiers, and whatever sum we agree upon shall be yours." He adopted a resolute demeanor. Upon hearing this, Bon's eyes glistened with excitement as he contemplated the substantial sum. He nodded eagerly, and the two engaged in lengthy discussions, both parties ultimately satisfied with the arrangement. The next day, at the negotiation table, both sides performed their roles adeptly, exchanging heated arguments and standing firm in their positions. It took 3 days to reach an agreement. Bon began to harbor doubts about the negotiations, but Sun Yu's timely taps on his teacup clarified matters for him. Eventually, a ransom of 600,000 gold coins was established to secure the release of all the captives, including Afiel. As Bon hurried back with the news, the nearby cities hastily gathered the ransom, albeit with great reluctance. Once the ransom was delivered, Sun Yu released the prisoners. As Afiel departed, he cast a glance at Sun Yu, who offered an encouraging look, tightening his grip in gratitude. Once everyone had left, Yang Jian and Sui entered, and Sun Yu bowed respectfully. Yang Jian observed the departing group with concern for their futures, and he praised Sun Yu, noting that had it not been for Sun Yu's loyalty, he would have suspected the entire situation was a deception. Truly, politicians can be ruthless. Upon returning to Gister City, Afiel's circumstances remained unchanged, though he appointed a patrol officer to maintain order, opting not to return to the front lines, allowing him to lead a group in nefarious activities. Jitli continued to turn a blind eye, indifferent as long as trouble was averted, regardless of the number of lowly subjects. Meanwhile, Yang Jian and his allies awaited Jitli's approach. The territories conquered on the western continent required further consolidation, and the red crystal armored ants had been dispatched. Having acquired tunneling techniques, they began delving underground to seek resources. On the surface, Yang Jian remained inactive, orchestrating several merchant caravans led by heroic figures from the commercial sector, accompanied by local individuals toward distant lands. The pieces of the game began to take shape, and Sun Yu grew increasingly busy, necessitating the cultivation of additional administrative talents. Fortunately, the human society had discovered the circulation of red crystals, although the black market and auctions demanded exorbitant prices. Furthermore, They unearthed crystals of even higher quality, known as orange and yellow crystals, while the existence of more advanced crystals remained a mystery. Soon, Jitli mobilized several nearby legions, totaling 50,000 troops, 45,000 soldiers, and 5,000 logistical support, marching day and night to a city near Shelterport for resupply. However, unbeknownst to them, the king worm had spotted their rapid advance. Although the king worm was later discovered, a surprise attack was no longer feasible, and within 3 days, Jitli recaptured the 3 cities previously seized by Sui, surrounding Shelterport. Yang Jian harbored little concern, for he had the Elf Island to retreat to. Even if the western continent fell, he could still advance northward to attack the Rahan kingdom. The eastern continent was not a consideration for the moment, as its military strength surpassed that of the west. The presence of East Asians on the western continent stemmed from historical incursions from the east, which had been curtailed by maritime storms that severed their reinforcements. Subsequently, the East Asians established settlements and conquered vast territories on the western continent. It is worth mentioning that the western continent is vast, with considerable distances between cities. Despite the size of the Rahan kingdom, it comprises only 8 provinces, with over 60 cities boasting populations in the millions, yet they appear insignificant amidst the expansive landscape. Sui sat within the tent, accompanied by 4 heroic figures hatched from red crystals under Yang Jian's direction. Due to advancements in magical research, each newly hatched hero required additional resources to enhance their strength, evolving from mere brute force to more nuanced capabilities. Among them were Guan Yu, Qin Xiong, and Cheng Yaojin, figures birthed from Yang Jian's peculiar interests. In this narrative, Qin Xiong and Guan Gong engage in daily combat, while Cheng Yaojin observes, unable to contain his excitement. As a younger generation, after challenging Yasuo, he finds himself embroiled in the fray with the 2 warriors, transforming their duel into a chaotic 3-way skirmish, resulting in significant growth for each participant. Yasuo, having surpassed level 6 and attained the status of a level 7 warrior, stands at a crucial juncture that has stymied many. The true strength of level 7 lies in the qualitative transformation of combat energy. It has transitioned into a liquid state, amplifying its power while reducing consumption and greatly increasing capacity. Such an evolution, if documented, would surely attract the attention of the scientific community, were it not for the need to protect Yang Jian. At this moment, the 3 warriors managed to find a rare tranquility, seated in anticipation of Swain's pronouncement. The heroes of the Zerg possess their own thoughts, yet their unwavering loyalty to the Overlord remains their sole conviction, impervious to any external influences. Guan Yu, with his habitual squint and a long breath, wields a cold, gleaming guandao, while Cheng Yaojin struggles to maintain his composure, his face taut. Qin Xiong sits in silence, awaiting the forthcoming words. After a lengthy contemplation, Swain finally speaks. This time, Mr. Sun and Apos, scouts have reported that there are 50,000 troops, of which 45,000 are combat-ready. Among them are 20 siege crossbows, 10 catapults, and 2 previously unseen magical cannons. Here is the information regarding the magical cannons. Take a look. As he speaks, a magical screen appears before each individual, and they scrutinize it intently. Swain pauses, then continues. This time, we have only 30,000 jumping bugs and 4,000 cockroaches. The conventional underground tactics were tested in the siege of Tel City, with a detection range exceeding 50 meters, resulting in the annihilation of our drilling units. The situation is dire, and I hope you are prepared for sacrifice. The 3 warriors nod solemnly, affirming everything for the Overlord. Swain nods in agreement and further analyzes. Regarding logistics, Jitli is determined to succeed in this endeavor. Traditional supply lines are no longer viable, even with a surprise attack. If we capture Shetter Harbor City within a day, Jitli can secure our food supplies. I need you to apply pressure on these 3 cities. He indicates 3 nearby locations. If we neglect to defend them and they fall, Jitli could quickly be in jeopardy. Understood. The 3 warriors acknowledged their orders, each assigned their respective troops, and set forth. Swain gazes at the moonlit sky, his resolve unwavering as he heads to the next destination. Chapter 13. The Fall of the Gister Province. Mr. Sun, the situation is dire. I believe it is time to execute the plan. Sweeney arrived at Sun Yu's door, lightly knocking 3 times. Upon being welcomed inside, he took a seat. Sun Yu nodded in agreement, saying, "Very well, I shall prepare immediately." That night, the Black Veil Guild received a commission. The Black Veil Guild, a band of thieves, was motivated solely by monetary gain, recognizing neither friend nor foe. For the right price, they would not hesitate to assassinate Gitterly. However, such an endeavor would require an exorbitant fee, and since the Black Veil Guild was not a premier criminal organization, they opted instead to create chaos in the city of Feebart, where Gitterly was currently stationed. Fires erupted throughout the city, and numerous military installations were attacked, keeping the officers busy throughout the night. Despite suffering significant losses, the reckless band of outlaws was efficient, compensated handsomely for their services, leaving the soldiers utterly exhausted. Meanwhile, 600 cockroaches stealthily approached the armory beneath Feebart City. Through the eyes of the King Bug, Sweeney issued a decisive command, and in an instant, 300 cockroaches surged forth from the ground, launching a frenzied assault reminiscent of a suicide squad on the armory. The siege engines were drenched in a foul concoction, their usability hanging by a thread. The magical cannons suffered damage to one of their barrels, and 4 trebuchets collapsed, resulting in heavy losses, with casualties numbering in the hundreds. This audacious and elusive raid left Gitterly at his wit's end. The events of the previous night could not be ignored, and now, reports of 3 besieged cities that were surrounded but not attacked flooded in, driving those cities to frantically send messages seeking reinforcements. With each layer of trouble, Gitterly found himself stretched thin. As an experienced politician, he could navigate the intricacies of power play with ease, yet when it came to warfare, it was merely a matter of longevity and experience. On the battlefield, the enemy would not engage in idle chatter. Gitterly slumped into his chair, a fierce glint in his eyes. Relay my orders. The entire army must prepare to depart at once, with the objective of reaching the city of Sheetel. Before long, the quality of the troops became evident. Within half an hour, the reinvigorated force of 50,000 was assembled and marched toward Sheetel. On the other side, Sweeney, having learned of the developments through the King Bug, gathered his swarm. 15,000 jump bugs and 2,000 cockroaches took position on a high mountain, preparing to ambush Sheetel on its route. As Sheetel hurriedly advanced, this location was likely to be a critical pass. Even if it wasn't, the King Bug's vision would easily reveal Shetel's path, allowing for adjustments. Shortly thereafter, Sheetel arrived at the mountain, observing it with a sense of foreboding. If ambushers lurked there, the assault would be as unstoppable as a tiger descending the mountain. Sensing danger, Sheetel, relying on his instincts as a 7th-level warrior, decided against entering. After much deliberation, he chose to take a detour. However, Sweeney had no intention of allowing them to escape. My friend, since you have arrived, why not share a cup of tea and reminisce? Yang Jian sat atop the mountain, watching Sheetel. Shetel's hawk-like gaze sharpened as it fell upon Yang Jian. Even from hundreds of meters away, Yang Jian felt a tingling sensation on his skin. At this distance, Sheetel unleashed a blade of energy, aimed directly at Yang Jian. Yet, as Yang Jian's protector, Yasuo would not allow Sheetel to showcase his prowess unchallenged. A sound akin to a dragon's roar echoed in everyone's ears, as if a beam of light descended from the heavens, reminiscent of the Milky Way cascading to the earth. In a moment, a gentle breeze swept across Shetel's face, shattering the blade of energy. A bead of cold sweat dripped from Shetel's brow, while Yang Jian chuckled and commanded, "Charge." Yang Jian had insisted on joining this expedition, as he could not remain confined to the Lord's mansion indefinitely. Prolonged idleness would inevitably lead to boredom. He craved excitement, yearning to release the solitude that had plagued him for a year. "Yasuo, keep that old man occupied," Yang Jian ordered, and Yasuo immediately complied, vanishing from Yang Jian's side only to reappear halfway across the distance. Sheetel tightened his grip on his weapon, instinctively recognizing that this somewhat unruly man before him would prove to be a formidable rival, perhaps even an unconquerable one. The jump bugs, brimming with excitement, emerged from the mountainside like a pack of ravenous wolves, surging forward with an unstoppable momentum, fierce and merciless, charging straight towards the soldiers. At that moment, Gitterly had already dismounted, directing Yasuo elsewhere, aware that a confrontation between himself and Yasuo would spell disaster for the surrounding troops. The clang of metal echoed as countless blades clashed. Sheetel was drenched in cold sweat, while his second-in-command, Zeus, barked orders. "Form ranks. Shield carts at the front. And do not retreat, even at the cost of your lives. Archers, prepare to fire. Wizards, cast enhancement spells to bolster the shields. Priests, raise the light shields. Archers, let loose your arrows. The rest, hold the line." Swiftly, commands were issued, and the troops found their focus, forming a battle line. Yang Jian observed and learned, while two handmaidens he had brought along trembled in fear, nervously offering him food and drink. "Sweeney, I leave this to you." Yang Jian understood his own limitations. Shouting a battle cry was exhilarating, but the rest was best entrusted to Sweeney. He would relish the moment, all while continuing to learn. Sweeney nodded, subsequently adjusting the jump bug's momentum to encircle the soldiers. It was hard to fathom that 15,000 jump bugs could surround 50,000 troops. Yet, this was precisely what was unfolding before their eyes. Gradually, a circle began to take shape. The jump bugs, remaining hundreds of meters away, merely observed the soldiers, making no move. Zeus felt a bead of sweat trickle down his forehead, realizing the dire situation they were in. If this stalemate continued, his side would undoubtedly suffer defeat. Yang Jian's eyes lit up. Even as a novice, he could discern that the odds had shifted from a balanced 50-50 to a starkly unfavorable one. If these soldiers did not break free, they would inevitably be worn down. Seeking reinforcements was futile, as the nearest 3 besieged cities were utterly cut off, leaving them with no options. The closest assistance would require at least 3 days, and in a forced march, they were likely to be overrun by the swarm. The battlefield echoed only with Gitterly's enraged shouts. "Zeus, what are you doing?" Gitterly stole a glance at his side, realizing the unfavorable circumstances, and felt his vision redden. With a furious swing, he cleaved at Yasuo, only to find himself nearly severed in the process. Zeus felt a deep sense of despair as the surrounding guards turned their anxious gazes toward him. At this distance, magic attacks were ineffective. Only one mage was capable of reaching them, and even that was unlikely to eliminate such a multitude. Furthermore, the king bugs, carrying massive boulders, rained down from the sky. Though the height had been diminished due to the boulders, 200 meters was still a challenging altitude to breach. Wizards, counterattack. Quickly retaliate. The scarcity and power of the wizards proved to be no exaggeration, as numerous king bugs were obliterated by fireballs the size of cars, exploding and raining down on the soldiers. Beneath such a torrential assault of fireballs, the boulders shattered, with only a dozen or so crashing down, striking the light shields and significantly alleviating the impact. Ultimately, just 1 or 2 caused real harm, resulting in dozens of soldiers meeting a gruesome fate. However, the king bug's pace was too slow. They had fared well this time, but the desired effect had not been achieved, prompting Sweeney to halt the king bug's suicidal tactics. The scene fell into an eerie silence, with neither side making a move. At that moment, Z seemed to recall something and shouted, "Quickly, prepare the giant crossbows and catapults. The magical artillery is ready to be loaded." With this command, the siege troops immediately began adjusting their siege weapons. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Massive boulders and arrows as thick as a man's thigh soared towards the swarm of creatures. Although the swarm had begun to scatter and evade, some casualties still occurred. Meanwhile, Swain appeared oblivious, allowing the swarm to encircle the soldiers. Following this, a milky white beam of light, radiating a faint red glow, shot towards the swarm, clearing a straight path through it. The intense heat crystallized the soil into glass. In that single shot, 300 jump bugs were obliterated in an instant. At this juncture, Swain finally moved, slowly descending the hillside toward the military formation. After the humans launched several rounds of attack, over 1,000 jump bugs had been killed or wounded, and the magical artillery began to cool down. Upon reaching the front lines, Swain pointed his staff and chanted incantations. Boom! The sky darkened suddenly as a mass of dark clouds spread, enveloping the human soldiers, followed by furious lightning strikes. Bang, bang, bang. The light shields repeatedly absorbed the impacts, and Swain's expression grew grave, indicating that this magic could not be unleashed at will. However, Swain's arrangement was not his own magic. It was derived from the roaches beneath the ground. The roaches had finally burrowed up to the humans' feet, and due to Swain's relentless bombardment, the mages had rushed to assist the priests in maintaining their defenses, leaving no time to address the underground threat. Thus, tragedy unfolded once more. In the distance, the jump bugs ceased their observation and swiftly charged toward the human soldiers, their cold, ruthless gazes fixed upon them, instilling terror. Ah! Cries of anguish echoed, plunging the scene into chaos. Z's felt utterly despondent, realizing that all hope was lost. In light of the impending horrific consequences, he drew his sword and took his own life. The battle was indeed a complete rout, a one-sided disaster. On the other side, Shetley's eyes had turned entirely red. However, he ultimately fell without achieving any breakthrough, becoming mere fodder for the evolution of the insect horde. Notably, hero units were programmed by Yang Jian to refrain from consuming enemy corpses for evolution. Otherwise, the scene would have been far too gruesome. This battle approached its conclusion. Yet Swain delayed issuing the order to accept the surrendering troops until Yang Jian could no longer bear to watch. Only then did Swain withdraw the insect army and issue a magical proclamation. At that moment, 95% of the remaining soldiers had cast down their weapons and chosen to surrender. Only 5% continued to resist, only to be systematically exterminated by the swarm. The ensuing bloody scene would haunt these individuals for the rest of their lives, becoming an indelible nightmare. Let them go, Swain decided calmly, removing all military supplies and leaving only some provisions before withdrawing. Yang Jian followed suit, riding on water ink. Finally awakened from slumber, water ink stirred. And as Yang Jian rode atop, he sensed a flow of magic and fighting spirit, which filled him with exhilaration. Without delay, Yang Jian took water ink to the Lord's mansion, keeping it by his side to cultivate his fighting spirit. As for why he chose fighting spirit, it was because it could enhance the body far more effectively than magic. After all, he intended to establish a harem. If his body was unfit, how could he succeed? Yang Jian smiled with great satisfaction. Chapter 14. The grand scheme. A month had passed since the fall of the Gister province, and news of the calamity reverberated throughout the kingdom, sending tremors through the royal court. Inside the council chamber, it was teeming with people. The noise reminiscent of a bustling marketplace, which abruptly ceased as an elderly figure ascended the throne. Silence enveloped the room, a profound stillness settling over all present. The old man, clad in simple white garments, exuded an aura of austerity and purity. The Gister province has fallen, the elder murmured, his voice barely above a whisper. The assembly fell into an eerie silence, as if all sounds had been stripped away from existence. Even the faintest breath seemed to vanish. "Ankelong, are you below?" the old man inquired, casting his gaze upon a middle-aged general. The general, filled with trepidation, knelt on one knee, promptly responding, "Your Majesty, I am here." "Rise. I did not command you to kneel. Speak, what are your thoughts?" The elder smiled gently, as if imparting a truth that was undeniable. Ankelong, still hesitant, remained kneeling and replied, "Your Majesty, I believe we must reclaim the Gister province. If the Rahani and Donghakan nations perceive us as incapable of confronting a band of marauders, our borders will surely be threatened." The king nodded, leaning upon his scepter, casually asking, "Bidala, what are your thoughts?" "I propose we first appease these barbarians. Once they lower their guard, we can strike decisively," he suggested. "Oh, elaborate on your idea," the king urged. "Your Majesty, we could temporarily cede land near the Rahani border to them, diverting their attention and compelling Rahani to face a dual threat. Should a conflict ensue between them, we stand to gain. Furthermore, we could withdraw our forces from that section of the border to fortify against these marauders, significantly alleviating the strain on our troops. Lastly, we could also ally with Rahani to jointly combat these intruders." Upon hearing this, the king's eyes brightened. "But what if these marauders refuse to comply?" "Your Majesty, given the current circumstances, Gister province is merely 20 kilometers from the border. If we pull back, they will inevitably move to occupy that land. And then we can observe their conflict from a safe distance," Bidala responded, confidence radiating from him. The king nodded in approval and subsequently announced his departure. As the assembly dispersed, he trembled slightly as he returned to his quarters, dismissing everyone. He activated a hidden mechanism, revealing a secret passageway, and descended into darkness. Amidst flickering flames, the king's visage appeared almost demonic. That night, Ankelong secretly visited Bidala's residence, and the two conspired together. "Elder brother, there is something I cannot fathom," Ankelong said respectfully, though unbeknownst to outsiders, these two were, in truth, sworn brothers despite their public rivalry. Bidala took a bite of his meal and replied, "You wish to inquire about the disappearance of all 7th level and above mages from our kingdom over the past few years. Their whereabouts remain unknown, and all 7th level warriors have been dispatched to a desolate area under the pretense of focused training. With the loss of Gister province, it is perplexing that not a single 8th level professional has been recalled. Indeed, just a few years ago, every inch of territory was fiercely contested, leading to conflicts with Rahani. This sudden shift in strategy is truly enigmatic," Ankelong remarked, furrowing his brow as he sipped his drink. Enough about that. Have you completed the preparations I requested? Bidala inquired. Yes, elder brother. We are ready to depart at your command. I have made all necessary arrangements, Ankalon confirmed. Excellent. To our success. They toasted, clinking their glasses together until the night grew deep, after which Ankalon stealthily returned home. Meanwhile, Bidala gazed towards the royal court, reflecting on how the guardian beast, the golden-eyed lightning eagle, had long vanished, and the night felt darker than ever before. 2 days later, Sun Yu received word that a portion of the border troops from the Hakon and Rahani nations had withdrawn, leaving the area adjacent to the Gister province devoid of any sovereign claim. Sun Yu knocked on the door of Swain's chamber. Mr. Swain, I bring the latest intelligence from our scouts, he announced. Swain accepted the information, his expression shifting as he hastily unfurled a magical map for closer examination. Sun Yu harbored a vague suspicion but lacked clarity, as his expertise lay primarily in domestic affairs. After a moment, Swain chuckled knowingly. Mr. Sun, this is likely a grand scheme from the Hakon nation. Without delay, he elaborated, observe this region. Its size is negligible to Hakon. With the withdrawal of their border guards, it has become a lawless expanse. The Rahani will undoubtedly suspect deceit and may hesitate to occupy it immediately, yet they will certainly send scouts across the border. If we do not seize it, Rahani surely will. Consequently, we will find ourselves bordering them, and without a proper understanding of our military capabilities, they will likely attempt to seize this territory, continuing their assaults even after initial setbacks. Sun Yu felt a chill run down his spine. Regardless of whether we occupy the land, we will inevitably confront Rahani, leading to an unavoidable conflict. Thus, we must act swiftly to claim it. The two conferred for a while before seeking out Yang Jian to report. If we disguise a few men to patrol as before, can we maintain the status quo? Yang Jian inquired, perplexed. Swain shook his head. Given Hakon's recent maneuvers, they will soon disseminate news of the troop withdrawal, ensuring that Rahani is informed. Even if only temporarily, Rahani will not miss this opportunity. If I am not mistaken, come dawn, we may very well see Rahani's forces staring back at us across the border, Swain added. Yang Jian rubbed his chin, pondering before asking, what are your thoughts on this matter? I believe we ought to dispatch Guan Yu and Qin Xiong to the border to fortify against any potential Rahani incursions. Meanwhile, we should remain passive on our side. Hakon, being a colossal entity, will inevitably move, and their current strategy suggests they harbor reservations. We must seize this opportunity to consolidate our territory, Sun Yu proposed. Yang Jian nodded in agreement and queried, since Hakon is apprehensive, why not take this chance to expand our gains? Swain countered, Your Majesty, even if we pursue expansion, extending our forces along the border would weaken our defenses. We cannot afford to disperse our troops further. Yang Jian's face flushed with realization of his own avarice. He then asked, should we not reinforce our ranks with more elite units? After some contemplation, Swain firmly replied, I believe we should add 2 more administrative specialists and 1 strategist. Very well, Yang Jian acknowledged, and Sun Yu and Swain took their leave. Yang Jian then pondered over the magical map, observing that the western continent resembled a serpent's head gaping wide, while he stood in a slight depression just below its center. The western continent is broadly divided into 3 regions. In the lower left corner lies the Kingdom of Hakon, predominantly inhabited by Caucasians, covering an expanse of 9.4 million square kilometers. To the right is the Eastern Hakon, occupying 5 million square kilometers, largely populated by a significant number of black individuals. Above, in the northern region, is the Kingdom of Rahan, where yellow-skinned people predominantly reside, encompassing an area of 6 million square kilometers. Presently, over 1.2 million square kilometers of Hakon's territory has been seized. If we factor in the upcoming acquisition of unclaimed lands, the total will reach 1.5 million square kilometers. It is evident that the forthcoming battles will be exceedingly brutal, possibly the most arduous confrontations Yang Jian has faced since arriving on this continent. This conflict will undoubtedly have far-reaching implications. Yang Jian took a deep breath, continuing to cultivate his fighting spirit. Within him, a faint cyclone began to form, slowly rotating. At this moment, he had become an initiate warrior. The following day, just as dawn broke, Beijiale, the western border commander of the Kingdom of Rahan and a 7th-level warrior, sat in his chair, perusing a confidential report. The intelligence seemed deceptively easy to obtain, as rumors had begun circulating that Rahan was preparing to abandon its northwestern border. Observations from the previous night indicated that Hakan had indeed relinquished control over this segment of the frontier. However, the cautious Beijiale would not act impulsively. As a seasoned veteran who had defended the borders against Hakan for countless years, safeguarding the territory was his primary concern, with expansion taking a secondary role. Esteemed colleagues, I invite your perspectives. Let us begin with you, Aer. Yes, I believe that Hakan's troop withdrawal must be scrutinized, as prior reports indicated that Hakan's Jizit province had fallen into the hands of a band of marauders. To forfeit such an opportunity would be a grave misstep. A mere band of brigands should not pose an insurmountable challenge. We should seize this territory and then advance into Jizit province. Once the kingdom receives news of our swift victory, reinforcements will surely follow, and we may very well capture the entirety of Hakan. Indeed, let us conquer Hakan. Let us conquer Hakan. In an instant, the room was filled with enthusiastic agreement. Yet, amidst the fervor, a discordant voice emerged. I believe we must deliberate further. Acting rashly could result in the loss of our established territories. The speaker, clad in a white long robe adorned with ink bamboo, caught Beijiale and Apos' attention. Beijiale nodded, acknowledging this concern. North Star, what are your thoughts? He inquired of the scholar. I concur that we must occupy the land, but we should also mobilize our rear forces to prepare for any unforeseen circumstances. With sufficient manpower, we can ensure that we stand to gain. Regardless of whether we advance or retreat, the scholar pondered before responding. Very well, let this be our course of action, Beijiale declared, his eyes gleaming with determination. Aer immediately informed the rear to prepare 20,000 troops, awaiting orders. Xiaoxi, rally our forces at once. We shall depart without delay. Yes, yes, yes. The assembly responded in unison. Thus, the kingdom of Rahan resolved to embark on its mission. Chapter 15. Reluctant division of forces as Swain had anticipated. Within a mere day, the Zerg and the kingdom of Harahan had aligned their interests, resulting in more than 5 skirmishes, all of which ended in victory for the Zerg. At this moment, both factions stood in a tense standoff, evenly matched. Within the military tent of the Harahan forces, Beijiale, the scholar Shannon Baidu, Aki, and Xiaoxi were present. Aki, what does the kingdom say? Beijiale inquired, polishing his sword. The man known as Aki replied, General, the kingdom has expressed its support for our efforts and will dispatch an additional 30,000 troops, bringing the total to 50,000. If we achieve further merits, they will immediately send another 50,000. And provisions? General, we have only 1 week's worth of supplies. If those 50,000 troops arrive, it may only last 3 days. At this, Aki's expression grew grim. Humph. Beijiale slammed the table, his iron-like hand leaving an imprint. These scoundrels are still withholding supplies, he exclaimed in a fit of rage. The surrounding individuals wore troubled expressions, yet dared not voice their grievances. Beijiale, despite his position, knew that even a mere word could lead to imprisonment, awaiting an unfounded charge of execution or exile. After regaining some composure, Beijiale turned to Baidu and asked, What do you think we should do about this battle? After some deliberation, Baidu replied, General, I believe that since the Harahan forces have suffered repeated defeats at the hands of these bandits, it is evident that the bandits possess considerable strength. If we rashly engage them in battle, we may fall into the Harahan's trap. Therefore, I suggest we acknowledge the establishment of the bandits' kingdom and refrain from participating in their conflict. We have already gained much without loss. Should we falter, we may suffer as the Harahan have. Beijiale furrowed his brow. A man in his prime, he did not wish to linger on the borders for eternity. The bandits, if led by the 9th level mage An1, would pose a significant threat. Xiaoxi, go speak with the kingdom's representatives and request the presence of mage An1. No, I shall do it myself, Beijiale said after a moment's thought, changing his mind. Baidu sighed, opting for silence. Beijiale hastily exited the tent, heading towards the military's magical communication station. At that moment, Sun Yu penned a magical letter to AI Fuel, affirming AI Fuel's successful maneuver during the assault on Jister City, where he had opened the gates at night to allow the Zerg forces to enter with minimal loss, thereby securing the city. He encouraged AI Fuel to endure a bit longer, embedding several subtle hints within his message. Upon receiving the magical correspondence, AI Fuel was overwhelmed with emotion, tears brimming in his eyes as he wiped them away and gazed in the direction of Sun Yu, clenching his fists before seeking out some noble companions for an evening at the Flower Moon venue. Meanwhile, on Yang Jin's front, Swain had assessed the situation through the recent skirmishes, discovering that the combat prowess of the Harahan soldiers was comparable to that of the Hakan. However, he remained uncertain whether the elite units, Tiger Head Army, Black Mountain Army, and Lucien Army, had arrived, as their presence would pose a considerable threat. Swain laid aside the battle reports, casting his gaze towards Harahan's capital, Hatay City, which lay eerily quiet. The absence of any elite units, even after the fall of Gistor Province, was deeply unsettling. Mr. Gua, what is your perspective on this matter? Swain inquired of a newly hatched hero unit beside him. Swain held a profound respect for scholarly heroes, often looking down upon mere warriors. The strategist known as Mr. Gua, reclining and half inebriated, replied, I am but a fool, unable to conceive a solution. Hearing this, Swain chuckled heartily. I too find myself at a loss, huh? With that, he raised his cup and drank deeply. Since solutions eluded him, he resolved to adapt to circumstances as they arose, allowing Sun Yu and his associates to handle affairs for the time being. A hero specializing in intelligence gathering, named Bond, emerged, taking charge of Sun Yu's information department and consolidating it into a singular entity called the Eastern Bureau, a name bestowed by Yang Jian, reflecting his peculiar sense of humor. He further trained a cadre of orphans, forming the Jinui, who underwent physical enhancements from a young age to harness fighting spirit and even transform. This initiative was overseen by 20 scientific researchers, underscoring Yang Jian's commitment to the project. No human subject experimentation without my approval, Yang Jian admonished the researchers. Consequently, the crime rate plummeted as bandits and mountain thieves, along with certain prisoners who had committed serious offenses and were incarcerated, were taken away and never returned. For 3 days, tranquility reigned. Mobilizing an army of 50,000 was no simple task, and more critically, they awaited the arrival of Mage and One. Beijiale, eagerly anticipating Anduin's arrival, was finally rewarded. Mage Anduin appeared clad in a water-blue robe adorned with golden moons and dark golden stripes on his shoulders, a high collar, and a flowing cloak. Accompanying him was a translucent blue diamond crystal, exuding a refreshing aura. On his first day, Anduin requested a day of rest, deeming the bandits easily vanquishable and expressing disdain over the anxiety of those who had traveled far from the imperial capital, feeling compelled to abandon his magical research. Much to his irritation, Beijiale, wearing a simpering smile, nodded repeatedly. The following day, as noon approached, Anduin reluctantly exited his tent, stowing away his magical pavilion into his spatial ring. After a meal, he mounted the crimson flame cloud horse and nodded. Beijiale, having waited impatiently, immediately called out, "Let us depart." A grand army of 150,000 set forth, with 13,000 combatants among them, while the remainder comprised logistics personnel responsible for supplies and the transport of siege equipment. Within a day, the Zerg had relinquished all territory under their control to Harahan, which halted its advance and encamped at the border of Gistor Province. Simultaneously, the Empire dispatched an additional 50,000 troops to assist in the defense of the reclaimed regions. Swain and Guijia sat within their tent, perusing the battle reports in silence. Both men were deeply contemplative. At this juncture, 9th-level practitioners were indeed formidable. With a mere spell, Mage Anduin unleashed a barrage of fireballs the size of automobiles, impossible to evade or counter. Even should they attempt to fill the air with jump bugs to prevent Anduin from casting, how many would that require? 5,000. The Zerg could not bear such a cost. With only 40,000 jump bugs and 5,000 cockroaches at their disposal, direct confrontation was utterly unfeasible. At this moment, reliance fell solely upon the Zerg themselves. If only the Zerg had a 9th-level practitioner, many of their issues would be resolved. Alas, their highest combatant, Yasuo, only reached 7th level, still far from the 8th, let alone the 9th. The open deployment of a 9th-level practitioner suggested either a blatant confidence in the absence of a corresponding threat from the Zerg or a mere test. Regardless, the Zerg could not produce a single 9th-level practitioner. Hoping for Harahan to restrain this 9th-level practitioner was a fool's dream. If Harahan were capable of deploying such a force, they would have long since reclaimed Gistor Province without contest, rendering the current predicament unnecessary. Although 9th-level professionals still belong to the realm of humanity, they have become invincible demigods in the eyes of those below the 9th level, coupled with their extraordinarily long lifespan, which can extend up to 5 centuries. Each 9th-level professional is a formidable force that is nearly impossible to withstand, especially against the insectoid species, which, at present, stands no chance. The kingdom of Hakan had long stationed troops along the border of the Gist province, and should the insectoid forces attempt to break through, they would likely suffer catastrophic losses. Within the tent, Swain and Guojia sat facing each other. Finally, Guojia spoke, saying, "Mr. Swain, I must ask you to take on the front lines. I appreciate your efforts." Swain paused, contemplating, then slowly nodded and replied, "Proceed with utmost caution." Having exchanged their thoughts, the two departed the tent. It is worth noting that conversations between intelligent individuals are often succinct, leaving outsiders entirely perplexed. However, Yang Jian had to comprehend the implications. Through Swain's elucidation, Yang Jian understood that the duo intended to exchange space for time, much like Chairman Mao did in past conflicts, allowing the sharp edge of the Hakan kingdom to penetrate deeply while the flanks were held at all costs, thereby indirectly extending the battle lines of Hakan, all the while utilizing this interval to thoroughly exploit the resources of the newly acquired lands. The Gist province alone boasts nearly 100 mining veins, including 14 major ones, each projected to yield billions of ordinary resources. Such an immense quantity is already being diligently extracted, with worker bees toiling day and night, continuously hatching new worker bees. Nonetheless, even with these efforts, fully extracting these minerals would require 4 months. Swain and Guojia aimed to slow the offensive of the Hakan kingdom, hoping to stabilize their borders, thus granting the insectoid forces sufficient time to consolidate. Once their strategy was resolved, Swain and Guojia wasted no time. That very night, the insectoid forces commenced their movements. Guan Yu and Qin Xiong led 10,000 jumping insects and 1,500 cockroaches towards the northwestern border for harassment, ideally aiming to create chaos. Meanwhile, Guojia, accompanied by Cheng Yaojin, headed towards the northeastern border. In stark contrast, the northern region of Beijiale, where Anduin resided, experienced no disturbances from the insectoids and remained tranquil. That evening, under the relentless assault of the insectoid forces, news began to circulate. Most soldiers fled in disarray, for not all could withstand such a merciless onslaught. And not every race could endure the heavy losses that the insectoids accepted as part of their relentless warfare. The news swiftly reached Beijiale, who was abruptly awakened in a fury and led 30,000 soldiers towards the northeastern front for reinforcement, dispatching 2 aides to the northwestern front as well. To his dismay, upon arrival, he found naught but ruins and debris, with only bloodstains and unmovable supplies reduced to ashes. A sense of trepidation gripped Beijiale. He feared that if he pressed further south, it might spell his doom. However, with the formidable archmage Anduin still present, he quelled his fears, reminding himself that should they conquer the Gist province, the sacrifices made would be justified. With this resolve, Beijiale reined in his steed, turning back the entire army. In the night, flames flickered in the background, casting a shadowy visage on Beijiale's face, obscuring his features, yet his desires swelled. The soldiers marched onward into the engulfing darkness, following their commander. Despite the insectoid forces' victories over these 2 borderlines, their own losses were considerable. Fortunately, human soldiers, faced with overwhelming casualties, tended to flee, and the absence of formidable generals to hold the line meant that, had there been, the insectoids might have faced a rout. 2 insectoid armies advanced into the heart of the Hakan kingdom, moving like phantoms in the night. Chapter 16. The siege approaches. In just 2 days, the main forces led by Beijiale pierced through the defenses like a sharpened blade, covering an astonishing distance of 300 kilometers. This was no small feat, considering Beijiale commanded an army of 100,000. On the 3rd day, the insectoids finally began to reveal themselves in earnest, be it underground or in the rivers. Swarms of jumpers and cockroaches emerged, attacking soldiers unexpectedly by bursting through the ground beside them. These creatures fought with unwavering ferocity, showing no signs of retreat, relentlessly pressing the attack. As night fell, the darkness only aided the insectoid assaults, causing chaos and casualties among the ranks. In the latter half of the night, the mages took turns resting, casting illumination spells, yet this did little to halt the insectoid onslaught. In fact, it seemed to embolden them further. The strategy of exchanging space for time proved advantageous, as the numbers of jumpers and cockroaches swelled by 10,000 and 2,000 respectively. Abundant resources were unearthed, and Beijiale ensured his troops were resupplied with provisions as they passed through cities, striving to eradicate the insectoids and seize control of the Gist province. However, The reinforcements from the Lohan Kingdom were halted by Guejia. Daytime suicide charges and relentless nighttime assaults left no respite for the human soldiers who remained on edge. Fearing that a sudden opening in the earth could lead to their demise at the jaws of the insect beasts. Battling the bugs was not terrifying in itself. The true horror lay in the prospect of being devoured alive. As second-generation generals, Guan Yu, Qin Xiong, and Cheng Yaojin had all attained the initial stages of the 7th level, demonstrating significant improvement in their capabilities. They often led their troops in stealthy attacks, swiftly retreating under Guejia's command, proving invaluable to the effort. Despite delays from the rear, the advance remained largely unimpeded. However, on the 4th night, the king insects began airdropping stones without regard for casualties. Swain dared not tally the losses. Doing so would reveal the futility of this battle. For now, he could only exert his utmost effort, willing to sacrifice 1,500 of his own to inflict 300 casualties on the enemy. Time was scarce, but space was ample. Within the tent, Beijiale addressed his gathered officers, glancing at Anduin who sat nearby, eyes closed in contemplation. "Gentlemen, do you have any strategies to breach the enemy?" Beijiale and Apos' voice was low and tinged with fatigue, though excitement glimmered in his bloodshot eyes. Perhaps it was merely his overwhelming desire that had driven him this far. Beidou cast a discreet glance at the others, feigning deep thought while remaining silent. The rest of the officers also held their tongues. Aware that while charging into battle required bravery, devising strategies was best left to Beidou and his cohort. As the silence stretched on, Beijiale's expression hardened, and a hint of anger crept into his voice. "What is the matter? Are you afraid I might devour you? Speak freely. Do not dawdle like timid women. You, Xiaoxi, speak up." He gestured dismissively. Xiaoxi stammered for a long moment, struggling to articulate a coherent thought. "Enough," Beijiale interrupted, turning to Beidou. "What are your thoughts?" Beidou sighed inwardly, but maintained his composure. "General, I believe that with our force of 150,000, it may be challenging to completely control the Jizit province." He glanced at Beijiale's expression, noticing the frown of discontent forming. He quickly amended, "However, if we can capture Jizit City, the reinforcements can arrive swiftly, and the surrounding smaller towns will surely surrender. If we can withstand the border forces from the Han Kingdom, we would achieve our goal." Upon hearing this, Beijiale's frown lifted, and he smiled. "Excellent, Beidou. You have a keen eye for strategy. Let it be known, the entire army shall mobilize toward Jizit City." Thus, the weary soldiers, who had barely rested, begrudgingly set out once more. From the perspective of the king insects, Swain observed the approaching Beijiale and his forces, noting their determined advance toward Jizit City. Swain's gaze sharpened. He did not perceive Jizit City as particularly vital. As long as he could position insectoids strategically, retaking the city later would be manageable, even without AI Fulu to open the gates. However, relinquishing it to the Lohan Kingdom was unacceptable. It was imperative to hold out for at least a day or two, the longer the better. Given Jizit City's population nearing 10 million, it was unrealistic to evacuate all citizens, yet relocating a portion was feasible. Based on their trajectory, Beijiale would likely reach the city gates in a day, and with the interference from the insectoids, he estimated they would have 1 to 2 days to prepare. Without hesitation, Swain ordered the evacuation of all residents from the western city gates, clearing the area entirely. Possessions could be taken, but no one was to remain. Those who did would face dire consequences. Had Swain not received Yang Jin's directive, he might have sacrificed the residents of the western district to delay Beijiale's advance. After relaying his plan, Swain noted Yang Jin's nod of approval. "Everything is entrusted to you. If necessary, you must retreat." "Yes, master," Swain replied, dismissing himself. He then closed the magical projection and set traps at the western gate, preparing a grand welcome for Beijiale's arrival. Within a day, nearly all residents, 99.9, had evacuated, save for a few diehard individuals who refused to leave, as well as opportunists rummaging through belongings. Swain chose to ignore them, biding his time for Beijiale's approach. Meanwhile, the jumpers and cockroaches increasingly attacked Beijiale and Apos' contingent, whose expression was ablaze with a singular, fervent desire. Anduin, too, retrieved a magical orb, replenishing his power as they marched. The orb was blue and crystalline, containing liquid mana, which he absorbed. The group appeared somewhat beleaguered. The cavalry fared slightly better, while the foot soldiers were filled with complaints and fears, their formations tightening. That morning, Guojia commenced operations, rallying the remaining forces of Guan and Qin. Totaling over 4,000 jumpers and less than 1,000 cockroaches, they advanced, conquering every city in their path, though suffering substantial losses. In merely half a day, they had diminished to a fraction of their strength after overtaking 4 cities, retreating southward with their spoils. On the other side, Swain finally spotted Beijiale's arrival. From atop the city wall, he wasted no time in organizing an ambush, unleashing the waiting jumpers upon the human soldiers. These wretched insects, how can there be so many? Beijiale gritted his teeth in frustration. Form ranks. He drew his sword and issued commands. In short order, a large circular formation took shape, with soldiers shielding themselves with their shields while priests cast fortifying spells, and mages began chanting destructive incantations. Within 20 minutes, the majority of the jumpers and cockroaches had been vanquished, allowing the soldiers to relax. As a seasoned general, Beijiale understood the importance of rest, instructing his men to recuperate for an hour before the siege. The remaining jumpers and cockroaches retreated hastily back into the city, sealing the gates behind them. At that moment, Beijiale's army was a mere 400 meters from the city gates. In that hour of calm, an eerie stillness settled, reminiscent of the oppressive silence before a storm, stirring unease among the ranks. Anduin's apprehension grew stronger, as an instinctual dread tightened around his throat, suffocating in its intensity. Behind the city walls, 5 colossal magical cannons were maneuvered to within 30 meters of the gate. The horns sounded, rousing the soldiers of humanity into a fervor as they prepared for the assault. Soon, the vanguard troops, bearing massive shields, surged forth with their siege engines, while the advancing army followed suit, unleashing their siege machinery. Meanwhile, the roaches atop the walls adjusted their positions, continuously spewing corrosive acid, efficiently eroding the boulders and crossbow bolts that were hurled towards them. Only a few managed to strike the walls or fall into the impoverished residential areas behind. The closer one was to the walls, the more dire the circumstances, making it a perilous zone during the assault. These rudimentary siege tactics were evidently not the main offensive, but rather a probing maneuver. Observing the situation, Beijiale promptly deployed 50,000 soldiers, charging forth with shields raised, while archers and sorcerers relentlessly rained arrows and spells upon the advancing troops, alleviating their burdens. The sight of the 50,000 strong was overwhelming. From atop the walls, it appeared as a sea of heads, seemingly infinite. The 20-meter-high walls, robust and formidable, were constructed from a blend of magical insulating materials, significantly mitigating magical assaults. Arrows clanged against the walls, inflicting minimal damage. Should this clattering continue, it might take half a year to breach the defenses. The true strength lay in the vanguard's siege vehicles and the wall assault, alongside Anduin's intervention. However, Anduin seemed disinclined to act just yet, leaving Beijiale to wait for the moment he deemed appropriate. Despite his lower rank, in the Western continent, strength was paramount. If Beijiale was a level 10 practitioner, Anduin would not dare leisurely absorb the magical energies from his orbs, fearful even of breathing too audibly. Such was the chasm of power between them. With the enemy deploying 50,000 vanguard troops, Swain was equally resolute, sending 5,000 leap bugs to ascend the walls, interspersing among the roaches, awaiting the charge of the vanguard. At this juncture, Anduin finally made his move. Although he was more adept with water elemental magic, his earth magic was still formidable compared to the accompanying sorcerers. After a protracted incantation, mounds of earth rose, forming a hillside that connected to the walls. This slope, towering at 20 meters, would significantly reduce casualties for the vanguard. The hillside was riddled with depressions, akin to trenches, offering protection against the rolling boulders and logs deployed by the defenders. Magic rendered everything extraordinary. If the ancestral strategies were merely replicated in this foreign realm, the consequences would be unfathomable. Yang Jian continued to survey the battlefield through the King Bug's perspective. Unbeknownst to Beijiale, 3 heroic insectoid units had stealthily approached him. Anduin sensed an acute danger, an imminent threat to his life brewing in the shadows. Chapter 17. The 3 shadow assassins. The vanguard swiftly approached the city gate, relentlessly ramming against it. Meanwhile, the subsequent forces ascended the hillside, charging towards the jumping insects and cockroaches stationed on the city walls. Given the more spacious terrain beyond the walls, the jumping insects surged forward, effectively halting the enemy on the slope rather than engaging them atop the walls. If one cannot fend off the enemy from 1,000 paces, a mere meter will suffice. With 5,000 jumping insects facing 50,000 soldiers, the outcome was inevitable. Despite the jumping insects having evolved 2 to 3 times, some even 4, their strength was limited. They could not truly contend against 10 or even 100 foes. Ultimately, Swain's defensive strategy in Gister City had 2 primary objectives: to buy time and to seek an opportunity to eliminate either Anwin or Bajal. The death of either would simplify all ensuing problems. Anwin, lacking both the tactical acumen to command and the fervent desire to conquer Gister province, was a mere show of strength. Without him, Bajal alone could hardly stir any significant opposition and would eventually be devoured by the swarm. However, eliminating these 2 proved no easy task. Anwin stood as a formidable shield, requiring a sufficiently sharp spear to breach. As time passed, the jumping insects on the slope dwindled, unable to form an effective force. Observing this, Swain commanded their withdrawal, reserving them for the forthcoming urban combat. The siege was nearing its conclusion, leading into the inevitable street battle. But with Anwin present, mere observation wouldn't suffice. Contemplating this, Swain descended slowly, ordering the jumping insects to discard their torches. The city walls had long been coated in oil, a preparation made while the insects held the enemy at bay. Now, the oil enveloped the entire wall. The flames erupted uncontrollably, surging upwards within moments to nearly a man's height. Witnessing this, Anwin instinctively began to chant a spell, summoning water elements to douse the flames. Yet to no avail. Feeling quite embarrassed, Anwin attempted multiple spells, but the fire continued to blaze, drawing mocking glances from the soldiers. Gradually, however, the flames began to weaken before extinguishing on their own. Bajal, with a commanding cough, shouted, "All troops, advance." Without needing further command, the vanguard surged forward, capturing the city walls and awaiting the arrival of the main forces. Once united, Bajal gazed down the street where a large inscription read, "General, urban combat awaits you. The final battle. Should you emerge victorious, Gister City will be surrendered." Simple, concise, and effective. With a decisive wave of his sword, Bajal led his 5,000 infantry into the fray, while the mages and archers provided support from the heights of the walls. The urban battle commenced in earnest. Buildings collapsed one after another, and anguished screams echoed through the air. The cacophony of jumping insects' shrieks, the corrosive hissing of cockroaches spewing acid, the whistling magic arrows, and the sounds of shields being raked by insect claws intertwined, painting a grim portrait of unrelenting warfare. At this moment, Bajal was drenched in blood, mostly that of the jumping insects. With a single stroke, he cleaved one in 2, its claw falling limply to the ground. Yet Bajal remained undeterred. Parrying a cockroach's acid spray, his magic sword flickering as its protective enchantment began to erode. "Hold on, Heisey," a soldier cried out in agony to his fallen comrade. "Cough. Be careful, third brother. Watch your back. Heisey." The heart-wrenching farewells unfolded, as some fathers sent their sons to war, the dark-haired bidding farewell to the white-haired, their tears flowing freely despite knowing this was not the time for lamentation. Just moments ago, comrades were sharing bravado. Now, in desperate self-defense, they fell to protect one another. Blood gushing forth as they turned, the ground soaked with crimson. They longed to speak, but only breathless gasps escaped their lips. Their gazes filled with endless encouragement and a longing for the world. "Father, I cannot return to fulfill my filial duty. Mother, I come to accompany you. Xiao Lian, take care of the children. I will return." Each resolute promise transformed into a final glimpse of loved ones. In this moment, countless families were torn apart, homes shattered, amidst a torrent of longing and mutual encouragement. Yet, the march of war could not be halted. "My glory is imminent." Bajal, now disheveled, his helmet lost, appeared almost frenzied, his form drenched in red mingled with green, a piece of his own flesh corroded and severed from his leg. The 50,000 soldiers pressed forward with great difficulty, besieged by the relentless jumping insects that emerged like nightmares, as a full 10,000 plunged into the urban conflict, claiming every inch of territory. The priests remained in protective formation, while the accompanying mages descended to cast healing water magic, a dazzling display of blue and milky white light intertwining. As the battle intensified, every participant was consumed by rage, their rationality extinguished. Even the slightest sound would prompt an immediate, ruthless response, their blades soaked in the blood of allies. At last, the dawn of victory shimmered on the horizon. The residential area was nearly purged of hiding spots, the ground awash with green and red blood, the scent of it thick and unyielding. Just then, beams of light erupted, piercing through 5 straight lines, weaving together at a focal point, where Anwin stood. Though Anwin fought alongside his comrades, he retained a modicum of composure, though scarce. It was sufficient to activate his magical protective gear. The water veil necklace, upon activation, could conjure a 6th-level water barrier, complemented by the flame shield ring and the cyclone displacement belt, testaments to a mage's commitment to personal defense. As long as the mage survived, they became a formidable human artillery. Their output could potentially have the duration of the urban battle. Without such mages, the skirmish might stretch through an entire day. The beams of light swiftly reached their target, and the protective mechanisms managed to activate only 5 or 6 layers before being pierced through. In the final layer, a momentary standoff occurred, granting Anwin ample time to hastily shred scrolls, unleashing even more protective spells. Layer after layer disintegrated, and when the final strike reached Anwin, its potency was significantly diminished. Puff! Yet, even this residual force was beyond what a mage's physique could withstand. Anwin coughed up a mouthful of blood, his chest cavity possibly harboring broken ribs. His left arm contorted, and his left leg spasming. Magic cannon. Anwin fixated on the distant glow, uttering those words slowly. What? Bajal felt as if doused with cold water, instantly regaining clarity. At that moment, 3 figures materialized beside Anwin, their blades advancing without retreat, cutting off all avenues of escape. Yet, Anwin merely smiled. You lowly brigands think you can assassinate me? With that, Anwin's form transformed into a cascade of water, splattering to the ground. Unable to wash away the heavy scent of blood, the 3 heroes, having lost their target, brushed past one another with a swift maneuver. They leveraged each other's momentum to charge towards Bajal with increased speed. As a 7th-level warrior, Bajal, brimming with fighting spirit, would not yield easily, especially since the previous tumultuous battle had not drained him significantly. Discarding his magic sword, he drew a long knife, cutting through the air with grand, sweeping movements, executing powerful and elegant techniques that struck with the weight of a mountain, unshakable and formidable. Ding ding dang. In the blink of an eye, the skirmish had unfolded with astonishing speed. The 3 Zerg heroes exchanged glances, immediately comprehending each other's intent. Each took a position, forming an angle of 120 degrees with one another. The art of combined assault. Swift and decisive. Clash. Like a majestic dragon awakening in that fleeting moment of brilliance. The trio had drawn their blades. As their weapons intertwined, Bajal fervently wielded his long sword, feeling an exhilarating surge that hinted at transcending his own limits. If he were to survive this battle, promotion would be inevitable. Alas, he remained unaware that such an opportunity had already slipped away. The 3 heroes danced through the air, swapping positions and creating an immense distance between them. Then, as if a black mist scattered by the wind, they vanished without a trace. Had it not been for the scars left by their blades and a pool of blood on the battlefield, one might have doubted the ferocity of the recent clash. Bajal, puzzled, cast his gaze towards the spots where the 3 had disappeared. Had they retreated? He cautiously awaited, slowly retracting his longsword, just as he intended to call out. He suddenly realized that they had indeed succeeded. Good, good, good. Boom. The imposing figure, standing at 6 feet tall, collapsed like a statue of iron. Blood spraying in every direction. The body lay severed at the neck, split in 2. General! General! The nearby soldiers finally dared to approach, only to discover Bajal had fallen. Decapitated. Swain shook his head, remarking, I never anticipated that our Zerg would one day employ decapitation tactics. Yang Jin chuckled, replying, a black cat or a white cat. As long as it catches the mouse, it is a good cat. At that moment, 3 wisps of black mist appeared before Yang Jin, as if summoned by the wind. A voice, drifting from the horizon, proclaimed, Master, the assassination of a single target has been accomplished. The tone was flat, devoid of emotion or fluctuation, as though recounting the mundane occurrence of breakfast that morning. Yang Jin nodded, saying very well. What became of that mage? What was his name, Endovan? How did he escape? It seemed he had employed a form of evasion, vanishing 10 miles away, and then he was no longer visible. Yang Jin stroked his chin, affirming, all right. You may withdraw for now. Yes. The trio dissipated like a single entity, the black mist fading away. The 3 shadow assassins, newly hatched heroes of Yang Jin, Each had consumed 3 red crystals. Such a grand expenditure warranted corresponding golden strength. Indeed, had it not been for the deployment of the 5 arcane cannons at that moment, these assassins would have paled in comparison. Andavan alone could have dispatched all 3 effortlessly. Reflecting on this, Yang Jian turned to Swain and inquired, "Are the 5 arcane cannons still operational?" Returning to the master, they have all been rendered inoperative. Their full power was expended to achieve such results. Now, they are mere scrap metal. Then let them be reclaimed. Now, with the remnants of the army leaderless, we can finally take the time to develop properly, can't we? Yang Jian stretched lazily, yawning, and wearily remarked, "Yes, my lord, I shall attend to this immediately." "Very well, off you go." With that, Yang Jian stepped out in search of Xia Jinli, the exquisitely beautiful maid with an extraordinarily alluring figure, whose delicate demeanor perfectly suited Yang Jian's taste. And he found himself barely able to contain his anticipation. Chapter 18. A rare peace in a state of disarray. The soldiers, though leaderless, still knew when to retreat. With the commander slain and Anduin missing, the vice-commanders swiftly gathered to form a defensive formation, gradually withdrawing. Many soldiers, witnessing this, merged into the ranks. For the strength of a collective is undeniably greater than that of an individual. Soon, their numbers swelled, incorporating nearly all of the remnants of the army. A representative was chosen to lead them, Beidou. As Beidou surveyed the throng surrounding him and the nearly 90,000 troops awaiting his command, he felt a profound weight and a surge of ambition in his heart. However, having witnessed the assassination techniques of the insectoid race, and lacking a strategy to counter them, Beidou was not prepared to risk his life. To confront the insectoids head-on was tantamount to courting death. Consequently, he persuaded the crowd to halt and begin cooking over a fire. Amidst their confusion, Sweeney arrived, riding atop a swift steed, his presence commanding as he approached. Beidou stepped forward, bowing slightly, and called out, "Is that you, General?" Sweeney, intrigued, dismounted and nodded, introducing himself, "I am Sweeney. How should I address you, my friend?" "Beidou," he replied. "Mr. Sweeney, are you the general of these insect beasts?" "Indeed," Sweeney affirmed. "Might I request that you spare us?" Beidou, steeling himself, inquired. To his surprise, Sweeney nodded and declared, "I have come to transform conflict into harmony." Beidou, taken aback, took a moment to collect himself before asking, "What do you mean, Mr. Sweeney? We have long sought peace, weary of war. Our only desire is to restore our nation. Our true enemy is the Han Kingdom, not yours. The war with your nation was instigated by the demon general who is now deceased, leaving us with no reason to continue hostilities. Furthermore, we wish to engage in trade with your nation and jointly resist the Han Kingdom." As he spoke, Sweeney produced a letter, saying, "If the opportunity arises, I hope you will deliver this to your king." Beidou approached to take the letter, bowing deeply, "I will not fail in this task." Upon hearing this, Sweeney nodded and added, "Until you return to your rightful borders, we shall not make any aggressive moves." Beidou felt a chill. The implication of your rightful borders was clear. Nevertheless, given the circumstances, he merely hoped to lead his people back safely and promptly agreed. Sweeney nodded and returned to the city of Gister with his troops. Beidou then announced this fortuitous news, and the crowd erupted in tears of joy, feeling as if they had escaped a calamitous fate. Upon reaching the border of the Lahan Kingdom, Beidou quickly addressed some matters before hastening toward the imperial capital. Meanwhile, news of the assassination of the Lahan general spread rapidly throughout both the Lahan and Han kingdoms. The letter was presented to the king of the Lahan kingdom, while simultaneously, another letter found its way to the king of the Han kingdom. Thus, peace negotiations commenced, set to take place in Gister. The Han emissaries arrived first, engaging in verbal duels that were far from trivial, laden with an unmistakable tension, as the emissary exhibited fervent patriotism. Sweeney watched, alarmed, realizing that the emissary's so-called patriotism was merely a fade, and at night, he would reveal the true limits of their demands, with the day's theatrics serving only as a pretense. After extracting sufficient concessions, the Han emissary feigned a gradual softening of his stance, as if genuinely considering the nation's interests, thus finalizing the negotiations. The agreed terms were threefold. First, both parties would engage in trade without imposing any transit tariffs. Second, each nation would establish embassies in the capitals of the other. And third, the insectoid race would establish a commercial presence in the Han Kingdom, receiving protection and enjoying the rights of first-class citizens, with local law enforcement obligated to ensure their safety. Upon reaching an agreement, the Hahan emissary expressed bewilderment at the absence of reparations demanded, as he had never encountered a victorious side that sought only trade and foreign protection, deeming it rather foolish. Yet, unbeknownst to him, the Hahan economy would soon come to rely on the insectoids for its very survival, marking the beginning of its unraveling. The same terms were offered to the Lahan emissary, who felt as though he had struck a pillow with all his might. Having exerted great effort on his journey, only to be bested by three seemingly ordinary conditions, the Lahan emissary departed, clutching the agreement. Before long, both the Lahan and Hahan kingdoms recognized the establishment of the insectoid nation and began trading economically. A burgeoning merchant fleet known as the Insectoid Trade Company began to proliferate throughout the Lahan and Hahan kingdoms, with the Eastern Hahan kingdom, though currently resistant to acknowledgement, gradually succumbing to infiltration. Meanwhile, in the royal palace of the Lahan kingdom, the king, a middle-aged man with yellow skin and black hair, practiced calligraphy, a tradition passed down through generations from the Eastern Great Road. Suddenly, the door burst open as the crown prince stormed in, lacking subtlety, and demanded, "Father, are we truly going to let this go?" The king did not lift his gaze, discarding a failed sheet of rice paper into the wastebasket, and turned to the crown prince with a look of fondness. "Come, sit. Father, the insectoid nation is but a small entity. How can we simply let it be?" The crown prince retorted angrily as he sank into a chair and sipped the precious iced tea, a variety so rare that it was exclusive to the royal family. With only 20 pounds harvested each year. A mere 20 pounds for 365 days. The king, though fond of the exquisite tea, showed no signs of anger at its wasteful consumption, merely responding, "My son, while I too long to take action against the insectoids, they have not granted us the opportunity. You've seen the treaty, it is beyond reproach. We cannot wage war, at least not now." "What?" The crown prince, initially deflated, soon brightened at his father's words, exclaiming, "I knew you wouldn't allow yourself to be bullied. You rascal, now you care about your old father." The king chuckled, his demeanor softening. "You should hurry to find a princess. What man your age remains unmarried?" The king feigned sternness, adopting an authoritative posture. The crown prince, hearing this, wilted like a withered flower, lowering his gaze. "I only wish to spend more time with you," he said sheepishly. "Spend time with me? You must be seeking a beating." In playful banter, the crown prince dashed out of the room. As the door closed, the king sat back down, gazing at a map with the insectoid territory clearly marked, contemplating in silence for a long while. In contrast, the king of the Hahan kingdom, an elderly man, tossed the treaty aside and stared into the hearth, feeling an increasing chill that gnawed at him like unfulfilled desires. "Come in," he commanded, and a guard stationed outside promptly entered. "Your command?" the guard asked, taking up a magical quill made from a bird's feather. "I am weary today, and I sense my days are numbered. I hereby appoint the third prince as heir." In just a few words, the implications were staggering. The decree was stored away in a drawer, and in the next moment, the old man's eyes turned blood red, gleaming like rubies in the night. As time gently flows, a week has elapsed, and the scars of war have been tended to with considerable care. Most areas have been repaired, while those suffering severe damage have been demolished and rebuilt. Simultaneously, a plethora of good news has arrived in succession. Seated at the head of the table, Yang Jian savored a watermelon to alleviate the heat, his expression radiating satisfaction. Soon, he set aside the fruit, wiped his mouth, and produced a prepared plan, stating, "Currently, Sun Yu has provided me with a detailed account last night. Allow me to supplement a few points and outline our forthcoming strategy. Firstly, concerning military affairs." At this juncture, Sweeney and others adjusted their attire and awaited attentively. "At present, we possess 60,000 jump bugs and 8,000 cockroaches as our primary combatants. In the forthcoming resource allocations, 60% shall be designated for military purposes. While it is likely that we will not encounter significant warfare in the near future, we must remain prepared. However, our territory still harbors numerous bandits and marauders. Sweeney and Guijia, you two shall be tasked with eliminating these individuals and escorting them directly to the research facility." Upon uttering these words, Yang Jian glanced at the two on his right, who immediately straightened their expressions and responded in unison, "Yes, master." "Very well, that shall suffice for military matters for now. As for technological advancements, resources will be allocated with a 30% bias towards this sector. Additionally, we are on the verge of acquiring 100 red crystals. Jiashang, Please keep a keen eye on the black market. Procure any that may surface. I am confident in your abilities to amass significant quantities of gold. Yes, Master. Jia Shang, an adept in commerce and among the earliest recruits, currently holds a leadership position. Now, to continue. In terms of technology, we currently have 40 researchers, a number that is unlikely to change for a considerable time. Pulu, be mentally prepared for this. Pulu. It was evident that Pulu felt disheartened upon hearing the news of no increase in researchers. Yang Jian chuckled, finding the creature's demeanor utterly endearing. All right, Pulu. Pay close attention to the tasks I am about to assign. First, the study of indigenous organisms must not be neglected. Every existing gene holds significance for a reason. Second, expedite the research on substitutes for red crystals. This area warrants additional manpower. Third, the integration of energy from fighting spirit and magic into the bodies of combat units, such as jump bugs, is crucial. Fourth, by the end of this weekend, I require you to develop humanoid combat units with peak combat capabilities. Resources can be generously allocated. Aim for a quantity of 20, styled akin to black suits and sunglasses, reminiscent of Schwarzenegger. Fifth, investigate the nutrient solution produced by the insectoid base, diluting it to a level suitable for ordinary humans to absorb. Such individuals, upon consuming the nutrient solution, should experience varying degrees of physical enhancement within intervals of 1 year, 6 months, 3 months, 1 month, 2 weeks, 1 week, 3 days, and 1 day. These will become one of our flagship products in the future. Sixth, I require you to research technology products powered by magical energy. After enumerating nearly 10 points, Yang Jian felt somewhat parched and took a sip of water, inquiring, "Are there any questions?" Pulu resolutely affirmed, even producing an additional bubble. "Very well, let us now turn to commercial matters. Jia Shang, the initial funding has been allocated to you. You may utilize the resources from the city lord and Apos' estate as you see fit, as I have no need for them and cannot even comprehend their value. For an extended duration, I may rely on you to diligently work towards securing resources. Please exert yourself." "Yes, Master." Yang Jian nodded and concluded, "Lastly, I shall be departing for a time. With this guise in place, you need not worry about my safety. Of course, I will conduct regular inspections of your work. I trust you will not become complacent." "Yes, Master." The group responded in unison. Chapter 19. The Thoughts of the Parasite Beast in May. A transfer student arrived at the prestigious Qilong Academy, the foremost university in the Kingdom of Line. At the entrance, Yang Jian, accompanied by 20 individuals clad in sunglasses and black attire, akin to Schwarzenegger, leveraged the power of wealth to secure the admission of a student, thereby enjoying the same rights as ordinary students while also bearing the responsibility of tuition fees. As for how to earn the tuition, the answer was simple. On the Western continent, there exists a renowned organization known as the Mercenary Guild, with a large tavern on the outskirts and the guild itself operating legally within, playing a dual role in both the light and dark realms. Its presence is felt throughout the continent. However, it is predominantly found in major cities, boasting formidable strength. Alongside Yang Jian were the 3 heroes, Qin Xiong, Guan Yu, and Cheng Yaojin, who, together with Yasuo, registered a mercenary group at the guild. These 4, all of whom were 7th-level professionals, caused quite a stir upon registration, instantly elevating their status to an A-level group, thus reaping the benefits associated with such an elite standing. To ascend to an S-level group, however, one must possess strength, credibility, and a certain number of members, all of which are essential. The remuneration for A-level groups is already substantial, and if one becomes a permanent mercenary group, additional rewards from the guild are generously provided, making the endeavor quite advantageous. All right, you may stay here. The shadow assassins should remain as well. We shall call ourselves dominators. Sounds fitting. Under the guidance of the legendary hero Yasuo, these heroes found a place to settle, accompanied by 18 black-clad individuals. At this point, Yang Jian was left pondering the purpose of those mysterious figures. "Academy, senior sisters, junior sisters, I have arrived." Yang Jian's heart surged with excitement as he stepped through the grand entrance. After submitting his credentials, he was assigned to a dormitory. Since it was not the enrollment period, Yang Jian would merely audit classes this semester, with formal studies commencing in the next. The months of May, June, and July were thus a gracious gift. The academy was vast, with the dormitory building situated to the south, sprawling with towering structures reaching a height of 30 meters. Enhanced by magic to maintain a perpetual spring climate, allowing for manual temperature adjustments. The magical energy was abundant, creating an ideal environment for cultivation. Upon arriving at his room, numbered 602, Yang Jian discovered it was the residence of a freshman. Another freshman had declined this accommodation, opting instead for off-campus housing, thereby leaving an empty space. Each room was remarkably spacious, measuring 100 square meters. It was truly astonishing how magic could create such expansive interiors from a mere 30 square meter exterior. After moving in his belongings, the significance of the black-clad individuals became evident, and eventually, two of them took their leave. "Hello, my name is Yang Jian." With the character Jin meaning steadfast, he introduced himself to his roommate without hesitation. "Greetings, I am Yu Li," the bespectacled individual replied, appearing slender and refined, speaking with a deliberate pace. Yang Jian nodded in acknowledgement, and Yu Li stepped forward to assist him with his luggage. As they conversed, they discovered it was a day of rest, weekend, with no classes to attend. Yang Jian mentioned he would soon be working in the cafeteria to help support his family and invited Yu Li to join him, offering to familiarize him with the surroundings while there was still time. Curious about his new environment, Yang Jian took a shower and set off. Along the way, Yu Li gradually opened up, revealing himself to be somewhat introverted yet comfortable with those he knew. Yang Jian's modern sense of humor made their conversation lively and enjoyable. Arriving at a grand building situated slightly north of the campus, surrounded by a man-made lake, they were greeted by the sight of crystal-clear waters teeming with fish and turtles, intriguing many unfamiliar species that swam closer to Yang Jian. Numerous individuals were swimming in the lake, relishing the coolness of summer. "Here lies the cafeteria, 6 stories high, and quite spacious," Yu Li explained as they entered. Inside, the aroma of delectable food wafted through the air, stirring their appetites. The scent of the appetizing flowers was delightful, aiding digestion and promoting hunger without the risk of weight gain. "No wonder there aren't many overweight individuals here," Yang Jian mused, recalling his previous university, where the number of overweight students was relatively low. If these appetizing flowers were sold on Earth, they would be far more effective than any weight loss medication. Suddenly, a commotion arose behind them. "Make way! Cannon Oppos, TUCU is coming? Move aside. Yu is here." At this, Yang Jian was pulled aside by Yu Li, who whispered, "That's Lin Dongyu, the third-ranked student of the Academy's first-year class, a 5th-level warrior. It is said he can defeat an average 6th-level warrior in actual combat. Quite formidable." Lin Dongyu strode through the crowd with an air of arrogance, heading straight for the upper floors. The dishes upstairs are a bit pricey, but they offer much greater nutrition compared to the first floor, Yu Li remarked, gazing longingly at the second floor. "The higher you go, the more exquisite the ingredients, and consequently, the more delicious the meals, leading to better absorption by the body. I've heard that the 6th floor serves meat from 9th-level magical beasts, which is simply delectable. The last time I caught a whiff from afar, I felt my physical bottleneck loosening." Embarrassed, Yu Li scratched his head. "These are just things I learned at the beginning of the semester. Each student gets a free meal on the 2nd floor during enrollment, and I regret not eating more back then. Yang Jian, when the semester starts in September, don't forget to make the most of your student card and eat well. It's good for your health." Yang Jian smiled, touched by Yu Li's sincerity. "Sure. I'd appreciate it if you could share more with me. I'm new here. Oh, by the way, what does the 3rd rank signify?" Finding a spot to sit, Yu Li greeted a lady at one of the stalls, mentioning he would be over shortly as he introduced Yang Jian as his roommate. The lady was quite amiable. In fact, at the beginning of each semester, a ranking competition takes place, lasting about half a month to determine the standings. The higher one ranks, the more benefits are enjoyed each month. For instance, Lin Dongyu, being 3rd, is entitled to 10 free meals on the 2nd floor or 1 on the 3rd floor monthly. "I've never been to the 3rd floor. I wonder what it's like," Yu Li mused, scratching his head and chuckling. "In general, the higher the rank, the better." He continued, "Oh, and if your rank is sufficiently high, you can hire a private tutor for specialized lessons and access higher-tier books in the library, along with experience notes." His eyes gleamed with aspiration as he spoke. "Ah, I see." Yang Jian nodded, absorbing the information. After some time chatting, the hour grew late, prompting Yu Li to bid farewell as he headed off to work. Yang Jian decided to continue exploring until they could dine together later, with about an hour to spare. As he strolled, he found himself before the library, an egg-shaped structure open to the sky, with the uppermost level being an open-air space. A magical barrier filtered ultraviolet rays, minimizing direct sunlight while shielding from wind and rain, purifying the air and concentrating magical elements. However, access to the topmost level was exclusive to those of higher rank. Though Yang Jin was eager to explore, he lacked the necessary status to do so, so he settled for browsing the free books on the first floor, selecting one that piqued his interest. The Cataclysm of the Undead, which originated 3 millennia ago, has transpired thrice to date. The first occurrence, 3,000 years past, saw the emergence of this calamity. One prevailing theory suggests that it emanated from an alternate dimension known as the necromantic realm, a place chronicled only in ancient texts. Characterized by a violet sky, a blood-red moon, swirling black gales, and countless scattered bones. Within this realm lies a mountain called the Sacred Mountain of the Undead, and a sea referred to as the Cradle of the Undead. According to legends, all undead beings emerged from the sea or soared into the air, making their way to the sacred mountain. The higher the mountain, the more formidable the undead residing there. The most powerful among them dwell atop the sacred mountain in the Cradle of the Undead, a zone deemed forbidden to life. Historically, a once flourishing ancient civilization had conquered various realms, subjugating and annihilating numerous alien races, with the necromantic realm being one of its most formidable adversaries. Tragically, the strongest foes included the necromantic realm, the infernal realm, and the dragon kingdom, leading to a three-way conflict that ultimately precipitated the downfall of that ancient civilization, severing the pathways between dimensions. However, the route to the necromantic realm was not entirely closed. It reopened every millennium, each time unleashing catastrophic repercussions upon the Western continent. This calamity also serves as the impetus for the Eastern Kingdom's intent to invade the Western continent, an endeavor to avert disaster. The three occurrences of this cataclysm have yielded both advantages and disadvantages. The civilizations of magic and martial prowess have been propelled into rapid advancement, now wielding extraordinary power, although this influence has not been markedly felt in the Eastern continent. In contrast, the potency of magic and martial arts on the Western continent exceeds that of the Eastern by at least threefold. Closing the book, Yang Jin gazed at the magical map affixed to the library wall, noting a vast, formidable landmass to the west. In recent years, trade between the Eastern and Western continents has flourished, and through mutual exchange, the Western continent has begun to gather momentum, with its substantial population yielding an abundance of talent, subtly striving to rival the Eastern continent. All these developments are in preparation for the impending cataclysm of the undead, projected to erupt within 50 years. However, 50 years is a considerable span of time. The concerns of the future can be addressed later. Presently, Yang Jin contemplated where to seize territory, determined to return before his parents' age, unwilling to delay excessively. Currently, nations coexist in a fragile peace. Should the insectoid race wish to incite war, their only feasible target would be the Kingdom of Han, which boasts advanced practitioners. Until the insectoid race amasses a sufficient number of high-level heroes, it is prudent to refrain from confrontation. Thus, Han emerges as the prime candidate. Nevertheless, an overt war is inadvisable, as the Kingdom of Rahan lurks nearby, harboring unfriendly intentions. Just then, Yang Jin conceived a brilliant strategy: parasitic beasts. A smile spread across his face as he embarked upon the path of developing these mind-controlling organisms. Chapter 20. Level 3 Base. As time swiftly passed, the end of May arrived, bringing with it a plethora of news to digest. 7 days ago, Jia Shang procured 7 crimson crystals from the black market. Just a day prior, the Qijin mountain ant discovered a rich vein of crimson crystals, a delightful find indeed. With the mining efforts, the requirement for 100 crimson crystals was fulfilled, and the base was poised for yet another upgrade, Level 3 Base. The immense insectoid base once again enveloped itself, undergoing a profound transformation underground. A turtle-like insectoid base emerged from its chrysalis, entering a state of hibernation akin to winter slumber. The toxic explosion fly was finally birthed, a creature capable of rolling with astonishing speed and possessing an extensive explosive range, fueled by volatile substances that rendered it immensely powerful. Even common level 4 fighters would find it challenging to escape its blast radius. Meanwhile, local fauna yielded a gene that enhanced the secretion of adrenaline and the development of dual wings, applied to the jumping insects, significantly boosting their speed and enabling short-distance flight and gliding. The roach's internal compression chamber also underwent optimization, allowing it to expel strong acid at greater distances and speeds. The marine combat units, The water scorpion and the arrow fish also experienced enhancements. The arrow fish could now compress air within its abdomen and expel it, creating a rapid airflow that amplified its explosive speed. The water scorpion, due to its massive size, could utilize the compressed air within its abdomen as a means of attack, inflicting damage within a 10-meter range, albeit diminishing with distance. As the level 4 base required 10,000 crimson crystals, 100 orange crystals, and various rare minerals. Previous scavenging efforts in the Lord's Manor of Gister City had yielded some, alleviating any concerns. All insectoid combat units, excluding heroes, were promoted by 1 level, strengthening the combat prowess of the insectoid race. Advances in reproductive technology led to a greater and swifter hatching of larvae, further addressing pathogen issues. This time, research into local organisms experienced a remarkable surge, with a variety of genes cataloged. Notably, the color-changing gene was prioritized, as the unlocking of spore crawlers and spine-backed crawlers indicated its potential to aid in camouflage, transforming these defensive crawlers into stealthy assassins. Concurrently, technological research brought forth a wave of positive developments. Progress was made in the formulation of nutrient solutions, now stratified and with diminished effects, yet still noticeably potent at higher concentrations. Additionally, vehicles powered by special gasoline came into existence. These cars were designed to be visually striking, with average performance, and most importantly, at a low cost. The insectoid-designed vehicles required special gasoline, a commodity exclusive to them, establishing a monopoly that promised substantial profits. Upon release, these vehicles quickly became coveted status symbols among the affluent youth of the Eastern continent, their striking designs inciting a competitive spirit among the rich. The allure of this monopolistic profit attracted numerous individuals seeking collaboration, whether overtly, indirectly, through intimidation, or bribery. Such matters occupied Jiashang, while Yang Jian focused on the upcoming senior graduation competition. The senior graduation competition is an annual event at Qilong Academy, commencing at the end of May into early June. This competition is held for students poised to graduate, with better rankings yielding superior rewards. This year's grand prize is a space ring. Yang Jian already possesses one. A trophy from Jiteli, but it cannot be utilized until he reaches level 4, so he keeps it close, awaiting his advancement. Recently, the elemental energy surrounding Shui Mo intensified, accelerating Yang Jian's progress. As a member of the campus community, he naturally intended to attend the senior graduation competition. On a bright sunny day, the campus arena was packed with spectators. Yang Jian and Yu Li arrived early, securing front row seats, eagerly awaiting the magical screen to announce the commencement of the event. The two sat in quiet anticipation, occasionally engaging in conversation, while the surrounding crowd buzzed with excitement. This event was not merely a graduation competition. It also served as a rare opportunity for students from the 1st to 3rd years to learn combat techniques. During the competition, attendance at classes was waived, with all teachers present to maintain order, tend to the injured, and elucidate the proceedings. Soon, everyone donned magical glasses. Upon wearing them, the screen segmented, displaying the impending matches, allowing students to select their preferred contests. Yang Jian, unsure of who was formidable, casually chose one from the back of the lineup. With a thought, the scene shifted to a live broadcast format, with a teacher prepared to provide commentary, unobtrusively displayed in a small window at the corner. Wearing these magical glasses made the action feel incredibly close. The seniors' levels ranged above 5, with 6 serving as a watershed and 7 as a pinnacle, representing challenges that many sought to overcome. Thus, the power of external forces became evident. The ancient civilizations had long engaged in crafting tools, inscribing formations, and producing skill scrolls and talismans. While talismans were costlier than scrolls, they were more potent and portable. The 4th-year students pursued varied research directions, yet this time, it was a free-for-all. In earnest combat, adversaries would not show leniency simply because one was a formation scribe. And at this moment, the battle commenced. One student drew forth a magical pen, sketching a formation that rapidly took shape, while the opposing side began to chant an incantation, evidently a mage. Upon completing the incantation, a formation also materialized on that side. Suddenly, the formation illuminated and began to rotate, unleashing a barrage of magical projectiles toward the mage. Typically, during combat, a mage would summon a beast to shield themselves and delay the enemy's advance, allowing for the casting of more powerful spells that required longer incantation times. The summoned beast was a rhinoceros, albeit a dark red variety with sharp teeth and long horns, a fearsome sight indeed. As the beast charged toward the formation scribe, it effortlessly withstood the barrage of magical projectiles, its tough hide rendering it impervious. However, upon impact, the magical projectiles adhered to the rhinoceros. The mage, undeterred, continued the incantation. Boom. When the accumulation of magical projectiles reached a critical mass, an explosion erupted, sending the rhinoceros careening aside, incapacitated and struggling to breathe. Remarkable. This magical projectile explosion formation demonstrated considerable might, reflecting the effort the student had invested. The explosive mechanism, which released magical projectiles, became unstable when a sufficient quantity was amassed within a designated area, with greater numbers yielding greater potency. The explosive formation thus effectively constrained the magical projectiles, augmenting their impact. The fiery rhinoceros was thus flung away, unable to withstand such a close-range explosion, even as a level 4 beast. My goodness, this mage had chanted for so long. Surrounded by flames, could it be the Fire Blossom? The Fire Blossom is a level 6 spell, suggesting the student had devoted significant effort to mastering it. The flowing sparks summon a maternal flower, with the offspring dispersing like dandelion seeds in all directions. Within such a constrained arena, this undoubtedly constitutes a remarkable form of magic. Observe how this adept of magical arrays proceeds. The practitioner of magical arrays does not relent. He chooses to continue inscribing the magic circle. Should he succeed before the flowing sparks cease their chant, he might yet turn the tide. This formation emits the sound of flowing water. It is the waterfall array. It unleashes a torrential deluge upon his adversaries. If this spell were to be combined with the Golden Blade array, the effect would transform dramatically. Behold, both sides have completed their preparations simultaneously. Waterfall against flowing sparks. Boom, boom, boom. The relentless sounds of explosions resonate. Water splashes everywhere, and a thick mist envelopes the surroundings, while the flowing sparks begin to diminish. Yet the magician continues to channel his magical energy, sustaining its form. Meanwhile, the magical array of the array master also gradually shrinks. However, this creation is one-time use and cannot be restored, at least not by this master at present. Seizing the opportunity, the array master brandishes his dagger and charges towards the magician. At this juncture, the magician has no choice but to concede defeat. What an exhilarating battle it has been. A narrow loss, a narrow loss. The two instructors narrated the events swiftly, and only then did Yang Jian comprehend what had transpired, a shiver running down his spine. Does the army of the kingdom of Rahan possess such powers as well? Contemplating this, Yang Jian broke into a cold sweat. Yet he had not witnessed such prowess during the fight. Why was that? The magic circle was so formidable. How had it not manifested during their previous confrontation? What Yang Jian did not know was that Anduin, in his early years, had his beloved stolen by a magician. Subsequently, he grew powerful and annihilated the magician's entire lineage, thus harboring a deep-seated hatred for practitioners of magic arrays. Consequently, during that battle, the array master dared not act, fearing to provoke Anduin and inadvertently donning himself with the label of treason. A 9th-level magician is not something mere mortals can withstand. However, since that time has passed, Yang Jian chooses not to dwell further on it. He merely notes it silently, while instructing the base to send 10 newly hatched researchers to observe from the periphery. As the magical screens set up by Qilong Academy provide an opportunity to glean experience. Meanwhile, Yasuo and his companions gathered before the magical screen, intently watching the battles to enhance their own skills. The commands of the sovereign reigned supreme, and soon, the 10 researchers who utilized the magical teleportation array arrived at the outskirts of Qilong Academy City, the grand capital of the Kingdom of Rahan, in merely 3 days. In an almost mystical sense, Yasuo felt a current of wind stirring, and he slowly closed his eyes. When he opened them again, dark clouds coalesced above, and amidst flashes of lightning and thunder, Yasuo's eyes widened. A sound akin to a dragon's roar erupted, and suddenly, a gentle breeze swept around Yasuo, as if he were the eye of a storm, untouched by chaos. The sound of blades echoed like dragons as the sword was drawn. A fierce wind surged towards the heavens, breaking through the ominous clouds and bathing the ground in sunlight. Sheathing the sword, tranquility returned, and a formidable energy gradually retracted into his being. Level 8. Yang Jian, observing the competition, was met with such delightful news. He couldn't help but reflect on how Yasuo had leveled up while merely enjoying popcorn as he watched the match. Who, indeed, is the true protagonist here? Chapter 21. The small nation of Chiju. Such commotion naturally attracted the attention of many. However, upon noticing that Yasuo was merely at level 8, interest waned. Those seasoned veterans possess their own pride. It is not easy to spare a glance at someone not of the same caliber. As the competition unfolded with fervor, a dazzling array of combat techniques, magical arrays, and charms left spectators awestruck, some even experiencing breakthroughs in their abilities. Truly, Qilong Academy, the premier institution of the Kingdom of Rahan, is home to many elites, talented individuals, and prodigies. Some participants achieved breakthroughs during battle. As a nation from the Western continent, Rahan possesses profound depth and culture, having nurtured generations of pillars of strength. Meanwhile, Yang Jian continued to munch on popcorn, having lost interest in the matches as the senior students began to depart, which left him feeling quite disheartened. However, another piece of news drew Yang Jian's attention. A small island was discovered in the southwest of the Elven Isle. Although termed a small island, in the context of the eastern and western continents, it spans approximately 500,000 square kilometers. It is likely the Chiju small nation previously seen on maps. Despite its diminutive name, the Chiju small nation is not truly small in terms of power. The combat prowess is one aspect. Despite its vast land, it possesses scarce resources. Furthermore, directly to the west lies the Dragon Nation, of which the Chiju small nation is a vassal. Consequently, it does not require formidable military strength, as most of its talented individuals have migrated to the Dragon Nation, leading to an inevitable brain drain. After all, people strive to ascend, just as water flows downward. It is an unavoidable reality. The Chiju small nation has existed for many years, initially discovered as a refuge from warfare, and over time, it has experienced endless strife and mergers, ultimately forming the present-day nation. By early July, the territory of Jizit province had been thoroughly exploited, with visible mineral resources being mined systematically, generating a daily income of 600,000 ordinary energy units. This substantial influx has further strengthened the insect race, rekindling their desire for aggression. To expand, invasion is inevitable, and the neighboring nations have become formidable barriers. Over the past 2 months, the apex combat power of Rahan has reached at least level 10, while the highest combat ability of Hahan remains shrouded in mystery, which is truly alarming. The unknown is the most fearsome aspect. Level 10 is a threshold that, at present, the entire insect race cannot overcome. Thus, the Chiju small nation, along with some scattered islands, has become a primary target. Currently, the insect forces en route to the northern and southern continents are still on their way, while the Chiju small nation has already been reached. This moment marks the time for the parasitic beasts to showcase their might. The parasitic beasts have been developed, yet they can only control practitioners at level 3 and below. Anything beyond that poses a threat to their existence. The average combat strength of the Chiju small nation is merely at level 4, making it a prime target for covert takeover. Thus, a maritime trading fleet set sail, disguised as merchants from Hahan's southern trade route. This southern route is a significant trade artery between Hahan and the Dragon Nation, established many years ago when trade between the eastern and western continents began, fostering mutual prosperity. The northern route connects Rahan with the frosty northern nation. Both routes are routinely patrolled by naval forces from various nations to ensure safe passage, deterring ordinary pirates. However, the Chiju small nation has become a frequent target for piracy. The identity of this trading fleet could easily serve as a ruse, allowing them to be attacked by pirates, scattering from the main fleet and leading to encounters with wealthy young masters. To facilitate this operation, the merchant Jia personally arrived. Yang Jian also accompanied him to unwind, as there was little to attend to at the academy. Upon disembarking, he found a bustling port full of unloading activity, a testament to thriving trade, with the sea offering numerous avenues for wealth. The moist sea breeze enveloped him, and the locals were too engrossed in their own affairs to notice Yang Jian. Despite the flourishing maritime trade and the port as a hub of wealth, the grassroots populace remains oppressed, with few bright prospects. After a brief exploration, Yang Jian settled into a tidy inn, clearly well-maintained by its proprietor. Meanwhile, Jia ventured out to gather intelligence. With nothing pressing to do, Yang Jian could no longer contain his impatience and decided to head downstairs for a meal. As he sat waiting for his food, he overheard a conversation at the adjacent table. Have you heard? Fishing has become increasingly difficult in the east. The fish have dwindled significantly. Indeed, I went a few days ago, and the catch was far less than before. I wonder what has happened near the Elven Isle to cause such a decline. How are we supposed to survive? The north is under government control, while the south is plagued by those shark gangsters collecting protection fees. Shoo, you shouldn't speak so carelessly. Do you remember that widow from the north? The one named Sun? Ah, yes. Her tofu was simply unforgettable. The speaker salivated at the memory. A few days ago, the young master of the shark gang returned from the Dragon Nation and spotted that widow in the street. Which one? The second son? Yes, that second son who only has eyes for widows. What a scourge he is. The widow's son refused to yield and was killed in a fit of rage. Poor little daughter of hers, only 7 years old. I can only imagine her fate now. Truly, our city lord is utterly useless, forever relying on others for support. What a waste. That Sun City lord is in league with the shark gang. I hear he was put in place by them. Otherwise, how could those competitors be eliminated or meet their demise? I reckon it won't be long before we have to move out. Taxes keep rising. How are we supposed to survive? Indeed. Eat up. Let's not dwell on such matters. Cheers. With that, the two began to drink heartily. Yang Jian's meal was soon served, and he sipped his juice while enjoying his food. Unbeknownst to the speakers, their words caught Yang Jian's interest. If the shark gang reigns supreme in this port city, then matters could be simplified. If the members of the shark gang could be controlled by parasitic beasts, the city would be within easy grasp. Contemplating this, Yang Jian felt a surge of optimism, deciding to wait for Jia's return to delve deeper into discussion. On this visit to the Qizhu small nation, Yang Jian had not brought any advisors, wishing to explore independently and see what unfolded. His only protection came from 3 shadow assassins. As evening fell, Jia knocked on the door, entering to report the day's findings. My lord, this city is managed by a man named Sunda. However, prior to his election, he was affiliated with the shark gang, which is currently led by a certain Chai Shang, a level 5 warrior, while his subordinates are mostly level 4, with the rest at level 3. Yang Jian listened attentively, nodding in acknowledgement before pondering aloud. What level is this Sunda? He is at level 3. Where does Sunda frequently go? To the Northern Sea and to the deer gambling house. When is his next outing, and where to? If the information is correct, he will set off tomorrow noon to fish in the Northern Sea. Very well. Yang Jian nodded and promptly dispatched 1,000 arrowfish and 500 water scorpions from the main base, setting forth to await orders in the Northern Sea region. You may descend now, rest for the night, and we shall commence our plans tomorrow. Understood, Dominator, replied Jia Shang, as he took 3 steps back, turned, and closed the door behind him. Gazing out the window, Yang Jian found himself enveloped in a room adorned with ancient Chinese architecture, reminiscent of a bygone era. The garments worn by pedestrians were varied in hue, yet the palette remained limited, with styles reflecting antiquity. Now that I am here, I shall monopolize trade in all facets of sustenance, habitation, and transport. His attention shifted to the documents regarding Sunda, laid out upon the table, as he meticulously strategized for the following day. The next morning, Yang Jian rose early and made his way to the northern harbor, taking in the exotic culture along the route. After a considerable distance, he turned a corner and encountered a bustling street, alive with the clamor of vendors, where throngs of people thrived in the early market. As he ventured deeper into the marketplace, he discovered an array of diverse goods, with merchants vocally extolling the virtues of their wares, igniting friendly rivalries. However, there were no public contests. The locals were too preoccupied for such leisure. As he continued, the atmosphere grew quiet towards the end of the street, culminating in an unsettling open space. Selling oneself to bury a mother? Yang Jian paused, momentarily taken aback by the dramatic scene. Approaching, he beheld a small girl kneeling on the ground before a corpse, shrouded in a grass mat, from which a faint odor of decay emanated. The girl bowed her head, obscuring her features. Is this the widow mentioned yesterday? And is this her daughter? Yang Jian pondered, struggling to recall her name. Little one? He ventured softly. The girl seemed lost in thought, only responding after several gentle calls. When she finally looked up, her eyes, red from crying but dry of tears, conveyed a blend of resilience, stubbornness, and hope, tinged with despair. The striking golden hue of her eyes was reminiscent of the sun itself. Sir, are you here to purchase Suna? The girl appeared to have much to express, yet her throat was parched, and she could only utter those words before succumbing to a fit of coughs. Yang Jian merely observed. There are countless sufferings in this world. If I can save one, what of the next? And the one after that? I am not a deity, merely a man. In that moment, an overwhelming chill enveloped Yang Jian as he regarded the small girl, his heart growing heavy with coldness. The girl sensed his turmoil and, mustering her breath, implored hastily, "Please, please, my sonner. She eats very little and is strong enough to help you fish. I beg you." With that, her small hand clutched the edge of her clothing, her hopeful gaze piercing through the veil of her fragile exterior, reaching deep into his soul. At that instant, a torrent of thoughts swirled within Yang Jian. The despair in Sun Er's eyes seemed to signal the gradual dimming of her golden light. Chapter 22. The fishes concerned. The golden hue of the fish gradually faded, so slowly that it seemed to move slower than time itself, slower than everything else, even slower than its own diminishing gold. It is difficult to articulate, yet it is indeed happening. After some contemplation, the surrounding sounds began to invade my senses. Fresh fish for sale, guaranteed alive. Alas, what bad luck. The recent typhoon drove many fish ashore. Now every household is swimming in fish and no one is buying. Just think about it, truly. Hey, these days, you might as well stay home and spend more time with your son. Why bother venturing out? In a few days, you'll be able to sell again. My foolish son, every day he goes to the city to find fish washed ashore to release them. It's such a waste, don't you think? Children, after all. By the way, why does he want to release these fish? Wouldn't it be better to eat them? Have you told him? What else there to say? What does a fish care? Forget it. Time to pack up and go home. The fish, concerned. Zhuangzi asked the child why so many fish had been washed ashore and why he insisted on picking them up one by one to throw them back into the sea. The child replied that it was impossible for one person to return all the fish to the ocean before they perished from thirst. Yet the child simply stated, "At least the fish care." Yang Jian also recalled that typhoon, remembering how the Qijing mountain ant had discovered an area rich in red crystals. After excavating a chunk, a sudden flash of light and a violent wind ensued. Yes, it was the tempest that had raged in the sea just days prior. The insect tribe, the fish's concern. Yang Jian suddenly smiled, feeling that while his level had not changed, a breakthrough to 8th level was imminent, with no bottlenecks in sight. This was a refinement of the mind, an elevation of spirit. Such opportunities are rare, far more elusive than a location brimming with combat energy for cultivation. Priceless and unmarketable. He laughed, joyful and innocent, reminiscent of a child. Yang Jian pulled out his purse and placed it before the little girl, holding it gently, and softly asked, "What is this? Are you having second thoughts? Are you eating less and working more? If you eat more in the future, I might just spank you." Sun, hearing his melodious voice, momentarily stunned, only came to her senses when Yang Jian held her hand and placed the purse in her grasp. She suddenly awoke, gazing at Yang Jian, an ordinary-looking man who felt warmer than the sun. "Thank you, thank you, thank you so much." Gripping the purse tightly, Sun Er's eyes regained their sparkle, the golden hue seemingly more vibrant than before, as if it could illuminate the world. Yang Jian affectionately ruffled Sun Er's hair, smiling as he said, "To be honest, I ought to thank you." Without lingering, Yang Jian rose to depart, with pressing matters to attend to. He anticipated that Sun would soon set sail, and he needed to go greet him. Suddenly, Sun remembered that the man had not disclosed his name or where to find him. She rushed out, but he had already vanished into the crowd. Biting her lip, Sun returned to her place and knelt down in the house. "Mother, Sun has finally gathered enough money to help you become a magician." As she spoke, tears streamed down Sun's face, but she quickly wiped them away, tossing aside the straw mat, discarding the cotton and such back into the yard, locking the gate, and running towards the coffin shop. "Sir, look at this splendid sunny day, with a gentle sea breeze. It is a blessing from heaven. Surely you will reap great rewards today." A sycophant exclaimed. "Indeed. Excellent." Sunda relished the flattery, feeling entirely at ease. "Sir, sir." Various praises followed as the group headed out to sea, casting their nets. Sunda basked in the sun, sipping chilled watermelon juice, savoring life. As a subordinate of the shark gang chosen to be the city lord, everything was leisurely, except when facing the gang leader and his entourage of guardians and hall masters, where he had to adopt a sycophantic demeanor. Reflecting on this, Sunda increasingly yearned to escape the shark gang, yet the nearby cities were all entwined with it. Venturing inland might prove even more perilous than his current situation. As he contemplated this, he took a sip of watermelon juice, the coolness washing over him, suppressing his desires. Where did that sycophant go? Bring the net. I want to take a look. Sycophant. Haha, what a delightful name. A voice chimed in, and Sunda felt someone sitting beside him. A blade hovered a mere half-inch from his neck. One misstep, and death would be inevitable. Not possibly, but certainly. Sunda, the great city lord? Yang Jian chuckled, pouring himself a drink. The chill flowed through him, refreshing him for the summer. By heavens, this is delightful. Yang Jian exclaimed, unable to contain his joy. Involuntarily, he began to indulge in pastries. I woke up early and skipped breakfast, so please wait a moment. Hey, how do you make this watermelon juice? It's delicious. Is there any left? None left, what a pity. Do you have more? Get someone to bring some. Yang Jian was enjoying his feast when he realized the watermelon juice had run out, glancing at Sunda. Sunda quickly nodded, shouting, hurry. Send someone to fetch watermelon juice, all of it, quickly. Sycophant. Before long, the second shadow of the three shadow assassins brought a large bucket of watermelon juice, pouring it into a large cup, after which Yang Jian transferred it into his goblet. What a life of indulgence. Yang Jian remarked. You're even more shameless than I am. It seems I haven't been decadent enough. I must have this when I return. He adjusted the sunshade closer to himself, leaving Sunda exposed to the sun. After satisfying his hunger and thirst, Yang Jian remarked, haha, sorry to keep you waiting. It's been 15 minutes. Sunda's throat felt dry. Sunda, what benefits has the shark gang bestowed upon you for being the city lord? Yang Jian wiped his mouth and inquired. Just look at me. I've eaten so much I can hardly speak. Being the city lord is such a pleasure. Then I will be direct. Help me with some tasks. How about that? Cold sweat trickled down Sunda's brow as he nodded vigorously, as if determined to nod his head off. Don't be too eager with your consent. Well, since you've agreed, I haven't even shown off yet. You haven't shown off. Sunda was speechless internally. Since you've agreed, help me eliminate this parasitic beast. With that, Yang Jian tossed a pill into Sunda's mouth, urging him to swallow. Rest assured, this is harmless and actually beneficial, provided you harbor no ill intentions. It strengthens the body. I wouldn't even consume it myself. So cherish it well. Yang Jian feigned a pained expression. Sunda clutched his throat, rolling on the ground a few times before rising to kneel on one knee, declaring, I pay my respects to the sovereign. Yang Jian continued, the shark gang is a blight upon the land, and I must eradicate it. As for how to proceed, you need not concern yourself. But what to do afterwards, I trust you understand. All according to the sovereign's command. Sunda nodded solemnly. The dead, toss them into the sea. The living, prepare a ship to transport them here. Yang Jian gestured below. Yes, sovereign. Yang Jian nodded. Very well. Chai Sheng. What do you know about him? Chai Sheng is a level 5 warrior, known for his brutality and fondness for women. He has 3 children. His eldest son is the master of the Flying Fish Hall, a level 3 warrior. His second son has just returned from gilding in the Dragon Kingdom, a complete wastrel. And his youngest son is merely a month old. However, there are rumors suggesting that Chai Sheng is affiliated with Qi Feitian, the governor of Shangnan province, who oversees the entire region. It is said that Qi Feitian has been instrumental in supporting various gangs to seize control of different cities. Owing to his past as a mountain bandit before he gained wealth at the age of 30, Qi Feitian is a 6th level practitioner, and he is accompanied by 2 6th level practitioners at all times. This is all I know, my lord. Yang Jian nodded, pondering whether this was a case of nurturing the enemy to strengthen oneself. After inquiring further, Yang Jian took his leave. Upon returning to the inn, he lay on his bed, organizing his thoughts. The following day, at noon, Chai Sheng would host a banquet to celebrate the full moon of his 3rd son, inviting several prominent figures from this small town. At that time, security would undoubtedly be tight, but it would also present a prime opportunity to catch them all at once. With that in mind, Yang Jian decided to take action the next day. He drifted off to sleep, his internal energy flowing steadily, maintaining its operation. The 3rd day arrived quietly. In the morning, Yang Jian dressed himself, skipping breakfast, and hurried to Chai Manor, a vast estate located in the southern part of the city, which boasted over 60 servants. As he approached, he could hear the sounds of drums and firecrackers, creating a festive atmosphere. Yang Jian approached with a smile, but was stopped by a young servant. Sir, may I kindly request to see your invitation? The young servant asked with a beaming smile. Invitation? Yang Jian was taken aback, then patted his pocket and exclaimed, Oh dear, I left it at home in the northern part of the city. The servant's smile faltered momentarily before he managed to force out another smile, saying, Sir, Please do not make it difficult for me. Without an invitation, I cannot allow you to enter. Is an invitation all that is required? Yang Jian inquired. Indeed. The servant nodded earnestly. Very well. Please go in and inform them that Yang Jian wishes to discuss a significant business matter. After a brief hesitation, the servant complied and entered to relay the message. Before long, the servant emerged with a smile, stating, "The master has said that guests are welcomed. Please, sir, step inside." Yang Jian nodded and entered the bustling scene. Inside, the atmosphere was lively, with a stage where various acrobatics were being performed, alongside several magicians who had been hired for entertainment. This clearly showcased Chai Sheng's influence in the town. Indeed, Master Chai is impressive. He can even hire magicians as entertainers, remarked a nearby table. As others joined in praising Chai Sheng's prowess, some even expressing their admiration directly, which only served to broaden Chai Sheng's smile. A servant whispered something into Chai Sheng's ear, then pointed in Yang Jian's direction. Chai Sheng turned to see Yang Jian sitting alone, sipping his drink. With a smile, he approached and sat down. "Are you the esteemed Yang Jian?" Chai Sheng asked, pouring himself a drink. "Indeed, I am," Yang Jian replied. "And you must be Chai Sheng." Chai Sheng nodded and then inquired, "Are you satisfied with the festivities?" Yang Jian surveyed the surroundings, and his guard stepped slightly forward. "I must be forthright," he began. "Speak," Chai Sheng encouraged. "The food is being served too slowly. Perhaps we could expedite the process?" "Oh, haha. You are quite direct, my young friend. Very well. Let us bring out the dishes without delay. Servants, bring forth the food," he commanded, and the servants from the back hurriedly began to present the dishes. "Now, my young friend, you may share what business you wish to discuss regarding your head, Chai Sheng." Chapter 23. Chai Sheng and the judgment. Upon hearing those words, Chai Sheng's smile vanished, his hair stiffened, and the cup he held shattered in his grip. His guards rushed forward, prepared to subdue Yang Jian, but Chai Sheng raised a hand to stop them. "Young brother, we have never met. What do you mean by that?" "Haha, just a jest, merely a jest," Yang Jian replied with a carefree smile, before continuing. "However, this jest is indeed excessive. Let us speak of serious matters. I propose a trade. The heads of all those in your shark gang who have committed heinous acts, murder, robbery, coercion, and more, in exchange for the life of your third son. How does that sound?" At this proclamation, the temperature in the vicinity plummeted, as an oppressive silence swiftly spread outward from the two men. The surrounding crowd sensed the shift in atmosphere and turned their gazes toward the source. For a moment, the only sounds within the estate were the distant echoes of drums and flutes. "Just you?" Chai Sheng scoffed. "How could that be? I am merely a level 3 warrior. How could I possibly contend with you? Nevertheless, I believe there are those who would be willing to assist me." As soon as he spoke, the commotion outside ceased. As one who had danced on the edge of death, Chai Sheng's keen ears detected the arrival of many individuals surrounding the estate. It wasn't long before the leader of this group entered, Sunda. "Sunda, the great city lord's son. Has he grown tired of living?" The onlookers murmured in disbelief, astonished that Sunda would dare confront Chai Sheng. Chai Sheng laughed heartily, addressing Sunda with derision. "Sunda, have you come here seeking death? If that is the case, allow me to oblige you. However, if you surrender now and disclose the full circumstances, I might pretend this has never occurred. Otherwise, you know the consequences." Sunda halted, casting a stern glance at Yang Jian and Chai Sheng, then declared with righteous fervor, "Chai Sheng, you are a criminal, a scourge upon this land, guilty of every imaginable atrocity. Today, I stand on behalf of all present, the townsfolk, to demand justice. Do not resist. Surrender now." Sunda glared fiercely at Chai Sheng. In response, Chai Sheng laughed in rage, exclaiming, "Nonsense. Sunda, it seems you have a death wish. I shall grant it to you." With that, he lunged at Sunda. To Chai Sheng's astonishment, Sunda showed no fear, his eyes unwavering. In that moment, a chill ran through Chai Sheng's heart. He attempted to retreat, but found himself airborne, his momentum carrying him forward against his will. Yet just as he was about to make contact, a mysterious figure from outside seized him by the leg and hurled him to the ground with a force that left him dazed and disoriented. The onlookers witnessed this spectacle clearly, as a tall figure clad in black effortlessly brought down the 200-pound Chai Sheng as if he were a mere feather. A collective gasp echoed through the crowd. "Father! Father! My husband!" The crowd erupted into chaos, voices rising in support for Sunda. "Chai Sheng has long been a tyrant. We cannot allow this to continue. I stand with Lord Sun. Yes, Lord Sun cares for his people. We cannot leave him to fight alone. Yang Jian, however, interjected at an inopportune moment. Chai Sheng, we have done all you asked of us. These people do not share your cause. His words crashed over the crowd like a colossal wave, revealing the trap that had ensnared them. The individuals who had just spoken in support now stood pale and frozen in place, hastily distancing themselves from Chai Sheng as fear gripped them. Chai Sheng, now supported to his feet, laughed bitterly. At this point, there is no need for theatrics. I have indulged in pleasures for many years. It has been worth it. If you wish to kill me, do as you will, but I implore you to spare my innocent wife and children. I am aware that this is a cliché often uttered by the villainous, and I have grown weary of hearing it, Yang Jian remarked, digging into his ears. Chai Sheng, have you ever spared the families of your enemies? Or those you have harmed? Chai Sheng's countenance shifted dramatically, his hair turning noticeably grayer. He knelt, choking back tears, resembling an aged man in his twilight years. Father, rise. If we must die, let the Chai family die with honor. You know nothing. Chai Sheng snapped, pulling his eldest son closer and whispering, go find Qi Feitian and inform him of our plight. He will seek vengeance for me. Yes, father. His eldest son responded, a glimmer of hope igniting in his eyes, casting a sinister glance at Yang Jian as if he were gazing upon a corpse. Yang Jian shook his head, considering the son's naivety. If not for having a formidable father, he would have perished countless times already. He sighed, stating, Qi Feitian will not concern himself with a dead man, unless there are tributes to be made. What do you say, Chai Sheng? These words shattered Chai Sheng's resolve entirely. His spirit dimmed, a pallor of despair enveloping him. Suddenly, Chai Sheng sprang up, shouting, you must scatter and flee. Save yourselves. Do not seek revenge for me. Just go. Alas, dreams of escape were futile as Chai Sheng was once again thrown to the ground, while those around him stood frozen, still processing the unfolding events. As Chai Sheng lay defeated, the soldiers moved in, surrounding the area. Fear not, Chai Sheng. I shall not kill you. You and your gang will receive the fate you deserve, Yang Jian stated, directing his gaze toward the Shark gang members eager for vengeance. Charge! For revenge! They cried, brandishing their weapons and rushing forth, only to be swiftly dispatched by the shadowy assassins. Thus, the curtain fell on this grim tableau. What a pity, Chai Sheng, that you fathered only sons. Had you a daughter, I might have found some amusement, Yang Jian mused, a tinge of melancholy washing over him. Would he too one day meet such a fate? Shaking his head, he dismissed the thought. He was the sovereign of the insect race. Yet he mused, should your daughter resemble you? It would be truly terrifying. As Chai Sheng lay on the ground, hurling curses, they were merely the last cries of a defeated man. Leaving the scene, Yang Jian suddenly realized, wasn't the meal served a bit too hastily? I haven't even dined yet. In frustration, he smacked his forehead. I can't believe I forgot to eat before the rebellion. Returning to the inn, he found a little girl resting against his door. She sat on the ground, dozing off. Yang Jian recognized her as the girl named Suner, whose tragic circumstances and golden eyes were unforgettable. Seeing her asleep, he felt a pang of compassion and chose to sit quietly against the wall, idly waiting. Originally, he had intended to use these individuals for experiments, but reconsidering, he thought it might be wiser to win their hearts instead. Thus, all but his youngest son, who had just turned 1 month, were taken from Chai Sheng's family. Paraded through the streets in cages, each cart adorned with a knife and a grand proclamation. If one has committed a crime, a single stab is permitted, regardless of its depth or location. Each transgression warrants only one thrust. Moreover, a cruciform wound will result in uncontrollable bleeding, particularly in areas such as the heart, which could prove fatal. Let the populace adjudicate the malevolence of these individuals. Circling the city thrice, only those who survive shall be deemed worthy of participating in rehabilitation and embarking on a new life. The deceased are all deserving of their fate. Perhaps some among the crowd may mistakenly take a life, seeking thrill in the chaos. However, one must be prepared for the consequences of a tumultuous existence, for one's head may very well roll at any moment. As the first circle concluded, many had not even shed a tear of remorse before they succumbed, their eyes forever shut. Witnessing the very villagers they once oppressed transformed into executioners, they seized the blades without hesitation, plunging them deep until the hilt was reached. Had it not been for the hilt, the entire weapon would have disappeared within them. The second circle had barely commenced when cries for mercy and pleas for redemption erupted from those unable to withstand the horror. Yet, By the end of this circle, few remained alive. The survivors drew breath with great difficulty, their fates seemingly sealed. The Chai family, from top to bottom, was brutally slain just down the street, while villagers clashed over the knife, ultimately selecting the strongest among them to drive the blade deep, fingers included. Such was the intensity of their animosity. Zheng Laoba, a fisherman known for his meekness, who would not dare harm a chicken, now trembled, yet resolutely grasped the knife's handle, viciously plunging it into Chai Sheng's most vital area, severing it completely. Son, I have avenged you. Husband, children, I have avenged you. Many family members attempted to shield their loved ones, yet more were recognized as belonging to the same scum, falling victim amidst the turmoil. Unable to close their eyes in death, those who witnessed this horror saw their wives, mothers, fathers, and children brutally slain or dismembered in the chaos, their regrets arriving far too late. The notion of living as a good person in the next life could scarcely encapsulate their sentiments. Ultimately, they grasped the most vital lesson of life, the essence of humanity. This was a raw, unembellished catharsis, a sheer and bloody outpouring of vengeance. Until the last, those who had driven the cart fled far away. Upon their return, they found the remnants of the victims reduced to a gruesome paste, the prison cart shattered, the ground soaked in blood. The early dead felt little fear, while those who lingered witnessed their accomplices, those who had participated in the crimes, meeting unspeakable fates. Some were even gnawed to death, pieces of flesh torn from their bodies. There were no restrictions on the means of demise. The brutality was unimaginable, with wooden stakes thrust through the back, emerging from their mouths. Such horrors reflect the depth of their hatred, a sentiment that no amount of water from the rivers and seas could ever cleanse. Outside, the cacophony of cries, wretches, pleas for mercy, and confessions intertwined in a haunting symphony. Yang Jian could scarcely fathom the terror and bloodshed. Even the most gruesome horror films paled in comparison. Chapter 24. Loyalty to the sovereign. As dusk fell, the acrid scent of blood lingered in the air, yet nearly every face bore a smile, brimming with anticipation for the morrow. At noon, Sun Da had disseminated proclamations throughout the city and dispatched 10 teams to vociferously announce the forthcoming events. The Shark Gang had ravaged the countryside, endangering the populace. Thus, they must be eradicated. Henceforth, immediate justice would be served, and effective today. The city would officially implement new policies. Firstly, fishermen would no longer be restricted to specific fishing zones. They could cast their nets in the northern, southern, and western waters. Although 30% of their earnings would be required to be surrendered, which would be purchased at market price. Secondly, the port city would undergo infrastructural development, necessitating that each household provide at least one adult male for labor. Those who failed to contribute would owe 20 coins. Thirdly, urban renovations would commence, with residents of the Western District required to register at the Lord's estate within 5 days. Those who failed to comply would be deemed remnants of the Shark Gang and imprisoned without exception, from noon until evening. The residents of the Western District became aware of these stipulations, realizing that cooperation with the urban planning could grant them a renovated abode elsewhere, preserving their original square footage. Conversely, non-compliance would label them as remnants of the Shark Gang, a fate none wished to embrace. Consequently, households began to contribute their dues and labor, filling the streets with a lively buzz. At dusk, Suner awoke with a soft sound, rubbing her eyes and glancing around. The Lord has not returned, she mused, only to spot Yang Jian slumbering against the wall. Her golden eyes sparkled as she gazed at him, seemingly imprinting his visage into her very soul. With a gentle smile, she continued to observe him in silence. Suddenly, Yang Jian stretched his legs and stirred awake. Wiping away drool, he noticed Suner's anxious expression and, rubbing his eyes, inquired, "You're awake?" Suner nodded in response. Just then, her stomach growled, causing her cheeks to flush with embarrassment as she averted her gaze. "Ah," she gasped softly. Yang Jian chuckled. "Let us go. I'll take you to eat." With that, he led the 7-year-old girl into the room. Suner remained crimson-faced, entirely oblivious to the events that would soon unfold. Da Ying, inform the kitchen to serve the food, he commanded. The air shimmered with unspoken energy as Suner watched Yang Jian converse with the unseen. Her curiosity piqued. "Let us wash up first while we wait for the food," he said, affectionately ruffling Suner's hair, which felt delightfully soft. Yang Jian's initial thought was to continue stroking her hair, but he abruptly realized. When had he developed a penchant for Lolis? Hadn't he always favored mature women? Meanwhile, Sunner's face deepened in hue as she sniffed her arm, wrinkling her nose before dashing off to bathe. Oh, what a sin, Yang Jian thought inwardly, though his gaze unwittingly drifted toward the bathroom. As Sunner bathed, a gentle knock resounded at the door, accompanied by a voice. I've placed your change of clothes here. Remember to wear them after you finish. A small stool outside held neatly stacked garments. Lying in bed, the kitchen staff soon brought in the dishes. Despite being on the third floor, the allure of coins spurred them to hustle eagerly. Even the presentation was pleasing to the eye, and the portions were ample. In no time, the water in the copper hot pot began to boil. Yang Jian sifted through the ingredients and tossed them in, releasing an enticing aroma that made one's mouth water. Although Sunner was only 7, her bath took quite some time. Yang Jian nearly lost his patience waiting. When she finally emerged, her damp hair cascaded over her shoulders, droplets playfully cascading down. Dressed in the new outfit Yang Jian had chosen, she resembled a delicate porcelain doll, each feature perfectly proportioned, destined to be breathtaking in her maturity. Yang Jian envisioned the wars that would undoubtedly ensue over Sunner and shook his head, pondering who might be fortunate enough to marry her. Yet, he questioned whether that individual would possess sufficient strength to avoid conflict. Sunner, nervously clutching the hem of her clothing, noticed Yang Jian shake his head and instantly wilted, her hopeful anticipation evaporating. I must be strong. One day, I will be beautiful, she resolved. Come sit. Today, I shall introduce you to the culinary delights of my homeland. Hot pot. As they dined, Yang Jian asked, Sunner, how did you find your way here? Sunner placed a tiny hand over her mouth and replied resolutely, I felt the Lord should be here. Yang Jian was left speechless. Do you have no relatives to turn to? He queried. Sunner set down her utensils, her voice tinged with gloom. No, I have only my mother, and she is gone. As she spoke, tears glistened in her eyes. Yang Jian felt a pang of discomfort and comforted her. Then you may stay with me for now. Yes. Sunner nodded enthusiastically, her joy returning as the tears vanished. Am I being deceived? This child is remarkably perceptive, Yang Jian mused, momentarily taken aback. The meal stretched on, and by the time they finished, night had fallen. The kitchen staff, seeing Sunner's golden eyes, kept their distance, as if fearing contagion. Sunner, nestled against Yang Jian's arm, drifted off to sleep. Yang Jian, unperturbed, recalled all the curious eyes he had encountered while watching anime. He had seen stranger sights than hers. Golden eyes could simply be a genetic quirk. After all, humans sometimes exhibit ancestral traits. Contemplating, he carried Sunner to bed, only for her to grasp his sleeve with her small hand. Fearing to startle her, he scratched his head and decided to have Daeng sever his sleeve to free himself. Closing the door behind him, he moved to an adjoining room and instructed Daeng and Ing to ensure Sunner's safety, leaving only San by his side. Once Yang Jian departed, Sunner opened her eyes, glancing regretfully at the severed sleeve, but soon found joy in her thoughts as she hugged it and drifted back to slumber. As dawn broke, Yang Jian remained in a leisurely slumber until an itch in his nose roused him. Upon opening his eyes, he was met by Sunner's mischievous gaze and delicate features. He gently ruffled her hair, saying, Be good, let me sleep a little longer. With that, he rolled back down. Sunner puffed her cheeks and turned to the side, observing Yang Jian. When he finally awoke, he was surprised to find her still asleep beside him. Truly, she was a child who woke early and slept soundly. Quietly rising, he washed up and made his way to the dining area on the first floor, where Jiashong awaited him. With a smile, Yang Jian approached, seated himself, and ordered several dishes before inquiring, Have you gathered the information? All has been uncovered. Here is the proposal for your review, Sovereign, Jiashong replied, sliding a stack of papers across the table. Yang Jian picked them up, noting the comprehensive coverage of essentials such as food, clothing, housing, and transportation. Implementing these will require considerable resources. Please send this to Sunyu, allowing the Gister province to commence execution. Upon witnessing the scene, Yang Jian expressed a few thoughts before continuing. Moreover, have we gathered intelligence on the nearby cities? Jiashong smiled and slid several sheets of paper across the table. As Yang Jian picked them up to examine, he clarified, My lord, the first page details an individual named Lu Wei, a third-level mage, who became one of us just last night. The remaining pages list the city lords from the surrounding areas, none of whom surpassed the third level. They are all ideal targets. Yang Jian nodded, placing the documents aside just as the dishes were served. Observing the food, he remarked, I was quite troubled about how to assemble these individuals. Now we have a solution. Lu Wei should be the leader in this region. Let us have him send invitations to the nearby city lords, stating that a breakthrough is imminent and a gathering is in order. Once the invitations were dispatched, the lords of the 6 surrounding cities received them. Although they were puzzled as to why the notoriously frugal Lu Wei would suddenly extend an invitation, they dared not show disrespect. Consequently, they brought along a few guards and made their way towards Wei City. In Wei City, Lu Wei served as the city lord, presiding over a grand metropolis with a radius of 500 miles and a population of approximately 800,000, supported by a military force of 50,000. 2 days later, Yang Jian arrived in this vast city alongside Sun Er. His eyes were immediately drawn to the towering 10-meter city walls, patrolled by soldiers both inside and outside, while tax collectors were stationed at the gates. Upon entering the city, they soon encountered a signpost. To the left lay a bustling market, a spontaneous assembly of the common folk, while the right side accommodated the middle class. Further ahead were the affluent, and deeper still resided the aristocracy. Without lingering on these thoughts, Yang Jian proceeded onward. To avoid drawing attention, Lu Wei did not come forth to greet them. Rather, a single individual guided them through the city to the lord's estate. The lord's residence was a far cry from the modest abode in the previous small port city. It exuded grandeur and had a subtle magical aura conducive to cultivation. Entering from the rear, Yang Jian found Lu Wei awaiting him, who immediately knelt and proclaimed, "I humbly welcome the lord." Yang Jian nodded, leaving Sun Er astonished and wide-eyed. He briefly explained the situation to her before being escorted to the second floor, where the dining area was located. The day spent in the lord's estate was straightforward yet indulgent, characterized by lavish comforts. The open-air private pool was particularly decadent, where Yang Jian luxuriated for an afternoon, while Sun Er, embodying the spirit of a child, reveled in the water's embrace. The city lords arrived at various times, but they were accommodated at an inn, choosing not to voice any concerns, acknowledging Lu Wei's status as the elder brother in the vicinity. On the following day, all 6 city lords gathered, each personally welcomed by Lu Wei into the dining hall. The spacious dining area was already lavishly adorned with a plethora of delicacies. Lu Wei instructed the guards to stand down and close the doors behind them. He spoke candidly, "Gentlemen, the first order of business today is for us to share a drink together." With that, he took his seat, poured himself a glass of wine, raised it, and gazed at the assembly. Though their faces bore expressions of confusion, each lord poured themselves a glass, and they clinked their cups together. Cheers! Upon hearing Lu Wei's words, they downed their drinks in unison, not wishing to appear overly formal. Lu Wei smiled and declared, "The second matter is that I hope you will all pledge your loyalty to the Supreme Lord." Following his proclamation, the lords collapsed to the ground, writhing and clutching their throats. Chapter 25. A conclusion. A month later, in the province of Xiangnan, every individual had succumbed to parasitic beasts, except for Qi Feitian, who remained loyal to Yang Jian. The final key to Xiangnan province lay in Qi Feitian, yet Yang Jian had no intention of acting against him at present. After all, it was impossible to silently replace Qi Feitian. Such a feat was beyond the capabilities of the current insect race. Thus, to provide better cover, an immense supermarket emerged in Ziwei City, spreading like dandelions across Xiangnan province, encompassing all aspects of daily life. At this moment, within the Lord's mansion of Xiangnan City, a man named Jia Shang, the manager of the recently flourishing Tanlang Trading Company, sought an audience with the Lord. A servant knocked on the door, and upon receiving permission, entered to announce his arrival. Qi Feitian was engrossed in practicing ink wash painting, splashing ink to depict bamboo and plum blossoms. "Let him in," he said without looking up. "Yes, my lord." Shortly thereafter, Jia Shang knocked and entered. "I pay my respects to the lord." He bowed. Qi Feitian set down his brush, approached, wiped his hands, sat down, and inquired, "What brings you here?" "My lord, our Tanlang Trading Company wishes to establish a base in your esteemed Xiangnan province to open markets and distribute goods nationwide. Naturally, we require your approval and protection." With that, Jia Shang clapped his hands, and several burly men entered, carrying boxes. They set the boxes down with a thud before exiting. Qi Feitian's interest was piqued. He glanced at Jia Shang and walked over to lift the box lid. In an instant, the room was filled with a dazzling golden light. Qi Feitian's face gleamed with excitement, his breath quickening. Having experienced poverty, he found himself irresistibly drawn to such golden treasures. However, at that moment, Qi Feitian's greed surfaced as he asked, but I have heard that the Tamlang Trading Company operates illegally. Is there truth to this? Hee, my lord, we are law-abiding citizens. Moreover, under your leadership, the Tamlang Trading Company merely collaborates with you. You stand to gain 6/10 of the profits. At this remark, Chi Feitian immediately broke into a smile. Ah yes, look at me. I've grown old and forgotten about that. It is indeed the Bayou Trading Company that operates unlawfully. Alas, with the current economic downturn, many businesses are flouting the law. I believe a cleanup is in order. Tamlang Trading Company shall be the sole entity in Xiangnan Province from now on. Thank you, my lord. Jia Shang expressed his gratitude before taking his leave. Chi Feitian, thrilled, eagerly opened the boxes one after another, his excitement palpable. As Jia Shang exited, he cast a glance back at the lord's mansion. What you consume today, you shall repay tenfold in the future. A smirk curled at the corner of his mouth as he departed. Before long, numerous businesses in Xiangnan Province were found to be operating illegally, leaving only the Tamlang Trading Company. With Jia Shang's covert assistance, they monopolized all aspects of living essentials, compelling the populace to purchase rice, salt, and various goods exclusively from them. Naturally, the Tamlang Trading Company expanded into various provinces and cities, thriving under Chi Feitian's protection, with no one daring to confront them publicly. Furthermore, wherever they went, if the lord was a low-ranking official, they were granted extraordinary privileges. Although many questioned the situation, they could not pinpoint where the problem lay. The Tamlang Trading Company soon caught the attention of the king of Chizhou country. Lords, are you familiar with the Tamlang Trading Company? The aging king inquired, while his ministers, all middle-aged, listened attentively. Your Majesty, the Tamlang Trading Company has been operating for a month and a half, dealing in all aspects of daily life. Their products are of the highest quality. The silk is unparalleled in smoothness, the tea leaves exude an enchanting aroma, and their bicycles are a remarkably efficient mode of transport. I have purchased some myself, and the prices are quite reasonable, even accessible to commoners. It's hard to fathom how such affordable goods can yield such immense profits. Oh, how much have they earned? The old king's eyes widened with interest. Your Majesty, they have amassed a fortune of 100,000 gold coins in just a month and a half. 100,000? The courtiers gasped in astonishment. For Chizhou country's annual treasury amounted to merely 200,000. The Tamlang Trading Company's annual profit likely constituted a third or even half of the national income. What are the taxes from the Tamlang Trading Company? The king posed an intriguing question. Your Majesty, they have paid 20,000 gold coins, which are currently en route. Excellent. The king exclaimed with delight. With such wealth, he could indulge even further. Gone were the days of striving for greatness. The dreams of making Chizhou a powerful nation had long since been ground to dust. Bestow upon the Tamlang Trading Company a decree, granting them a barony and 3 cities. Inform them that should they earn more, I shall bestow even greater rewards. Yes, Your Majesty. A decree swiftly reached Jia Shang, accelerating his expansion plans, making nationwide dominance a matter of time. This news also reached Yang Jian's ears, who at that moment was leisurely strolling through the streets, carrying the clingy Sun'er in his arms. Is that so? If that is the case, this matter has come to a close. I should return to school now. Yang Jian mused as he continued to stroll with Sun'er. Sun'er, September is approaching. Shall I send you to school? He asked, purchasing 2 skewers of candied hawthorn. Sun'er bit into the nearly overflowing candied hawthorn, mumbling incomprehensibly. Once she swallowed, she finally clarified. Will you go with me, brother? I must attend university. It's different from your elementary school. However, if you study diligently, I can personally escort you every morning and evening. As he spoke, Yang Jian devoured a piece of candied hawthorn in one bite. All right, let us make a pinky promise. They concluded this carefree summer, and Yang Jian took Sun'er to find an elementary school in advance. In Lahan country, there exist 4 educational levels: elementary, middle, high school, and university, spanning 6 years. 3 years, 3 years, and 4 years respectively. Elementary school serves as a foundational learning institution, though they already begin class division and tailored teaching. However, these schools demand exorbitant fees and are unlikely to admit students without financial means, as no one checks qualifications without money. This is not an era of universal cultivation. Thus, after paying a hefty sum at a nearby elementary school, Yang Jian enrolled Sun'er. Fill out this form. The principal pushed a sheet of paper towards him. It contained common information such as name, age, and gender. Sun'er, what is your name? Yang Jian asked, glancing at the first blank line. Suner pondered for a moment, looked at Yang Jian, and after some time replied, Yang Suner. Yang Jian was momentarily taken aback, but said nothing, affectionately ruffling Suner's hair as he completed the form. Very well, remember to report on September 1st. This is your identification. Show it to the gatekeeper, and you shall not be stopped, the principal remarked, taking back the form and presenting Yang Jian with a special magical seal. By the time they returned home, it was already afternoon. Brother, take me to see your university, Yang Suner exclaimed, her big, watery eyes fixed on Yang Jian as she leaped onto the sofa. Yang Jian barely had time to sip some chilled watermelon juice, and seeing her eager expression, he couldn't bring himself to refuse. Thus, he took her to tour Qilong Academy. The two soon arrived at Qilong Academy. Suner, filled with joy, dashed down and beheld the magnificent gates, flanked by two lifelike stone lions, exuding an imposing aura. Wow! Suner exclaimed, her mouth agape in astonishment. Yang Jian approached, gently took her small hand, and led her inside. When you grow up, there will be an even grander institution awaiting you, he said with a smile. Really? Is it more impressive than Qilong Academy? Suner inquired, gazing at Yang Jian with curiosity. Yang Jian chuckled and replied, Indeed, there are many, and you may choose your own teachers. Anyone from across the continent will come to teach you individually, should you so desire. Do you believe that? As he spoke, he knelt down, a broad smile illuminating his face as he looked at Suner. After pondering for a moment, Suner nodded enthusiastically, declaring, I believe. I trust everything my brother says. With a playful giggle, she affirmed her faith in him. Yang Jian, though his words were spoken in jest, felt a profound sense of responsibility in her unwavering belief. He envisioned a future where a prestigious academy would indeed welcome Suner, with all the esteemed practitioners of the continent arriving at her beck and call to provide her with personal instruction. Gently ruffling Suner's hair, Yang Jian reveled in the warmth of her trust. A warrior would gladly give their life for a true friend. There is merit in that, he mused. He continued to guide Suner around, introducing her to various locations and their purposes. This is the teaching building, where you will come to study almost every day. Here, you will learn cultivation techniques and the wisdom of your instructors. The experiences of those who came before you will prove invaluable in your own journey, he explained. And this is the dining hall, where you will dine daily. Nourishment is crucial for your cultivation. The better you eat, the easier your training will become. The dragon's liver and phoenix marrow are particularly potent elixirs for cultivation. Gulping, Suner asked, Brother, have you tasted the dragon's liver and phoenix marrow? What do they taste like? Yang Jian hesitated, awkwardly scratching his head before replying. I haven't tried them yet, but in the future, there will be plenty to indulge in. He patted his chest in assurance, and Suner nodded enthusiastically, her heart brimming with joy. This is the martial arts arena, where competitions are held. Freshmen will participate in ranking contests, and graduating seniors will have their own final competitions. Additionally, there are re-ranking contests each semester. There are many competitions. Why are there so many contests? Don't they get tired? Suner asked curiously, her adorable expression captivating. Yang Jian couldn't help but pat her head and responded. These competitions exist for progress. They provide opportunities to accumulate experience and recognize one's shortcomings, yielding multiple benefits. Moreover, there is no danger to life. That's wonderful, Suner exclaimed. Though she didn't fully grasp the concept, her joy was palpable. Yang Jian, heartened by her delight, continued to explore with her. Before long, September 1st arrived. Chapter 26. Yishua's September 1st arrived as scheduled, heralding a grand celebration throughout the city. This was a momentous day when all educational institutions commenced their academic year, welcoming new students and facilitating their enrollment. Yang Jian had already registered, allowing him the time to accompany Suner to her school. Upon arriving at the elementary school entrance, Suner, with her backpack slung over her shoulder, cast a reluctant glance back at Yang Jian as she entered the classroom, turning her head 3 times before finally stepping inside. Yang Jian scratched his head and followed her in. As Suner walked through the hall, sadness enveloped her. Suddenly, her small hand was enveloped in a familiar warmth. Looking up, she saw Yang Jian. Brother, she exclaimed, her tears transforming into a radiant smile as she wiped her eyes. I truly cannot bear to let you go, Yang Jian remarked with a smile, escorting Suner into the classroom. Standing outside, he watched as she took her seat, nervously surveying her surroundings, struggling to adapt. Spotting Yang Jian at the door eased her anxiety momentarily, yet the thought of his imminent departure filled her with sorrow. Study hard. And I will come to pick you up at noon, Yang Jian said, noticing the time. He left reluctantly, even more sorrowful than sooner. Da-ing, er-ing. Take good care of her, he thought, feeling as if he had just entrusted a child to the world. Observing the innocent faces around him, untouched by worry or concern. His heart lightened, though he still worried about Sunur's ability to adjust and whether her golden eyes would invite ridicule. Nevertheless, the journey must continue. Eventually, Yang Jian exited the campus, gathering his thoughts as he made his way to Qilong Academy. Ladies, your brother has arrived, he thought, feeling a surge of enthusiasm as he hurried to the new student registration area. There, a considerable crowd was already queuing, accompanied by their parents. September's weather was not overly hot, yet the atmosphere buzzed with excitement and energy. Fortunately, Qilong Academy had arranged for a group of students to cast ice magic to cool the air, providing a refreshing respite for those waiting. In this realm, unless one hailed from a distinguished lineage, it was essential to wait in line humbly. Yang Jian, however, entered through a side door and, after presenting his identification, faced no obstacles. Upon entering the main hall, he soon encountered 20 individuals clad in black, each with a tricycle waiting beside them. Bearing a large sign, "Free rides for first-year female students to the girls' dormitory, just show your enrollment proof." Given the distance involved, hauling luggage would surely be taxing. And more importantly, the tricycle would provide swift transport to the girls' dormitory, a place new students were unfamiliar with. Under the shade of a parasol, Yang Jian awaited his prey with a sense of delight. "Excuse me, can this indeed take me to the girls' dormitory?" inquired an unremarkable girl who approached. Yang Jian felt a pang of disappointment but quickly composed himself, saying, "May I see your freshman proof?" "Sure." The girl eagerly produced her proof and handed it to him. After a quick glance, Yang Jian directed the black-clad individual to assist her with her luggage and send her on her way. In quick succession, the second, third, and fourth girls approached. Throughout that morning, Yang Jian observed and was impressed by the high average beauty of the women in this realm, far surpassing those from his previous stay at Beishaolin. What is Beishaolin? The North District Dormitory, Shaolin Temple. As the morning drew to a close, Yang Jian began to tire, feeling satisfied with his observations. Suddenly, a melodious voice, akin to that of a golden oriole, graced his ears, accompanied by an enchanting fragrance. "Hello, here is my freshman proof." Yang Jian took it and noted, "He Shui, first-year student, 19 years old, specializing in water magic, assigned to girls' dormitory building 4, Unit 2, Room 25. He nodded and said, "Please place your luggage on that tricycle," and, as he looked up, an indescribable beauty captured his gaze. With a slender waist reminiscent of willow branches, her presence was akin to a grand mountain, captivating and alluring. Her swan-like neck exuded an air of elegance, while her delicate features presented a perfect harmony: rosy lips, a petite nose, and sparkling eyes adorned with beads of perspiration. Her long black hair cascaded down her back like a waterfall, crowned by a charming white sun hat. Gulp. "Hello?" He Shui felt displeased, but had grown accustomed to such encounters. Yang Jian found himself categorized among the ordinary. Regaining his composure, he exclaimed, "I'll take all of it." He stepped forward to collect He Shui's luggage and placed it on the tricycle, turning back to say, "Please hop on." Despite her reluctance, another figure behind her was far less agreeable, making her more amenable to Yang Jian's offer. "How dare you?" A furious voice erupted, though Yang Jian remained oblivious to its source. He Shui quickly climbed aboard, gripping Yang Jian's clothing as he reminded her, "Hold on tight." Her face flushed as she grasped his shirt. "Fortunately, I foresaw this and designed the double seat." He Shui, seated behind Yang Jian, clutched his hem, delighting in the distress of the figure behind them. For the first time in her life, she felt empowered. Yet, a thought crossed her mind. Her actions might have inadvertently harmed this young man. "Hey, I'm He Shui. What is your name?" she inquired, tugging at Yang Jian's sleeve. I'm Yang Jian," he replied with a smile, his expression brightening. "I apologize for today's events. Actually, He Shui was about to speak when Yang Jian interjected, "No worries, I can guess. Based on the cliché in novels, someone as beautiful as you must have admirers. And that suitor would likely possess a terrifying background. Then, but novels are novels, and reality is reality. How could they be the same?" Yang Jian chuckled, asking, "Am I right?" He Shui paused, realizing the young man was using terms she had never encountered before in novels. Clichés? Yet, his deductions were accurate. Could it truly be as you say? Yang Jian was taken aback, surprised by his own accuracy. He Shui had anticipated something extraordinary about him, only to find he was merely intimidated by the third prince. Am I destined to marry the third prince? He Shui pondered, feeling a wave of discontent. But I am not afraid. Yang Jian laughed, his voice fading into the surroundings, unnoticed by He Shui. Before long, they arrived at the girls' dormitory. Yang Jian assisted He Shui in carrying her belongings to the entrance. She turned to him and said, "Thank you, but please do not mention that you brought me here today. Otherwise, that Enren will not spare you." Enren? You are not aware? He is the third prince of the Rahang kingdom and already a level 5 warrior, He Shui said, her expression darkening. Yang Jian scratched his nose and replied, "All right. Does Enren have an engagement with you?" He Shui shook her head, saying, "It's even worse than an engagement." He Shui. Suddenly, Yang Jian's demeanor turned serious. He Shui blinked, questioning, "Huh? Hee. Tomorrow, there will be a freshman orientation ceremony. Once it concludes, meet me at the east side of the first floor of Building 2. There's a side door at the end. Go down, and you'll find Building 3, a place few know of. I'll be waiting there. Let us have lunch together." With a smile, Yang Jian proposed. He Shui was taken aback for a moment, contemplating before shaking her head in refusal. "You do not understand who the third prince truly is and the extent of his formidable power. I am not afraid. I will be waiting for you there tomorrow." With that, Yang Jian departed. He Shui gazed at Yang Jian's retreating figure, lost in thought, before turning and entering the girls' dormitory. Later, Yang Jian went to fetch Sun to take her home. Sun was exuberant along the way, having acquired a wealth of knowledge. Her classmate, a delicate girl, kindled within Sun a desire to protect others, and she had also made some delightful new friends. Yang Jian simply held Sun's small hand, listening to her chatter like a joyful little bird, hopping and skipping along. The next day marked the freshman enrollment ceremony. The principal, an ancient figure of great renown, a warrior of the highest caliber, descended from the heavens, astonishing the crowd and evoking admiration from all the new students. Everyone sat attentively, engrossed in the proceedings. The third prince was also invited to the stage to deliver a speech, and Yang Jian observed the prince's striking appearance, handsome and exuding an air of nonchalance. It was evident that the royal lineage had continuously improved, merging two exceptional lineages into one, perpetuating this cycle. Currently, the royal family's cultivation aptitude was remarkably high, with members possessing both striking looks and extraordinary presence. However, Yang Jian stifled a yawn, feeling utterly bored. At long last, the ceremony concluded. Yang Jian exchanged greetings with Yu Li before heading towards the rendezvous point. After waiting for an extended period and seeing no sign of He Shui, Yang Jian leaned against the wall and gradually fell asleep. Chapter 27. Yang Jian's first match time seemed to slip away, and dusk had set in when He Shui finally arrived. Gently nudging Yang Jian, she said, "Yang Jian, wake up." He wiped the drool from his mouth, feeling quite embarrassed. Rising to his feet and brushing off his pants, he exclaimed, "He Shui, you're here. Let's go grab a bite to eat." After a moment's contemplation, He Shui hesitated, replying, "You should leave quickly. Don't let anyone know we spoke. If the others find out." Just as she was about to continue, Yang Jian stepped outside through a small door, extending his hand and declaring, "Come with me. Let us step out from this shadow." His gaze was sincere and resolute. At that moment, under the twilight, Yang Jian was bathed in sunlight, appearing radiant. Meanwhile, He Shui remained indoors, cloaked in shadows. Suddenly choked with emotion, He Shui found her childhood dream of a heroic husband wavering. Tentatively, she reached out and grasped Yang Jian's hand. Yang Jian smiled and said, "Let us go. I'll treat you to Western cuisine." Western cuisine? He Shui was taken aback, unsure of what that entailed. With a mischievous grin, Yang Jian led her to a nearby inn. He Shui blushed, thinking that if Yang Jian had ulterior motives, he would surely not hold back. As they walked, Yang Jian suddenly remembered that Sun, that little one, was still at school, waiting for him to pick her up. This realization sent him into a panic, and after keeping He Shui waiting for a moment, he hurried off to the elementary school. What a peculiar person, He Shui mused, glancing at her reflection in a mirror as she observed Yang Jian's retreating figure. Upon reaching the school, Yang Jian found Sun sulking in the classroom, glancing out the window from time to time. "Sun, I'm sorry, big brother is late." Seeing Sun's helpless expression, Yang Jian felt a wave of guilt wash over him. The challenging journey of a single father embarking on a new chapter. With much coaxing, Yang Jian finally managed to elicit a smile from Sun, restoring her lively spirit. Back at the inn, He Shui noticed Yang Jian entering with a little girl, her golden eyes shining brightly. "This is my sister, Yang Sun he introduced. "Hello, big sister." Sun shyly peered from behind Yang Jian, observing the fear and anxiety on Sun small face. He Shui felt a pang of empathy for the burdens this little girl must have borne from the indifference and ostracism of adults. Not everyone could accept those golden eyes. "Come here, sweetie. You can call me Sister He or Sister Shui," He Shui said, opening her arms, her gaze sincere and unwavering. Sun glanced at Yang Jian, who nodded encouragingly, prompting her to slowly approach. "Such a good girl," He Shui exclaimed, lifting Sun into her embrace and gently rubbing her cheek against the child's. "From now on, just call me Sister He or Sister Shui," Sun repeated, her voice soft and hesitant. After their meal, Sun and He Shui grew quite close, akin to sisters. Yang Jian, sitting beside them, could only silently eat his food, unable to interject. However, seeing Sun so joyful, and later watching her fall asleep in bed, he exchanged a knowing smile with He Shui, suddenly aware of the underlying tension between them. "Well, it's getting late. It wouldn't be proper for you to go home alone at this hour. How about?" Yang Jian began, rising to his feet. He Shui's cheeks flushed crimson as she stole a glance at him. But Yang Jian asserted, "I should return instead. It's riskier for a girl to walk alone at night. As a man, I should not encounter such dangers. Sun be a good girl. I'll stay in the next room, and in the morning, I'll take you to school." With that, he walked away with unwavering determination. He Shui stood in surprise, then looked into the mirror again. The next morning, under He Shui's insistence, they both accompanied Sun to school. As Sun skipped ahead, filled with joy, the two adults chatted about her, often expressing how much they cared for her. "Yang Jian, you mustn't bully Sun." Of course, Yang Jian silently counted to himself, the 30th time. "Yang Jian, you cannot bully. The path must be traversed." And soon Sun waved goodbye and entered the classroom. The air between the two adults thickened with an unspoken tension. As the first-year male student, Yang Jian spoke first. "Let us head back together. Today marks the beginning of the ranking competition, right?" "Indeed," He Shui nodded, inquiring. "I'm specializing in water magic." "What about you, Yang Jian?" "Me? I'm a pure, attribute-less fighter, currently at level 3. "Huh, I'm a level 4 mage," He Shui declared, playfully brandishing her small fists. Yang Jian, with perfect timing, exclaimed, "Spare me, brave warrior." Amidst their banter, they arrived at the venue for the ranking competition. This scene, of course, reached the ears of Ren. Crash! A blue and white porcelain cup shattered in his grip. "This wretched girl, time and again ignoring me, has the audacity to associate with a commoner." And Ren's fury could only be described as volcanic, and after smashing a few objects in a fit of rage, he shouted, "By tu Aussie, Prince." A middle-aged man entered respectfully, bowing. "What can I do for you, Your Highness?" "Find out who that boy accompanying He Shui is today and uncover his background." And Run replied, his anger turning to a derisive smile. "As you wish, Your Highness." In the shadows, Ren's pupils glinted like a venomous snake, brimming with malice. Meanwhile, the scene shifted to 9 o'clock in the morning, where the first-year students gathered at the training grounds for the ranking competition. "Welcome, first-year students, to the ranking competition. Here, we uphold the principles of fairness, justice, and transparency. Before we begin, I would like to explain the rules. First, the ranking competition will be a free-for-all, randomly pairing the 2,000 new students. Number 1 will face number 2, number 3 will face number 4, and so forth, until only one remains. Second, if an opponent calls for surrender during the match, no further attacks may be made. Violators will be disqualified. Third, in case of special circumstances, a match may be postponed. Students wishing to postpone must approach the teacher on my right to explain and register. Lastly, if there are no objections, please proceed to the 20 windows on my left to draw lots. The competition will commence shortly." Soon, everyone had drawn their lots, and Yang Jian received number 160, indicating he would face number 159. "Excellent. Now that everyone has their numbers, let the competition begin. Please watch the big screen for the match announcements." The training grounds boasted 20 arenas, and the matches proceeded swiftly, one after another, until it was Yang Jian's turn. As he stepped onto the stage, he realized he couldn't see He Shui and felt a twinge of disappointment. Nevertheless, he quickly steeled himself. It was time to test his abilities. Although he had only trained for a short period, his body, enhanced by the Zerg, had progressed rapidly. Coupled with the continuous accumulation of resources and the effects of the medicinal herbs he had consumed, his foundation, while shaky, had improved considerably. Thus, Yang Jian had always harbored doubts about his combat prowess. Now, the opportunity to prove himself had arrived. "Are both contestants ready?" the referee inquired. Both competitors nodded. "Begin." The referee waved his right hand, signaling the start of the match. Yang Jian sized up his opponent, who wielded a long knife and regarded him intently. Neither moved, both exercising caution. However, after a prolonged stalemate, Yang Jian grew impatient. He began to advance slowly, step by step, encroaching upon his opponent's space. The spear remained steadfastly positioned before him, a posture that undeniably drained his stamina. At last, after traversing nearly half the distance, a bead of cold sweat trickled down the forehead of his opponent, a clear sign of urgency. With a sudden burst of determination, the man lunged forward, delivering a swift strike. Yang Jian's gaze sharpened, and he angled his spear downward from the upper left, successfully repelling the assailant while continuing to advance. Such rudimentary combat was indeed tedious, lacking in any remarkable spectacle, reminiscent of a clash between novice bronze students. Yet for these two fledgling warriors, it was a matter of utmost seriousness. At this moment, Yang Jian felt a slight ache in his arm and quickened his pace. The other man pressed on relentlessly, swinging his blade in a series of attacks, only to be thwarted repeatedly by Yang Jian's relentless spear, which forced him back. Eventually, Yang Jian created a small opening. With a flourish, he wielded his spear, inflicting cuts across the man's arms, thighs, and right hand, the latter injury rendering him unable to grip his weapon. Yet the man persisted. With a fierce roar, he rallied himself, charging forward. He propelled himself with a powerful push, a gust of wind surging towards Yang Jian as he closed the distance in the blink of an eye. Caught off guard, Yang Jian instinctively positioned his spear horizontally before his chest, pulling back his right hand to transform the spear's tail into its point, thrusting downward towards the man's abdomen. He held back, however, and this unexpected restraint startled the man, extinguishing any thoughts of mutual destruction. In a desperate maneuver, he veered to the left, narrowly evading the attack. Seizing the moment, Yang Jian thrust the spear's tip against the man's neck. The referee intervened, declaring the outcome. "I concede," Yang Jian announced. The man, taken aback, replied, "Thank you." Thus concluded Yang Jian's first match, a victory in his grasp. Descending from the platform, he retained his number and found a seat in the stands, sipping on a nutritional beverage. In an instant, his fighting spirit surged, propelling him to a new level of power, reaching the advanced third tier, with the fourth tier tantalizingly within reach. "Ah, splendid," he exclaimed, stretching his limbs in satisfaction, reveling in the sensation of his growing strength. Meanwhile, the arena witnessed a flurry of combatants continuously forcing their opponents to yield, employing various tactics, including monetary incentives. Yishui also made her appearance, as the first round was destined to unfold, whether early or late. Naturally, some female competitors faced delays due to unique circumstances. As a fourth-tier sorceress, Yishui faced a fellow spellcaster, albeit one of the fire element at only the third tier, who was consistently overwhelmed and soon fell to defeat. After the match, Yishui scanned her surroundings and spotted Yang Jian, her eyes lighting up as she hurried over. Yang Jian, noticing her, descended from the stands, and they met. "Yang Jian, how did it go?" she inquired. "I won, hee. Yang Jian chuckled, scratching his nose. "I won too. Hee. Let us go find Suner," Yishui suggested. Sure. It was anticipated that the first round would extend for quite some time, with the second round scheduled for the afternoon, granting the pair ample opportunity to dine and return. And Rin observed everything with keen clarity, yet his cautious nature prevented him from making any hasty moves. "If I discover you to be worthless, I will ensure you regret ever setting foot in this world." And Rin seethed inwardly, his fury boiling over. Chapter 28. The Dawn of the Hakan Kingdom. After lunch, the two companions, accompanied by Suner, made their way to the training ground to witness the competition. Suner, brimming with curiosity and delight, chirped joyfully along the way, reminiscent of a cheerful fledgling. Yang Jian and Yishui exchanged knowing smiles, embodying the essence of a couple with a child, while Yishui gazed at Suner with evident affection. The afternoon matches continued from the first round, concluding around 3 o'clock, which was quite swift considering the participation of 2,000 contestants. With only 40 competitors on stage at a time, It required at least 50 rounds to complete the first phase. The second round was broadcasted via a magical screen, where Yang Jian faced off against a sorcerer, opting to wield several throwing knives along with a spear. As the match commenced, he unleashed a flurry of throwing knives, swiftly advancing towards the sorcerer. The sorcerer, inexperienced, found himself flustered by the barrage of knives. Just as he managed to deflect them, Yang Jian closed the distance to a perilously close 5 meters. Channeling his energy into his legs, he leapt with great force, bringing his spear down in a powerful arc. The howling wind echoed like a whisper from the Grim Reaper, causing the sorcerer to panic and cry for surrender. The referee quickly intervened to halt the bout, declaring Yang Jian the victor. This spectacle brought immense joy to Sun and Amp, Oppos, who rushed to embrace Yang Jian, showering him with exclamations of delight, which he returned with laughter. Soon after, He Shui took to the arena, battling a magic circle specialist, a sorcerer who employed intricate magical arrays to channel and control their powers. She swiftly inscribed a low-level magic circle, its rapid formation resembling a dazzling snowfall. However, He Shui, seasoned in combat, erected a magical shield and subsequently incanted a long-range spell. A colossal water hand descended with a resounding clap, signaling the end of her match. By 6 o'clock, the school officials announced the conclusion of the first day of competitions, instructing everyone to reconvene the following morning at 9. Yang Jian, He Shui, and Sun'er then proceeded to enjoy dinner together. Meanwhile, Ren received a report, which he examined while snacking on lychees. The document detailed Yang Jian, the brother of the Grand Marshal of the Insectoid Kingdom, who had come to Qilong Academy for further studies, possessing a third-level combat energy proficiency. He had previously visited the Red Pearl Kingdom in August and returned after nearly a month's stay. Sun'er was noted as an orphan with golden eyes. Ren set down the report, feeling quite pleased, and after consuming another lychee, he instructed Bai Tuosi, who awaited below, Bai Tuosi, go to the Dark Knight Guild and place a bounty for the head of Yang Jian. Yes, Your Highness, Bai Tuosi replied and departed. Ren then retrieved a pink crystal vial containing roughly 10 milliliters of potion from his drawer, staring intently at it, lost in thought. On the table lay a photograph of He Shui. That night, Yang Jian was alone in his room while He Shui returned to her dormitory, and Sun'er peacefully slumbered next door. A carriage halted outside the inn. At that moment, faint footsteps from the top floor could be discerned, as silent as a feather falling to the ground, creeping towards Yang Jian's window. A few cloaked figures exchanged glances, and one of them nodded. Subsequently, a black-clad individual used a specialized device to create a small round hole in the window, releasing tendrils of smoke. Yang Jian observed the unfolding events, fully aware that his companions were already on high alert. Damn it, if I knew who it was, I would not spare them for disturbing my sleep. Yang Jian fumed internally. Yet, a thought crossed his mind, and he instructed the shadows to protect Sun'er. Suddenly, shouts of alarm erupted outside as several guards rushed towards the cloaked figures. The ensuing chaos sent debris flying, startling nearby residents who hurriedly secured their doors and windows. The vibrant colors of combat energy illuminated the night, but within 10 minutes, all the cloaked assailants had met their end, some even choosing to take poison rather than face capture. Shortly thereafter, a steady set of footsteps ascended the stairs, precise and deliberate. A knock resounded at the door. Mr. Yang, I apologize for the late intrusion. May I have a moment of your time? A refined voice emanated from outside, evoking the image of a talented scholar from a humble background. However, Yang Jian misjudged the situation. He glanced at his companions, who had melded into the shadows, revealing no particular vigilance, indicating that the individual outside did not possess formidable strength. Realizing that he was merely a decoy, he felt unperturbed and called out, "The door is unlocked. Please come in." With a creak, the door swung open, revealing a lone figure adorned in a scholar's robe embroidered with plum blossoms. He entered, closed the door, and took a seat, fixing his gaze upon Yang Jian. The newcomer was strikingly handsome and imposing, exuding a regal authority, and notably, he was of Caucasian descent. "May I offer you a drink?" he inquired, pouring 2 cups of tea. Yang Jian hesitated for a moment before sitting down, raising his cup to clink against the other's. The visitor appeared taken aback, seemingly uncertain about the significance of this gesture with tea. Having only heard of clinking wine glasses before, "Let us toast with tea instead of wine," Yang Jian declared, taking a sip. The gentleman smiled, responding, How amusing. A toast with tea. After drinking, Yang Jian fell silent. The man poured 2 more cups and said, I am Devinsuo, the 3rd prince of the Hokan kingdom. I came to seek you, Mr. Yang, but did not anticipate you would encounter such trouble. Who have you offended? Yang Jian contemplated. Realizing the man had indeed come to address him and that the earlier assassination attempt was aimed at him, he shook his head, stating, I am uncertain. But there are only a handful of individuals who truly know me and harbor animosity towards me. It should not be too difficult to identify them. Devinsuo chuckled. Would you like me to assist you in resolving this matter? Yang Jian declined. I am curious as to why the 3rd prince seeks me. If I recall correctly, we are currently on the territory of the Hokan kingdom, not the Hokan kingdom itself. Devinsuo laughed heartily. Ah, indeed, you are correct, my friend. My visit to the Hokan kingdom is public, although the timing is not. I have come to request that you return the Gist province to the Hokan kingdom. He fixed his gaze on Yang Jian as he spoke. In that moment, the only sound was the gentle tapping of Devinsuo's cup. Yang Jian smiled and shook his head, saying, If your intention, prince, is to deceive me in such a manner, then there is no need to continue this conversation. Very well. Devinsuo replied with a smile, producing a stack of documents seemingly from thin air and sliding them across to Yang Jian. Please take a look. Yang Jian picked them up and realized they contained detailed information about the current troops of the insectoids. The translated document described the jumping insects, the most numerous of the known insectoid species, possessing close combat capabilities but lacking ranged attack methods. They could leap distances of 4 to 7 meters, with sharp claws capable of severing standard iron armor. These grotesque jumping insects bore 2 needle-like stingers on their shoulders, useful in battle, and were slightly larger than adult dogs. Their bodies devoid of hair and dark purple in hue. A 4th level or higher combatant could defeat them, and even a 3rd level sorcerer could prevail. Cockroaches, capable of ranged attacks, could spew a highly corrosive liquid that could not be withstood for more than 5 seconds unless protected by magical armor. They were massive, nearly the height of a floor, and were the primary assault creatures of the insectoids. A 5th level or higher combatant could vanquish them, while a 4th level sorcerer could also succeed. Lastly, the royal insect floated at an altitude of 400 meters. Currently, it was observed to possess only the capability to drop massive stones. While it otherwise floated like a jellyfish in the air, its bloated body adorned with 8 eyes that could rotate freely. It was classified as a reconnaissance creature, with an 8th level sorcerer being capable of slaying it. The queen, a supportive creature, possesses the ability to heal allied beings and exhibits a certain proficiency in ranged attacks, capable of striking targets up to 100 meters in the air, intercepting aerial threats with her bow and arrows. Her upper body resembles that of a graceful woman, adorned with striking beauty. However, she bears a head of thick purple braids and prominent pores. Her lower half resembles that of a spider, advancing on 8 legs with remarkable speed. Only individuals of level 4 and above can conquer her, while a level 3 mage may also prevail. The final entity observed is the venomous explosion fly, characterized by its enormous yellow abdomen, which renders its body relatively small, akin to that of a calf. Its offensive capabilities are lacking, and it moves at an average pace. These observations encapsulate the entirety of the insectoid species. Upon reviewing the report, Yang Jian remarked, not bad. Quite detailed observations. He had perused the earlier battle reports concerning the nobility and noted a significant increase in the number of their combatants with each engagement. In the Battle of Shetley Harbor, their forces numbered less than 20,000, yet by the time they absorbed the province of Gistur, they had established a formidable military presence throughout the region. Such a potential for warfare is utterly terrifying, bordering on the unimaginable. As he spoke, Devinsuo took another sip from his cup. Yang Jian's gaze sharpened as he turned to Devinsuo and said, You are astute, but you must understand. The intelligent perish early. Devinsuo drained his cup and replied, Thus, my father has changed. Yang Jian listened intently. 5 years prior, I sensed something amiss. The palace felt like a cage, ensnaring us within, resembling a net where we were mere fish, and the waters upon which we depended were drying up. At that time, my father would seclude himself in the imperial study every night, forbidding even me from entering, leaving me only to converse with him from outside. Subsequently, high-ranking professionals began to disappear, including my father's once trusted general, Bigdala. He was the one I revered most. Had Uncle Bigdala still been present, you would have faced a devastating defeat. As he spoke, Devinsuo's eyes glistened with tears as he looked at Yang Jian. Yet, All is gone. Everything has vanished. The empire has fallen into decline. After uttering these words, Davinsuo approached the window, gazing outward, continuing, like the onset of night, all is shrouded in darkness, devoid of light. He turned, his eyes ablaze with determination, proclaiming, with my frail body, I shall exchange for a dawn for the nation of Hakan. Startled, Yang Jin chuckled and clapped his hands, quipping, thus, you have come to enlist my forces to seize Hakan? Little did he know that Davinsuo nodded firmly, without a hint of hesitation, as if it were indeed the plan all along, and they were prepared to act upon it. Chapter 29, The Fourth Tier. With a single utterance, thunder roared from the heavens, dark clouds billowing ominously, as a tempestuous wind scattered around, heralding the imminent arrival of a torrential downpour. This solitary sound roused many, including the still-dazed Yang Jian. Under the resounding thunder, Davinsuo exuded an aura of self-sacrifice and righteousness. Why choose me? Yang Jian inquired. Taking a sip of tea, Davinsuo opened the window, and rain began to cascade outside, drenching him as he spoke, because the nations of Rahang and Donghakan lack the benevolent policies that your insect kin possess. My father, in his early years, was also dedicated to governance, living frugally. However, after settling my grandfather's disastrous legacy, he found the empire still precariously balanced, beset by formidable foes. Eventually, having weathered that tumultuous period, he succumbed to the allure of opulence, irrevocably transforming him into what he is today. He is now but a step away from success. As he spoke, Davinsuo gripped the window ledge, causing the wooden frame to warp under his pressure. You wish for us insects to dismantle the kingdom of Hakan and take its place merely because of our benevolent policies? Yang Jian pondered, then added, yet, many regions, though not as enlightened, still possess their merits. Davinsuo shook his head, responding, that is merely a facade. Many areas seem enlightened only due to their lord's benevolence. Yet the nobility, as a class, now wields an overwhelming influence capable of shifting the tides of the empire. While there are indeed noble souls among them, should a rogue arise within their ranks, those who are close may find themselves tainted. And how do you ensure that our insect kin are devoid of such rogues? Yang Jin pressed on. Through rebirth, Davinsuo declared, as a tender sprout emerged from the shattered window ledge, curling and absorbing the rainwater. The kingdom of Hakan has decayed to its roots, devoid of hope for renewal. To attain rebirth, everything must be shattered. Accomplishing this cannot rely solely on internal forces. It necessitates an overwhelmingly powerful external force. My father, however, has lost that desire, and the palace is thick with oppression. I fear he may ignite a calamity. As he spoke, a radiant light emanated from the palm of Davinsuo, enveloping the tender green shoot, shielding it from the deluge. The storm was ferocious enough to wash away the fragile life. An air of silence enveloped the room, giving way to deeper contemplation. Yang Jian inhaled deeply and asked, what are your conditions? The temptation was too great. The prospect of fully annexing the vast expanse of Hakan, including the province of Gist, was simply irresistible. Yang Jian found it difficult to resist such a lure. I only hope to minimize casualties, Davinsuo replied, shaking his head with a sigh. Should there be any unusual movements from the palace, I shall inform you. I will also notify you of the precise timing for action, provided you remain at Qilong Academy. Lastly, I hope you can convey to the Insect King my plea for him to always treat his subjects with kindness, lest he tread the path of my father. With that, Davinsuo placed his right hand on his chest and bowed slightly. Very well, Yang Jin responded, extending his hand. Davinsuo paused, then chuckled. This resembles the customs of Rahang. After exchanging handshakes, Yang Jin suggested, given this torrential rain, why not stay and play a game of chess before departing? Davinsuo considered briefly and nodded. All right, though I only know how to play xiangqi. That suffices. With that, Yang Jian retrieved a chessboard from the cabinet, and the two settled down, listening to the cacophony of rain and the howling wind outside. Later that night, after Davinsuo departed, the storm subsided. Yang Jian gazed out the window at the moon finally revealing its face, its silvery light illuminating his calm expression as thoughts swirled in his mind. The following day, Yang Jian awoke with dark circles under his eyes. After escorting Suner to school, he ventured alone to the academy and had breakfast in the cafeteria. He was surprised to find Yuli working there, feeling a newfound respect for him, as he had struggled to rise early during his own school days. After Yuli finished his morning shift, the two shared a meal together. As they ate, They chatted, and Yang Jian learned that Yuli had also won 2 consecutive matches the previous day, and now they awaited the third round together. The upcoming third round promised to be brutal, as most participants would be fourth-tier professionals, and the full force energy unleashed would be overwhelming for third-tier contenders. Moreover, Enrun had also noted Yang Jian and Apos' survival. News had circulated that a group had intervened on his behalf against the black-clad assassins, their identities remaining a mystery. This led Enrun to lament Yang Jian's extraordinary luck. Go. Enrun commanded one of his subordinates. The minion understood immediately and staggered over, feigning drunkenness. Heading straight toward Yang Jian. Clad in full armor, the fourth-tier professional was a formidable presence. A collision could very well send Yang Jian to the hospital for a month. However, with the presence of the shadow assassins, Yang Jian felt no fear, but he still needed to act. Feigning a stretch, he picked up a silver spoon, placing it directly in the path of the impending figure, positioned at neck height. It was clear that if the individual did not stop, he would likely lose his head. Survival was out of the question for him, while Yang Jian would merely suffer hospitalization. The man, understanding the weight of the situation, immediately halted, twisting his body to the left and colliding with several tables and chairs. Applause erupted at that moment. Who would have thought that Enren's men could be so inept? Truly eye-opening. Hey, you. Enren recognized the man before him as his elder brother, Encheng. How dare you speak to your brother like that? Encheng glared, his voice booming. Brother. Enren lowered his gaze, resentment evident in his eyes. Good. My dear younger brother. Encheng laughed heartily and ascended the stairs. The subordinate then got to his feet, catching the murderous glare from Enren, and promptly scurried away. Enren and Apos' other subordinates sighed in relief, grateful for their slower pace. Otherwise, they might have been the ones ejected from the team. Enren studied Yang Jian intently, noticing that Yang Jian seemed to watch the spectacle with interest. Let us go upstairs, he declared. Yang Jian, now aware of who had targeted him, could surmise that the assassination attempt from the previous night had been orchestrated by Enren. Although Yuli was unaware of the assassination plot, he clearly recognized the sudden attack and cautioned, Yang Jian, be careful. That is the third prince, Enren. He has a notorious reputation for his cruelty and violent tendencies. The one laughing is his brother, Encheng, the second prince. He is arrogant and has offended many, lacking any moral compass in his dealings. Lowering his voice, Yuli added, if you have crossed Enren in any way, exercise caution. In dire situations, you can seek me out. I can help you escape the city. His sincerity was palpable. Feeling warmed by Yuli's concern, Yang Jian nodded in agreement. All right. After finishing their breakfast, the two made their way to the arena. The second round concluded swiftly, and the third round commenced shortly thereafter. True to Yuli's words, most competitors were indeed fourth-tier professionals, leaving Yang Jian, a third-tier contender, at a distinct disadvantage. He exerted every ounce of effort, fighting with desperation, causing his opponent to falter, and ultimately achieving a hard-fought victory. This success was not only commendable, but also provided him with invaluable combat experience. Upon descending from the stage, the energy within him surged, enveloping his entire being, a clear sign that he was on the cusp of a breakthrough. Immediately after exchanging greetings with Yuli and He Shui, he returned to his dormitory. Upon entering, he closed the door securely, settled himself cross-legged, and ingested a medicinal pill. Almost instantly, the flow of his internal energy quickened, and the amount he absorbed increased significantly. Gradually, his energy permeated his entire being, ultimately forming a cycle that coursed throughout him. At this moment, he had ascended to the rank of a fourth-tier practitioner. Yang Jian felt an overwhelming surge of vitality and a robust physique, invigorated and full of spirit. He then recalled the spatial ring belonging to Jiatli. It was worth noting that Jiatli's status was quite significant. A mere provincial governor would not possess such a spatial ring. Upon donning it, he was relieved to find it was merely a low-grade item, devoid of the blood recognition feature, sparing him the trouble of binding it to himself. Opening it revealed approximately 3 cubic meters of space, ample enough to hold numerous items. Inside, he discovered a crimson token inscribed with the character, its origin and purpose a mystery to him. Additionally, there were several medicinal pills and a map of the Hakan kingdom, marked with 4 circled symbols. The Jizit province was circled as well, adorned with a small flag, while the remaining 3 provinces, Haste province, Beifinla province, and Maoinlai province, were marked with question marks, their significance unclear. These 4 provinces encircled the royal capital of the Hokan Kingdom, positioned in the southeast, southwest, northeast, and northwest, resembling a protective barrier that enveloped the royal court, a veritable cage, rendering escape impossible. However, the anticipation of treasure hunting had dissipated. With a sigh, Yang Jian tossed these items aside, unconcerned, as he cleared space to prepare for something more extravagant, like chilled watermelon juice. Indeed, chilled watermelon juice was the epitome of righteousness. Yang Jian chuckled to himself before returning to the training ground, where the day was drawing to a close and the battles were intensifying. He bid farewell to Yu Li and He Shui, then went to fetch Sun Er. Upon seeing her carefree and joyous demeanor, his spirits lifted. Brother, today our teacher taught us how to read, and Sun Er learned the fastest. She exclaimed happily, though her tone turned slightly glum as she added, but the teacher is a bit afraid of me. However, my deskmate is rather silly, huh? She still needs Sun Er to teach her before she can understand. That silly girl even said she would thank me later. Yang Jian listened attentively, affectionately ruffling Sun Er's hair as she recounted her day. Meanwhile, that very teacher received a letter during lunch, within which lay a gleaming gold coin that sparkled so brilliantly it compelled her to vow to be 500 times kinder to Sun Er in the future. Chapter 30. The Coup in the Red Pearl Kingdom. The competition among the first-year students has become increasingly intense, proceeding at a rapid pace. Meanwhile, the second-year students have begun to prepare themselves, knowing that their own competition will commence shortly after the first-year events conclude. Qilong Academy hosts numerous competitions, each more fierce than the last, compelling students to diligently hone their skills, with rewards that are exceedingly generous. This has resulted in the strongest individuals growing ever more formidable, while the weaker ones, lacking fortune, may find it nearly impossible to catch up. Nonetheless, there are still dark horses that emerge each year, and Yang Jian can be considered one such contender, though he faltered in the 4th round. In the 4th round, every participant was formidable, all vying for a place in the top 10, where even a fleeting moment of distraction could spell disaster. Following his elimination, Yang Jian enjoyed a period of respite, while He Shui continued to compete. Once the first-year competition concluded, the results were posted at the announcement board, remaining visible for a week before the second-year competition began. On the first day the results were displayed, the area was teeming with people. Fortunately, the announcement board was tall and large, allowing everyone to see their rankings despite the crowding. Yang Jian secured the 422nd position, while He Shui achieved an impressive 16th place. Yu Li was actively preparing for the upcoming second-year competition. On that day, Yang Jian extended an invitation to Yu Li for a meal. However, realizing that Yu Li needed to face the impending challenges, he dismissed the idea, opting instead for a meal with He Shui and Sun Er. In recent days, an ruin had not troubled him, allowing Yang Jian to forget about that minor character. Though he was the 3rd prince, he was of little consequence to Yang Jian. With the conclusion of the competitions, the first-year courses commenced. The variety and number of courses were abundant, becoming more specialized based on personal interests and choices, ultimately leading to different career paths, such as assassins wielding daggers with agility and stealth, or warriors possessing great physical strength and recovery abilities, utilizing various weapons. Yang Jian chose the spear, a long weapon that proved to be quite effective. Outdoor courses were mandatory for all professions, and as a warrior, the majority of his classes were outdoors, with indoor classes being few. However, without classes, the day felt almost like a holiday, and Yang Jian naturally aimed to minimize his course load to allow more time for physical training. Throughout the campus, various fitness equipment was readily available, and many warriors dedicated significant time to strengthening their bodies. A robust physique allowed for greater absorption of combat energy, with both aspects complementing each other. Thus, time passed slowly, leading into early October. With a thought, Yang Jian attached himself to a substitute body, seated at the head of the table, while Sun Yu and others occupied the seats below, either in their true forms or as substitutes. The master has arrived, Sun Yu announced as he stood. Yang Jian nodded, signaling for the meeting to commence. Sun Yu cleared his throat and began, "Ladies and gentlemen, we are now at our monthly summary meeting. I will start by reviewing the achievements of September and outlining our plans for October. In terms of internal affairs, we will continue with our previous plans, focusing on attracting individuals from outside the Justet province to relocate here and engage in mining. This will free up more workers to participate in the extraction of red crystals. After all, gold is easy to earn, while red crystals are scarce, The sooner we extract them, the better for us. Regarding the Red Pearl Kingdom, we have now taken control of 82 cities, with approximately two-thirds of the territory covertly occupied. We estimate that we can capture an additional 12 cities, while the remaining territories have high-level professionals serving as mayors, making covert control impossible. We anticipate completing this work by mid-October. That concludes the Internal Affairs report. Next, Sweeney rose, leaning on a coiled dragon staff, and said, "In military matters, after a month of growth, we now possess 100,000 jump worms, 40,000 cockroaches, and 20,000 poison burst insects. In the coming period, we will invest more in maritime endeavors, as oceanic extraction has been highly successful, yielding more resources. Our marine forces have expanded to 150,000, comprising 120,000 arrowfish and 30,000 water scorpions scattered across 200,000 square kilometers of ocean. Please observe." With that, Sweeney pointed his staff, and a magical screen appeared, displaying a three-dimensional map where green areas indicated the territory of the insect race. The view zoomed in on the ocean between Elf Island and Shetley Harbor, an expanse of 3 million square kilometers, of which 1/15 was occupied. Several red zones were visible around the insect race's territorial waters. Here, 5 locations suggest the presence of red crystals, with the red crystal pangolin indicating activity. Yet these areas are heavily guarded by potent marine creatures, making them unattainable by lower-tier troops. I propose the following strategies to seize these 5 areas. First, hatch high-level aquatic combat hero units to eliminate the opponent's high-tier sea beasts. Second, enhance our aquatic insect forces by investing more resources into research. With that, Sweeney took his seat, and Jiashang's substitute stood, announcing, "Currently, we are beginning to see profits in the Justet province and the Red Pearl Kingdom, from basic necessities like salt and rice to residential magical vehicles, all generating substantial profits. The next step is to expand our business channels and develop more clientele. Therefore, I believe a trip to the Western continent is necessary. Reconnaissance is one aspect, and the other is to earn gold there." Following this, a research staff member beside Plu rose and stated, "In terms of technology, we have developed a substitute for red crystals, gas. Our research indicates that the quantity of gas obtainable from volcanoes is substantial and of high quality, serving as an alternative to red crystals. This conversion is currently expensive, and our next steps will focus on improving the conversion ratio." Once everyone had reported, Yang Jian recorded their findings and concluded, "Very well, I shall now summarize. First, Sun Yu, Sweeney, and Guojia, you 3 must pay attention. Once 2/3 of the Red Pearl Kingdom is covertly occupied, initiate the coup. I want this uprising to masquerade as a legitimate human power grab, ensuring our involvement remains hidden. Guojia, you will oversee the operations in the Red Pearl Kingdom. Familiarize yourself with the territory starting tomorrow." "Understood, Master," Guojia replied, his demeanor serious. Yang Jian nodded and continued, "Once we capture the Red Pearl Kingdom, do not take further action until we are prepared to take control. Treat it as a hidden base for now. Dispatch worker bees to excavate underground and establish the base." Previously, Bond had provided intelligence indicating that the Red Pearl Kingdom is currently a vassal state of the Dragon Kingdom, so we must ensure everything appears normal, concealing our involvement. "Yes, Master," Yang Jian continued. "As for technology, since we have developed a substitute for red crystals, let us hatch 10,000 worker bees to harvest gas from various volcanoes. However, before that, Guan Yu and your team must lead efforts to clear the volcanoes to ensure normal extraction." "Yes," the 3 responded in unison. Regarding military matters, since we need not attack the Red Pearl Kingdom, let us prioritize hatching aquatic combat units. We will temporarily suspend land combat units and shift our focus to the oceans. I will also allocate an additional 50 research personnel to study the enhancement of aquatic heroes and combat units, as we will be quiet on land for a while. By the way, has there been any progress in magical research? Currently, there are challenges in applying it to the jump worms, as there is a significant risk of causing them to explode. We will continue our research." Yang Jian nodded, understanding the importance of patience, and then summarized the recent monthly meeting. Upon returning to the second-generation body in his dormitory, it was already night. He gazed at the moon for a while before drifting off to sleep. The following days passed in tranquility, yet a tempest brewed in the Chizhu Kingdom, poised to obliterate everything in its path. On October 6th, a torrential rain fell, as if to wash away something, and it disappeared just as swiftly. The next day, the remnants of the rain were still evident, and on this day, countless lords raised their voices in rebellion. The king of the Chiju kingdom was assassinated, along with numerous high-ranking professionals, including Chief Faitian, all perishing in a single night, plunging the entire kingdom into chaos. Amidst this turmoil, a regime emerged, advancing into the capital under the pretext of purging the usurpers and protecting the crown prince, encountering no obstacles until they met the former generals of Chief Faitian. Guojia was also among the vanguard. At this moment, within the military tent, civil and military officials held their breath on either side, with Guojia seated at the center, propped up on a chair, a jug of wine in hand, studying a magical map before him, a three-dimensional image transformed by the insect race. Guojia exhaled a breath of discontent, his eyes half opened. How intriguing, how delightful. Alas, the Lord commands a swift resolution, depriving me of this amusement. With that, he took a swig of wine and gazed at the magical map. Are the reinforcements within the city ready? Guojia inquired, turning to a man on his left. They are prepared. Our forces are positioned on the southeast and southwest sides. The man replied with a bow. Then let us move tonight. Remember, seal off all exits. Allow not a single soul to escape. Yes, my lord. As he spoke, Guojia continued to sip his wine, his gaze fixed on the capital marked with significance. The capital of the Chiju kingdom, Chidu City, was a magical fortress, transformed over the years with the assistance of mages from the Dragon Kingdom. Its overall defensive capability was formidable, equipped with multiple magical cannons, and even boasted 2 magical towers from the Western continent. The Western continent, renowned as the home of magical combat, possessed potent magical energy. These towers, where mages honed their craft, exhibited unique structures and construction techniques, allowing them to absorb magical elements and purify magic formations, serving as formidable defensive tools. With the magical tower's power, they could generate a protective magical shield, ensuring internal safety, while the magic they released had amplification effects, rivaling the might of 4 magical cannons. When led by truly high-tier mages, these towers could be compared to nuclear weapons. Such terror was detailed in the intelligence provided by Bond. Yet preserving these 2 magical towers intact posed a significant challenge. Meanwhile, on an island 300 kilometers away, a gathering place for pirates thrived, home to thousands of them. At the forefront was the one-eyed dragon, known as Huan Exine, a former general of the Dragon Kingdom who had turned pirate, achieving more victories than defeats against the Dragon Kingdom's navy, a true powerhouse. At this moment, in the Pirate Council Hall, General, a rebellion has erupted in the Chiju Kingdom, and a force of 200,000 is advancing towards Chidu City. Despite his new identity as a pirate, Huan Exine insisted on being addressed as general by his subordinates. Seated in a tiger-skin chair at the head of the hall, Huan Exine surveyed the room, where not a single person dared to meet his gaze, the atmosphere thick with dread. Gentlemen, Huan Exine spoke slowly and softly, yet not a soul dared to disrupt even the silence. Half an hour later, prepare the troops. We march on the Chiju Kingdom. After declaring, Huan Exine drew his great saber, gently polishing it before sheathing it with fluid grace. The blade, golden and blood-stained, bore grooves designed for bloodletting, a weapon that had tasted the blood of countless foes. Yes, General. Chapter 31. The Pirate Islands 3 days later. In a port city of the Chiju Kingdom. Look, what is that? A small soldier, nodding off, lifted his head and beheld a fleet of menacing ships racing towards them at full speed. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Enemy attack! The alarm bells echoed throughout the small port city. All troops on high alert. Archers, prepare. Gunners, ready. The approaching fleet was naturally led by Huan Xin. Holding a golden telescope, Huan Xin gazed at the port city with eyes filled with cruelty and avarice. Licking his lips, he shouted, "Warriors, full speed ahead. Let us seize this city, and you shall revel for a day." His sword pointed directly at the city. A chorus of cheers erupted from the pirates aboard the surrounding ships. The thought of unrestrained plunder and the pleasure of women, all at no cost, made the outlaws' eyes gleam with excitement, some even visibly aroused, eliciting laughter from their comrades. With that, the pirates drew closer. Giant crossbows were fired. Cannons boomed. Archers drew their bows. Boom. Whoosh. As a vassal state of the Dragon Kingdom, Chiju Kingdom had acquired numerous military supplies that had fallen into disrepair over the years, investing heavily to arm themselves. As the port city closest to the pirate islands, it naturally boasted formidable cannons. It is worth mentioning that these cannons were originally invented by the goblins of the western continent. The magical cannon was derived from the goblin cannon. Goblins, a diminutive green-skinned race with pointed ears and long noses, were less than a meter tall but possessed highly developed intellect. At their peak, they ruled the entire continent until humans, having advanced in martial and magical arts, united with other races to overthrow goblin rule. The commanding officer, drenched in cold sweat as he surveyed the countless menacing ships, felt the weight of duty pressing upon him, preventing any retreat. Behind him lay his home. He could not falter now. A glance back revealed a longing in his eyes, as if he could see his wife and 3-year-old son, who had just learned to speak, waiting for him to return for lunch. Yet, all of this seemed destined to remain unfulfilled. Wiping away tears, the officer barked at his young subordinate. "You there? Why are you dawdling? You are delaying military orders. I command you to report this situation to Wei-Ching immediately, then evacuate the residence." "Sir." The young subordinate had never seen his superiors so stern. He was usually like a kind neighbor, gentle and instructive. The sudden severity left the young officer momentarily bewildered. "What are you waiting for? Get going. If you delay any longer, I swear I will have you executed. Move." The officer's eyes were already moist with emotion. "Go." The young subordinate could no longer contain himself and ran off. Meanwhile, Huanxin suddenly felt a jolt and looked up at the sky. A gigantic, brown, jellyfish-like creature was floating 400 meters above, its eyes seemingly fixed upon him and his band of pirates. Yang Jian was also present in the small city, sighing as he remarked, "Such a beautiful home, yet it shall not fall to ruin by your hand. At the very least, I have my principles." With a self-deprecating smile, he mused, 50 steps laughing at 100, how ironic. Shaking his head, Yang Jian commanded the surrounding arrowfish and water scorpions to engage. At his command, countless arrowfish surged from beneath the waters, piercing through hulls with deadly precision, some unfortunate souls impaled and left as mere bloodied remnants. In no time, the water was awash with blood, an unstoppable tide. Huanxin, in a mere blink, unsheathed his long knife, skillfully deflecting the onslaught of arrowfish. Meanwhile, the water scorpions employed their powerful pincers to relentlessly batter the hulls of the massive ships. Despite the ship's formidable construction, they could not withstand the relentless assault from so many water scorpions, and soon the hulls began to warp, struggling to maintain balance. The swaying of the massive ships soon turned into a disadvantage for Huanxin and his pirates. Although they were seasoned in naval warfare, such violent rocking was an unfamiliar challenge. Something's lurking beneath. In an instant, Huanxin realized, commanding the fleet to turn about and retreat. At that moment, the officer's eyes were still moist as he witnessed Huanxin and his pirates seemingly beset by an unknown force, swarms of small creatures attacking with remarkable strength, causing the ships to sway perilously. Yang Jian scratched his head, hoping this incident wouldn't be traced back to the insectoid race. Should it be discovered, a total war would be inevitable. However, he could not tolerate watching the merciless pirates ravage this peaceful port city, committing unspeakable acts of violence against women. After all, his presence in this land was a consequence of his moral convictions. He reflected on Swain. Had Swain been here, he likely would not have batted an eye, but would have encouraged the humans to slaughter one another, reducing the insectoid casualties. With a sigh, Yang Jian pondered the implications of change. If growth leads to coldness, then stagnation could also be a form of progress, perhaps. As he contemplated, his thoughts drifted far, his gaze unfocused. The battle on the surface was nearing its conclusion, devoid of tactics. Though the insectoid tactics were still in play, this was merely a brawl, brutal, bloody, and devoid of flair, a stark matter of life and death. In the end, only a handful of pirates remained alive. They soon realized that the water below harbored even greater dangers, with countless arrowfish and water scorpions lurking, their green eyes fixed upon them, a true nightmare. Fortunately, Yang Jian spared a few lives, bringing them ashore. Upon inquiry, he uncovered a prized catch. "Are you Huanxin?" Yang Jian asked, observing the disheveled man before him. Bloodied but unyielding, the man remained silent, casting a glance at Yang Jian before finally speaking. "To the victor belong the spoils. I am now in your hands. Do as you wish." "Very well," Yang Jian replied, patting Huanxin on the shoulder. "General Huanxin, you are truly commendable. Here is my proposal. As long as you agree to exchange your life for that of your subordinates, I shall grant them their freedom." What do you say? An eerie silence enveloped the crowd, a tense stillness pervading the air. Yang Jian merely smiled, brandishing a large knife without uttering a word. Huan Xin was taken aback, looking at his men, all of whom wished for him to nod in affirmation, his heart sinking with dread. Boy, do not resort to underhanded tactics. My brothers and I are bound to live and die together. Huan Xin shouted. General, I have children. General, I wish to return. My mother is waiting for me. General, a cacophony of pleas erupted. Yang Jian watched Huan Xin with a mocking gaze. Nonsense. Huan Xin's face turned crimson with anger as he pleaded, My lord, I realize my mistakes. Grant me a chance to live, and I shall serve you faithfully. Everything I did before was wrong. Tears streamed down his face, and Yang Jian, momentarily taken aback, chuckled and asked, Where are the pirate islands? In tears, Huan Xin revealed his location and pleaded, My lord, grant me a chance for redemption. Yang Jian slowly shook his head, sighing, What a pity for you. As he spoke, he stood up and addressed the band of pirates. You shall not perish, at least not today. Rest assured, I will ensure you live a few more days. With that, he commanded the cloaked figures behind him to escort the pirates to the research facility in Jister province. Delighted to have tasks to undertake, Yang Jian stretched lazily and gazed towards the southern archipelago. However, before that, he needed to fetch Suner. With that in mind, Yang Jian transformed back to his guise and made his way to Qilong Academy. Upon arriving at the elementary school, he found Suner already waiting in the classroom. On their way back, Yang Jian took Suner shopping for a few new garments, enduring a grueling 2-hour spree that left him utterly astounded. How could this little girl possess such a fervent passion for shopping at such a tender age? Yang Jian gulped, feeling a sense of trepidation. After safely returning Suner to the inn, he settled into the adjacent room. Lying on the bed and recalling that he still needed to witness the demise of the pirate archipelago, he swiftly transitioned to that location. Master. A throng of followers bowed before Yang Jian's alter ego. He nodded in acknowledgement, accustomed to the reverence, and gazed into the distance. How long until our arrival? 15 minutes. Master. Yang Jian grunted in reply, seated himself, and began to lightly tap the table. The pirate archipelago consisted of a cluster of islands, roughly a dozen in total. Some large and others small, closely positioned to one another, interconnected by numerous bridges, and dotted with formidable cannons. Hey, look, a merchant convoy has lost its way and stumbled upon us. Haha, what? Let me see. By the heavens, it's true. This is a gift from the gods. How could we possibly let it slip away? Haha, today is destined to be my lucky day. If only a few lovely maidens were among them. Quickly, brothers, grab your weapons. Thus, this band of several dozen pirates armed themselves, preparing to seize a windfall. The merchant convoy ahead dropped anchor, awaiting their inspection. Yang Jian smirked at the sight of the dozen or so oblivious small boats, shaking his head and sighing, Eliminate them all. With a single command, countless arrowfish darted through the water, while the colossal pincers of the water scorpions crushed the boats, sending men tumbling into the sea. The pirates were immediately taken aback, realizing too late that the prey was themselves, not the merchant convoy before them. This is no merchant convoy. It is a monstrosity. Flee. Panic surged within them, each wishing their parents had bestowed upon them more limbs to paddle faster. Yet, no speed could rival that of the arrowfish. Within mere minutes, the waters ran red with blood, while the surrounding sea creatures dared not approach, knowing they would be torn to shreds if they drew near. The corpses of the pirates were soon consumed by the arrowfish, nourishing their evolution. As the pirates finally comprehended the peril, their cannons pivoted, hastily loading ammunition. Boom, boom, boom. A rain of cannonballs descended, resembling bowling balls, only to be met by the relentless onslaught of arrowfish, which shielded themselves with their own flesh and blood, carving a bloody path through the chaos. Meanwhile, the insectoid horde commenced their landing assault. Hiss! A jumping insect leapt ashore, its blood-red eyes fixating on the dense forest atop the mountain, before springing forth with great speed towards the thicket concealing the artillery. Chapter 32. Yasuo at the 10th level. The air was filled with the cacophony of countless insects and beasts, startling flocks of birds into flight. The livestock and pets of the pirates began to flee in trepidation, silenced by fear. As 1,000 jumping insects surged ashore, they darted straight into the dense forest, provoking the pirates to draw their blades and glare at the creatures. To death, one pirate shouted, trying to bolster his courage. The sight of 1,000 jumping insects instilled immense dread within the pirates. their grotesque and fearsome appearance promising despair in battle. There was no retreat, no fear, only an unwavering advance. The fallen pirates lay in pools of blood, their bones stripped bare, their anguished cries echoing in the air. However, pirates are ultimately desperate men. When they realize there is no escape, they unleash a ferocity born of desperation. Those surrounded fought valiantly, and even as some begged for mercy, they were mercilessly slaughtered. The massacre soon concluded, and although some pirates fought fiercely, their efforts could not avert the inevitable collapse. Yang Jian stepped onto the shore, inhaling deeply. Such fresh air, yet it is all tainted. Truly a sin, he lamented, striding forward until he reached a settlement resembling a town. This was the pirate stronghold, complete with taverns, brothels, bookstores selling cultivation methods, pharmacies, and gambling houses. Though modest, it was a microcosm of society. Here, the jumping insects surrounded the small town, and all the pirates were on high alert, beads of sweat forming on their palms. Yang Jian approached the swarm and noticed a figure standing before the pirates, bearing a striking resemblance to Huan Xian. "Are you the leader here?" he inquired. "Indeed," the man replied, clasping his hands. "What do you intend? Do you truly believe we are easy prey? If you withdraw now, we can overlook your presence. But if my brother Huan Xian returns, it will not end well for you." "Huan Xian?" Yang Jian scoffed. "Your brother will not return, but you may seek him out. All of you here have tasted blood, have you not?" He surveyed the group, continuing, "Yet I am too weary to interrogate each of you individually. I come today because the Buddha instructed me to seek his teachings. However, as you can see, I have little time for such reverence. I ask you kindly to assist me in paying my respects. What say you?" He smiled sincerely. "Enough nonsense. Brothers, attack." With that command, the archers behind him raised their longbows, the strings humming ominously as arrows rained down. The air filled with the sound of arrows slicing through the atmosphere. Yang Jian shook his head and retreated, allowing the jumping insects to absorb the incoming projectiles, which astonished the pirates. "What madness is this?" In response, the insects unleashed their shrill cries and began their slaughter. Their claws, sharp as blades, severed the pirates' weapons upon contact, swiftly tearing open their throats. As one pirate fell, another would take his place. But the relentless jumping insects surged forth, leaping 3 meters high to engage the archers in a brutal onslaught. Countless jumping insects ascended, sending the pirates into a panic. Yet, years of bloodshed had conditioned them to quickly regain their composure, fighting with abandon against the insects. Occasionally, a pirate would shine brightly, taking down several jumping insects, but ultimately, they were overwhelmed and reduced to mere blood. After 30 minutes of combat, the remaining pirates could not endure any longer. Someone shouted, "Run for your lives. They are demons." The cries of countless voices filled the air, and at that moment, any semblance of organized resistance disintegrated. The pirates fled from one island to another, from one hill to the next, with no end in sight, no hope of escape. The pirates recalled the game they once played, cat and mouse. The cat observed the mouse's frantic escape, leisurely following behind. Should the mouse pause, it would meet its demise. As it dashed forward, it could find itself cornered or simply exhausted, leading to its end. Finally, desperation set in. "Please, do not kill me. I am not a pirate. Spare me," they pleaded. "He is the pirate, not I." Yang Jian merely asked, "If your conscience is clear, why do you flee?" With a smile, he turned away, as the jumping insects eagerly pounced, leaving only wails, curses, and screams in their wake. Next came the long-anticipated moment of counting the spoils. Though Huan Xian had hidden them well, finding the treasures on this pirate island was merely a matter of time. And indeed, Huan Xian's riches could drive one to madness. 1,000,000 gold coins, thousands of magical beast cores, and an abundance of magical gear, sufficient to arm an entire battalion. Additionally, there were vast quantities of books on martial and magical arts, cultivation manuals, and notes. Most astonishing to Yang Jian, however, was a yellow crystal. This gem, rarer than orange crystals by at least 100-fold, was a treasure of the cosmos. The crystal, the size of a wristwatch, would incite madness in 98% of the population. A war would surely erupt over it. This yellow crystal could produce a level 10 hero unit in just 7 days. Yang Jian could not afford to wait. His current weakness would be disastrous if the war potential of the insect race were discovered. Moreover, should the insect race seek to expand its territory, a top-tier combatant would be essential, even if only to hold back the enemy's elite forces. Thus, The yellow crystal was immediately escorted by all available aquatic combat units to the base on the Elven Island for incubation. However, Yang Jian considered that the hatching of a level 10 hero might attract significant attention. Therefore, the kingdom of Hahan was deemed a safer option. The overall strength of the Eastern Road was weak, and Hahan currently lacked any combatants of level 8 or above, making it relatively safe, at least more so than the Elven Island. Yang Jian could not be certain that the two humanoid figures he had seen were level 10s. If they were 11 or higher, the level 10 hero would likely be subjected to dissection for research, and the insect race would face annihilation. Thus, to be prudent, he decided to hatch the level 10 hero near the port city of Shetur, where all fishing and other activities were prohibited for 7 days. All marine combat units, except for those necessary for vigilance and patrol, were dispatched to provide layers of protection, minimizing any potential risks. Days passed quietly, but the situation in the kingdom of Chiju remained tense. Despite capturing numerous cities, a shadowy hand seemed intent on obstructing their efforts, unwilling to witness the unification of Chiju. Guojia understood the dynamics at play, and his strategy involved solidifying their position. Once the war was quelled, he would be able to counter the shadowy hand's moves. However, if the conflict was not resolved swiftly, it could lead to a multitude of other complications. Guojia, worthy of his title as a genius, resolved the conflict in the Red Pearl Kingdom on the 6th day, just a day before the hatching of the 10th level hero. The turmoil in the Red Pearl Kingdom was finally quelled, yet the imperial decree from the Dragon Kingdom was already on its way. At long last, the day arrived when the 10th level hero, Yasuo, opened his eyes. After careful consideration, Yang Jian chose to allow Yasuo to undergo the enhancement of the yellow crystal, elevating him to a 10th level hero. This decision not only provided Yasuo with formidable power, but also afforded Huang Jing the opportunity to craft a tailored set of equipment for him. Suitable gear would undoubtedly amplify his combat prowess. A well-balanced weapon was infinitely superior to merely wielding a random branch. With this conviction, and as a legendary hero, it was essential for Yasuo to enhance his capabilities while serving as a protector to his mentor. As Yasuo opened his eyes, a gentle breeze swept through the depths of the sea. A towering dragon whirlwind, centered around Yasuo, surged forth, forcing all the water scorpions and arrowfish to retreat until they were 1,000 meters away, while the vortex continued to expand. Where Yasuo stood, nearly 100 meters above the surface, not a single drop of seawater remained. A resonant sound, akin to a blade's cry from the depths of the soul, echoed as if from the heavens or the vastness of the cosmos, imbued with a sense of boundless desolation, as though wind was his only companion throughout his life. With a thunderous roar, the sound of a dragon reverberated through the skies, clear enough to be heard within 100 miles. Then, a flash of light illuminated the scene, revealing a long sword sheathed within Yasuo's scabbard, its hilt reminiscent of a Tang sword's design. His simple armor protected vital organs while maintaining agility, providing perfect defense for his body. Subsequently, Yasuo quelled the swirling winds around him, restoring tranquility as the sea returned to its natural state. He burst forth from the ocean's surface, swiftly appearing before Yang Jian, kneeling on one knee and declaring, "Master, Yasuo has fulfilled his duty. I have reached the pinnacle of level 10. Yang Jian nodded heavily, visibly pleased as he exclaimed, "Good, good, good." In a moment of uncontainable joy, voices resonated from the heavens. "Congratulations! Congratulations!" Numerous voices echoed, and soon figures began to materialize in the sky, young and old, male and female, all eyes fixated solely on Yasuo. "Congratulations, brother, on achieving level 10. A man in a crimson robe, with a square face and around 30 years of age, clasped his hands in salute. Yasuo placed his hand on the hilt of his sword, an impressive aura rising from him, yet it remained contained. "Do not be alarmed, young friend. We are here solely to congratulate you, harboring no ill will," an elderly man in a cerulean robe assured him. "Indeed." A child in traditional Tang attire nodded from the sky. However, Yasuo did not lower his guard. One elder in a dark robe stepped forward and stated, "Since you have reached level 10, we implore you not to engage in the conflicts of the mortal realm. Should you choose to partake, we will unite against you. Rest assured, every one of us shall abide by this accord." With that, before his words had fully settled, all the figures vanished without a trace, leaving the sky still and clear. "Master, they are all 10th-tier professionals," Yasuo remarked, his words striking like a thunderclap. Chapter 33. The kingdom of dragons, a gentle utterance echoed in Yang Jian's mind like a bombshell. 10th tier. Yang Jian had just counted 23 individuals. Indeed, 23. This figure is not insignificant. According to the population survey conducted last year in the Eastern Great Road, there are 1 billion people. Out of 1 billion, 23 are 10th tier professionals, not to mention the 11th tier. The difficulties of reaching 10th tier are evident, especially considering the precious yellow crystals required to hatch a 10th tier hero. Within the ranks, he did not see the humanoid beings previously encountered on Elf Island. Those two ancient beings must belong to the 11th tier. Let us return, Yang Jian declared, and the group dispersed to fulfill their respective duties. Yasuo accompanied Yang Jian, while Plu followed Yasuo back to the Lord's mansion in Shetrali Port City. Seated at the head of the table, Yang Jian gazed at Yasuo and inquired, "How many of them hail from our Eastern Great Road?" "All are from the Eastern continent," Yasuo replied, kneeling and speaking clearly. Yang Jian's brow furrowed momentarily. 23 individuals, all from the Eastern continent. On their side, only Yasuo was a 10th tier professional. However, from the earlier conversation, it was clear that 10th tier professionals are prohibited from intervening in worldly matters. Should they do so, they would become targets of collective ire. This, however, is good news. At least they have grasped the mechanics of the Eastern Great Road, and with this understanding, they can avoid being sidelined. Yasuo, enlighten us on what it means to be 10th tier, Yang Jian prompted, broaching a subject of keen interest. Plu readied paper and pen to take notes. After a moment of contemplation, Yasuo explained, the distinction between 10th tier and 9th tier is monumental. 10th tier represents a significant watershed. It is where one begins to engage with domains. As he spoke, a gust of wind arose, swirling from the palm of Yasuo's right hand. A domain is an almost invincible personal space. Should an enemy find themselves within my domain, they will become exceedingly vulnerable. For instance, within my wind domain. This table, with a mere gesture, the table disintegrated into dust, silent and without forewarning, even before his words had fully left his lips. The power of a 10th tier domain is formidable, capable of autonomously absorbing energy to replenish its consumption. The wheel tactics of lower tier professionals would prove ineffective against me. The combat style of 10th tier also shifts, focusing on the quality of the domain, which reflects one's comprehension of it. I surmise that the 11th tier elevates the domain further, but that is beyond my current knowledge. There is much left to discover. Yang Jian, fingers rhythmically tapping on the table, closed his eyes in contemplation, pondering. The high-tier combat powers cannot be deployed in battle. The highest tolerable combat strength is 9th tier. Hence, I have two considerations. One is to hatch numerous 9th tier heroes, though this requires a substantial amount of red or orange crystals. The other is to enhance the quality of the insectoid units, unlocking higher tier units or promoting lower tier ones. With a measured tap, Yang Jian finally spoke. Plu, provide me with an evaluation of combat units, such as jumpers and cockroaches, in the near future. Yasuo, assist Plu in this assessment. I need to ascertain the current levels of our insectoid units. Understood, replied Plu. Let us conclude for today. You may leave, Yang Jian said, withdrawing his consciousness back into the body of the Ran kingdom. Lying on his bed, Yang Jian suddenly felt that the rise of the insectoid race would be an arduous journey. Although their potential for warfare is frightening, they remain too weak, insignificant before the 10th tier. Taking a deep breath, Yang Jian acknowledged his recent impatience, likely a consequence of excessive bloodshed. With that thought, he began his training. Meanwhile, in the Red Pearl Kingdom, a front-facing emperor had been elevated to power, initiating reforms that borrowed from the political structure and policies of the Dragon Kingdom. The nation began mending its wounds, and at this juncture, a decree arrived at the palace of the Red Pearl Kingdom. In truth, Guojia had only preserved a single magic tower. Despite internal support, another tower had been utterly destroyed, much to Guojia's regret. Currently, 3 researchers had arrived to study this remaining tower. The envoy also reached the Grand Hall of the capital of the Red Pearl Kingdom. Ankandi, the newly installed front-facing emperor, personally welcomed the envoy and inquired about the purpose of their visit. Although Ankandi was the emperor, he dared not act with arrogance. For the Dragon Kingdom was filled with powerful beings, and such arrogance could lead to a new ruler being installed in the Red Pearl Kingdom. While kings were plentiful, attracting the attention of the Dragon Kingdom was not desirable for the insectoid race. The envoy, with a haughty demeanor, half opened his eyes and addressed Ankandi with a commanding tone. The new king of the Red Pearl Kingdom, heed the decree. At your command. Ankandi knelt, awaiting further instructions. Indeed, though labeled a vassal state, it resembled a province of the Dragon Kingdom. Thus, each king of the Red Pearl Kingdom was akin to a provincial governor. However, due to the Dragon Kingdom's recognition of the Red Pearl Kingdom's royal status, they were permitted to enact their own laws and policies. Yet, when the envoy proclaimed the decree, they were effectively reduced to the status of a provincial governor. Today, a coup has occurred in the Red Pearl Kingdom, and you are to establish a new regime. Given the previous king's various misdeeds, after a lengthy discourse, the essential points were made clear: tribute and submission. The envoy entrusted the king of the Red Pearl Kingdom to set forth immediately to the holy capital to receive his title and bring treasures to pay homage. Upon concluding, the envoy handed the decree to Ankandi, who accepted it, stating, "I, your humble servant, receive the decree." The envoy nodded and instructed, "I hope you will promptly journey to the holy capital without delay. With that, I shall take my leave. Farewell, envoy." Ankandi rose to see the envoy out of the grand hall. Watching the envoy depart in their thundercloud chariot, Ankandi returned to the inner hall where Guejia was indulging in delicacies while sipping wine. "General, here's the decree," he said, bowing as he presented it to Guejia. Guejia took it with his right hand, perusing the document briefly before tossing it aside. "If we are to pay homage, then let us do so." A day later, Yang Jian, accompanied by Jia Shang, Bond, and the envoy from the Red Pearl Kingdom, set foot on the land of the Dragon Kingdom. The Western continent had been thoroughly investigated prior to Yang Jian's arrival, including the Dragon Kingdom itself. The Western continent spans 24 million square kilometers and boasts a military strength superior to that of the Eastern continent. It is home to the Ice and Snow Northern Nation, the Orc Empire, the Dragon Kingdom, the Crimson Flame Kingdom, the Southern Empire, and the Northern Empire, with the Radiant Empire situated at the center. Aside from the Radiant Empire and the Ice and Snow Northern Nation, if one considers the Orc Empire at the 12 o'clock position, the nations are arranged in a clockwise manner. The Ice and Snow Northern Nation appears as a distinct landmass adjacent to the Western continent, creating a peculiar shape reminiscent of a raised thumb. The Ice and Snow Northern Nation shares borders solely with the Orc Empire, which occupies the northeastern side, while the Dragon Kingdom lies to the southeast, also a human territory. This is the very realm they are about to enter. The Crimson Flame Kingdom is inhabited by dwarves and is situated directly to the south, while the Southern Empire is also a human domain to the south. The Northern Empire occupies the northwest and is again a human territory. In summary, humans dominate the vast majority of the land, while the Central Radiant Empire covers merely 1 million square kilometers, yet possesses formidable combat capabilities. Now let us speak of the Dragon Kingdom. The name alone suggests a connection to dragons, and indeed, this is the case. The Kingdom of Dragons possesses a profoundly martial spirit, where might prevails above all. This realm maintains close ties with Dragon Island, with each emperor being a dragon knight, riding a true dragon rather than a lesser breed. Dragons are considered the most formidable creatures on this continent, excelling in both close combat and long-range magic. Each dragon boasts a lifespan of up to 5,000 years, endowing the dragon race with unparalleled combat prowess, with the Dragon King being a 12th level being. This is a significant reason why most, if not all, dare not provoke Dragon Island. It is said that the ancestors of the Kingdom of Dragons held favor with the 4th son of the Dragon King, allowing this kingdom to endure for thousands of years. Coupled with its formidable strength, it can be regarded as the leading power among the human empires of the Western continent. However, its territory is not vast, bordered as it is by the Orc Empire and the Crimson Flame Kingdom, both of which are formidable nations, undeniably strong in their own right. The survival of the Orc Empire and the Crimson Flame Kingdom amidst numerous human empires speaks to their exceptional capabilities. Due to the influence of these two empires, the Kingdom of Dragons has struggled to establish direct and efficient communication with the Northern and Southern empires, relying instead on maritime routes. After over a century of effort, some progress has finally been made, as the human empires can now connect through magical communication. Naturally, the Orc Empire senses the impending threat. During this visit to the Kingdom of Dragons, Yang Jian primarily seizes the opportunity to have Jia Shang and Bond accompany him, bringing along some insect eggs to scout for secret bases in the Western continent. Thus, the group ventured to the Western continent, arriving at the Kingdom of Dragons, an area flourishing with prosperity and a strong martial culture. Towering 7-story buildings are ubiquitous, along with some structures that consist of mere pillars standing dozens of meters high, equipped with elevators, surrounded by numerous rooms floating in the air, suffused with magical energy. This vividly illustrates the prosperity and richness of magic in the Western continent. Moreover, there are also more commonplace 3- and 4-story buildings, as 7-story edifices are not omnipresent. The streets are immaculate and well-maintained, paved with seamlessly joined stone bricks, wide enough to accommodate for carriages side by side, and bustling with pedestrians clad in attire distinctly different from that of the Crimson Pearl Kingdom and the Eastern Continent. The variety of styles and colors reflects the open-mindedness of the Kingdom of Dragons, where the populace showcases their long legs with pride. Yang Jian and Apos' eyes sparkled with opportunity. A chance to profit had finally arrived. Jia Shang chuckled, relishing the open-mindedness of such a nation. He smacked his lips, thinking, I wonder if Guijia would go mad knowing about this place. The aroma of the wine is truly enchanting. I must bring back a few jars to tease him. Bond and Jia Shang exchanged knowing smiles, clearly sharing the same thought. Chapter 34. The Dragon in the Dormant Volcano. In the Kingdom of Dragons, numerous martial arts academies flourish, serving as popular destinations for children after school. This contrasts sharply with the Eastern Continent, where youngsters typically return home to practice their skills. The more fortunate may employ private tutors for individualized instruction, but it is uncommon for them to engage in afternoon training during their primary education years. Conversely, in the Western Continent, students begin their afternoon training at a young age, dedicating their mornings to academic pursuits and their afternoons to cultivating combat energy or magic. This reflects the thriving martial spirit and the profound valor of its people. The intricate network of streets is expansive, and the port city alone is vast. Yang Jian could scarcely fathom the grandeur and scale of the holy capital. After 3 days of travel, Yang Jian and his companions finally arrived at the capital city of the Kingdom of Dragons, Longsheng. At the city gate, 2 magnificent stone dragons floated, their eyes closed, occasionally soaring upward or resting, leaving Yang Jian in awe as he beheld a dragon up close for the first time, albeit a replica. Next, he marveled at the towering 50-meter-high city walls, adorned with countless magical runes, which undoubtedly provided formidable fortification and various offensive capabilities, a testament to their exceptional defensive strength. Upon paying the entrance fee of 5 gold coins per person, an amount that could sustain a family for half a year or more in the Eastern Continent, Yang Jian noted the currency exchange. 1 gold coin equated to 100 silver coins, and 1 silver coin to 100 copper coins. The Kingdom of Dragons also minted specialized gold coins, featuring the visage of a dragon, with each nation recognizing the legitimacy of these coins. In Longsheng, 10-story buildings were commonplace, with some rising to 20 or even 30 stories, alongside numerous magical constructs, including a towering column that reached an astonishing height of 100 meters. The power of magic allowed countless rooms to float in the air, an extraordinary and astonishing sight. The streets were wide, measuring 30 to 40 meters, yet they were bustling with throngs of people. The thoroughfares were divided into lanes for carriages and pedestrian walkways. Yang Jian found himself on a pedestrian street, where carriages seldom ventured. Carriages entered through the city gate and proceeded to turn left or right. Longsheng was immense, perhaps encompassing 10,000 square kilometers, an entire city. This vastness introduced Yang Jian to the true essence of luxury. The streets were lined with taverns, tea houses, inns, brothels, and gambling establishments, all boasting prominent signage and grand architecture, including hospitals, schools, patrol stations, and public security offices. Education from primary to secondary levels was entirely free, as was medical care, an admirable system funded solely by the state. Yang Jian nodded, realizing why the Kingdom of Dragons was so formidable. The availability of free education and healthcare allowed everyone to receive an education and strive to preserve their lives, a progressive notion that had endured for millennia among these extraordinary beings. Yang Jian shook his head, suddenly realizing that his homeland was still striving towards this ideal, uncertain of when it would achieve success. Nevertheless, this was not his path to pursue. He composed himself and continued his exploration, akin to Lu Laolao entering the Grand View Garden, feeling as though his senses were overwhelmed. The girls on the streets were strikingly beautiful, rendering ordinary appearances rare. This spectacle captivated Yang Jian, causing many women to feel flustered under his gaze and hasten their steps. However, some bold souls approached him directly. "Hey, do you know that this is quite shameless? Staring at us like that is very impolite." A delicate girl tugged at the arm of the assertive girl beside her. Yang Jian smiled sheepishly, scratching his head as he replied, "I apologize." His sincere demeanor prompted the girl to nod in acknowledgement, saying, "Just don't do it again next time. Otherwise, others might challenge you to a duel." "A duel? Are you an outsider?" the girl inquired with curiosity. Yang Jian nodded, prompting her to puff out her chest proudly as she declared, "Our Kingdom of Dragons has enforced a policy of public dueling for over a decade, with dueling platforms available everywhere to resolve personal grievances. Once on the platform, if a life or death contract is signed, fate is no longer in your hands. Moreover, officials of the 4th rank and above can unconditionally compel anyone of the 4th rank or below to sign such contracts. If you continue on this path and offend someone with significant connections, you might not even realize how your demise will unfold." The girl offered this sage advice. Yang Jian quickly straightened his expression. He had no intention of causing trouble. "Thank you," he said earnestly. "I am Yang Jian. May I know your name?" The girl, now smiling, replied, "I am Su Su, and this is my good friend Dan Ping. What brings you here?" Despite her bold demeanor, Su Su's name was quite incongruous with her assertive nature. "We are here for business. In fact, I am observing the potential for profit." Yang Jian replied with a grin. Su Su's interest was piqued, but a tug from Dan Ping reminded her of their purpose. She then slapped her forehead and said, "Apologies, we must end our conversation here. We have matters to attend to." Yang Jian nodded in understanding. "All right, it was a pleasure meeting you." He extended his hand, which Su Su grasped warmly and softly. After their farewells, Yang Jian continued his exploration of Longqing, marveling at its vastness and antiquity. Exhausted from wandering, he sought a tavern to rest and prepare for his audience with the king of the Kingdom of Dragons the following day. The next day, in the Grand Hall, Yang Jian followed behind as everyone knelt on one knee. A voice resonated from above, "Rise." As he stood, he scrutinized the elderly figure seated upon the throne. With white hair and a youthful countenance, the emperor exuded a vibrant aura that made him appear more like an immortal than a ruler. Had he not known from the records that the emperor was 93, he might have assumed he was merely 50. Clad in a dragon robe, the old man reclined on a golden dragon throne, surveying the assembly. "Where is the king of the Qizhu kingdom?" he inquired. "Here, your majesty," answered Nkanda, stepping forward. "Ensure you govern your kingdom well, and the Kingdom of Dragons shall offer you assistance," the emperor stated. "Yes, your majesty." "Very well, you may leave," he concluded. As Yang Jian and his companions exited the grand hall, the sound of deliberation filled the air. Yang Jian scratched his head, surprised at the early conclusion of the proceedings. Nonetheless, the matters had reached a satisfactory resolution, with the Qizhu kingdom secured. The Qizhu kingdom was merely an exception, lacking high-level combat power, predominantly governed by lower-tier practitioners. Conversely, the Lahan kingdom required a minimum of 5th-tier officials for leadership. Taking a deep breath, Yang Jian noted the refreshing air within the royal palace, where magical arrays purified the atmosphere and concentrated magical elements and combat energy. Departing the palace, Yang Jian and his companions parted ways with Nkanda, who returned to the Qizhu kingdom, while Yang Jian remained in Longqing for a few days, intending to bring back some items for Sun Er and Yishui. The myriad of novel wonders in Longqing dazzled Yang Jian, illuminating his realization of his own insignificance. At his current level, he would barely suffice to fill the gaps in the Western continent, let alone conquer it. However, he understood that progress was made one step at a time, and he was not in a rush. After several days of exploration, Yang Jian returned home with various acquisitions and sought out remote, desolate locations to bury insect eggs for the purpose of hatching worker bees. Meanwhile, the second-year competition at Qilong Academy commenced, a fervent contest with participants vying for supremacy. Yang Jian attended for a few days, but soon realized that none were as captivating as Yishui, thus redirecting his focus to the analysis of the Eastern continent's annexation strategy. On this particular night, Yang Jian sat upon a chair by the window, his fingers lightly tapping the table as he gazed outside. There existed 23 10th-tier professionals on the Eastern continent. If he aspired to conquer this land, he must devise a means to counterbalance these 23 professionals. Relying on Huangjing was neither feasible nor practical. Thus, he resolved to develop a swarm strategy. However, executing such a strategy against 10th-tier professionals proved to be exceedingly challenging. As he contemplated, a gentle breeze wafted through. Yet Yang Jian remained at a loss for a method to withstand those formidable adversaries. Perhaps a path will reveal itself when the time comes, he mused, shaking his head with a sigh before retiring for the night. Meanwhile, a squad of jumping insects commenced a cleansing operation near a dormant volcano in the province of Jizit. This so-called cleansing involved eliminating all unfavorable factors surrounding the worker bees as they harvested gas. Climbing to the volcano's rim, the jumping insects firmly gripped the rocky walls, descending gradually. Upon reaching a depth of approximately 100 meters, a resounding dragon's roar echoed, a warning from the western dragon, laden with a sense of foreboding. Yet the jumping insects paid no heed to the implications of this warning. All perceived threats must be eradicated. With a collective shriek, they surged into the darkness, drawn towards two glowing sources the size of bus tires. As they approached, aided by the faint illumination, they beheld the massive form of a creature. "You wretched insect beasts dare disturb my slumber. I, Tomodomo, shall bestow upon you death." The voice resonated with fury, and as the words left its mouth, a sulphurous, dark red breath surged forth, obliterating the squad of jumping insects into a cloud of ash. With a disdainful huff, the colossal dragon resumed its slumber. The following morning, after attending classes, Yang Jian opened his eyes in his avatar in Jizit province, gazing at the creature known as Plu Plu. "What brings you to me?" he inquired. Casting a glance at Plu Plu, blowing bubbles, produced a report. The jumping insects, classified according to this world's hierarchy, fall into the late third tier, nearing the fourth. Cockroaches belong to the mid-fourth tier, while the toxic explosive bugs are categorized as high fourth tier. Of course, this assumes that the explosive bugs can detonate in proximity to the enemy, maximizing their destructive potential. The queen and king insects are not included in this classification, which is based solely on offensive strength. If we were to assess based on physical strength, another classification standard would apply. "Master, we have discovered a colossal dragon within a dormant volcano to the south." At that moment, Sun Yu knocked on the door and entered. Chapter 35, Tamamo, the once good youth dragon. Yang Jian leaped from his chair, gazing intently at Sun Yu, and inquired. Sun Yu nodded affirmatively and replied, "Dragon." At that moment, Yang Jian became aware of his own indiscretion. After all, having read many novels, he knew that dragons were formidable creatures, and he was eager to witness their magnificence firsthand. The giant dragon, a being perched at the apex of the food chain, was now before him. This was the scene just before the demise of the swarm of jump bugs. As he spoke, Sun Yu waved his hand, conjuring a magical screen that illuminated with the terrifying visage and colossal form of the dragon, along with its cataclysmic breath, truly a frightful sight. Yang Jian stroked his chin and summoned Yasuo, leading an army of 100,000 jump bugs, 30,000 cockroaches, and 10,000 explosion bugs to the site of the dormant volcano. "Yasuo, can you ascertain the dragon S tier?" Yang Jian asked, tilting his head towards Yasuo. Yasuo closed his eyes to attune himself, and after a few moments, he opened them and declared, "Ninth tier, advanced." With that, Yang Jian felt a wave of relief wash over him. If the dragon was stronger than Yasuo, they might as well not engage. However, since it had not reached the 10th tier and was causing chaos on his territory, he found it quite unacceptable. With a grin, Yang Jian led his team down into the volcano. Within, the sound of deep snoring reverberated, clearly indicating the great dragon was in slumber. "Hey, wake up!" Yang Jian called out. The dragon opened its eyes and, upon seeing the assembled throng, sensed the presence of hundreds of thousands of creatures outside the volcano, causing a jolt of alarm within. Nevertheless, the dragon's pride and dignity were paramount. It raised its massive form, gazing down upon Yang Jian, and spoke. "You disturb my slumber, Tamamo, and you had best provide a reason." As it spoke, two jets of white breath erupted, raising the temperature dramatically, making Yang Jian's substitute body feel scorched. Yet, a refreshing breeze soon followed, alleviating the heat and dissipating the sulphurous scent, leaving the air invigorating. Tamamo glanced at Yasuo, and upon meeting his gaze, instinctively recoiled 2 steps back. "T10th tier." Tamamo's heart raced, feigning composure as it asked once more. Yang Jian raised an eyebrow and responded, "Do you recall yesterday when you dispatched 12 jump bugs? This is the kind of jump bug." At this, a jump bug stepped forward and stood before Tamamo. Upon closer inspection, Tamamo shook its head and exclaimed, "No. Nonsense." Yang Jian interjected, "Let him calm down." At the command, Yasuo vanished from sight, only to reappear atop Tamamo's head in the next moment, drawing his Tang Dao. The blade's resonance echoing through the volcano like a dragon's roar, the tip poised precisely 1 centimeter above Tamamo's skull, perfectly aligned. "Stop, stop, stop!" Tamamo nearly lost its composure. "You can't Oppos, bully a dragon like this." It felt tears welling up inside. "You, a 10th tier, why such cruelty towards a junior?" Tamamo was on the verge of shedding tears. However, it dared not voice these thoughts, only muttering stop 3 times before continuing. I think, I will, get up." Yang Jian nodded, suddenly recalling that dragons were not known for holding grudges and were typically united. In novels, if a dragon was wronged, the island of dragons would immediately dispatch several others to reclaim their honor. With this in mind, Yang Jian asked, "Is it just you here? One dragon?" "Indeed. Adult dragons leave the dragon island for a period, returning only after a millennium to reproduce and settle on the island," Tamamo replied, resembling a shy bride as it lowered its head. Yang Jian's eyes brightened, feeling as though a new world was unfolding before him, and subsequently inquired, "Do you contact the Dragon Island before your return?" "No, unless it is a matter of life and death. We send out a distress signal," Tamamo stated. Looking up at Yang Jian reassured him, "Rest assured, I am not here to kill you." He then asked, "However, do you know how many other adult dragons are roaming the eastern continent, like yourself?" "About 20, I believe. The closest is 100 kilometers south, near a vast lake." Tamamo pondered, unconcerned about divulging this information. After all, those who dared to hunt dragons must be prepared for retaliation. The dragon clan held grudges fiercely and was protective. Unless a dragon was completely exiled, they would be shielded by the Dragon Island. Even if a dragon instigated trouble, only the Dragon Island could manage the situation. Outsiders would likely find themselves in dire straits. Of course, beings of the 11th tier, such exceptional entities, could bypass such policies. Unless provocation occurred, the Dragon King would merely turn a blind eye, as the Dragon Clan faced significant challenges in reproduction. Although the Dragon King was of the 12th tier, various reasons hindered his ability to intervene. Nevertheless, actions such as provocation required a firm response to uphold dignity. Yang Jian nodded and asked, "What is your breed?" Tamamo raised an eyebrow, a frown appearing on its forehead, contemplating. "Brother, did you come to disrupt my domain without considering my breed? I am a magma dragon, known among you humans as the magma lizard dragon. Does the magma lizard dragon possess any special traits?" Tamamo's mind echoed with the words, "What the hell?" The dragon clan was generally divided into 4 tiers. The 4th tier comprised elemental dragons, such as water, fire, and wind dragons, deemed the lowest and possessing the weakest combat prowess among dragons. The 3rd tier included color dragons, such as crystal, emerald, golden, and silver dragons. The 2nd tier, like Tamamo, was characterized by 4-word names, possessing various superior abilities, such as the magma lizard dragon, whose breath and fire-based magic were far more destructive than those of 3rd and 4th tier dragons, with a physique to match. There were also dragons like the Iron Boulder Dragon, renowned for its immense physical strength and formidable defense. The highest tier, the 1st tier, consisted of purebred dragons. Before I departed the Dragon Island, I was only aware of 4 elders and the Dragon King. Purebred dragons are named after their governing laws, such as the Night Dragon of the Law of Darkness or the Light Dragon of the Law of Light. The elderly Dragon King is a light dragon, having traversed the ages to protect our Dragon Island to this day. At this juncture, Yang Jian discerned that Tamamo was attempting to convey a warning to him, to refrain from harboring violent thoughts, as the Dragon King was still present, and not to test his limits lightly. Yang Jian, however, remained unperturbed, assuring, "Fear not. I have promised not to harm you, and I shall uphold that promise. However, I seek your assistance with a favor." Tamamo, displaying wariness, took a step back and inquired, "What favor?" "Let me be clear. I, Tamamo, possess no substantial spoils." With a resounding clap in his mind, Tamamo reprimanded himself. "What a fool I am to reveal that." As he drew closer to the wall, Yang Jian chuckled and replied, "Rest assured, I shall only select a few items from your treasure hoard. But before that, I would like to request you to shed some blood to promote circulation." "How much?" Tamamo stammered, recalling Yang Jian's seemingly harmless smile, reminiscent of his uncle Nake, who always wore such a grin before bringing misfortune upon him. Not much, not much. Yang Jian grinned and added, I have heard that your kind enjoys trimming nails, shedding old scales, and letting blood from time to time. Why not do it all at once? What? Since when do we dragons enjoy shedding old scales? Besides, there are no old scales. Tamamo's words faltered mid-sentence as it noticed Yasuo placing his hand on the hilt of his sword. Ah ha ha. Suddenly, I recalled that we, the dragon clan, indeed possess such a peculiar custom. Ha 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 ha. Coincidentally, it has been quite some time since I engaged in such activities, so why not partake together? Ha ha. Ha ha. As he spoke, Tamadu felt tears welling up. Mustering his resolve, he closed his eyes, plucked several scales, bit his nails, and made a small incision on his arm, allowing his vibrant blood to fill a container the size of a small car. Tamadu was nearly fainting. These humans were even more terrifying than demons. It was agreed to draw just a little blood, yet they brought forth a vessel of such magnitude. Were they intending to drain him entirely? Ah, all right, thank you. With sincerity, Yang Jian expressed his gratitude, stating, well then, I must take my leave, old neighbor. By the way, my name is Yang Jian. Your treasure hoard is of no concern. This is ample. Farewell to your old friend, Yang Jian. With a wave of his hand, Yang Jian departed. Tamadu, wearing a serious expression, thought, this harbinger of doom is leaving. Leaving. Yes, important matters bear repeating thrice. Ha. Splendid. With that thought, Tamadu also waved his hand, saying, goodbye. I am Tamadu. Yang Jian nodded and turned to leave, but upon reaching the volcano's edge, he suddenly called back, I shall visit you often, Tamadu. No, don't come back, you fool. Tamadu seethed internally, his heart ablaze with fury, yet his face wore a smile as warm as a spring breeze, saying, do come by often. On the journey back, Yang Jian cast a glance at what he had acquired, feeling a surge of joy. Such a hospitable neighbor surely warranted more visits. He mused. With the blood of these mighty dragons, his insect race's strength would undoubtedly ascend to new heights. Meanwhile, Tamadu was elated to see that the demon had finally departed, letting out a long sigh while noticing a small box left on the ground. Glancing around, Tamadu opened the box to find a large sheet of paper and a small vial. Old neighbor, thank you for your assistance. Yang Jian will remember this favor. Here is a restorative elixir I brought from my homeland. A small vial should suffice for your recovery. Lastly, thank you. Curious, Tamadu opened the vial and sniffed it. It bore no scent, and he hesitated to consume it, merely setting it aside in an inconspicuous corner before beginning to pack his belongings, preparing to relocate far from this demon. Unbeknownst to Tamadu, he would soon find himself frequently interacting with Yang Jian, embarking on a treacherous path, drifting further away. And when he looked back, everything would have changed, having traversed an entire universe. Do you know? That foolish Yang Jian said to draw just a little blood, yet he produced a vessel the size of a truck. A truck, do you understand? Just like the one from his hometown. You cannot fathom. Old Tamadu nearly met his end there. But haha, nonetheless, I beheld the sovereign, grand and noble, striking in appearance and bearing, effortlessly graceful, exuding an extraordinary charm, clearly not an ordinary being. In the future, he shall reign supreme, and thus, I, old Tamadu, resolutely bled for him, even inquiring if the sovereign would visit often. From Sovereign News, Tamadu inadvertently glanced at Yang Jian standing nearby during an interview and suddenly changed his tune. Chapter 36, The Unknown Planet. Upon returning to the Research Institute in Gister City, it was already afternoon. Yang Jian briefly relayed some instructions before transitioning to his guys at Qilong Academy to attend class. As he had no lectures scheduled for the afternoon, he anticipated a well-deserved rest. Meanwhile, far away, beneath the sea near the Elven Island, a worker bee excavated at a crimson crystal vein. After an arduous effort, it unearthed a small fragment of crimson crystal and was preparing to return to the nearby base to hand it over. Suddenly, a dazzling light erupted, and the seabed began to tremble. Bright orbs ascended, hovering 10 meters above the ocean floor, gradually transforming into 10 towering pillars. The tremors intensified, releasing countless bubbles, stirring a tempest that created a 4,000 square meter isolation zone, as seawater was forcefully pushed aside. After the whirlwind subsided, a portion of the seabed was revealed, uncovering traces of what lay beneath. At the foundation was a colossal magic circle, intricately inscribed with numerous magical patterns, both complex and interwoven. Above it, countless smaller magic circles floated, rotating and glowing softly. The 10 massive pillars shone with myriad lines, illuminating their surfaces like ivy, growing increasingly radiant, while the seabed quaked beneath. Countless small fragments of crimson crystal burst forth from the ocean floor, all converging toward the centers of the 10 pillars, merging into a singular mass that continued to expand until it surpassed the size of a platter, yet this was merely the beginning. This extraordinary phenomenon naturally reached the ears of Sun Yu, who promptly reported it to Yang Jian. Rubbing his head, Yang Jian realized that his plans for an afternoon nap were now thwarted. Transforming into a fish, he swam with agility to the site of the crimson crystal vein, where he found the phenomenon ongoing, with crystals still coalescing. Eventually, the crystals began to rotate slowly, releasing mist that enveloped the pillars, revealing intricate images that illuminated the 4,000 square meter area. Raise the alarm, Yang Jian exclaimed, understanding the gravity of the situation. He summoned 100,000 arrowfish and 30,000 water scorpions to the vicinity, ensuring he had forces ready at a moment's notice. If only Yasuo possessed naval combat capabilities. He mused. As a land combat hero, Yasuo lacked the skills necessary for underwater battles. After all, specialization is key. An hour later, the images on the pillars became clear. Yang Jian could discern depictions of various sea creatures, many of which he had never encountered. The pillars radiated brightly, and the crimson crystal reached saturation, ceasing to emerge from the ground, yet the mist continued to emanate. Strangely, mist existed beneath the water. Then, a singularity emerged, 5 meters above the seabed, rapidly expanding until it formed a massive door, approximately 10 meters high and 5 meters wide. It was framed, with the surface appearing as a dark, purplish-black void that emanated a mysterious pulling force. What is this? Yang Jian pondered, unable to identify it. However, someone could. He summoned Pulu, the amphibious researcher. Pulu swam swiftly. Arriving shortly, he examined the site thoroughly, taking notes while occasionally touching the pillars, which responded with radiant ripples, but no further phenomena. Pulu meticulously documented every detail from the pillars to the seabed, even sketching the magic circle. After considerable contemplation, Pulu approached Yang Jian and stated, "Could it be a teleportation portal leading to an unknown world?" Yang Jian was taken aback by the revelation. A very ancient oceanic civilization, dating back 50,000 years? It requires crimson crystals to activate and will not cease until the crystal energy is expended, and it is a one-way portal. The area surrounding the portal is inscribed with protective formations to prevent disruption during teleportation. An unknown world. Yang Jian gazed at the portal, his expression grave and contemplative. "Can we ascertain which ancient civilization it belonged to?" Yang Jian inquired. Pulu responded affirmatively, "I will inform you tomorrow." With that, Yang Jian enacted a state of full alert and transformed into his guise at Shetair Port City. The following morning, after a night of diligent research, Pulu arrived with insights. Pointing to a location on the map, he bubbled with excitement, while Yang Jian listened intently. Upon synthesis, Yang Jian reflected on the indicated site. Pulu revealed that 50,000 years ago, it was the territory of the Giselle race, a sacred city within the ocean. The Giselle were beings inhabiting the sea, resembling humans but amphibious in nature, with gills on either side of their necks, webbing between fingers and toes, and fish fins at the joints of their arms. Red-haired denoted commoners, while those without hair were kings, the highest-ranking individuals. Their society was hierarchically rigid, with a highly centralized power structure that left little room for challenges to the emperor's authority. They once dominated the Blue Sea, dividing the merfolk and fishman empires into a tripartite power struggle. Despite being beset on all sides, their combat prowess was formidable, frequently attacking the two major oceanic empires and taming powerful sea beasts, many of which were their creations. Yet, mysteriously, they vanished 50,000 years ago, leaving no trace of their whereabouts, and the reasons for their departure remain an enigma that has perplexed scholars for centuries, fading into the annals of history. Yang Jian lightly drummed his fingers on the table, lost in thought. The once mighty Giselle Empire, formidable enough to be considered oceanic overlords, had left behind powerful sea creatures that were once their pets. Such a potent race mysteriously departed this ocean, this planet, venturing to another realm. In Yang Jian's understanding, a realm is essentially another planet. It is merely that humans on this planet have defined their world in such terms. If one day they could break free from the atmosphere, they would comprehend this distinction. However, this was not pertinent to the current discussion. Two choices lay before him: to disregard or to explore. The former overlords of the sea may have proliferated on another planet. Who knows whether, after 50,000 years, they have evolved to a point of interstellar travel or regressed to a state of mere survival. Should they possess the means for interstellar travel, Yang Jian felt compelled to relocate his swarm to another planet. Interstellar travel serves as a benchmark, a measure of the advancement of a civilization. Yang Jian reflected on Earth's past, which was still in the exploratory phase of the cosmos, unable to achieve interstellar travel while developing destructive weapons like hydrogen bombs. He would wager that such bombs could effortlessly obliterate Tier 10, 11, and even 12 beings, as their power is simply insurmountable. This was before the advent of interstellar travel. In the realm of science fiction, such travel typically denotes interstellar warships capable of cataclysmic destruction with a single blast from their main cannons. Conversely, should the Giselle have devolved, Yang Jian would be elated. A whole planet's resources could aid in his evolution. If the oceanic overlords ventured to another planet, it stood to reason they would engage with the indigenous inhabitants, should any exist. Given this, after 50,000 years, the most favorable outcome would be mutual attrition, while the worst-case scenario would be mutual advancement. After much contemplation, on the third day, Yang Jian rubbed his eyes and resolved to embark on an exploration. If there exists any sensing device on that surface, then I shall concede my defeat, having attracted a formidable adversary. However, if the sky should fall, there are always giants to hold it up. Yang Jian could hardly believe that the inhabitants of this continent would willingly submit to the dominion of an extraterrestrial race. At the very least, they would put up a struggle. Yet, from another perspective, the passage of 50 millennia without the return of the Gisela tribe signifies something profound. One possibility is that they have vanished into the annals of history or have regressed to a state incapable of returning. The alternative suggests that this planet is fraught with peril, compelling them to collectively evacuate. I fervently hope it is not the latter. Yang Jian could only ponder this. Feeling his own insignificance, he was so weak that uncovering the truth seemed an insurmountable challenge. One step at a time, regaining his composure, Yang Jian commanded the Research Institute to embark on the development of a miniature reconnaissance insect, aiming to enhance its long-distance communication capabilities to the utmost. He was willing to expend orange crystals without hesitation. Immediately, 50 researchers set aside their current tasks to pursue this project, and within a week, they produced results. With the infusion of orange crystals, a travel insect, the size of a ladybug and embedded with a small fragment of orange crystal on its back, was born. This insect possessed remarkable stealth, capable of altering its coloration to blend with the surrounding environment, and could even become optically invisible when necessary, utilizing the principles of light refraction for brief periods. Furthermore, its signal transmission range could extend to an astonishing 100 million kilometers. To elucidate this distance, let us consider an example. In the China where Yang Jian once resided, the distance from north to south is approximately 500 kilometers. If this distance were to be magnified to 100 million kilometers, a daily 5-minute walk to school would then require an arduous 660 days. Nearly a year and a half merely to walk to school. Even at the speed of light, one would require 36 to 37 days to cover such a distance. All this serves to illustrate the vastness of this range, sufficient to address typical intervals. Nonetheless, for the sake of prudence, Yang Jian further instructed the researchers to incorporate a dormant function and a measure of interstellar travel capability into this travel insect. A fortnight passed. This duration felt prolonged. Yet for the sake of absolute certainty, Yang Jian was willing to wait. As October drew to a close, the weather began to cool. The development of the travel insect finally yielded results, albeit at the cost of a seemingly bottomless investment in red and orange crystals. Each travel insect required 10 red crystals and 1 orange crystal, and given the current scarcity of orange crystals, acquiring them was a luxury beyond measure. At last, the travel insect was completed. Accompanied by 10 worker bees and 20 jump insects, they stepped into the magical array's central portal, first their heads, then their bodies, and ultimately their tails vanished from sight. On the other side, in a verdant plain imbued with a primal essence, the portal opened, and a procession of insect beasts emerged. Upon their appearance, the jump insects darted off into the distance, continuously relaying information to the worker bees and travel insects, which dispersed to seek hidden places to burrow. The travel insect, meanwhile, flew in a singular direction, recording and transmitting everything it encountered back to the distant main base. Meanwhile, in a luxurious palace amidst the ocean of this planet, adorned with gold, diamonds, emeralds, and agates, a particular chamber housed a crystal ball that suddenly illuminated, casting beams of light that swept across the surroundings. This extraordinary phenomenon swiftly alerted the guard stationed there, who immediately reported the occurrence. Chapter 37. The invasion rages on. After the report was concluded, in the grand hall stood an elderly man draped in resplendent robes, his neck adorned with gills and possessing 4 arms. His visage was gaunt, and his eyelids drooped as if caught in a perpetual slumber. He extended his hand, grasping the air, summoning an ancient tome that soared from a side hall, remaining dry and pristine even when submerged in water. As he opened the ancient text, his eyes flickered open slightly, and his lips began to murmur. 50,000 years prior, our ancestors migrated from their homeland to this place. The Giselle tribe battled the sea beasts, fought the 6-armed frogmen and the twin-tailed turtle serpents, establishing a foothold that endures to this day. Our forebears left behind a directive. If the crystal ball stirs, it signifies the activation of a portal they once left behind in their homeland. The portal was mistakenly preserved, and thus the edict remained. Pausing briefly, the elder surveyed the congregation in the hall. The reasons behind our Giselle tribe's migration here have been lost to time. The ancient text does not elucidate this matter. However, one point is unequivocal. Regardless of the intruder, they must be eliminated. With these words, the temperature in the hall plummeted. Though our Giselle tribe has gradually declined over the past 50,000 years, with many techniques lost, the past millennium of the Huangjin era has witnessed the rise of a new generation. The opportunity for our Giselle tribe to unify this realm is within reach, and we shall not allow any disturbances. As the elder spoke, the expressions of those present grew grave and solemn, awaiting his further instructions. Thus, this operation must not falter. The elder proclaimed, his eyes aglow like lanterns in the night, casting a radiant light throughout the hall. Bambo, heed the command. At once, a blue-haired man stepped forward, bowing with his 4 arms. Assemble 5,000 warriors, and set forth immediately to eliminate all intruders. Yes. Before departing, the elder instructed, remember, do not reveal our location. Yes. With that, the blue-haired man exited, while the elder continued to converse with the others in the hall. Meanwhile, the traveler worm dispatched a message. Soaring to a boundless expanse of land, finding a lofty mountain and burrowing into a cliff, the remaining jump worms scurried about, gathering intelligence to relay to their fellow traveler worms on the same planet, while the worker bees swiftly tunneled underground to commence the establishment of a base. Leading the troops, Bambo soon arrived at the portal's location, which was concealed by a special formation, rendering it nearly undetectable. The original Giselle tribe's array was remarkably discreet, allowing them to evade several aquatic races and successfully reach this planet. Bambo held his breath, deep in thought. Shortly, he opened his eyes, gesturing with his left hand. Telly, take 2,000 men to search that area. The rest, follow me. Yes. Swiftly, the forces split into 2 groups, with Bambo leading 3,000 to the shore. Upon landing, their gills automatically closed, and the arms beneath their ribs extended outward, creating a blue luminescent barrier to maintain moisture within. The Giselle tribe has evolved 2 arms to temporarily leave the ocean for combat against the terrestrial races. Terra, take 1,000 men to that location. Yes. Once more, they divided, with Bambo guiding the remaining 2,000, rapidly following the footprints. Before long, the trail led into a forest teeming with wildlife. The tracks quickly became chaotic, and some massive carnivorous beasts charged towards Bambo's army. Yet, faced with the troops, these beasts proved quite foolish and were swiftly dispatched, blood splattering the ground. Bambo, unwilling to squander this opportunity, commanded his men to spread out, forming groups of 5 to conduct a thorough search. Before long, a squad discovered the jump worms feasting upon a herbivorous creature, their tracks resembling those previously encountered. General, a call echoed, and Bambo's ears perked up. Channeling water blue energy into his feet, he surged forward, reaching the location of the jump worms in an instant. The jump worms, noticing these uninvited guests, abandoned their meal and leapt away, covering a distance of 7 meters in a single bound. As the first wave of vanguard, Yang Jian had dispatched only the elite, endowed with exceptional physical capabilities. Bambo, determined not to let slip the chance to capture this suspected alien creature, swiftly drew his harpoon and hurled it with great force. The wind howled as the water-blue energy-enveloped harpoon struck the jump worm's hind leg, sending it crashing to the ground. Hiss! Realizing escape was futile, the jump worm charged at Bambo, emitting a low growl. Roar! Bambo was taken aback. How could the jump worm dare to attack him first? Nevertheless, as one chosen for this mission, Bambo adeptly sidestepped the creature's assault, grasping its hind leg and throwing it down, simultaneously drawing his harpoon across the creature's neck. Unexpectedly, the jump worm swung its right claw, severing its hind leg, and with a powerful leap, it pounced upon a nearby soldier. This transpired in the blink of an eye. Bambo could not react in time, and the soldier was slain, his throat torn asunder. The water barrier offered no protection, merely maintaining moisture to prevent the skin from suffering the dire consequences of sun exposure. Damn it! Regardless, Bambo chose to capture the creature alive, to present it to the chief for judgment. A day later, upon capturing another jump worm, Bambo felt a twinge of doubt. It seemed as if these creatures were deliberately leading him astray to protect something. What was their true objective? Unease gnawed at Bambo, yet he suppressed these thoughts and returned to report. Meanwhile, underground, the worker bees had transformed into a base, which began operations alongside the red crystal armadillo. At that moment, a message reached the receiving station in Cheddar Harbor, designated for traveler worm communications. It was a bug resembling a beetle, about the size of a human palm. Pulu promptly translated the message and hastened to Yang Jian's location. At that moment, Yang Jian was shopping with Suner and He Shui. Upon receiving the news, he discreetly excused himself, seizing a moment of privacy. The two women were unconcerned, confident in the protection of the 20 black-clad guards trailing behind them. Transitioning back to Cheddar Harbor, Yang Jian sat in an elevated position, while Pulu bubbled and chattered below. "Have you received the message?" Yang Jian exclaimed, rising with excitement. "What is the situation?" It is no wonder Yang Jian displayed such enthusiasm. If the native inhabitants of that planet were not particularly advanced, it could very well be a veritable treasure trove of resources. Such planets, classified as resource planets, are rich in abundant resources, often igniting conflicts upon discovery. The sub-resource planet, also known as an ecological planet, is suitable for habitation and boasts significant resource reserves. Pulu continued to bubble, while Yang Jian rapidly translated the information in his mind. The natives bore physical traits akin to the Giselle tribe, albeit with 2 additional arms. Their soldiers on land were enveloped in a water barrier akin to an eggshell, yet it offered no protective capabilities. The commanding general possessed approximately level 7 strength, though their underwater combat capabilities remained unknown. The red crystal armadillo had identified 3 red crystal veins, 6 mineral resources, and 1 rare mineral vein. On land, 2 colossal races were present, each comparable in size to a car: the 6-armed frogmen and the twin-tailed turtle serpents, both capable of bipedal locomotion, with moderately high combat prowess. This, indeed, was the entirety of the information relayed back by the jump worms. "Why, I see." Yang Jian clenched his fist, feeling the impending opportunity for the insect race to make a grand display. After recognizing the continent and Oppos's formidable combat prowess, ever since the Elven Island was designated as a territory, a weight had rested heavily on Yang Jian's heart, especially since Yasu had advanced to level 10. This time, having gleaned insights into that planet, Yang Jian resolved to place his bets. The Zerg are currently unleashing their full might in an invasion. The assault is fierce. In 3 minutes, all combat heroes are to assemble here. A command resonates within the minds of all combat hero units. Within a minute, the avatars have all gathered. Yang Jian sits at the head of the table, his hands interlaced before him, his head reclined back, and he speaks. "Ladies and gentlemen, we have discovered a unidirectional teleportation array. A day ago, the Zerg sent word from that location, revealing it to be a planet of modest military strength. We have been restrained here for far too long. Therefore, I hereby command the Zerg to enter a state of war." Guijia Swain, present. The 2 respond promptly. "Here. You 2 will serve as the supreme commanders for this operation, responsible for the coordination of our forces. Assemble the troops and prepare for immediate departure. The area around the teleportation portal is to be placed under strict lockdown." Understood. With that, the 2 hastily exited the room where discussions had taken place. Yang Jian nodded, turning his gaze towards Guan Yu and the others. "Guan Yu, Qin Xiong, Cheng Yaojin, present. Here. You three are to depart immediately and accompany Guijia and Swain, ensuring their safety. Understood. Pulu, gather 50 researchers and prepare for departure. As soon as Swain and Guijia establish a foothold there, you will set out. Pulu, with a serious demeanor, bubbles in response. Observing this, Yang Jian couldn't help but smile slightly, then instructed, Yasuo, prepare to depart. Yes, my lord. With that, Yang Jian disbanded the meeting, assigning certain combat heroes to secure the borders, exempting them from this operation. Subsequently, he commanded the main base to commence the hatching of heroes. With a single order, 300 crimson crystals vanished, transforming into combat heroes and researchers, with the latter in the majority. Pulu, these researchers are entrusted to you. Have them study the blood of the red dragon. I wish to see results in the shortest possible time. The success of this invasion hinges on your research team. Pulu bubbled in acknowledgement. He then instructed the combat hero units currently hatching to proceed to the entrance of the teleportation portal upon completion of their incubation. Afterward, Yang Jian glanced at the remaining resources, which had finally found purpose. He promptly ordered the hatching of 50,000 arrowfish and 20,000 water scorpions, preparing for the impending battle. Meanwhile, Guijia and Swain had arrived at the vicinity of the teleportation portal. Spreading out the rudimentary map crafted by Pulu based on the information relayed by the traveling insects, engaging in discussion. Our teleportation portal has likely been discovered by the enemy. Otherwise, they could not have located us so swiftly. Therefore, we should send in our highest combat strength first. We cannot afford to lose Yasuo. Such a cost is unacceptable. Let us dispatch a single hero unit. Agreed. As discussions continued, a day later, the army had assembled. Yang Jian arrived at the site, surveying the eager crowd awaiting his command. With a grand gesture, he declared, "Depart." The roar of nearly 200,000 insect beasts echoed. In that moment, the sea was nearly boiling, waves erupting dozens of meters into the air. On the other side, on that distant planet, the chieftain gazed upon the shattered shell before him, tears welling in his eyes. After a long pause, he sighed, steeling himself with resolve. Chapter 38. The assault landing. The chieftain of the Giselle tribe gathered his tortoise shell and approached the bedside, sitting there in contemplation for a considerable time. His gaze fell upon the magical crystal ball on the table, which held an image. The magical crystal ball served multiple functions, and here it functioned as a camera, capturing only a single moment. In the image, 7 or 8 young individuals, both male and female, stood together, some crouching, others standing or reclining, within the grand hall of a ruin. Old friends, I truly cannot endure this any longer. Allow me this one act of defiance. I shall descend to seek you out, to share a conversation. After a brief moment, the chieftain made his way to the council chamber. The entire tribe, prepare for war. His declaration reverberated like thunder. Meanwhile, following deliberations, the first wave of 20 heroic units began to enter the portal in succession. Simultaneously, the base hidden beneath the planet commenced the hatching of jump worms and arrowfish units. Upon stepping through the portal, they were met with an overwhelming barrage of energy attacks, all manifesting in shades of aquamarine, some taking the shape of lightning, others resembling arrows or spheres. In an instant, the heroic units reacted, bracing themselves for defense, yet they were reduced to mere fragments within 3 seconds, scattering like debris upon the sea. However, those precious seconds allowed 2 heroic units to emerge, fortifying their defenses. Attack! Fishtail cannons, fire! As the command rang out, a column of aquamarine light surged forth, colliding with the defenses of the 2 heroes, shattering their arms and subsequently their bodies. In that fleeting moment, only one heroic unit managed to step out. Immediately, this hero joined forces to bolster the defenses against the first beam of light. What followed were the second, third, and fourth beams. To fully seal off the portal, the Giselle tribe mobilized entirely, with the tribe still producing war machinery and conscripting soldiers, urgently training them. The objectives of both sides were clear. One sought to invade, while the other aimed to defend. The initial 20 heroes were soon exhausted, yet no word came back. Guijia and Swain were compelled to dispatch additional heroic units continuously. For this operation, a total of 120 heroic units had been hatched, each at the 6th tier, representing a formidable fighting force, albeit slightly overwhelming for the Giselle tribe's initial preparations. Hurry, notify the tribe. Shells are insufficient. Magical crystals are running low. The magical formation requires repairs. The energy shield is damaged. Supply teams are needed. Sea beasts are approaching from the 4 o'clock direction. A flurry of messages inundated the hastily assembled army, stretching their resources thin. However, within moments, a swift army and 2 supply teams arrived from the tribe, moving with remarkable speed. It's the Red Crab. The Red Crab Legion. A voice called out, and most turned to see a massive crab banner, their spirits lifted and cheers erupting. The Red Crab has arrived. This is fantastic. They are doomed now. The arrival of the Red Crab Legion significantly alleviated the pressure on the front lines, where the invaders had already established a small foothold, marking a notable advancement for them. If this continued, it seemed that within half a day, the invaders could seize complete control of the territory and conquer the planet. The leader of the Red Crab Legion, Chi, was one of the few title holders among the tribe. Upon reaching a certain level of power, an individual could earn a title to enhance their combat capabilities, a concept shrouded in mystery. However, it was a common understanding that no weak individuals held titles. Their deployment always signified a grand battle. With a swift motion of his right hand, Chi shouted, "Warriors, unleash your full might. The supply teams are en route. Line 2, alternate. Line 3, provide covering fire and assist Line 2 with the defense shift. Dibwa, lead your team forward." Yes, the power of their idol inspired those below, invigorating them to unleash their utmost strength in a fervent assault. Chi, an 8th-tier powerhouse, brandished his giant crab sword and charged forward, conjuring a whirlpool from the ocean floor. In the blink of an eye, he cleaved through a heroic unit, instilling terror in all who witnessed. Yet, unbeknownst to him, there existed a type of heroic unit known as assassins. Just as Chi swung his sword, 2 glimmers of cold light appeared, executing their movements with fluidity and decisiveness, devoid of any superfluous display. With no retreat possible, Chi, a seasoned warrior, adeptly parried the first dagger with his massive sword, while the second merely grazed his shoulder. He then swung his sword, cleaving one assassin in half, and with a shoulder charge, sent the second assassin sprawling. In a sudden burst of energy, he propelled himself off the ground, akin to a raging bull, and struck the airborne assassin, enveloped in a radiant red aura. In an instant, the internal organs of the assassin shattered. Following this, Chi was engulfed in a surge of crimson light, a colossal phantom crab emerging to loom over him. Towering 7 meters high, the crab and Apos' formidable pincers descended with devastating force, obliterating 2 heroic units and reclaiming territory. The carnage was indescribable, a scene only fitting to be termed as horrific. For this landing operation, the heroic units were classified into 3 categories: defensive melee, offensive ranged, and assassins. The shield of the Red Crab Legion had already sustained a breach, difficult to mend, as cascading magical attacks inflicted severe casualties on both the Red Crab warriors and the frontline soldiers, with hundreds now lifeless, unable to open their eyes again. The heroic units were also not faring well. Over 60 had arrived, leaving only a handful to desperately hold the line. Yet, reinforcements continued to pour in. Sweat dripped from Chi's brow. If the enemy consisted entirely of 6th-tier professionals, would there be a tomorrow for us? He pondered. With a fierce roar, the pincers of the crab moved with increased speed, dispatching yet another heroic unit in mere seconds. Meanwhile, 2 more heroes arrived. Outside, Swain and Guijia exchanged glances and nodded. Despite the lack of information, waiting idly was not a viable option. They promptly dispatched an elite squad of heroic units, led by an 8th-tier hero, with the remaining members at the 7th tier, showcasing formidable combat prowess. These 10 heroic units donned black masks and fitted black attire, their tall forms radiating a sense of explosive power, exuding a palpable aura of intimidation as they approached with the essence of slaughter, betraying their strength. Led by the 8th-tier hero, they stepped through the portal in succession. Upon entering, the 8th-tier hero touched the seabed. With a resounding thump, he set his sights on the target. As his right foot propelled forward, his devilish physical prowess became immediately apparent. As the first batch of experimental heroic units, they had undergone enhancements through the study of dragon blood, endowing them with immense physical strength. However, being experimental subjects, they lacked magical abilities, though possessing a degree of magical resistance was a small consolation. Chi felt an overwhelming sense of danger and pressure assailing him, sending him hurtling through the air. As he fell, he was relentlessly battered by the water's fury, suffering a heavy blow to his abdomen that propelled him deeper into the sea. Thud! The barrage of strikes did not relent. With a fierce roar, Chi grasped with his left hand, blocking the torrential assault, granting himself a moment to breathe. The giant crab re-emerged, and he leaped up, facing his adversary once more. However, the creed of this 8th-tier hero was clear: eliminate all foes, allowing no respite. With another powerful push, he lunged forward like a cannonball. How can they fight like this? Chi bellowed in frustration as he charged forth once more. However, this formidable combat prowess was hampered, and the remnants were swiftly obliterated by the 9 7th-tier heroes, their territory expanding relentlessly. Dibois, send a signal to the clan. As Chi shouted, an 8th-tier hero struck him squarely in the face, sending a tooth flying. Enraged, Chi surged forward with his sword. Yet, before Dibois could dispatch the signal, a 7th-tier practitioner struck from behind, ripping through his chest, extracting and crushing his heart, leaving him lifeless and silent. In his final moments, Dibois beheld the visage of his mother, his wife, and his 3-month-old child. Boom. The battle between Chi and the 8th-tier hero raged on, the latter's brawny physique exerting an unprecedented pressure that instilled a sense of anxiety in Chi. The relentless, machine-like efficiency of his attacks was unyielding, each blow striking with terrifying force, akin to being hit by a speeding vehicle. Every strike demanded his utmost effort. A moment's distraction could lead to a brutal counterattack. For the first time, Chi felt encumbered by his great sword, yet he dared not abandon it as a means of defense. Just as he approached the brink of exhaustion, the 8th-tier heroes' onslaught slowed, retreating rapidly back to their formation, preparing for a staunch defense, no longer on the offensive. Chi then realized he had been pushed back several kilometers. Casting a glance behind, he saw the Manatee Legion, the Shark Legion, and the Flying Shrimp Legion had all arrived. Quickly, upon spotting Chi, the three hastened to his side. Observing his battered form, bruised and spitting blood, they urgently inquired about the situation. Hurry, hurry! Chi strained to rise. Shouting, the three commanders exchanged resolute glances and accelerated their pace, the 3 legions racing toward the front lines. Meanwhile, an endless stream of flying fish erupted from the portal, launching themselves with force, piercing through the Giselle clan's ranks like arrows. Whoosh! The sounds of the sea were unceasing as the fish darted through the waters, leaving a trail of corpses in their wake. All troops, attack! After a while, the 3 legion commanders finally arrived, issuing the command, their bodies radiating light as spectral forms of sea beasts materialized behind them, fierce and menacing. The 8th-tier hero immediately leaped into action, launching himself towards the 3 commanders. Is this an exaggeration? One of them shouted in indignation. It was audacious for one to challenge 3. However, it was evident that the 3 commanders had misjudged the situation. He was not alone, as a myriad of flying fish surged forth like arrows piercing the air. Faced with the relentless onslaught of both flying fish and water scorpions, the 3 commanders experienced pressure for the first time. Nevertheless, they chose to place their faith in themselves and their kin. Chapter 39. Missed opportunities. The scene was nothing short of harrowing, with dismembered limbs and blood-soaked grounds painting a grotesque portrait of devastation. This maritime expanse had been irrevocably stained scarlet. As the foremost line of defense against the insectoid menace, the Giselle race had sacrificed immeasurably, for legions had arrived. Yet now only 2 remained, struggling to endure. In the distance, supply convoys were still en route, and additional troops were being gathered. After years of complacency, the machinery of war had slowed to a crawl. At this critical juncture, time seemed to stretch interminably. The legions stationed along the border boasted formidable combat prowess. Yet their chieftain hesitated, awaiting news of a potential victory from the front lines. The insectoid's 8th-level hero lay vanquished upon the ground, incapacitated, suffering 80% damage. Reduced to a mere head and half a chest, its life force gradually waning. Nevertheless, the dragon's constitution remained astonishingly resilient, clinging to life for perhaps 3 more days. Among the 3 legion commanders, 1 had perished, leaving only the manatee and shark commanders to hold the line. The crab commander, Chi, having consumed the clan's sacred healing elixir, rejoined the fray to suppress the insectoid advance. The insectoids had amassed an overwhelming force of 40,000 arrow fish and 5,000 water scorpions, compelling the Giselle warriors to retreat continuously until the arrival of the 3 commanders brought a glimmer of hope. Yet even the slaughter of 40,000 creatures was a daunting task. The swift arrow fish darted like living arrows, rendering precision attacks nearly impossible. Amidst the cacophony of battle, Cries of despair echoed as Giselle warriors fell, their bodies torn asunder. Damn it! The manatee commander bellowed, his form swelling to towering heights, resembling a colossal beast. With each strike of his fists and feet, immense power radiated from him, while a spectral manatee loomed behind, fierce and formidable, sweeping through the ranks and reducing the arrow fish to mere pulp. The portal remained ajar, with swarms of insectoids pouring through. All hero units had entered, and out of 120, only a little over 60 survived, with merely 40 maintaining full combat capability. The rest bore grievous injuries, some missing limbs. Quickly, inform the clan that the front lines are on the brink of collapse, urged the shark commander as he and Chi-Erbwa briefly leaned against each other, strategizing. Chi-Erbwa nodded resolutely. Hold your ground. I shall depart at once. Good, he replied, pouring a vial of healing potion and handing it to the shark commander. Don't you dare die. Enough. Get moving. With a somber expression and glistening eyes, Chi-Erbwa turned and sprinted towards the clan's inner sanctum. The shark commander grasped the porcelain vial, smirking before racing back to the battlefield. Old bull, time for some medicine, he shouted, tossing a small vial that arced gracefully into the manatee commander's hand. Without delay, the manatee commander retreated, tilting his head back to swallow 3 pills, feeling a surge of energy coursing through his limbs. Let us go. Ha! Charge. They laughed heartily, their feet pounding the ground as their spectral forms transformed into unstoppable forces, demolishing everything in their path. Words were unnecessary. Their synergy was impeccable, alternating between offense and defense with fluid grace. The arrow fish continued their relentless charge, often slicing through 2 warriors before being cleaved in 2, while the water scorpions, akin to tanks, required the collective efforts of at least 10 warriors to halt their advance. The Giselle warriors, now bloodthirsty, had become oblivious to their original mission, consumed solely by the desire to annihilate their foes. Soldiers, form ranks, the shark commander shouted, jolting the warriors back to reality. At his command, the Giselle warriors snapped to attention, regrouping with nearby comrades to form 5-member squads, creating small formations of 50 and larger ones of 100, like a grinding mill that shredded the insectoids before them. With this newfound unity, the arrow fish's lethality diminished significantly, and the water scorpions found themselves mired in an arduous struggle. Time passed, and Chi-Erbwa finally approached a supply convoy. Rushing to the magical communication device, the chieftain immediately answered, listening intently. Chieftain, we urgently require reinforcements. Only 2 legions remain at the front. The flying shrimp commander has fallen. Please dispatch aid swiftly. Upon hanging up, Chi-Erbwa dashed to the healing potions, grabbing vials and consuming them rapidly. Almost instantly, his body began to mend, wounds healing visibly. Once revitalized, he turned to the supply convoy's captain, instructing, the front lines need support. I command you to proceed at any cost, as swiftly as possible. Understood. The supply convoy activated its energy propulsion system, the seahorse-like train racing forward. Chi-Erbwa gazed into the distance, where a dark cloud loomed ominously, the insectoid horde still sending shivers down his spine. Meanwhile, back at the clan, the chieftain set down the crystal ball and turned to his soldiers, saying, you will oversee the assembly of frontline supplies. Inform them that if they wish to avoid annihilation, they must expedite every possible resource to the front lines. Yes. The soldier's expression hardened as he rushed out. With a heavy sigh, the chieftain picked up the crystal ball again, contemplating the magical communication lines connecting the 6 major races of land and sea. Together with the Giselle, they governed this world. Each of the 7 races balanced precariously in strength, with victories and defeats evenly matched, dividing land and sea among themselves. The 3 oceanic races were the Giselle, the crimson octopus, and the sword-tusked turtle. The 4 terrestrial races comprised the white ape, the wolf snake, the fire cloudbird, and the giant yak. After a moment and Apos, as thought, the old chieftain attempted to contact the sword-tusked turtle. An elder turtle answered, his blue-brown visage and long beard reaching his waist, leaning on a cane, emanating an aura of age. Giselle, what do you seek from us? We, the sword-tusked turtle, do not wish to involve ourselves in your conflict with the crimson octopus. 300 miles to the east, I require 50,000 of your warriors to assist in defending an ancient relic, the chieftain replied directly. An ancient relic? The elder turtle's demeanor shifted slightly, yet he remained cautious. Without hesitation, the chieftain elaborated on the situation. The elder turtle pondered, recognizing that this was a Giselle matter, not directly affecting his own race, and he shook his head in refusal. The old chieftain grew anxious, struggling to find words, but the elder turtle waved him off, stating, "Apologies, but we sword-tusked turtles have grown too complacent. We possess little in the way of martial prowess. Seek assistance elsewhere." With that, he terminated the communication. The old chieftain regarded the dim crystal ball, a surge of unease and derision swelling within him. "No troops, huh?" With a sigh, he attempted to reach out to the crimson octopus, only to be met with exorbitant demands. The chieftain clenched his jaw and severed the connection. "One day, we shall regret this decision." After exhausting all avenues of communication, the old chieftain chuckled, donning his long-neglected battle garb, casting the crystal ball into a corner, and stepping out of the grand hall. Moments later, war drums echoed throughout the clan, signaling a complete mobilization. Total war was upon them. All clan members, at any cost, would unleash the fury of battle. The resounding beat of war drums reverberated through the air, echoing in the ears of every clansman. None dared to disregard the significance of these drums. Once sounded, they signified the full might of the tribe gearing up for battle. The drums had previously sounded twice, both times heralding victories, albeit at a great cost to the Giselle tribe. Yet, victory, regardless of its toll, remained a triumph. The fate of the tribe would be dire should they falter. The fate of certain subjugated groups under the Giselle's dominion served as a grim reminder. There would be no freedom, no dawn. To live as a slave is one thing. To die as one is an even harsher reality. The logistics of the Giselle tribe's resource mobilization were executed with remarkable speed. Despite their population of 8 million being somewhat dispersed, every individual was now engaged in the collective effort, foregoing unnecessary words in favor of the urgent transport of supplies and weaponry. Every able-bodied man was summoned to join the ranks, with only the elderly and children exempted. Although these warriors harbored deep attachments to their lives and families, the call of tribal duty was paramount. They had no choice but to heed it. Besides, the principle of mutual reliance, when the lips are gone, the teeth grow cold, had long been a guiding tenet for the Giselle tribe. Without the protection of their kin, they would be unable to stand alone. Having resolved to act, they were prepared to devote their full strength to the cause. Meanwhile, on the opposing front, the insectoid faction led by Yang Jian had already committed extensive military resources, yet communication remained elusive, leaving them in the dark regarding the situation on the other side. Guojia and Sui Yin were still in deliberation. Given the uncertainty, they speculated that a battle might be unfolding at the other end of the portal. According to the feedback from the traveling insects, the combat capabilities of the planet in question were not particularly formidable. It was possible that 8th-level heroes still lingered there. Thus, there was an urgent need for healing. They resolved to dispatch the arrowfish to provide cover for the queen as she entered to tend to the wounded soldiers and heroes. All right, 3,000 water scorpions, and 1,000 for the queen. If no battle ensues, the worker bees can transport supplies afterward. To be safe, we will only send 100 worker bees. Agreed. We must continually apply pressure on the enemy, denying them any respite. With a nod of agreement, they set their plans in motion. The arrowfish shielded the queen as she stepped through the portal. Upon arrival, she swiftly dashed to the side of the injured, releasing spores from her abdomen. For aesthetic reasons, we shall avoid any grotesque methods of healing typical in interstellar contexts. After all, the insectoid species does not require beauty in the cosmos. The spores, countless as clouds, dispersed, and, upon reaching the surface of the insectoid bodies, seeped into their skin like melting ice, providing meticulous care. Should technology advance in the future, healing at the nanoscale could yield even more remarkable and rapid results. However, 1,000 queens seemed inadequate when compared to the multitude of insectoids. Nonetheless, they alleviated the most pressing needs. The 8th-level heroes received focused attention, their injuries rapidly improving, limbs beginning to regenerate. Witnessing this, the Shark Legion commander was taken aback. Such limb regeneration would require considerable effort, even for the Giselle tribe. How could the enemy achieve this so swiftly? Overwhelmed by despair, the two commanders refrained from voicing their concerns, instead directing their focus towards the 8th-level heroes, striving to avoid drawing the attention of their kin. Chapter 40. Successful landing with a powerful thrust of their right feet, the two Legion commanders propelled themselves forward like cannonballs, targeting the 8th-level hero. However, the Zerg would not allow these commanders to disrupt the healing process so easily. The arrowfish and water scorpions swarmed in, blocking the path of the two commanders, willing to sacrifice themselves if necessary. As a consequence of this reckless bravery, the commanders were forced to slow down midway and were subsequently encircled. The laws of force are reciprocal. While colliding with the arrowfish was manageable, the water scorpion's armor proved to be formidable. Had it not been for the shattering of the commander's shoulder guards, they might have advanced further. Yet, there remained a glimmer of hope. Ignoring their injuries, the commanders summoned their strength, invoking phantoms to pave a swift path forward. The water scorpions, now severely depleted, had most of their ranks diverted to defend against the commander's advance, tightening the front-line situation. The arrowfish, lacking the support of the water scorpions, found themselves ground down by the Gizelian battle formations, akin to grains being crushed by a millstone. Meanwhile, as time elapsed, a significant amount of supplies was gathered and stacked on trucks drawn by seahorse-like sea beasts. On the platform, the elder chieftain, clad in armor and wielding a sword at his side, leaned on a cane as he surveyed his kin below. A fleeting moment of confusion crossed his mind, but it was swiftly replaced by resolute determination. Victory is attainable, and it is imperative that we win. With this thought, the elder chieftain declared, "Warriors, our ancient portal has been opened, and on the other side lies the malevolence intent on destroying our beautiful homeland. Shall we relinquish our hard-won peace without a fight? Absolutely not. You are the mightiest warriors of our tribe, carrying the unblemished legacy of the Gizelian people for millennia. We fear nothing. We shall not falter. Let us wield our swords and drive these fiends back, banishing them from our home. Fight! Fight! Fight!" At this, the elder chieftain nodded and commanded, "Now, the entire army from Legion 1 to Legion 10 shall depart in order. Supply teams, push your engines to the limit. Spare no magic crystals. Upon victory, we shall reward the entire army." A chorus of cheers erupted from below, as everyone eagerly prepared for the impending battle, thirsting for the blood of their enemies. The battle around the portal raged on, having persisted for nearly 3 hours. The Gizelian forces gradually shifted into a defensive formation, significantly reducing casualties. The Zerg struggled to find a breakthrough, while the 8th-level hero remained in a state of recovery, unlikely to join the fray anytime soon. Fortunately, several 6th and 7th-level heroes still had the stamina to fight, their injuries relatively light and healing rapidly. In mere moments, the recovering heroes surged onto the battlefield. "Damn it! Will we ever finish them off?" shouted one. "Blackie, hold on. Dandy, come back. Don't rush out." The battlefield was a cacophony of noise, the sounds of battle blending into a singular roar. The focus of the conflict had shifted near the 8th-level hero, as the two Legion commanders struggled onward. Their injuries, exacerbated by the forced summoning of phantoms, became increasingly difficult to manage, akin to a machine on the verge of exploding. "Hang in there, old shark. Manatee. I'm truly exhausted," they murmured to each other. In the end, "Lend me a hand." The Shark Legion commander, gasping, pulled a crumpled letter from his pocket and handed it to the Manatee Legion commander. "I've never had the resolve. Please deliver this letter to her. I may never see her again." "All right, but you better not die. We still need to return together." The Manatee Legion commander wiped away his tears and fended off a water scorpion. The Shark Legion commander managed a pained smile and replied, "This time, consider it me standing you up." With that, he grasped the Manatee Legion commander's belt and yanked him forcefully away, launching him into the air. The Manatee Legion commander, caught off guard, could only react belatedly, witnessing the Shark Legion commander's reassuring smile before being overwhelmed by the water scorpions in a final burst of defiance. "Come forth, you beasts. All units, shift from rear to front and retreat." The Manatee Legion commander called out, drying his tears. Upon hearing this command, the Gizelian warriors were momentarily stunned, but swiftly began to move in an orderly fashion. The arrowfish, seeing the Gizelian retreat, did not pursue. The 8th-level hero raised a hand to signal, and all Zerg began patrolling the area, consuming the corpses littering the seabed. The priority was to secure this portal. On the other side, despite the army's relentless efforts, their advance slowed until, after half a day, they encountered the remnants led by the Manatee Legion commander. The elder chieftain immediately stepped forward, a warm current flowing into the Manatee Legion commander as he inquired, "What lies ahead?" At that moment, the Manatee Legion commander broke down in tears. "Shark and flying shrimp have perished. I ordered them to retreat from the portal. Please, punish me, chieftain. Please punish me." The soldiers behind him knelt, echoing his plea. Yet the elder chieftain lifted the Manatee Legion commander, stating, "All forces, retreat to the Thousand Straits to confront the enemy." The Thousand Straits, though its name may seem exaggerated, indeed encompassed 1,000 passages, a densely packed area suitable for ambush, where the Gizelian people had once secured a victory against the enemy. Now, the elder chieftain sought to recreate that triumph. Meanwhile, Yang Jian watched as countless Zerg streamed into the portal, a deep sense of foreboding settling in his heart. This operation represented the full might of the Zerg, executed with minimal reservation. Should it fail, recovery would take a substantial amount of time. Moreover, developments in the kingdom of Hahan were becoming increasingly ominous, with Davinsuo sending messages indicating that decisive actions were imminent. To this day, Yang Jian found it hard to believe that a prince would willingly relinquish his kingdom, a notion almost too surreal to grasp. Yet he knew that with sufficient strength, any scheme would be rendered inconsequential. This operation was of utmost importance. Otherwise, he would not have dispatched all but the essential border forces. The fortifications of the Thousand Straits were already under construction, proceeding with meticulous order. The elder chieftain gazed toward the portal, anxiety gnawing at him. Time was of the essence. If only the Gizelian people could be afforded a moment, he had confidence in their victory. Meanwhile, Yang Jian also observed the portal, acutely aware that what he lacked most was time and territory. If he could secure land and allow time for consolidation, he would emerge even stronger, powerful enough to command respect from his enemies. The pressure from the Western continent weighed heavily on Yang Jian. The outcome of this confrontation would dictate the timing of future offensives against the West. A victory could potentially enable an advance to the eastern route within a year, or at most two, leading to an assault on the Western continent. As time trickled by, dusk approached, and the Zerg forces began to withdraw, leaving only Swain and his companions. Swain exchanged glances with his comrades, nodding in unison before proceeding onward. Yang Jian remained outside, for the technology for interstellar mental transference had yet to be developed. Once they entered the portal, the connection to his physical form would sever automatically. Upon entering the portal, Guojia and Swain beheld the battlefield's devastation. Only remnants of flesh scattered across the seabed, with the waters stained crimson, the metallic scent of blood overwhelming. They then followed the route previously discovered by the jumping insects, intending to first set foot on land. For beyond aquatic units, other combat capabilities would face significant limitations. After 2 hours of travel, they reached dry land, arriving near a base. Moments later, numerous water scorpions emerged, bearing the supplies of the Giselle tribe ashore. Among these provisions were countless magical crystals, imbued with energy that could be absorbed by the base to incubate combat units. A staggering 300,000. With this substantial influx, the base sprang to life, hatching arrowfish and water scorpions, ready to be unleashed into the ocean for the impending battle. On land, other tribes existed, their strength not inferior to that of the Giselle. However, overall, they were somewhat comparable, although their numbers remained uncertain. Henceforth, the focus would primarily remain on the ocean. Any further offensive could leave them vulnerable to attacks from both sides. The Giselle tribe certainly had contingencies in place. A lineage that had endured for at least 50 millennia should not be underestimated. Thus, it was prudent not to pressure the Giselle tribe excessively. Negotiations could be a viable option when necessary. Nonetheless, it was crucial to instill a sense of urgency, striving to gain the upper hand at the negotiation table. Therefore, the immediate objective was to fully manufacture marine combat units. The Giselle tribe was advancing from the southeastern flanks. While the northwestern territories might be unclaimed, reconnaissance was essential. Let us dispatch some arrowfish for reconnaissance. I shall take charge of this task. Meanwhile, I will focus on fortifying our defenses. Our priority is to secure our position. Agreed. Swain and Guojia exchanged ideas, their thoughts colliding and subsequently negating one another, ultimately culminating in superior concepts that gradually filled the gaps before they reached a consensus. Thus, both parties entered a brief period of tranquility, the calm before the storm. In the near future, the tempest that loomed ahead could be colossal, destined to be exceptionally fierce. Chapter 41. The rising storm. Soon after Guojia and Sweeney devised their strategy, the insect race began its slow yet methodical expansion. Although the pace was unhurried, the territory steadily grew, a process that felt as refreshing as sipping an ice-cold soda on a sweltering summer day. The following day, Yang Jian received news from the traveling worm. Despite his concerns, he resolved to remain in the Lahan kingdom, awaiting Devinsuo. Each day he spent with Sun and Apos, inviting Hishue to join them under the pretense of Sunner, their bond deepening rapidly. Yang Jian reveled in this process. Perhaps soon Hishue would become his first girlfriend. Meanwhile, in a distant royal annex designated for dining, the king of Lahan, along with his 4 princes, gathered around the table. The king, and Xingyo, presided over the gathering, flanked by his eldest son, Anlong, the 2nd prince, and Cheng, and the 3rd prince, and Ren. The royal lineage of the An family had endured for millennia, surviving multiple coups and growing ever more formidable. Their hidden cards remained forever inscrutable. Seated at the head of the table, King and Xingyo, clad in a resplendent golden dragon robe, benefited from a magical array designed to cool the room, a testament to the royal opulence. "I have summoned you 3 today," he began, pouring himself a cup of iced tea, its refreshing chill perfect for summer. The table was laid with a dazzling array of delicacies, captivating the prince's attention. As the king surveyed the seating arrangement, he noticed the proximity of his sons, the eldest on his left, the 2nd and 3rd equally distanced from him, while the youngest, the 4th prince, sat to his right. Taking a sip of his tea, he exhaled deeply, the arrangement evoking memories of his own youth. Before the age of 14, the palace had been a sanctuary of tranquility, soon overshadowed by a chilling atmosphere. He reminisced about the days spent in laughter with his brothers, admiring the blossoms and the moon. Yet, those times had vanished irretrievably. As time turned, he ascended the throne, emerging victorious from the bloody strife that claimed his siblings, leaving him as the sole survivor. Now, he had 4 children of his own, and soon he would find himself, like his father before him, watching them turn against one another. All he could do was await the outcome. His gaze fell upon the 4th prince, just 5 years into existence. Yet he feared that time was not on his side. Closing his eyes, King and Xingyo leaned back in his chair, silent and contemplative. The eldest prince, anxious, noticed his father's closed eyes and inquired, "Father, are you unwell?" Without opening his eyes, and Xingyo replied, "It's nothing. I am merely fatigued and have been experiencing some insomnia. The imperial physician has prescribed me some medicine. I will be fine. Then please take care of yourself, father," the eldest prince said, settling back in his seat. Despite his brash demeanor, he was acutely aware of the animosity his brothers harbored towards him. And Cheng sat like a venomous serpent, fixated on the bowl of food before him, while Ren surveyed the room, his impatience palpable. "Just wait. Once I ascend to the throne, I shall see how that wretch rejects me," Ren thought, his spirits soaring at the prospect of his future reign. Eventually, King and Xingyo opened his eyes and declared, "Let us eat. The food will grow cold. Today, let us indulge and enjoy each other's company." "Of course, father," Anlong replied. "We shall always be by your side." And Cheng added, "Indeed," chimed in Ren. "Wonderful," exclaimed the youngest prince, clapping his hands in excitement. "Come, let us eat," said Xingyo, relishing a piece of meat, his body relaxing with satisfaction. "This dish is delectable. Everyone should try it." Hours passed until nightfall. Upon returning to his chambers, King and Xingyo found the queen in tears. "Do not cry," he said, embracing her, his own tears flowing freely. "Is there truly no solution?" The queen looked at him with hope, her words hanging in the air. With a weary sigh, he gazed at her. "All I wish for now is that whoever is chosen will treat this kingdom kindly. Ultimately, I aspire for us to retire to a pastoral life together." After much coaxing, the queen eventually fell asleep, and Xingyo tucked her in, then settled by the bedside to sip his tea. He pondered the fate of his father, unable to recall the details, and wondered if someone might soon help him remember. In contrast to the somber atmosphere of the Lahan palace, Yang Jian was in high spirits. "Hishue, what do you think of this?" he asked, opening the door to reveal a room adorned in shades of rose, exuding an extraordinary ambience, with candles flickering on the dining table, enveloped in a romantic haze. "Sister Xue." Sunner joyfully rushed towards Hishue. The sight of her younger sister filled Hishue with delight. "Thank you, Yang Jian, for making my birthday special," she said sincerely, gazing at him. Yang Jian averted his gaze, scratching his head awkwardly. "It's nothing, really," he chuckled lightly, feeling a pang of guilt for his original intention to celebrate Hishue's birthday. Before long, the 3 of them were seated. Yang Jian brought forth a large cake adorned with 20 candles. "In my hometown, we celebrate birthdays with cake, but first, one must make a wish before blowing out the candles." "A wish before blowing out the candles?" He Shui gazed at the cake, its appearance tantalizing. Yes, make a wish. Yang Jian encouraged, like this, with your eyes closed. He Shui followed his example, closing her eyes, her expression almost irresistible. Yang Jian barely restrained himself from embracing her. Fortunately, Suner was present, and he felt a sense of relief. Suner remained blissfully innocent, gazing at the cake with drool beginning to form. After making her wish, He Shui blew out the candles, and the trio erupted into joyous laughter. As night fell, Yang Jian observed He Shui caring for Suner like a devoted single mother, tenderly wiping her face before tucking her into bed. Walking through the streets on their way back, Yang Jian smiled and teased, "Do I seem like I'm pursuing you?" The single mother? He Shui paused, her cheeks flushing crimson. Yang Jian chuckled mischievously, embodying the charm of a rogue. Reaching the school gate, He Shui turned to Yang Jian and said, "Thank you, Yang Jian." He waved his hand, replying, "If anything, I should thank you for this opportunity." With a smile, He Shui responded, "Regarding the question you asked earlier, my answer is yes." She turned and dashed away, leaving Yang Jian momentarily stunned, scratching his head in confusion. What was my question again? Damn it, I can't believe I forgot. He lamented, returning to the inn in a daze, losing a considerable amount of hair in the process. Upon entering Suner's room, he sighed with relief at the sight of her peacefully sleeping. He then returned to his own room and drifted off to sleep. The establishment, referred to as a hostel, has been transformed into a villa, lacking only an indoor swimming pool. However, after today, Yang Jian resolved to acquire the adjacent property and convert it into a private swimming pool, subsequently inviting He Shui. With a mischievous grin. Meanwhile, He Shui returned to her dormitory, gently pushed open the door, and beheld her roommates sprawled on the floor, fast asleep. On the table lay a feast, accompanied by a stack of cards and origami cranes, each inscribed with heartfelt messages. "Happy birthday, dear He Shui," adorned with charming cartoon expressions. A warmth enveloped He Shui's heart as she fetched a blanket to cover her roommate before taking a refreshing shower. "Come on, He Shui. Tell us about your date with that guy. How could you abandon your roommate?" "Boo-hoo." At that moment, a voice echoed from outside. He Shui froze, and the bathroom door swung open. "This time, I shall punish you." A shadowy figure burst into the bathroom, audaciously grasping her in a playful manner. "He Shui, your waist is so slender." They giggled. "Wow, this is quite impressive. I simply must punish you." Amidst playful banter, He Shui emerged victorious, playfully overwhelming Yang Nan, her petite and adorable roommate, who at the age of 19 resembled a middle school student. "Humph, let us see if you dare to punish me again," He Shui declared, teasingly placing a feather on Yang Nan's soul. "No, please. Big sister He Shui, I was wrong." As the night deepened, He Shui retired to her room, slipping into a deep slumber. Yang Nan, upon returning to her own room, noticed her cat ears had unexpectedly emerged, likely due to an itch, causing even her disguise magic to falter. With a soft murmur of incantations, her cat ears vanished, and she curled up on her bed, falling into a profound sleep. That night, many were restless, while others reveled in joy. The second prince, Cheng, was busy preparing a betrothal gift, uncertain to whom he would propose. The third prince donned casual attire and ventured to the Ji Academy. The first prince immersed himself in military texts, ever vigilant for the impending conflict. Meanwhile, the fourth prince was summoned by his mother, leaving him in suspense about what awaited him. Chapter 42. The cyborg initiative. The following day dawned with a gentle breeze and bright sunshine, yet on Guijia's side, a chilling atmosphere prevailed. The two men gazed at the holographic magical map, which indicated a formidable war fortress situated within the depths of the 10,000 gorges, surrounded by sentries and bunkers. It had become a veritable forbidden zone. Conquering it would be akin to reaching for the heavens. Guijia and Swain furrowed their brows as they contemplated the turtle shell-like defenses, presenting a rather daunting challenge. It was not that they lacked capability, but rather that no matter how clever their strategies, execution remained paramount. Currently, a direct assault by the Zerg was utterly unfeasible and inadvisable. From the initial skirmish at the portal, it was clear that both factions were evenly matched. Any perceived strength was marginal, lacking the overwhelming advantage necessary to ensure victory, and minor variables could easily lead to total defeat. Thus, caution was imperative. After some deliberation, Swain proposed, "Mr. Gua, allow me to take the lead this time." Gua Jian nodded in agreement, and the two took their seats opposite one another. Once seated, the magical map expanded before them. Swain articulated, I wish to prioritize defense at these 3 locations. Without knowledge of the Zerg commander's tactics, safeguarding our front and flanks seems the most prudent course of action. Subsequently, we can adapt as circumstances evolve. Given that your Giselle clan has adopted a conservative strategy, I will seize the opportunity to expand my territory, thereby applying pressure on your forces and observing your responses. Guojia stroked his chin thoughtfully, took a sip of wine, and replied, "The Giselle clan cannot permit you to maintain the initiative. If necessary, once we have established defensive structures according to the terrain, I can defend this location with minimal troops and subsequently redeploy forces for a surprise attack. Should we be caught off guard, the compromised location will likely reveal areas the enemy wishes to protect, for the Giselle clan, like us, requires time and cannot afford to strike recklessly. Their intent would be to create a false impression that those areas are heavily fortified. If my clan's objectives are uncovered, the Zerg will undoubtedly retaliate against our ambush points, thus allowing me to preemptively reposition troops for a flanking maneuver. If my rear defenses are sufficiently robust to buy time, I could orchestrate a pocket encirclement and execution. If the enemy strikes at the Zerg's flank, we must retreat. Failure to do so will lead to encirclement, with dire consequences." Guojia chuckled at this point, taking another sip of his wine, and Swain joined him in laughter. Orders were dispatched for a full advance, compressing forces to the forefront. Within the tent, commands echoed. The trap had been set from the outset. It remained to be seen if the fish would bite. By afternoon, the advancing Zerg encountered the Giselle clan fortifications, resulting in a fierce exchange with casualties on both sides. Meanwhile, Guojia and Swain observed the magical map, patiently awaiting developments. On the other side, in the highest command of the Giselle clan, the elder chief delegated battle command to the seasoned veteran, Hebo Lai, a composed strategist. Hebo Lai surveyed the magical map and stated, "We currently lack insight into the enemy commander's character. Thus, adhering to our previous deployment while seeking opportunities for change is an excellent strategy. Therefore, we must expedite the construction of our fortifications." He paused, contemplating, and continued, "However, completing all constructions will take considerable time. Thus, we must abandon certain areas, particularly the rear fortifications. Should the enemy easily maneuver around us, our chances of victory diminish significantly. Henceforth, our focus must be on fortifying the front lines and flanks, ensuring the best defensive equipment is in place. Secondly, we cannot allow the enemy to constrict our space. Every inch of territory is vital in this conflict. Once we complete our defensive structures, we must swiftly deploy additional troops to create disturbances against the enemy." "Yes, General. Yes, General," the assembled officers affirmed, each complying with his orders as Hebo Lai studied the map with confidence. Everything proceeded in an orderly fashion. Meanwhile, on the other side, Yang Jian arrived at the Overseas Research Facility, located on a small island guarded by arrowfish and water scorpions. Beneath the island lay a colossal biostructure. All Zerg constructions were biological in nature, capable of self-repair, each regarded as a living entity, albeit without the need for sustenance. A truly remarkable architectural concept. Upon entering, Yang Jian followed the lead of a researcher to a vast and expansive chamber. The sheer resource consumption necessitated such a grand space. Yang Jian ascended a platform overlooking an immaculate, pure white expanse, equivalent to 4 football fields. "Let us begin," he commanded, taking his seat and gazing below. The researchers, responding to the directive, swiftly turned to retrieve their data boards, nodding toward the personnel at a distant control station. As they spoke, the gates of the expansive space began to open and close. Subject 1, 27 infection rate, implanted with the genes of the Crimson Flame Wolf. Capable of an uncontrollable transformation lasting 4 minutes and 23 seconds. Deploying for combat training. With that announcement, a massive rhinoceros, a 5th-tier biocreature known as the giant rock rhinoceros, emerged, its formidable defenses glowing with a yellow sheen, adorned in a thick, earthy armor. The rhinoceros let out a roar and charged towards Subject 1, the experimental entity. Humanoid in form, yet emitting a primal roar, abruptly expanded, first sprouting as a colossal wolf head replaced its human visage, launching itself toward the giant rock rhinoceros. Yang Jian observed, reflecting, "Is this the latest achievement of genetic technology?" This project had been initiated following the conquest of the Gister province, focusing on gene implantation technology. allowing ordinary individuals to incorporate monster genes for enhanced strength. Initially, it was designed to aid creatures such as jump bugs and cockroaches in acquiring powerful genes for deeper evolutionary processes. However, Yang Jian whimsically ordered the development of a new branch of research. Now, the fruits of their labor were manifesting. With this technology, the future of the continent would likely descend into chaos. Smiling at the thought, Yang Jian continued to watch, leading up to Subject 18. The final subject, deemed the most successful, utilized the genes of a giant shark crab, achieving a transformation that approached the 7th tier. The 7th tier represents a pivotal watershed. Should a legion possess the combat prowess of the 7th tier, it could effortlessly sweep through the realms of Lahan or Han. However, the cost is exorbitant, surpassing that of directly creating a hero. Thus, Yang Jian refrains from employing such an extravagant method for mass production. Yet, for lower-tier combat capabilities, it becomes manageable. Observing the experimental subjects, Yang Jian felt a sense of satisfaction, tapping his fingers on the armrest while contemplating the map of the eastern continent. He then inquired, "Has the research on experimental subject number 1 been completed?" "Indeed, Master. All has been accomplished, and we can now extract the genes of the Crimson Flame Wolf for direct injection. It is anticipated to yield the weakest effect at the 4th tier, which can only enhance combat strength by a minor increment, not reaching the 5th tier. In terms of mass production, how many gene serums can we produce each month?" "We can produce 100,000 doses of the Crimson Flame Wolf gene serum monthly. However, the gene serum of the giant shark crab can only yield 100 doses each month." 100 doses? That is sufficient. A smile graced Yang Jian and Apos' face as he envisioned the flames of war rekindling across the eastern continent. He felt the need to fan the flames with a gust of wind. Previously, upon encountering in Rin and in Cheng, Yang Jian realized that the struggle for supremacy, akin to the 9 dragons seizing the pearl, was not exclusive to Huaxia. It existed in other realms as well. Given this, why not assist them in augmenting their bargaining chips and hidden cards? At the opportune moment, he could sit back and watch the tigers fight, reaping the benefits as a bystander. Contemplating, Yang Jian turned to the researcher. "Is the gene serum injection absolutely controllable?" "As of now, subjects number 13 to no. 18 are not entirely controllable, while subjects number 1 to number 12 are fully controllable. Further research is required for numbers 13 to 18, which is expected to take 2 weeks. "Very well." Yang Jian nodded, then commanded, "You have 20 days to ensure the development is completed. Additionally, produce 100 doses of gene serum for each of numbers 1 to 12 and deliver them to the Lord's Manor in Shete Port City." "Understood, Master." Nodding in acknowledgement, Yang Jian departed and returned to Shete Port City. The citizens remained oblivious to the fact that in the province of Gist, soon to unfold, lay the last sanctuary of the eastern continent, untouched by the ravages of war. With a smile, Yang Jian basked in the bright sunshine, shifting to his guise at Qilong Academy. Chapter 43. The Black Market. The following day, in the Gizelian tribe's war council, it was imperative that the enemy's relentless advance be countered. Our forces must strike back. Kobold gazed at the magical map, depicting the Gizelian tribe, which was cornered like a fish in a barrel. If this continued, it was likely that we would collapse first. "Are the fortifications not yet completed?" Kobold inquired, directing his attention to the remaining officers. "General, the fortification directly ahead is nearing completion, with final adjustments anticipated by noon," reported one officer. "As for the left flank, it is still under construction, expected to be finished by late tonight," another added. "The right flank is similarly progressing, projected to be completed by tomorrow afternoon," stated the third officer. Kobold pondered deeply over the magical map and remarked, "Space is crucial in warfare. Securing ample territory allows for greater tactical maneuverability and adaptability. The enemy's close proximity suggests they are waiting for us to reveal a weakness before delivering a decisive blow. However, we cannot afford to wait too long. The Red Octopus tribe remains a looming threat. If they become aware of our main force's presence here, they will likely launch a massive assault on our tribal city. Once the fortification at the front is complete, we shall immediately divert excess troops to assist our comrades on the right flank. The sole mission of these additional forces will be to launch surprise attacks, signaling to the enemy that the right side is our primary defensive position. We must strive to buy enough time for the completion of the right side fortifications." With these thoughts, Kobold spoke resolutely. The assembled officers all nodded in agreement. After a brief moment, Kobold inquired further, What intelligence do we have regarding the red octopus tribe and the sword tortoise tribe? General, there have been no reports from the border, one officer replied. Kobold nodded, concentrating on the magical map. To the west lay the insect tribe. To the east, the Gizelian tribe, with the red octopus tribe to the north and the sword tortoise tribe to the south. If we can swiftly defeat the enemy forces that have crossed through the portal, we will be able to alleviate this crisis, allowing the Gizelian tribe to redirect troops and escape. After a moment, Kobold sighed. The Gizelian tribe has indeed fallen from grace. If it were 50,000 years ago, upon our arrival in this land, we were truly formidable. Although besieged by the natives, we managed to survive with resilience. Now, one can only wonder if we can withstand this current trial as we did in the past. With such thoughts, Kobold fell into a deep reverie. Meanwhile, Yang Jian, in disguise at the port city of Shete, sat in a chair surrounded by vials filled with gene serum. The method of administration was flexible, either by injection or orally. After inspecting them, he opened one vial and inhaled its aroma. Wow, how considerate! An apple flavor, he exclaimed. This one is strawberry, and this one is watermelon. Incredible scents. After some playful experimentation, Yang Jian stored these vials in his spatial ring and set off alone towards a black market near Qilong Academy in the nation of Rahan. This market was rumored to be one of the largest trading points in Rahan, teeming with both reputable sellers and unsavory characters. Without inquiry into the origins or backgrounds, all transactions were accepted, including underhanded dealings. The chaos was palpable, yet there existed a semblance of order and rules. Riding in a carriage, Yang Jian arrived at a secluded forest area where he found a potter's field. The numerous graves loomed ominously, particularly at night. Amidst the graves stood a dead tree to the east, beneath which lay a grave that served as the entrance. The exits were countless and interconnected. Approaching the grave, Yang Jian forcefully flipped the gravestone, then twisted a branch of the ancient tree. This act revealed an underground passage, donning a white mask that resembled a smiling face. He cloaked himself in a voluminous robe and hood before entering. As he stepped inside, the tunnel door closed automatically behind him. After traversing approximately 200 meters, he entered a vast space, around 50 meters high and expansively wide. Upon descending the stairs, he found himself in what resembled a small city, albeit one marked by disorder. Numerous vendors displayed their wares, most keeping their heads down or wearing masks, awaiting customers. Yang Jian's purpose for this visit was to meet with one of the three major black market overlords, the Black Serpent, known for his unscrupulous dealings. Approaching a substantial building adorned with a massive serpent sculpture that seemed to writhe and hiss, Yang Jian entered, observing a bustling crowd engaged in trade. At the counter, he encountered a portly middle-aged man with two small mustaches. "My lord, would you like to ascend?" The man inquired, narrowing his eyes. "The higher you go, the rarer and more precious the items." Yang Jian smiled and responded, "Some items, I wonder if your great serpent can handle." The atmosphere at the counter grew tense, akin to a frozen cave. After a moment, the attendant chuckled and replied, "My lord, you jest. We are always ready to welcome guests. Please, allow me to escort you inside." He summoned an attendant to lead Yang Jian into the inner chamber. Upon entering a room, Yang Jian reclined on a sofa-like seat. "Please wait a moment. Our esteemed appraiser will be here shortly," the attendant said, closing the door behind him. The appraiser, a professional tasked with valuing treasures, was typically an individual with vast experience, often seen at auction houses during off hours seeking additional income. Due to the rarity of such professionals, common folk seldom approached them, as appraisers typically worked for well-connected individuals to ensure their safety. Before long, Yang Jian was not kept waiting for long. A middle-aged man with a small braid entered, flanked by two bodyguards. "I presume you have significant business?" he remarked, his companions ready for any complications. Yang Jian smiled and said, "Indeed, it is a substantial venture. I would appreciate your expert evaluation." As he spoke, he pretended to retrieve a vial from his robe, presenting a total of 12 samples. The appraiser grinned, picking up the first vial, which bore the name of a magical beast and its effects. Naturally, the appraiser was skeptical and insisted on testing it personally. "May I inquire how to utilize this?" he asked. "Simply ingest it," Yang Jian replied. The appraiser nodded and then instructed one of the bodyguards to fetch a disheveled man, seemingly devoid of spirit. "Do you mind if I test each of these 12 vials?" the appraiser asked. Yang Jian shook his head, saying, "Not at all. But should all prove effective, I trust you will compensate for the loss of these samples." Of course, the appraiser assured him, and the disheveled man was made to consume the first vial, containing the gene serum of the crimson flame wolf. After ingestion, the man's body flushed red, his temperature soaring before gradually stabilizing. Yet, in the next instant, he shot up to 2 meters tall, his body transforming as he sprouted a thick, crimson coat. His human head replaced by that of a wolf, resembling a standing crimson flame wolf. The appraiser averted his gaze, and one of the bodyguards lunged at the transformed test subject, engaging in combat. After a brief moment, the individual was subdued, yet the transformation still lingered. Approximately 10 minutes later, he finally reverted to human form. Subsequently, the second, third, and up to the 12th individual followed suit. The 12th beast, infused with the magical gene, summoned 3 bodyguards, and it was only through their sheer numbers and experience that they managed to restrain him. The connoisseur, now rendered speechless by astonishment, was well aware of the prowess of the assigned bodyguards, each of whom was at the 4th rank. This, however, did not imply invincibility post-transformation. Rather, the 12th gene serum derived from a formidable tortoise, the spiked tortoise, which was exceptionally resilient and, once encased within its shell, rendered its spines nearly impossible to approach. Regaining his composure, the connoisseur promptly inquired, "Brother, how many of these do you possess?" Yang Jian pondered briefly before replying, "Approximately 100 of each." His honesty was striking, yet it rendered the connoisseur somewhat uneasy. The revelation of such quantities, especially of those evidently invaluable gene serums, suggested that extensive utilization could potentially establish a territory akin to a kingdom. Should the underlying principles be unraveled, it could empower families to rise and flourish, becoming illustrious clans spanning millennia. The weight of this information was indeed profound. To utter such a figure, 100, was no trifling matter. It was an abundance. Merely possessing ample amounts of the gene serums from the 10th to the 12th could empower an individual to seize dominion, becoming a local sovereign. "Brother, wait a moment. I must report this. Such a significant matter is beyond my authority to decide." The connoisseur commanded his bodyguards, then turned to Yang Jian. Upon receiving a nod from Yang Jian, he hurriedly exited. Shortly thereafter, an array of pastries and chilled beverages was presented, accompanied by several handsome men and beautiful women. Inquiring if Yang Jian wished to retain their company, he chose to keep the group of women while the men departed. Each of these maidens was a virgin, intended as gifts, and they now nestled around Yang Jian, vying for his attention. However, having witnessed He Shui's beauty, Yang Jian found little allure in these women, despite having been single for over 20 years. After a while, a man with graying hair, a cold gaze, and clad in a tailored warrior-esque attire, with a keen blade at his side, entered. "Brother, are we to discuss that business?" He stated his purpose directly upon entering. Yang Jian remained silent, simply observing the man, while the women beside him exited. Forgive my lack of introduction. I am Jiao, with the given name Tang. In the underworld, you may refer to me as Black Snake, the man said, his expression unchanged. Yang Jian then replied, "I shall refrain from introducing myself. What can you offer?" "Oh, by the way, you are the first I sought out on this occasion, Black Snake. I trust you will not disappoint me," Yang Jian remarked, shaking his glass filled with the icy beverage. Black Snake's gaze sharpened, his pupils narrowing slightly, and he fell into a contemplative silence. Chapter 44. The circulation of gene serums in the bustling black market of the Rahan Kingdom. 3 titans hold sway, one of whom is the formidable Jiao Tang of the Black Serpent. The ascent of such magnates is attributed to various factors, one of which is the invaluable currency of trust in the black market. In this realm, betrayal is commonplace, yet there exists an unspoken boundary. Jiao Tang scrutinized Yang Jian, but all he could discern was the mask of a smiling face, devoid of any revealing details. The room fell into an oppressive silence. After a prolonged pause, Jiao Tang inquired, "What do you mean by that, brother?" Yang Jian shook his head and replied, "I mean no offense, Mr. Jiao. Please, name your price." Hearing this, Jiao Tang leaned back on the sofa, his fingers tapping rhythmically as he pondered. "The items you have brought are indeed tempting, so much so that they resemble a piping hot potato. However, such allure will undoubtedly attract a swarm of eager vultures. I find myself puzzled as to why a man of your stature would approach me, a mere third-tier player in this black market," Jiao Tang queried. Yang Jian took a sip of his chilled beverage and responded, "It is merely because I am in close proximity to you, Mr. Jiao. There is no other reason." He pressed further, Can you accept this offer? Please, be straightforward. Yang Jian could hardly fathom why these items would cause a prominent figure to deliberate for so long. Nevertheless, Jiao Tang remained hesitant, his mind racing with possibilities. What if this were a trap? If he were to hoard such treasures for himself, news would inevitably reach certain individuals, who would come knocking to claim what they believed was theirs. Who could it be? Who would seek a justification to eliminate him? After much consideration, Jiao Tang ultimately resolved to gamble. Brother, I will accept what you have brought forth, and I assure you a fair price. Yet, Yang Jian shook his head once more and stated, I did not come here for monetary gain. Jiao Tang paused, eyeing Yang Jian warily. Yang Jian continued, I have heard that the esteemed Black Serpent possesses vast connections and capabilities. I wonder how many of these items you could acquire. As he spoke, he produced a sheet of paper detailing numerous scarce resources required for base upgrades, including crimson crystals, orange crystals, and yellow crystals. Jiao Tang picked up the paper, scrutinizing it intently. After a while, he asked, How many do you require? Yang Jian yearned to say all, but that would raise too many suspicions. Instead, he revised his request. How about including a monthly supply of gene serums? Upon hearing this, Jiao Tang and Appo's breath quickened. The temptation was indeed overwhelming. Very well, Jiao Tang exclaimed, shaking his wrist. Please wait a moment. I shall dispatch someone to procure them. However, what of the remaining 99 portions? Yang Jian smiled, assuring him, You needn't worry, Mr. Jiao. Excellent. I shall toast to a successful partnership. With that, Jiao Tang raised his glass in a mock salute before downing its contents in one gulp. Yang Jian mirrored the gesture, taking a sip from his drink. Within half an hour, the goods were prepared. Several subordinates arrived, carrying boxes and placing them behind Jiao Tang. Yang Jian stood and inspected each box, noting the thoroughness and abundance of the items. It appeared that Jiao Tang was genuinely earnest in this transaction. With a nod of approval, Yang Jian awaited the final box. Once it was in place, he collected the contents into his spatial ring, a sight that caused Jiao Tang's pupils to constrict. In the Eastern continent, those who possess a spatial ring are a select few, the Crme de la Crme. Jiao Tang realized with a mix of greed and trepidation that this enigmatic figure before him owned such a rarity. A chill ran down his spine. If he were to harm this individual, it would be but a matter of time before he found himself in peril. A deep-seated confusion took root within him. Why would someone of such high caliber choose to trade with a black market mogul like himself for mere resources? Surely, influential figures could secure what they needed with a mere whisper. Engaging in black market dealings seemed fraught with danger, or was it merely for thrills? Jiao Tang sensed that this transaction held far greater significance than it appeared, yet he could not pinpoint the underlying issue. Shaking his head, he dismissed his musings. Unbeknownst to him, Yang Jian was only partially aware of the convoluted thoughts swirling in Jiao Tang's mind. His primary objective was to procure resources, but more critically, to ensure the steady flow of these highly coveted gene serums throughout the nation. The black market served as an excellent conduit, allowing him to remain untraceable. However, relying solely on Jiao Tang would prove too slow. Yang Jian was acutely aware that the black market extended far beyond this one individual. Sir, this is all I can provide, Jiao Tang stated, pushing the paper back towards Yang Jian. As for the yellow crystals and others, I am at a loss. Yang Jian nodded, tucking the paper away. This is more than sufficient. I will notify you regarding next month's transaction. With that, he retrieved a small box from his spatial ring, filled with test tubes containing gene serums of various colors, each with 99 vials. To our fruitful collaboration. Jiao Tang stood, extending his hand. Yang Jian hesitated before echoing. To our fruitful collaboration. Following their exchange, Yang Jian turned and departed from the black market. Boss, should we send someone? One of Jiao Tang's underlings ventured to ask. Jiao Tang raised a hand, shaking his head. To him, we are merely merchants, disposable merchants at that. Think of it this way. If your childhood toy breaks, do you not simply buy a new one? With that, Jiao Tang gathered the test tubes and stepped out, leaving his loyal subordinate bewildered. In the ensuing days, Yang Jian played multiple roles. However, after experiencing a betrayal within the black market, he enlisted the help of Yasuo, which brought a semblance of peace. Gradually, the Rahan Kingdom began to witness the emergence of individuals known as mages in various underground venues, fighting arenas, gambling dens, and brothels. These beings possessed transformative beast-like abilities, exhibiting formidable combat prowess, and could ascend to power without arduous training. As time passed, the number of mages grew, leading some to trace their origins back to the black market, where they first appeared, each clad in a black cloak and adorned with a white, smiling mask. Each transaction location was predetermined by the seller, shrouded in mystery. Nevertheless, the allure of the mages was irresistible to many. Imagine a noble devoid of talent who drinks a vial of Jean's serum, instantly becoming a formidable third or fourth-tier warrior, endowed with the physique and abilities of a beast. One particular serum, derived from the steel-horned bull, garnered immense popularity, each vial fetching astronomical prices. The reason? Simple: its efficacy in enhancing male virility. The nation erupted in frenzy. Resources accumulated at an astonishing rate, much to the delight of Guojia and Sven. The invasion of the Giselle clan had persisted for 3 days, with both sides locked in a stalemate in the 10,000 gorge. Meanwhile, the forces of the Zerg continued to swell, yet Guojia and Sven concealed their full might, refraining from deploying all their troops to the front lines. At the Giselle clan's front command center, Kobol stood before a table, examining a magical map. "What is the current situation?" Kobol inquired solemnly. A general beside him immediately stepped forward, pointing at the map, and said, "General, in the past day alone, we have engaged in numerous battles, with the primary conflict occurring on the right flank." Kobol stroked his beard, gazing at the right side, and inquired, "Isn't that the sector where construction has progressed the slowest?" "Indeed, General," came the response. "Has it been completed now?" "It has been finished. However, due to the damage from battles, some sections are no longer usable." Kobol nodded and declared, "In that case, we shall mobilize troops to deliver a heavy blow to the enemy. Since they are so eager to attack our right flank, let us give them a taste of their own medicine. Convey my orders. Draw 3,000 men from the forward forces on the left flank. I want to see them here within an hour." "Yes, General. Yes, General." The two generals, having received their orders, exited swiftly. Kobol continued to study the map, deep in thought, as an inexplicable sense of oppression weighed upon his heart. He attributed it to his prolonged absence from the battlefield and the adjustments required, dismissing it without further contemplation, and devoted himself fully to the command of the battle. "General, the front line is under attack." At that moment, a young officer rushed in. Breathless, Kobol nodded and mounted his steed resembling a sea creature, hastening towards the front lines. 2 days later, Kobol, with dark circles under his eyes, intently scrutinized the map. "General, you should return to rest for a while. We are keeping watch on the front line," suggested one officer. "Indeed, General, you need to recuperate," another chimed in. Concern for Kobol's health was palpable among the officers. After all, as a seasoned veteran, his body was no longer in its prime. Although his training had fortified him, the inevitable decline remained a harsh reality. With a wave of his hand, Kobol insisted, "The situation at the front is urgent. I cannot simply abandon my post. Since the enemy wishes to engage us in a war of attrition, we shall rotate our defenses. Relay my orders. The frontline forces will rotate in 3 shifts, each lasting 8 hours. You all shall also take turns. I am now initiating the second rotation, so you may rest. Even the young must not overexert themselves." Kobol admonished with genuine concern. "Yes, General." The officers were deeply moved and saluted in response. Kobol returned a proper military salute. Once the rotation system was implemented, the effectiveness of the enemy's war of attrition diminished significantly. However, Guojia and Swayan were unperturbed. The longer the conflict dragged on, the less likely they would fall into a trap, and victory would remain elusive. The battles between the insect tribe and the Giselle tribe continued unabated. With the front line perpetually poised for the sudden appearance of the insect tribe, their numbers seemingly endless. Guojia and Swayan understood that the Giselle tribe could not afford to wait, but they themselves were eager to conclude this matter swiftly and surprise their sovereign. Everything was for the sovereign. Thus, with their intentions aligned, the insect tribe commenced the construction of defensive fortifications. This, without a doubt, revealed their main camp's location and their vulnerabilities. Kobol regarded the marked locations on the map, his expression shifting between uncertainty and contemplation, caught in a dilemma. Chapter 45. The War Begins. What are they thinking? Kobol surveyed the magical map, deep in thought. Are they constructing fortifications? He pondered quietly, the others around him refraining from interrupting his contemplation. If that is the case, what could their objective be? Defense? Or are they luring us into an attack? A myriad of possibilities flashed through Kobol's mind. If they intend to defend, I cannot squander this excellent opportunity. Constructing fortifications in plain sight suggests that their rear may be facing some peril, necessitating the withdrawal of combat forces from the front line to erect defenses against our assault. Yet, if they are feigning weakness to entice us, a rash attack might lead to utter defeat. However, if I could prepare a contingency, victory should be attainable. We cannot afford to delay any longer. The Crimson Octopus is no fool and must have already sensed something amiss. We cannot prolong this any further. Contemplating this, Kobold found himself torn, unable to decide. This battle, pivotal for the survival of our race, demands utmost caution from him. A single misstep could result in total collapse. Kobold bears the weight of this responsibility. Yet, if I let this prime opportunity slip away, it may never return. Caught in this dilemma, Kobold's predicament is laid bare. He is desperate for a victory to validate himself, to prove his prowess, and to affirm that the chieftain's choice to select him was indeed wise, that he would lead them to triumph. A day later, Kobold emerged from his tent with red-rimmed eyes, addressing the assembled generals outside. Convey my orders. Prepare the entire army for battle. Assemble here in 1 hour. Yes, General. Yes, General. The generals were exhilarated, for they did not perceive the enemy as particularly formidable. They merely appeared numerous. This new cadre of commanders eagerly anticipated conflict, believing that through battle they could ascend the ranks, enhancing their prospects of one day becoming a grand general. They had not even contemplated the possibility of defeat for the Giselle tribe. This war was theirs to win. The enemy merely a facade, a collection of paper tigers. With such thoughts, the generals hurried back to their respective camps to muster their forces for the assembly. 1 hour later. Warriors, yesterday I received word that the enemy is constructing fortifications. They launched fierce attacks previously, and frontline casualties have been repeatedly replaced. Now, their current actions indicate that danger has arisen in their rear, necessitating the withdrawal of troops for support, fearing we might discover their vulnerability. Thus, the construction of fortifications is inevitable. However, we cannot allow these invaders to escape unscathed. We must drive them out, cripple them, instill such fear that they will never again dare to rise against us. Therefore, I summon all of you to deliver a decisive blow to the enemy. Do you have confidence? Yes. The crowd shouted in unison. Do you have confidence? Yes. The roar grew louder. Do you have confidence? Kobold bellowed with all his might. Yes. The response was frenetic. All right, the entire army, advance. Thus, a magnificent and spirited army set forth, their icy peaks directed at the insect horde. One cannot deny Kobold's ability to rally morale. It is no wonder he is a seasoned general possessing exceptional talents. However, this group remains unaware of the monstrous adversaries they are about to face. The sparrows are nearing the trap. It is merely a matter of when the spider will close in. Thud, thud, thud. The thunderous sound of tens of thousands marching in unison resonated for miles, causing nearby fish to flee in terror, keeping their distance. Kobold approached, riding a seahorse-like marine creature, leading his legion, followed by the generals and soldiers. Halt! Kobold commanded, raising his hand to the right. Orders were followed without question. The army halted in perfect unison. This demonstrated the high combat training of the Giselle tribe. With thousands moving as one. Warriors, the enemy stands before us like a flock of lambs ready for slaughter. Let us shed blood to establish our glory. Heed my command. 1st and 2nd Legions, advance. The artillery brigade prepared in the rear. Immediately, 20,000 troops advanced methodically, inching closer to the insect horde's frontline fortifications. Guojia and Swain had been observing from an elevated position nearby, studying the Giselle tribe's war command strategies to enhance their own experience, an opportunity for personal growth, albeit of varying magnitude. Both remained silent, awaiting the outcome, for all preparations had been set in motion. The infantry formations of the 1st and 2nd Legions merged, pressing forward, while the arrowfish surged forth, their bodies propelling like cannonballs, targeting the Giselle tribe's shield-bearing infantry. Energy enhancement. Behind them, Giselle sorcerers cast enhancement spells. Radiant beams illuminated the scene, enveloping the shields in a shimmering glow. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of impact echoed as the arrowfish collided with the shields, merely denting them after dispelling the glimmering layer, yet failing to penetrate. In the next moment, they were shredded apart, blood spilling across the waters. However, the arrowfish were far from finished. More surged forward, moving at speeds unfathomable to the human eye. Bang, bang, bang. The sounds of impact continued, but soon, swarms of water scorpions emerged from the rear. Meanwhile, the shields at the front were pierced through, splintering into fragments under the onslaught of thousands of arrowfish in suicidal attacks. The soldiers in the rear remained oblivious to the reasons behind their comrades' anguished cries. They could guess the first, the fear of impending death. The second, beyond their comprehension, was the sight of the overwhelming insect beasts charging forth, leaving them defenseless and terrified. The insect horde instilled an indelible terror in their hearts. Those who experienced it would not live to tell the tale, reduced to mere fragments scattered across the battlefield. The soldiers in the rear felt a chill. No corpses left intact. "Damn it! Come on, you bastards! Smash it!" they shouted, rallying their spirits. The rear soldiers were unrelenting, unleashing waves of energy attacks. Due to the nature of the sea, arrows had minimal impact. Thus, the Giselle tribe's formation was straightforward: melee shield bearers in the front and ranged energy attackers at the rear. Simple yet effective, bolstered by the widespread energy affinity within the Giselle tribe, with many possessing considerable prowess. This allowed for a formidable assembly of energy combatants, promising great potential. On the battlefield, if these energy troops had sufficient time to cast spells, protected by those in the front, they would function akin to artillery. A cascade of energy attacks swept across, easily shattering the water scorpion's robust armor, leaving them riddled with holes before ultimately perishing. The front line continued to be overwhelmed by the insect horde, while the combined shield bearers of the 1st and 2nd Legions were nearing exhaustion. Kobold could no longer remain a mere observer, declaring, "3rd and 4th Legions, advance. Legion commanders, step forward. Yes, teach them a lesson they will not forget." Understood. Instantly, the Legion commanders became animated, each cracking their knuckles, mounting their steeds, and charging into the fray. As the battle unfolded, the Legion commanders maintained a strategic distance from one another, fortified by the support of energy soldiers and the cooperation of shield bearers, creating an impregnable front line that was arduous to breach. Observing this, Guijia and Swain promptly commanded the heroes at their side to advance. Hiss! These heroes were the newly summoned units. However, the elite team of level 8 heroes did not move forward, as they had already been dispatched by Guijia and Swain to surprise Kobold. In an instant, a rift was torn in the front line. Yet, the Legion commanders were not to be trifled with. After a brief moment of chaos, they swiftly adapted their tactics, regrouping to engage in fierce combat with the heroic units. Each commander was a level 8 professional. Although the initial 12 had dwindled to 10, they still represented a formidable fighting force. Nevertheless, the sheer number of level 6 heroes, particularly those equipped with assassin-type abilities, posed a significant threat, compelling the level 8 commanders to contend with imminent assassinations. This was the battlefield, where a moment's distraction could lead to eternal slumber. Those who had not yet savored the beauty of life were reluctant to succumb to such a fate. Thus they fought with all their might against the level 6 heroes. On the eastern and western flanks of the battlefield, 2 elite groups, each comprising approximately 5,000 members, were swiftly advancing, shrouded in stealth, moving with remarkable speed. Unbeknownst to the combatants, they were nearing formation. Suddenly, the leader of a level 7 Giselle paused, surveying the surroundings. An unsettling feeling creeping in. It was too quiet. Even the Giselle, accustomed to the sounds of the deep sea, found the current silence oppressive and eerie. Hiss! A screech of a monstrous insect pierced the air as a level 8 hero leaped forth, embodying the ferocity of a humanoid Tyrannosaurus. In an explosive display of strength, he propelled himself from the ground, nearly gliding along its surface, reaching the level 7 Giselle in the blink of an eye. The Giselle barely had time to raise his blade in defense before a colossal iron fist pierced through his weapon and into his heart. In that moment, he departed this world with eyes wide open, unable to close them in death. How could he be so powerful? As a level 7 warrior capable of contending with level 8 professionals, he had expected to at least hold his ground for several exchanges. How was it that he was now felled in a single strike? He met his end, filled with resentment. From that day forth, he would never again underestimate level 8 professionals, nor would he have the chance to do so. The remaining 5,000 were utterly astonished. Their captain had perished? Hiss! The level 8 hero let out a triumphant roar, his tail spike, a design crafted by researchers, pierced through the fallen Giselle's body. Within moments, the corpse shriveled as the level 8 professional's eyes gleamed red with exhilaration. This tail spike was designed to absorb the opponent's energy, thereby enhancing its wielder. Should this level 8 hero survive, he would undoubtedly become a nightmare for the enemy in the days to come. Now, the Giselle would succumb to their slumber, destined to experience that nightmare. Who would be next? Chapter 46. A mere 60,000 troops? Blood, severed limbs, and mangled flesh. This expanse of sea has transformed into a realm devoid of life. 5,000 souls, none retreated, all perished in battle, resulting in the 8th level hero now reduced to a mere half of his former self, yet again gravely injured, had it not been for the tail spikes behind him. Capable of absorbing the energy of others to enhance his own, he would have surely been obliterated by now. Nevertheless, the ambush proved successful. Seizing the opportunity provided by the 8th level hero's delay, 5 7th level heroes, accompanied by 10,000 arrow fish and 2,000 water scorpions, sprinted silently forward. A phalanx of phantoms now approached the rear of the Giselle tribe. Meanwhile, the elite team designated for a secondary assault by the Giselle tribe found themselves intercepted by the same 10,000 arrow fish and 2,000 water scorpions. With neither side willing to yield, each member of this elite team was indeed exceptional, capable of fending off 3 or even 5 foes single-handedly. Yet the sheer number of the insectoid horde was overwhelming, a relentless tide of foes. With no feasible way to advance, the elite Giselle team was forced into retreat, ultimately compelled to report their dire situation to General Kobol. However, they were met by a relentless insect army, committed to encircling the elite Giselle forces at all costs. The result was a horde of fearless insect beasts, intent on stalling the Giselle tribe. There was no retreat. Hesitation was not an option. When one fell, 2 would step forward. And when 2 fell, 3 would take their place. An unending swarm, an inexhaustible tide, devoid of hope. The Giselle elite team felt a creeping despair. Sensing the enemy numbers multiplying as if for every one they vanquished, 2 more emerged. This was truly terrifying. The crushing weight of sheer numbers brought forth a despair that was visually overwhelming. Words faltered, unable to adequately convey such a sentiment. Perhaps only those who have witnessed it firsthand could truly understand and articulate the depth of that despair. Insect beasts surged forward, one after another, demanding one's utmost vigilance. One misstep could mean the loss of life. Even a moment's hesitation could lead to a demise in a pool of blood. No. In combat against the insectoid swarm, no bones remained, only pools of blood bore witness to the violence that transpired. The scene was shrouded, obscured by the relentless assault of arrow fish and water scorpions, their shrieks piercing the air only to be silenced as they were dispatched, only to be replaced by yet more. Demons! Stay away! At last, the Giselle elite succumbed to despair. Unwilling to confront such an insatiable army, one that could not be extinguished, utterly overwhelmed. Yet, the insect beasts paid no heed to their cries, executing their orders with unwavering resolve, devoid of doubt or hesitation, simply fulfilling their purpose without deviation. No, please don't. The last Giselle warrior despaired as he surveyed his surroundings, confronted by a sea of arrow fish and water scorpions, utterly unassailable. The wails of the fallen echoed in the air, instilling a sense of unease within General Kobol. With a sickening crunch, a water scorpion's massive claw severed the head of a Giselle warrior, akin to a watermelon being crushed, spraying blood into the sea. This body of water had become a crimson sea. From afar, it appeared as a vast sphere of blood. The battlefield had raged for 2 hours. Blood had supplanted the seawater, isolating this arena as a veritable no-man's land. Blood obscured vision. 3 of the 10 army leaders lay dead, 2 severely wounded, the remainder sustaining lighter injuries. On the insectoid side, only 30 or so heroic units remained, many of them grievously injured, yet under the Queen's incessant spore emissions for healing. They persisted, though annihilation was merely a matter of time. Warriors, slay them! Kobol roared, drawing his sword. The remaining soldiers, galvanized by their leader's fervor, pressed the front line forward with renewed vigor. In a brief moment, the insect casualties mounted significantly. It was evident that Kobol had initiated a full-scale assault. Meanwhile, Kobol awaited a message, a favorable report of a 2-pronged attack that would result in the complete destruction of the insect horde. Alas, what he received instead was alarming news of an enemy ambush from behind. Ambush! Ambush! A multitude of insect beasts is approaching from the rear. Many shouted, and as Kobol turned, he beheld a dense army of 10,000 arrow fish and 2,000 water scorpions, advancing with tremendous momentum and ferocity. What? A chill gripped Kobol's heart, flooding him with regret. The two elite teams he had dispatched had been utterly annihilated. Realizing the insectoids had breached his rear, he understood that his elite troops must have perished, or else the enemy would not have infiltrated so deeply. The artillery units behind him were soon overwhelmed. Many had no escape, watching in despair and terror as arrow fish pierced through their bodies, followed by the void of consciousness. Damn it, Kobold bellowed, cleaving through the ranks of arrow fish and water scorpions, surging several meters forward amidst a swell of energy. Legions 6, 7, and 8. Follow me to the rear to halt their advance. The rest of the legions, maintain your assault. Kobold commanded with composure. With this directive, the Giselle warriors found their anchor, rallying together to form a cohesive formation, grinding down the encroaching arrow fish and water scorpions like a millstone. Subsequently, Kobold summoned several legion leaders to accompany him. This time, the Giselle tribe was truly besieged from all sides. Consequently, they needed to swiftly conclude the battle at the rear to fully devote themselves to the insectoid threat. Any delay risked the front line being overwhelmed. Guojia and Swain observed from their elevated position, their expressions inscrutable. Clearly, all of this had been anticipated, a necessity foreseen. Moments later, as the Giselle tribe struggled to hold their ground, Guojia and Swain exchanged knowing smiles and nodded. In that instant, beneath the feet of the energy units at the center of the Giselle formation, sudden depressions erupted, catching many ranged energy units off guard, sending some tumbling into the pits. A cacophony of screams erupted among the Giselle ranks, and soon they beheld the glimmering green eyes emerging from the depths of the holes, followed by a colossal claw descending. This was the last sight they ever beheld. In the next moment, a multitude of water scorpions surged forth from the depths, immediately targeting the surrounding Giselle warriors, many of whom fell victim to the onslaught before they could react. The water scorpions, akin to massive tanks, made short work of these frail ranged units, each strike resulting in death or devastation, a scene of utter carnage. What? Kobold could scarcely fathom that they could burrow underground. Damn it, they can indeed tunnel. Kobold gritted his teeth, recognizing that the tide had turned. Further resistance was futile. Just as he was about to shout, "Retreat, the entire army!" the cries reached his ears. "Surrender, and you shall not be harmed. Surrender, and you shall not be harmed." The chorus of pleas rose in intensity, echoing like the final drumbeats of a dying song. Each cry struck at the hearts of the Giselle warriors. Please, do not kill me," a terrified Giselle energy warrior cried, collapsing to the ground, hands clasped behind his head, trembling uncontrollably, too paralyzed to move. In that instant, the water scorpions halted their assault, selecting their next target. This scene compelled many members of the Giselle tribe to kneel in submission, relinquishing their resistance. After all, if survival was attainable, few would choose to continue the fight, especially when hope seemed utterly elusive. Old Orange, no? Do not surrender. They are malevolent beings. We cannot yield. Behind us lies our homeland. We must continue to battle. Many voices rose in fervent protest, charging valiantly towards the insect beasts. Yet, some opportunists feigned submission while still clutching their weapons, only to be swiftly dispatched by the water scorpions and arrow fish, revealing that the insect beasts were not easily deceived. Others, swayed by the fervor of their comrades, rose to confront the insect horde once more, but were quickly overwhelmed, akin to grains of rice vying for the moon's favor, effortlessly engulfed by the tide of insects. The Giselle tribe was fortunate, for they were an aquatic race, while the insect race thrived on land, thus allowing the Giselle to persevere thus far. It must be noted that the aquatic combat against the insect race remained merely experimental, a mass-produced, disposable commodity, destined for obsolescence. Observing this, Kobold turned towards his homeland, expending the last vestiges of his strength to unleash a blade of energy, only to fall, pierced by an arrow fish. War, by its very nature, is merciless. The conflict between the two races knows no moral dichotomy, only the stark reality of victory and defeat. Kill. The Giselle tribe, driven to the brink, surged forward with fervor, breaking formation as numerous Giselle warriors charged into the fray, only to be consumed by the insect tide, creating no ripple in the chaos. The battlefield resonated with the cacophony of screams, roars, wails, and shrieks, intertwining like a morbid symphony of death, as lives were lost and others surrendered, kneeling in desperation for mercy. 3 hours later, A thunderous roar erupted as the insect beasts released a collective shriek, the sound waves even causing the sea to surge several meters high. Victory, albeit a devastating one. From an initial 50,000 insect beasts, only a few thousand remained, and the water scorpions dwindled to mere hundreds. Had it not been for the water scorpion surprise attack from below, it is likely that even in a direct confrontation, the Giselle tribe would not have emerged victorious. The Giselle tribe had mobilized a formidable army of 60,000, divided into 10 legions. However, during their previous skirmishes against the insect race, nearly 4 legions had already been lost, leaving them with only 6 legions. Yet, the Giselle tribe had not anticipated the terrifying potential of the insect race in warfare. In merely one day, they could hatch 10,000 arrow fish to join the fray. And while the Giselle were fortifying their defenses, the insect race had bolstered the number of arrow fish to 50,000. The water scorpions also reached a count of 10,000. Though resources had since dwindled, it was still a formidable force. Nevertheless, what troubled Guojia and Sweeney most was the astonishing fact that, out of the 8 million members of the Giselle tribe, only 60,000 had arrived. Even accounting for the elderly, children, and women numbering 4 million, at least 1 million warriors should have been available. This was a war of races, with the insect race poised for invasion, and the flames of conflict having reached their homeland. How could they possibly lack the means to muster that 1 million? While such an endeavor would undoubtedly impose a heavy burden, it paled in comparison to the alternative of losing the war and becoming captives. This was the very reason why Guojia and Sweeney found it impossible to rejoice. The 47th chapter unfolds with the indomitable god of war, Andrews, meticulously surveying the battlefield, where dismembered limbs and bloodied flesh lay scattered, providing ample sustenance for the Tyranids for an extended period, as their numbers dwindle. The thousands of arrowfish and water scorpions voraciously consumed the remains, evolving significantly. Most have undergone at least 2 transformations, with some accelerating to an astonishing 4. Those arrowfish that have achieved 4 transformations are no longer mere experimental specimens. Their formidable strength and self-repairing genetic capabilities render them prime subjects for research aimed at developing even more powerful Tyranids. However, the most noteworthy among them is the water scorpion that has undergone 5 transformations, its body shimmering in an icy blue hue, easily discernible from a distance. This creature, enveloped in a frosty energy, poses a lethal threat. Approaching it results in the gradual coagulation of one's blood, leading to an inevitable demise. This form of evolution resembles a genetic mutation, harnessing energy in a remarkable way. Such findings are immensely beneficial for the study of magical applications within Tyranid physiology. Consequently, this water scorpion is promptly dispatched to a secret research facility near a concealed base on this planet, which has become a zone of heightened security. At once, the base incubates 10 researchers to probe into the scorpion's genetic makeup, integrating its DNA into the genetic repository for future studies. Meanwhile, at the heart of the Giselle clan's capital, the venerable patriarch enters a dim chamber illuminated by perpetually burning candles, a sight unchanged for 2 years. Descending the staircase, he arrives at a spacious room where 3 venerable elders, their hair and beards white as snow, float gracefully 10 centimeters above the ground, seated in a meditative state. As if in slumber, the patriarch kneels before them, embodying the age-old tradition of reverence. Once a disciple, always a son. The 3 elders exhale slowly, inhaling deeply, causing the surrounding seawater to swirl into a vortex, drawing energy into their beings. Moments later, the elders open their eyes, fixing their gaze upon the patriarch. "Bega, my dear disciple, is there a significant matter at hand within the clan?" inquires the central elder. "Master, I am unworthy of the patriarch's mantle. There is a crisis in the clan, and I have come to beseech you to return to the world," Bega replies, bowing his head in humility. "Rise. For decades have passed. You have become an elder yourself, and can no longer act as you did in your youth," the central elder admonishes gently. After a brief pause, he continues, "You mention a crisis. Has it been resolved?" "Regrettably, it has not," Bega admits, still kneeling. "Then, please elaborate," the elder encourages. "This is the situation, Master." After a moment of contemplation, the elders deliberate and pronounce, "In that case, let us take action." Additionally, Bega, "Are there any promising talents within the clan?" Bega, sweating nervously, responds, "Master, there are none." With a heavy sigh, the elder remarks, "Our time is limited. This outing may leave us with only 2 months. Bega, you must convene a grand competition within the clan to identify a suitable successor to carry forth the legacy of the Giselle clan. Yes, master. Bega affirms with unwavering resolve. Then let us proceed, they declare. Emerging from the dim chamber, the four make their way to the ocean floor, arriving at a designated room for extensive discussions. This gathering summons numerous individuals, including the previously uninvited renowned General Andrews. Andrews, undefeated throughout his life, is a paragon of military prowess, achieving victory in every battle he has faced. However, a decade after his first campaign, he chose to withdraw from the world, refusing to engage in politics, mentorship, or authorship, resembling a once great warrior now in the twilight of his years. The majority of the Giselle clan's territory is attributed to his conquests, underscoring his unparalleled strength. His self-reflection led him to lament, "I was born in the wrong era. All commanders have erred in their times. I, having never tasted defeat, cannot be deemed a legendary general. Those of my era are destined to fail against me, incapable of achieving greatness." With tears in his eyes, he stooped, relying on his staff as he departed the grand hall of that year. It is worth noting that Kebalai, a general he once endorsed, has now fallen in battle. Andrews's return to the fray is motivated by profound respect for the 3 legendary warriors who safeguarded the Giselle clan. Upon meeting the 3 war gods, Hix, Hicknan, and Hikyu, Andrews kneels, yet is lifted by an unseen force. There is no need for such reverence. Please take a seat. The elder Hix gestures, indicating a chair that subtly retreats. This chair, the first to the left of Hix, mirrors the position of Bega, the patriarch, on the right, maintaining symmetry in their seating arrangement, a matter of great significance. Misplacing oneself in such a setting could have dire consequences. However, with Hix's explicit invitation, Andrews gracefully occupies the chair without pretense. Hicknan and Hikyu settle behind Hix, while the remaining attendees kneel and then take their seats to the left and right, splitting into civil and military factions. Once the assembly is complete, Hix nods to Bega, who rises and bows to Hix before reiterating the clan's crisis and informing Andrews of Kebalai's defeat and demise. Andrews smiles, but refrains from comment. When Bega concludes, Hix states, "Rest assured, we 3 old souls shall lend our utmost support during this crisis." Andrews Hix turns his gaze toward him. Andrews stands tall, saluting as he declares, "I am at your service. I entrust you with the command of all military affairs for the Giselle clan. During this period of conflict, you shall be the supreme commander, wielding ultimate authority. Your orders shall supersede even ours, and sacrifices may be required." Hix regards Andrews, adding, "Your willingness is commendable, yet the term willing carries weight," indicating a request for your consent. The assembly is taken aback. Andrews does not immediately accept, stating, "Allow me to consider it." He then resumes his seat. "Very well," Hix replies, closing his eyes to meditate, while Hicknan and Hikyu follow suit, conserving their energy, aware that their time is limited. Their return to action is driven by an unwavering commitment to their race, without hesitation or retreat. As time flows steadily, all await Andrews's decision, who diligently contemplates, refraining from making impulsive promises. The anticipation is respected. Had he hastily committed, that would have warranted skepticism. For instance, if a nation's president were dining with you, even a delay extending over a month would evoke no dissatisfaction, would it not? After a considerable pause, Andrews, leaning on his staff, nods affirmatively, rising to announce, "I accept the command." His voice resonates, imbued with conviction, inspiring trust among those present. "Excellent." With that, Hix rises, naturally exchanging positions with Andrews. Andrews unfurls a magical map, examining its annotations. After a brief glance, he declares, "Here, in this gorge, there are 3,000 troops and artillery units. They will inevitably traverse this path. Let us prepare a surprise bombardment. Here, 5,000 troops are assigned to assist the artillery, specifically tasked with unleashing energy. This expanse of flat terrain shall serve as the battlefield. Release the captive sea moles at once. Additionally, dispatch another 10,000 soldiers to immediately construct defensive fortifications. The mission for the first day is thus defined. They must retreat and should not pursue the enemy. Communicate with the Red Octopus clan, informing them that tomorrow, our chieftain's 3rd son will lead 1,000 sea knights for a martial exchange, following the route from here to there. Remember, the journey must be slow. These knights are bound to encounter the enemy and must fight valiantly when the time comes. Inform them that this mission may face ambush. Should that occur, they should flee to the Red Octopus clan for safety. With those words, Andrews concluded his address. A palpable sense of pride and trust surged among all present. With the invincible god of war among them, what fear could they have of countless foes? Thus, the meeting adjourned. Meanwhile, as night fell, Guojia and Sven scrutinized the magical map, still unaware of the precise location of the enemy's stronghold. They speculated about a general area based on scant clues, discovering that the Giselle clan's capital lay within that very zone. The area was small, confined, and Guojia and Sven deliberated on the optimal route for their advance. The terrain was flat, ideal for marching, yet challenging for ambushes. Sven smiled at Guojia and inquired, "Mr. Gua, how would you proceed?" "Naturally. We shall set an ambush here," Guojia replied, taking a swig of wine and grinning. Sven chuckled in response, mimicking Guojia's gesture, and continued, "Thus, we should march from here, ensuring multiple routes for our assault. We must conduct a thorough search for their exact position." Guojia nodded in agreement, stating, "Mr. Sven, we ought to divide our forces into 3 paths. One contingent will advance across the plains as a flank." Sven picked up the thread, saying, "The 2nd Division will flank through the canyon terrain." Guojia smiled and added, "The 3rd Division will serve as the main force, attacking from this remote area." The two continued to discuss the specifics of troop divisions and leadership before parting ways. Little did they know what awaited them. Meanwhile, the insectoid race began extracting resources from the seabed and land on their planetary base, carefully avoiding encounters with terrestrial beasts and sentient beings, opting instead for subterranean mining. Stealth was their foremost priority. A considerable number of arrowfish began to hatch, and the water scorpions were also a critical focus for breeding, as victory in war would be elusive without them. Relying solely on arrowfish would prove insufficient. Furthermore, technological research had never ceased. Chapter 48. The Crimson Octopus. The following day, the army set forth. The insectoid forces had been reinforced to 80,000 arrowfish, 20,000 water scorpions, and the newly developed, urgently deployed stingers. The stingers fought by releasing spores into the water. Any creature that came into contact with the spores would succumb to a potent toxin. Even 5th-tier practitioners would quickly perish if they failed to neutralize the poison in time. Of course, the spores had a low viability, expected to die within 5 minutes. Yet that was sufficient for combat purposes. The stingers were undeniably low-tier assassins, a formidable weapon in large-scale warfare. They had been developed specifically to counter the immense population of the Giselle tribe. Soon, the forces split into 3 routes. Guojia led the main contingent of the 3rd Army, advancing rapidly. By midday, a company of Sea Knights, approximately 1,000 strong, appeared ahead of him. Observing the Sea Knights, Guojia promptly dispatched 10,000 arrowfish to pursue them closely, undetected. In truth, the primary objective of this military expedition was to ascertain the location of the Giselle tribe's capital. Though they had captured prisoners, a significant barrier remained. The two parties could not understand each other's languages. Thus, it was imperative for the insectoid forces to seek out the capital independently. After a considerable distance, as they approached the territory of the Crimson Octopus tribe, one of the Sea Knights glanced back and faintly spotted a dark cloud. Upon closer inspection, it was a swarm of arrowfish, the insectoid forces. The third prince. It is the insect beasts. Upon hearing this, the individual referred to as the third prince turned and was instantly filled with dread. Having already suffered a complete defeat, he realized his dire predicament. Without hesitation, he bolted forward, prompting the remaining Sea Knights to spur their mounts and follow in haste. Guojia, recognizing that he had been discovered, refrained from pursuing further, choosing instead to observe the retreating Sea Knights. By analyzing their departure and arrival routes, Guojia could ascertain that one of those paths led to the Giselle tribe. Consequently, they merely needed to wait for Swain to confirm a direction, and the intersection of the two paths would reveal the location of the Giselle capital. However, why complicate matters? The insectoid race had never shied away from confrontation. Should the Sea Knights intend to lure them into a trap, they would comply without hesitation. Contemplating this, Guojia smiled and led his forces forward with great determination, maintaining a steady distance, haunting them like a specter. Meanwhile, Swain, at the helm of the 2nd Army, advanced from the gorge. They encountered the artillery units of the Giselle tribe, whose fierce bombardment forced an immediate retreat. The terrain greatly favored the Giselle forces. charging and could lead to a second wave of enemies, putting the entire army at risk of annihilation. Though the insectoids reproduced rapidly, they could not withstand the loss of tens of thousands of troops in a single day, particularly under the current circumstances. From a distance, Swain observed the Giselle artillery stationed atop the hill, seemingly celebrating their success. A smirk crept across his face. He knew they were close to the enemy's main base. Since this route was blocked, he decided to take an alternate path. Resolute, Swain redirected his troops towards the plains to rendezvous with the First Army. After a lengthy march, they arrived at the First Army's position, where Guan Yu and his companions were fiercely assaulting the Giselle defenses. The two sides clashed, with the insectoids suffering significant casualties. In contrast, the Giselle forces, benefiting from their fortifications, endured far fewer losses. If the assault continued, the insectoid ranks would soon be decimated. Thus, not long after, Guan Yu ordered a retreat, and the insectoids withdrew like a receding tide. Upon returning to the rear, Guan Yu and his companions encountered Swain, promptly kneeling and declaring, "I am unworthy. Please punish me, Commander." Swain nodded, responding, "No harm done, rise." Given the fortifications erected by the enemy, it would be challenging to seize the position. Therefore, he suggested a strategic withdrawal. Observing the strongholds, he stated calmly, "Let us retreat for now." "Yes," the three replied in unison, and the insectoid forces fell back several miles. Setting up camp, Swain chuckled at the sight of the enemy utilizing sea moles as a warning system. "Ingenious, ingenious," he exclaimed, clapping his hands. "In this case, aside from a direct assault, we have no other options. Let the stingers take the stage and prepare the enemy for the arrival of a new unit capable of widespread devastation." As he spoke, the officers, astonished, were summoned out of the tent by Swain's gestures. However, since the renowned hero had spoken, the generals were bound to comply. The insectoid hierarchy was strictly enforced, and as a legendary figure, Swain held a high priority in the command structure. Subsequent generations were obliged to heed his orders unless they conflicted with the sovereign's commands. Moreover, it was always prudent to heed the counsel of a wise strategist. Soon, the stingers, resembling jellyfish but several times larger, set forth. A few hundred meters from the fortifications, their tentacles waved, releasing clouds of white spores that drifted towards the enemy positions. The Giselle warriors, witnessing the billowing clouds, attempted to disperse them with energy attacks. But to no avail, the spores reformed, continuing their advance. In mere moments, a spore landed on the skin of a Giselle warrior. Within a few breaths, the area where the spore made contact began to darken, spreading rapidly across his body. The warrior soon felt a suffocating sensation, followed by paralysis in his limbs. Within 10 breaths, he collapsed lifelessly to the ground. The toxin was exceedingly potent. "Quick, retreat!" someone shouted, and chaos ensued. The Giselle warriors, unafraid of death, were unwilling to perish so ignobly, having accomplished nothing before turning to dust. Such a manner of dying was unacceptable. Confronting it head-on would be utterly irrational. Heroes belong to the realm of fiction. In reality, one could not recklessly gamble with their life. Thus, the fortifications were swiftly abandoned. Though many Giselle warriors would remain there forever, the insectoids advanced, seizing the position and continuing their march. By dusk, they reached the border of the Giselle territory, an area now confirmed. Swain, interpreting the enemy's retreating footprints, divided his forces and ultimately located the Giselle capital. Meanwhile, beneath the sea, darkness enveloped the depths, rendering visibility non-existent. Fortunately, the insectoids possessed night vision. Day and night held no distinction, and their combat efficacy remained unaffected. At that moment, the Giselle capital gleamed with light. An ocean current encircled the city like a protective barrier, isolating it from the surrounding waters. News of the insectoid assault had reached Andrews, and the Giselle tribe was aware of the stinger's existence, capable of inflicting widespread damage to low-tier combatants from hundreds of meters away. Only 6th-tier warriors could resist the toxin. Those below 6th tier were left vulnerable. An antidote was unattainable. Only the Giselle tribe's scarce holy medicine could provide relief. The ocean current served as a countermeasure against the stinger's large-scale spore deployment, whisking the spores away to distant locations. Swain, however, opted against an immediate assault. The terrain remained unexplored, and a reckless attack would be exceedingly unwise. Moreover, Swain perceived that this adversary was unlike any he had previously encountered. It was a most intriguing opponent. He relished the exhilarating experience of engaging in a battle of wits with a rival of equal intellect, which was also the reason behind the profound camaraderie shared with Guojia, marked by mutual respect and admiration. Meanwhile, Guojia had arrived at the outskirts of the territory of the Crimson Octopus clan, anticipating his arrival there by the following day. Nevertheless, Guojia opted to press onward, with one of them embodying an aggressive mindset, favoring unconventional tactics, while the other preferred a methodical approach, meticulously dismantling and annihilating the opponent, instilling a sense of helplessness and despair. This time, Guojia brought forth an impressive force of 40,000 arrow fish and 10,000 water scorpions. At this moment, he leisurely rode atop a steed resembling a seahorse, progressing steadily towards the domain of the Crimson Octopus clan. Upon reaching the border, Guojia beheld a multitude of crimson octopuses wielding various weapons, floating in the sea, exhaling bubbles, their four eyes offering a broader perspective. At that moment, the crimson octopuses along the border were feasting on marine beasts, some of which were immense and kept in captivity. They consumed their prey raw, as was the only method of eating in the ocean, unlike on land. "Dom, what is that?" one crimson octopus exclaimed, suddenly noticing an unusually dark area in the distance. The crimson octopus retained its keen eyesight even in the shadows. The octopus named Dom looked in that direction and seemed to spot numerous marine beasts in the distance. Subsequently, a multitude of arrow fish approached, accompanied by the imposing figures of water scorpions, each comparable in size to an automobile. However, the water scorpion's fierce appearance and robust shell were attributes the crimson octopuses lacked. "What are those?" Dom inquired, a hint of confusion in his voice. Could they be a newly emerged species? They must be some unknown marine creatures. They appear quite delectable. Regardless, let us indulge in a change of flavor today. With that, he summoned several companions, brandishing knives, forks, and clubs, and swam closer. As they neared, they finally discerned the full shape of the water scorpions and arrow fish. Soon, a cloud-like mass drifted toward them, making contact with the skin of Dom and the other crimson octopuses. In the next moment, anguished cries erupted. However, the screams swiftly ceased. Every approaching crimson octopus lay lifeless on the ground, their eyes wide open, filled with terror. They had succumbed to paralysis and asphyxiation. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! The distant crimson octopus border guards quickly reacted, urgently sounding the conch shell, a resounding call echoing throughout the seas. The sound of conch horns followed suit, alerting all crimson octopus border guards that adversaries were indeed advancing. Chapter 49. The helpless crimson octopus. All the crimson octopus border guards were aware of the impending enemy attack. Guojia gazed upon the stinging mother and gently patted its umbrella-like form, which momentarily caved in before returning to its original shape. For this expedition, Guojia had brought along 200 stinging mothers, showcasing their formidable power against the crimson octopuses. However, the stinging mothers possessed a significant vulnerability, their fragility and the fact that their toxins could affect themselves. If they sprayed spores too frequently, the accumulated toxins would take a considerable amount of time to purify. This was the reason why the stinging mothers were merely experimental specimens. Nonetheless, their flaws did not overshadow their strengths. The limitation on usage was insignificant as long as their power remained intact. Soon, a vast assembly of border guards converged, charging towards the insectoid race. Meanwhile, the crimson octopuses continuously sprayed a dark energy substance, forming a protective shell akin to an eggshell. The spores collided with this energy defense, splitting in two and continuing their trajectory without effect. The defense posed no obstacle to the spores, as long as it was not completely sealed. The spores could modify their path and continue toward the crimson octopuses. Much like phototropic organisms, the spores were drawn toward living beings. For the insectoids, toxins posed no threat as long as they did not consume the corpses in large quantities. With future improvements, they would face no danger from the insectoids. Moreover, the vast number of arrowfish and water scorpions meant that there were insufficient corpses to go around. Gurgle, gurgle. One outer crimson octopus clutched the spot where it had been hit by spores, collapsing in agony, utterly powerless to rise again. Some more resilient crimson octopuses managed to sever the affected areas, sacrificing flesh, yet preserving their lives. However, such resilient specimens were in the minority, with many more succumbing to pain and collapse, even before traversing half the distance. Guojia was determined not to allow so many crimson octopuses to retreat unscathed and promptly commanded the arrowfish and water scorpions to launch an assault. Hiss! The sounds of insect cries echoed as the crimson octopuses witnessed a flurry of arrows rushing toward them. The explosive power of the arrowfish was formidable. The crimson octopuses had barely reacted when the front lines were completely perforated, reduced to a sieve. Ah, so many. Aka. Numerous crimson octopuses roared in fury, charging toward the arrowfish. However, after 3 bursts of power, the arrowfish were struck down by a barrage of weapons, reduced to fragments. The strength of the crimson octopuses lay in their ability to wield multiple weapons. Each octopus could carry at least 4 weapons, with exceptional soldiers capable of wielding 6, and some warriors able to carry as many as 10. This was a daunting prospect, their movements fierce and difficult to approach. Furthermore, due to their naturally developed musculature and extensive combat experience with the sword-tusked turtles, they often favored blunt instruments. Blunt weapons posed a significant threat to the water scorpions, whose hard exoskeletons struggled to withstand such damage. The blunt force had a staggering effect, making it challenging for the water scorpions to defend against the coordinated assaults of multiple crimson octopuses. The weaponry carried by a single octopus could rival that of 4 Giselle tribesmen. By that calculation, they were facing what could amount to tens of thousands of Giselle warriors. However, in battle, crimson octopuses were known to be bullies against the weak and fearful of the strong. Their weapons were primarily used for defense, and curiously, they did not seem to carry shields, relying instead on sticks for protection. As a result, a well-placed strike from a water scorpion could shatter these sticks, inflicting harm upon the octopus's body. The heads of crimson octopuses were notably large. Should an arrowfish pierce the head and strike the brain, immediate death would ensue. This was a glaring weakness of the crimson octopus race, their oversized heads. Had it not been for this flaw, they could have easily dominated the seas with their capacity to wield multiple weapons. Nonetheless, the creators seemed to maintain a sense of fairness, especially towards this under-evolved genetic race. Strengths and weaknesses coexisted. The insectoids were on a path of genetic evolution, striving to create the perfect soldier without any flaws. Jumping insects boasted high cost-effectiveness, but encountered mass destructive attacks, resulting in significant casualties, with their energy defenses being quite fragile. The cockroach's strong acids could be easily dispersed by strong winds. The king insect, though towering, lacked offensive capabilities and thus could not protect itself. As for the queen, while she could spit needles, her attack power was not particularly high, serving merely as a support unit. Explosive insects were one-time consumables that could be easily detonated by distant foes with ranged attacks, posing no real threat. Therefore, the insectoids and oppos' shortcomings remained quite evident. However, a quantitative change could lead to a qualitative transformation. If one jumping insect could not solve a problem, then 100 million would. And if that failed, then 100 million thunder beasts. Of course, it was still too early to discuss such matters. The battlefield continued to rage, with the crimson octopus border guards exhibiting considerable resilience, showing no signs of retreat despite suffering heavy casualties, many succumbing to the spore's toxins. This was the terrifying aspect of biochemical weapons. Its vast reach made evasion impossible, a form of torment in itself. Meanwhile, on the other side, Yangjian. Just this afternoon, during the last class, the school suddenly broadcast an announcement. A message conveyed the temporary mobilization of a group of elite freshmen to the Dragon Martial Academy in the Dragon Kingdom of the Western Continent for the annual competition. While termed a competition, it was akin to a one-sided ordeal. However, for the students, it was an opportunity for growth, and those with fragile hearts were advised not to attend. Historically, Qilong Academy had suffered more defeats than victories in these encounters. This time, Yang Jian finally understood why Qilong Academy was named as such. It was due to the Dragon Martial Academy in the Dragon Kingdom of the Western Continent. Qi signified harmony and equality. Thus, students were granted 3 days to prepare, after which the top 20 freshmen would set off for the Dragon Kingdom. Naturally, the allocation of spots did not end there. 20 freshmen, 5 from each of the sophomore, junior, and senior classes, and then 10 spots for the royal family of the Rahan Kingdom, with the Hahan Kingdom and East Hahan Kingdom abstaining. This was one of the reasons for the Rahan Kingdom's growing strength. Yang Jian, of course, sought out He Shui to express his desire to join her on this journey, which led to a smooth travel arrangement. The actual team comprised more individuals than just the competitors, while the roster of participants was fixed. The number of accompanying individuals was flexible, albeit at their own expense. Thus, attending the competition was not free. The participating students were funded by the school, while those who accompanied them had to cover their own costs. Essentially, those who traveled together were financially supporting the competitors. Consequently, Qilong Academy would profit considerably. However, for the spectators, there was no downside. Such competitions were immensely beneficial for personal improvement. Yang Jin naturally planned to bring Sun'er and Yasuo along, aiming to observe the martial prowess of the Western continent up close. During a previous visit to the Dragon Kingdom, he had left quickly without gaining much insight, and this time he intended to gather intelligence. The bond of the Western continent promptly sprang into action, preparing a discreet property for rendezvous. Thus, the Academy buzzed with excitement over the next 3 days. By the third day, the roster was finalized, and the expeditionary team from Qilong Academy was indeed impressive, comprising at least several hundred individuals. Indeed, the two princes, Encheng and Enrun, are naturally part of the Academy's entourage. However, both are merely spectators rather than participants in the competition. This is one of the reasons why Enshingyo does not hold them in high regard. The eldest prince, Enlong, was renowned for securing first place every year during his time at the Academy, ultimately graduating with distinction. He has since joined the imperial military, where he has already achieved commendable feats. Subsequently, as the personnel gathered, they set off. During the course of these 3 days, Guojia has effectively advanced several hundred kilometers utilizing the formidable weapon known as the Mother of All. Nevertheless, in the vast expanse of the ocean, several hundred kilometers is not considered a great distance. Swain, however, remained utterly still, fixated on the Giselle tribe, biding his time. Like a vulture poised to swoop down upon its dying prey, he watched silently. Throughout these 3 days, Andrews also abstained from action, merely observing and analyzing the insectoid species. In the chamber of the Red Octopus tribe, their king convened with his council. The swarm has advanced 400 kilometers and has now reached the Kusha region. That expanse of coral, he stated. The Red Octopus king, seated at the head of the table, grunted in acknowledgement before inquiring, "Does anyone possess a viable strategy to counter this?" Silence enveloped the room. This was not a mere drill. If a proposed method proved ineffective, it could cost them their lives. Consequently, no one dared to speak freely. The Red Octopus king was well aware of the situation but refrained from uttering reassurances or threats of punishment, as such words would fall on deaf ears. In plain terms, he sought a scapegoat. After a moment of contemplation, he gestured toward a Red Octopus commander and asked, "Do you have a strategy to repel the enemy?" The commander stepped forward, deep in thought, and finally suggested, "I believe we should summon the Elder. Surely he can resolve this crisis." "Humph, always relying on the Elder. What use are you?" The Red Octopus king retorted angrily. "Seize him and execute him. Spare me, spare me." The commander pleaded as his voice faded away, heightening the unease among the generals and ministers. "You lot are worthless." The Red Octopus king fumed, striking the armrest in frustration. "Think. If no one can devise a solution, none of you shall leave today." With that, he turned and departed, leaving an assembly of octopuses murmuring amongst themselves. Meanwhile, Guojia continued to advance methodically, causing the Red Octopus forces to scatter in disarray. Nothing could impede his progress. Swain, on the other hand, remained fixated on the Giselle tribe, unyielding in his stance. Time, at this juncture, was of the essence for the insectoid species. Chapter 50. The old Dragon King confronted with such an extraordinarily formidable adversary. The Gisela tribe and the Crimson Octopus experienced an unprecedented sense of pressure, a weight that felt akin to the annihilation of their entire race. It soon became apparent to them that the sole means to vanquish the insectoid race was to deny them any respite. Their martial potential was terrifyingly despair-inducing. In stark contrast to the grim expressions on one side, on the other, Yang Jin basked in a serene atmosphere. The participating academies had arrived at the grandest port of the Ron Kingdom, the Port of Winds. Named in honor of the winds, it symbolized a hope that the might of the winds would safeguard the vessels, ensuring a smooth voyage. Upon arrival, they found colossal skyships awaiting their presence. These majestic vessels hailed from the Dragon Kingdom, as the Ron Kingdom lacked the capability to construct such formidable crafts. Towering nearly 50 meters, these skyships were armed with numerous massive cannons that, once unleashed, could obliterate any foe with their spectacular firepower. Yang Jian was indeed astounded. The vastness of the skyship was overwhelming, its height eliciting a twinge of acrophobia within him. Meanwhile, the Ron Kingdom's team had also gathered here. Yang Jian stood alongside He Shui and Sun Er, resembling a family unit. Many onlookers, however, perceived this as akin to flowers adorning a pile of dung. Yuli was also present, standing parallel to Yang Jian on the opposite side. Be cautious, Yang Jian. To deceive the school beauty is quite the feat. Haha. Yuli jested, maintaining a light-hearted mood. Indeed, Yang Jian replied with pride, playfully rubbing his nose. He Shui's cheeks flushed crimson as she playfully pinched Yang Jian's waist, causing his face to twitch, yet he feigned nonchalance while conversing with Yuli. Brother, brother. And Rin and Encheng approached Enlong, bowing respectfully. Enlong smiled and nodded, not expressing much, as these two were not entirely sincere in their gestures. At that moment, amidst the casual chatter, the dean of Qilong Academy, a figure of great renown, finally made his appearance, stepping forth from the horizon. This individual exuded a presence that indicated at least a level 10 prowess. Yasuo, can you gauge his strength? Yasuo focused intently, then replied, I can only sense a rough estimation. He should possess at least level 11. Level 11. Yang Jian felt an increased weight upon his shoulders. It was unrealistic to expect that during their conquest of the eastern continent, these level 10 or higher masters would remain idle. Hence, self-strengthening was paramount. The dean spoke extensively, concluding with, this time, I shall personally lead the expedition. I hope you all will bring glory to Qilong Academy. A resounding cheer erupted from the crowd. It was no surprise. For a figure of such rarity and an 11-level powerhouse leading the charge indicated a promising opportunity for engagement. Every morning, I shall visit each of your quarters to provide guidance. Those who have been instructed must not compete for attention. If I discover otherwise, I shall revoke your qualification. With that, the dean waved his hand, and everyone began boarding the ship. Naturally, Yang Jian and He Shui parted ways, as the competitors were to occupy a separate vessel dedicated to round-the-clock instruction from academy instructors. However, one should not underestimate these instructors. Each was a 9th-level powerhouse. With such a multitude of 9th-level experts overseeing 20 students, it was certainly more than sufficient. He Shui seized this opportunity to bid Yang Jian a brief farewell. Both felt a pang of reluctance. Yet Yang Jian understood and supported her decision. They would reunite upon their arrival in the Dragon Kingdom to continue their journey together. On board, the facilities were nothing short of opulent. One could liken it to a 6-star hotel, at the very least. The luxury was unparalleled, with every service attended to by a multitude of attendants, available 24 hours a day, offering complimentary food and drink, truly a paradise on earth. Goodness, Yang Jian sighed inwardly, encountering yet another level of extravagance that surpassed his own. Why was it that in terms of opulence, he could never measure up? He pondered, yet attributed it to his current weakness. Once he ruled this planet, or rather, the universe, he would transform a planet into his palace. With determination, Yang Jian resolved to himself. Aboard the ship, there was not a hint of turbulence. The finely crafted ship glided smoothly over the waters. The waves, upon meeting the vessel, were filtered by a refreshing enchantment, allowing a cool sea breeze to sweep over them. All marine creatures instinctively avoided this gigantic entity, unwilling to provoke it. The journey would span 5 days, crossing an oceanic expanse, highlighting the swiftness of the skyship and the might of the Dragon Kingdom's magic. At the same time, in the dormant volcano, the colossal dragon, Tamaduo, had gathered with a dozen other dragons, preparing to return to Dragon Island. These dragons were nearing a millennium in age, and as the mating season approached, it was time to return home. Dragon Island resembled a small landmass, teeming with countless dragons soaring through the skies, frolicking in the waters, and sprinting across the land. This was the sacred ground of the dragon race, a realm untroubled by any other species. The 12th-level Dragon King, at that moment, manifested in human form, reclining in a grand armchair. The human-crafted armchair was indeed a remarkable creation. The Dragon King reclined comfortably, relishing the sensation. Grandfather Dragon King. From afar, a chorus of dragon roars resonated. The dragons on Dragon Island turned to witness 16 dragons soaring rapidly towards them. The Dragon King glanced at them, and through the vast distance, he recognized the approaching dragons and said, "Come in." His voice, calm and steady, reached the ears of the guarding dragons and Tamaduo. Tamaduo and the others felt a surge of excitement, flapping their wings and darting through the sky like meteors, creating massive waves as they skimmed the water's surface. They swiftly arrived at the chamber of the Dragon King, where the dragons bowed their heads in respect. As the organizer, Tamaduo took it upon himself to speak. Grandfather Dragon King, we are nearing the millennium mark. We have returned ahead of time. Please do not take offense, heh. With that, Tamaduo flashed a toothy grin. The Dragon King gazed fondly at the dragons and replied, no offense taken. If you wish to return, then return. However, this time, you must strive on your own. We of the older generation shall not interfere, haha. As he spoke, the Dragon King reminisced about his own youthful days, and for a moment, a smile turned to tears that glistened at the corners of his eyes. Yet, the tears evaporated almost instantaneously, leaving no trace behind. Tamaduo, however, displayed a mischievous glimmer, producing a vial of insectoid nutrient solution. Grandfather Dragon King, I encountered a most despicable human in their realm. He gifted me a potion, which he described as a miraculous healing elixir. I thought it best to present it for your inspection. You rascal, are you attempting to have me test for poison? The Dragon King feigned annoyance but accepted the small vial, uncapping it to find no discernible scent. The liquid was a clear pink hue. The old Dragon King poured a drop from the vial and summoned a small beast. None of the dragons present could perceive how the beast appeared. It seemed as if it had always existed there. With a deft flick of his finger, the Dragon King severed the creature's hind leg. The beast appeared bewildered but remained unaware of its injury. Subsequently, the Dragon King administered the drop of insectoid nutrient solution into the creature's mouth. Miraculously, its severed leg began to regenerate before their very eyes. This was the first time in the old Dragon King's life that he had witnessed a healing potion rivaling the elixir of the elven race, the moon water. After careful observation, he found no adverse effects on the beast. With a flick of his wrist, the creature vanished from sight. Had it not been for the hind legs upon the ground, it is likely that no one would have known that the beasts once roamed here. The enigmatic methods of gods and spirits are truly unfathomable. The old Dragon King pondered for a moment before pouring out half a bottle and drinking it down. Instantly, a refreshing sensation coursed through his abdomen. Subsequently, this coolness circulated, traversing his entire body, revitalizing every limb and sinew. Upon completion, some of his hidden injuries had healed, and ailments that had plagued him for years seemed to diminish. The old Dragon King was rendered speechless, for this was indeed a healing elixir of the same caliber as lunar water. At the old Dragon King's level, he could easily obtain lunar water, yet it would place him in debt to the elven kin, a scenario he wished to avoid at all costs. Thus, the old Dragon King inquired, Machuomo, do you know who bestowed this vial of potion upon you? Still in a state of shock, Machuomo struggled to collect his thoughts but managed to reply. I recall that it was during our time in the Gister province. The individual should be the current ruler of the insects, accompanied by a 10th-tier warrior protector. Let us proceed. As the old Dragon King's words fell, Machuomo felt as if he had traversed an endless distance, arriving at the capital of Gister province, Gister City. Before the Lord's residence, the guards, upon seeing their sudden appearance, immediately assumed a defensive stance. Simultaneously, some rushed into the Lord's residence to report the situation. The old Dragon King momentarily forgot that he could explain, but the imposing presence of the dragon behind him was a sight that would naturally instill fear in the hearts of those humans. Just as the old Dragon King was about to speak, Machuomo unleashed a dragon's roar. You fool! The old Dragon King swatted at Machuomo, causing him to choke and silence his roar. I would trouble this guard to convey a message. The Dragon Clan chieftain seeks an audience. The guard, having heard tales of the Dragon Clan chieftain, promptly rushed inside to relay the message. Before long, Sun Yu emerged hastily. It is indeed the Dragon Clan chieftain himself. My apologies for the lack of proper reception. Please, come in, come in. As he spoke, Sun Yu cast an awkward glance at Machuomo. The old Dragon King understood, and with a flick of his hand, sent Machuomo flying a considerable distance away. All is well now, haha. The old Dragon King chuckled, then entered the Lord's residence. You are the one in charge? The old Dragon King directly seated himself in the first chair at the lower end without lifting his gaze. His meaning was unmistakable. No matter how affable he might appear, his status did not permit him to discuss matters with a subordinate. Sun Yu, undeterred, responded, Please wait a moment. Before long, Yang Jian transformed into his alter ego and entered. Ah, old Dragon King, Yang Jian spoke as he approached the head of the table. Immediately, servants began to serve pastries and tea. The old Dragon King cut to the chase, stating, Do you remember this vial of potion? As he spoke, he produced the vial of insect nourishment. Chapter 51. Return to the land of dragons. Do you still recall this vial of potion? As he spoke, he produced the bottle of nutrient solution. Yang Jian was taken aback and replied, "This is the healing elixir of my clan." What of it? After a moment's contemplation, he surmised that perhaps Tamamoto had provided this to the old Dragon King, leading to the current situation. The old Dragon King inquired, "Noble one, would it be possible for you to sell us these nutrient solutions?" Yang Jian was momentarily surprised, then chuckled lightly, saying, "My clan has always been engaged in the trade of these nutrient solutions, albeit in limited quantities each month, and contingent upon their efficacy." Upon hearing this, the old Dragon King stated directly, "I am called Decris. How shall I address you, noble leader?" "Yang," he replied. "Very well, Leader Yang, let us speak candidly. You are surely aware of the wealth of the Dragon Clan. I would like to request a glimpse of your finest nutrient solution." Yang Jian hesitated before responding. "What you currently hold is indeed the pinnacle of what can be produced." Decris, the old Dragon King, nodded and said, "Leader Yang, name your price." Yang Jian stroked his chin thoughtfully, and the old Dragon King remained patient, awaiting his proposal. After a period of contemplation, Yang Jian retrieved a small notebook, jotting down figures and notes. The old Dragon King's eyes twitched. This young man was undoubtedly aiming high. However, the old Dragon King understood his position as the buyer and the rarity of the goods at hand. As for resorting to coercion, he had no intention of doing so. After considerable thought, Yang Jian looked at his notes and declared, "We can supply you with 1,000 bottles of nutrient solution each month, but certain conditions must be met." The old Dragon King nodded, eager to hear more. "Firstly, I require the blood and scales of each dragon. The blood must amount to at least 3 liters, equivalent to this container's size, and while the scales can come from any location, a minimum of 3 pieces per dragon is necessary." With that, Yang Jian raised 3 fingers. The old Dragon King glanced at the vessel. For dragons, 3 liters was hardly a significant amount, and he nodded in agreement. Yang Jian marked the first condition as fulfilled and continued. 100 kilograms of thunder iron, 100 kilograms of rotating wood essence, 1 ton of red crystal, 100 kilograms of orange crystal, and 10 kilograms of yellow crystal. The old Dragon King shook his head and replied, "The first 2 are acceptable, but the latter quantities are beyond our means. We, too, require these resources, but I can agree to half. However, given our sincerity, your side should also demonstrate goodwill. I propose 2 bottles of your finest human nutrient solution for each dragon. What do you say?" Yang Jian extended 2 fingers and added, "If you desire more than 1,000 bottles, you must compensate for the difference. Additionally, I shall gift you 20 extra bottles, old leader." The old leader chuckled and said, "Very well, please continue." Yang Jian nodded and proceeded. "Lastly, should my clan face a calamity, I hope the old leader would be willing to lend us assistance, if within your capacity." The old leader understood that this final condition held the most weight and significance. With a sigh, Decris replied, "Should it involve unlawful activities, I will not assist you." Yang Jian reassured him, "Rest assured, if we are wronged, our clan possesses only a 10th tier combat capability, and we may not withstand such aggression. With your leadership, we shall have no cause for fear." Upon concluding their negotiations, the old leader asked, "When can you prepare the nutrient solutions?" Yang Jian smiled, responding, "Immediately." As he spoke, various boxes were brought in by the insect clan, which subsequently retreated. Decris nodded in acknowledgement. Suddenly, Yang Jian recalled something and added, "However, old leader, the human nutrient solution may be somewhat less potent for dragons. If you would permit, I hope to have a dragon provided for research purposes to develop a formula better suited for your kind. Naturally, I will offer additional compensation for this test subject, ensuring no threat to its life. Should you have concerns, you are welcome to oversee the process." After a moment's reflection, the old leader agreed, "That can be arranged. However, I would prefer to supervise the entire process." With that, the old leader gestured, and the bewildered face of Tamamoto appeared in the hall. "Wasn't I flying?" Tamamoto exclaimed, momentarily stunned, recalling he had been flung through the skies. "Stop dawdling. Let us go," the old leader commanded, requesting to be led. Yang Jian guided the old Dragon King to a laboratory that had been cleared of all but the essential personnel necessary for the research of the great dragons and their nutrient solutions. As the day progressed, all necessary records were completed. Decris then stated, "The nutrient solutions should be delivered to Dragon Island. I will instruct the guards to receive them. Yang Jian nodded, affirming, very well. Since Tamamoto shares a bond with you, let him stay this time. After confirming with a nod from Yang Jian, Dekras vanished. Tamamoto felt a surge of realization. He had intended to use this unknown potion to deceive Yang Jian, only to find that it was genuinely a healing elixir of remarkable efficacy. Having made a full circle, he was now personally requested by the Dragon King to remain. Hadn't the data gathering concluded? This wasn't fair play. Or rather, unfair play involving dragons. Tamamoto's mind spiraled, while he forced a strained smile. Yang Jian. It's been a while, hasn't he? He stammered. Yang Jian, noticing Tamamoto's presence, responded warmly, indeed. It has been a long time, haha. Where to? Tamamoto inquired, his naive curiosity shining through. Yang Jian chuckled. You dragons hold a high status in the land of dragons, do you not? Tamamoto pondered for a moment, replying, if no trouble is caused, we enjoy a first-class treatment. That is good to know, Yang Jian remarked, adding, the ship from Lahan to the land of dragons passes by the borders of Elven Island. Find it, and I shall await you there. Upon concluding, he was escorted back to his chamber by Sun Yu. Tamamoto shouted internally in exasperation, taking flight with renewed vigor. Dekras, observing the province of Gist from the skies, was lost in thought. The existence of such a healing elixir as a commercial product was unprecedented. Even the elven race could not achieve this. Who could this individual be? After a prolonged silence, Dekras returned to Dragon Island. His mood dampened, yet he dared not defy the old Dragon King's command. However, the journey across the ocean was beyond Tamamoto's capacity. He needed to return to Dragon Island for resupply before pursuing the ship. After all, the deep sea harbored many formidable sea beasts that relished the taste of dragons. One or two might pose no threat, but if a swarm were to attack, the outcome could be dire. Yang Jian was unperturbed. As long as he arrived at the land of dragons, he trusted Tamamoto would reach it as well. 2 days later, a fleet of transport ships set out, escorted by arrowfish. Despite encountering several sea beast attacks, they navigated without incident. Yang Jian was aboard one of the transport vessels, as the arrival of the ship still required some time. In the distance, the massive silhouette of Dragon Island emerged, accompanied by soaring dragons stationed as guardians. Each dragon was roughly the size of 5 heavy-duty trucks, creating a striking visual impact. Some were even larger, evidently blessed with exceptional lineage. Among dragons, size was synonymous with prestige and strength. For instance, Tamamoto, at the 9th tier, was scarcely the size of 3 stacked heavy-duty trucks. This measurement did not even account for wingspan. Conservatively estimated, the creature known as Tomodomo stands approximately 6 meters tall, with shoulders measuring around 4 to 5 meters and a wingspan of at least 20 meters. For those lacking a frame of reference, imagine the combined height of 3 large trucks. From a considerable distance, the colossal dragon detected the convoy of transport vessels. Humans, you are encroaching upon Dragon Island's territory. Please alter your course immediately. Should you seek supplies, remain where you are, proclaimed a majestic white dragon, brandishing a giant dragon spear with an air of authority. Yang Jian smiled and replied, we come to engage in trade. Your esteemed Dragon King should have informed you about this. These are living creatures, and you may inspect them. Very well, please hold on, responded the dragon, evidently having received direct instructions from the Dragon King. Without hesitation, it soared forward, opened the chest, and began to count the contents meticulously. Meanwhile, the other dragons kept a watchful eye on Yang Jian and his companions, wary of any sudden movements. For humans are notoriously cunning. After a brief interval, the dragon completed its inventory and stated, please wait a moment. I shall retrieve what you are entitled to. With a nod of acknowledgement from Yang Jian, the dragon turned and relayed a few instructions before taking flight once more. Before long, the dragon returned, clutching several chests. Yang Jian dispatched his men to verify the count, and upon confirming the accuracy, he nodded in satisfaction and declared, a pleasant collaboration. Oh, and please convey to your Dragon King that these supplies are available every month. For our next transaction, I hope to arrange a reservation in advance. Indeed, I shall relay your message, the dragon replied, nodding in agreement, before inquiring, do you require any supplies? Yang Jian shook his head, responding, no. This batch needs to be delivered promptly. With that, he led his entourage away. A day later, under clear skies at the bustling port of the Dragon Kingdom, near the Dragon Martial Academy, the area thrived due to the annual competition, earning a reputation as the premier port of the Dragon Kingdom. This prosperity was evident. with no fewer than 100 vessels of similar stature anchored at the docks. Disembarking from their ship, the competitors were escorted to an inn for rest, while Yang Jian and his companions sought accommodations on their own, as the academy merely provided a spectator voucher and offered no further assistance. Time was limited for the academy, and this arrangement aimed to facilitate the rest of the competitors effectively. As he exchanged glances with He Shui to bid farewell, Yang Jian prepared to explore the area while awaiting the arrival of Tomodomo. Chapter 52. He Shui's Outburst. Yang Jian was eager to explore the local culture while waiting for Duomo. The prosperity of the Dragon Kingdom made it challenging for merchants to establish themselves there. The primary reason was the lack of connections for these merchants, which rendered them somewhat powerless in the western continent where the Dragon Kingdom resided. Thus, their focus remained on the eastern continent. However, Yang Jian harbored an idea, one that he intended to validate during this visit. He promptly rented the fastest carriage and instructed the driver to take him to the nearest village. The journey was smooth, albeit costly. Yet, Yang Jian was not lacking in funds. The gold coins gifted by the old Dragon King were more than sufficient. Reflecting on this, Yang Jian felt a sense of trepidation regarding the old creature's formidable nature. While everyone possessed wealth, it was often scarce when needed, and no one felt they had an abundance of money. The old Dragon King had also generously included many gold coins in their dealings, a favor that was difficult to refuse and provided much reassurance. Cultivating a good relationship with the Dragon Clan would greatly benefit Yang Jian's insect tribe. These were mere musings during his journey, and soon he arrived at his destination. Objective achieved, the driver reminded Yang Jian. Yang Jian responded, then added, "Let us pause here. I will take a stroll and return shortly." He handed the driver a gold coin. The driver, now serious, declared, "You can take as long as you wish. Today, I, old chum, shall be at your service." "Very well," Yang Jian replied, waving his hand as he turned away. Yasuo remained in the carriage, a powerful presence at level 10. Although Yasuo wished to accompany Yang Jian, he was instructed to stay back, observing the driver. The village's transportation was not very developed. Without the carriage, how long would it take to return? Therefore, Yang Jian ventured into the quaint village. Despite being termed a small village, it boasted a population exceeding 5,000, a considerable number for such a place. It was noon, and numerous children frolicked by the river, their laughter echoing in the air. Yang Jian settled on a stone by the riverbank, watching the children play, which brought him a fleeting sense of relaxation. Recently, the pressure had been immense. His insect tribe seemed stagnant, hindered by war. Without conflict, the insects would regress. The war on that planet still bore no resolution, and Yang Jian was eager for an evolution base or technological advancements. However, time was not on his side. He wandered about, exploring several villages, gaining insights into the feasibility of his plans. While riding in the carriage, he switched to the perspective of a hero accompanying the merchant. "Master." The merchant sensed his presence immediately and knelt respectfully. Yang Jian addressed him directly. "Merchant, are you prepared to embark on your journey to the Dragon Kingdom? I have conceived a promising strategy for trade in that realm." The merchant's eyes sparkled with interest. "Yes, master," he replied eagerly. Yang Jian cleared his throat awkwardly. The merchant, realizing something, inquired urgently, "May I ask, master, what is this method?" "Indeed," Yang Jian replied, adopting a nurturing tone. "The villages and towns of the Dragon Kingdom are our focal points for development. Their transportation is underdeveloped, limiting daily trade. However, the combined population there likely surpasses that of some cities. Our transportation costs are negligible, so," he concluded with a knowing expression. The merchant pondered thoughtfully. "Master, while we have no transportation costs, we cannot utilize jumping insects for delivery in those areas, which would still incur expenses. Furthermore, the trade volume in villages will be limited as they cannot consume large quantities of goods. Additionally, I have observed that the Dragon Kingdom has a habit of hoarding money. All of these issues can be resolved. Once we open the floodgates, they will only expand," Yang Jian replied. "I will enlist a few researchers to investigate transportation options. When the time is right, you shall prepare for departure." "Understood, master." Yang Jian nodded, feeling the inconvenience of constantly switching perspectives for communication. However, he had to suppress this thought. Every researcher in his insect tribe had been painstakingly developed, making it difficult to allocate resources for this project. He would have to consider it for the future. Upon returning to the port city, Yang Jian found an inn and fell into a deep slumber. The next day, Everyone prepared to head to the Dragon Martial Academy. By the time Yang Jian arrived at the academy, it was already midday, and He Shui was preparing for the competition, set to commence in the afternoon. Yang Jian shared a meal with Suner before making his way to the academy. After presenting his identification, he entered the campus and joined the crowd, arriving at the academy's vast martial arts arena. The arena was enormous, and it seemed the institution had made preparations prior to the arrival of Qilong Academy. Currently, there was only one large ring. This arrangement made sense, given that only 40 participants were competing. Even if only 2 could fight at a time, the event would conclude swiftly. Having found a suitable vantage point, Yang Jian settled in as the competition was about to commence, the atmosphere electric with anticipation. From his spot, he could see He Shui, who, through the phone Yang Jian had given her, was aware of his presence. Yang Jian seized this moment to promote his phone in the market. He took out his phone and snapped a few photos of the ring, primarily focusing on He Shui, prompting exclamations from those around him, who marveled at the display of magic. Soon, the academy's principal ascended the stage and addressed the crowd. Today, we shall jointly host the annual martial arts competition with our brother academy, Qilong Academy. The victor will receive a coveted spatial ring as a reward. Instantly, the interest of nearly everyone was piqued. The spatial ring was a priceless treasure, difficult to procure even with wealth, with custom orders backlogged for countless years. Now, let us invite our esteemed brother, Bai Jiachuo, to share a few words. The principal handed the microphone to the head of Qilong Academy, Bai Jiachuo. Bai Jiachuo took the microphone and declared, "Students of Qilong Academy, give it your all and fight fiercely." Ah, such a breach of decorum. Another elder principal interjected, snatching the microphone away. Let us disregard this nonsense. The competition begins now. Ignoring the uproar above, the participants drew lots and prepared to take the stage in order. Yang Jian eagerly awaited He Shui's brilliant performance, encouraging her through video chat. "Go, Sister He Shui," Suner exclaimed, her small fists clenched in excitement. He Shui, unable to suppress her laughter at Suner's enthusiasm, replied, "Sister will do her best." "Yes," Suner nodded vigorously. The matches progressed swiftly, with victories and defeats determined in mere moments. After 2 hours, it was finally He Shui's turn to compete. However, her opponent appeared rather frivolous, even whistling during the match. "That stunning beauty is facing Peng Fei. What a shame. Peng Fei, you're unaware? He is notorious for his lewdness. Female opponents often suffer greatly in battles against him. He is a true scoundrel." "What?" As Yang Jian contemplated rising, he ultimately chose to remain seated. The competition must proceed. After all, He Shui had come here solely for that purpose. Moreover, it was uncertain whether He Shui would be outmatched by this individual named Peng Fei. Additionally, the 2 elderly principals would undoubtedly take action. Despite his myriad thoughts, Yang Jian found it difficult to achieve tranquility and thus declared, "Yasuo, should Peng Fei exhibit any unusual movements, without needing my command, rush forth to protect He Shui." "Understood, Master," Yasuo responded, his spirit beginning to rally. On the arena, a lady asked, "Might I have the honor of dining with you after this match concludes? Perhaps then, I could show a measure of leniency." Peng Fei whistled, his gaze roving around, displaying a rather frivolous demeanor. There was a glimmer in his eyes as he remarked, "I must say, the more I behold your beauty, the more you rival the radiant Temple S. Sanctus." He twirled his sword with flair and continued, "I never imagined that in my lifetime, I would face a beauty of such caliber, akin to the radiant Sanctus. We shall both relish this encounter." Haha. His lewd grin was unrefined. He Shui furrowed her brow and began to chant a spell. Despite Peng Fei's light-hearted demeanor, his combat experience was formidable. He surged forward, eager to close the distance. Just as He Shui completed her incantation, a wall of ice emerged at her command, obstructing Peng Fei's path. With a swift flourish of his sword, he cleaved a massive opening and somersaulted through, pressing on with determination. At that moment, He Shui pressed down with her left hand, and a thick mist began to envelop the air, obscuring visibility. "Gale force," Peng Fei shouted, executing a swift spin, unleashing a wave of fighting spirit that dispersed the dense fog. Following this, He Shui completed her hailstorm incantation, and dark clouds gathered overhead. As fist-sized hailstones rained down upon Peng Fei, with a nimble sidestep and a roll, he evaded the hail's descent, propelling himself towards He Shui with a powerful kick against the ground. Yet, she remained unfazed, seemingly melting into the water, reappearing on the other side of the mist. In the stands, the two elderly gentlemen nodded in approval. "Old Bay, you've produced a fine talent this time," one remarked. "Haha, Old Tang. I refuse to believe that your Longwu Academy is devoid of such talents," the other replied. "Indeed, there are more to come. You shall see shortly." As the tides of the battle began to shift, He Shue's magical energy gradually waned. "What's this? Are you running low on magic?" Peng Fei taunted, unleashing a wave of fighting spirit that surged toward He Shue. She was compelled to interrupt her incantation, dodging to the left, which played directly into Peng Fei's hands as he drew a throwing knife and hurled it at her. However, He Shue remained composed, conjuring an ice shield with a single hand to deflect the knife, and once again, her form transformed into liquid. "Your magical energy must be dwindling," Peng Fei remarked, surveying the scene. Clenching her teeth, He Shue's robe fluttered without wind, an oppressive energy coalescing around her. The two elderly principals rose, gazing intently at He Shue. "This cannot be mistaken," one exclaimed. "Indeed." Chapter 53. A gentleman's revenge. In comparison to the astonishment of the old principals, the audience below was even more taken aback. What kind of magic is this? The pressure is overwhelming. Even from such a distance, one can feel it. What could this possibly be? Meanwhile, on the stage, Peng Fei suddenly felt a surge of heat coursing through his body. With a powerful push, he launched himself forward like an arrow released from a bow, heading straight for He Shue. At that moment, He Shue was still in the midst of gathering her energy, unable to react in time. She had not anticipated that Peng Fei was concealing such strength. In an instant, he closed the distance to He Shue. A lustful expression plastered across his face as he reached out with his left hand towards her. "Stop, you insolent fool." The two old principals would not stand idly by, and before the words had fully escaped their lips, they had already arrived on the stage. To everyone's surprise, there were three individuals present: Tang Jinan, the principal of Longwu Academy, Bai Jiachuo, the principal of Qilong Academy, and Yasuo. Clang. The sound of a sword unsheathing resonated like a dragon descending from the heavens, and a refreshing breeze swept through the crowd as they turned to look again. The blade had returned to its sheath. Upon their next glance, they saw that Peng Fei had lost an arm. "My hand." Just as Peng Fei attempted to cover his severed left arm, his right hand was severed at the wrist, followed by his left leg. In a matter of moments, he was left with only his right leg. Subsequently, due to excessive blood loss, he collapsed onto the ground, unconscious. Trash. With that, Tang Jinan waved his hand, and Peng Fei was rendered completely lifeless. Throughout this ordeal, the three had not spared him a single glance. At that moment, He Shue recognized that this man was the bodyguard often seen accompanying Yang Jian. She quickly deduced that he had been sent by Yang Jian, and warmth filled her heart. However, the atmosphere had suddenly turned exceptionally grave. The act of harming a student of Longwu Academy was a blatant affront to the principals. Contemplating this, He Shue bowed to the two principals and apologized. "Thank you, esteemed principals, for your intervention. This man is my boyfriend's bodyguard, here to protect me." With what seemed to be the last of her strength, she continued, "Please, esteemed principals, do not be angry." The arena fell silent for a moment. Yang Jian then stood and addressed the principals. "Esteemed principals, this is my bodyguard. I will bear the consequences of this incident alone. Please do not hold He Shue accountable." To Yang Jian's surprise, Tang Jinan suddenly broke into laughter, and Bai Jiachuo joined in. "You are all mistaken. This fool is dead, and that is that. A frivolous woman has always been an absolute taboo for old Tang. Even without your interference, this Peng Fei was doomed. What we did not expect was to encounter two exceptional talents." Tang Jinan continued, "May I inquire where your bodyguard has received his tutelage?" With a swift motion, he lifted Yang Jian, and he found himself floating onto the stage. Yang Jian was momentarily taken aback as Yasuo stepped forward, gazing at the two principals. Yang Jian then spoke, "Esteemed gentlemen, this is not the place for discussion. Let us relocate. The competition must continue." Yes. Haha. With that, Yang Jian found himself in a different room in an instant. "What may I call you, young brother?" Tang Jinan inquired politely. Yang Jian, not wishing to disrespect a being of the 11th tier, replied, "My surname is Yang Jian." Young brother Yang. I see that your bodyguard is an extraordinary talent. I hope to take him as my closed-door disciple," Bai Jiachuo remarked. The title of a closed-door disciple carries profound significance, typically denoting the sole student under one's tutelage. Meanwhile, He Shue was asked, "You are He Shue, correct?" Upon her stunned nod, Tang Jinan continued. Might you be interested in becoming my closed-door disciple? I believe I can assist you in mastering the energy you have recently harnessed. As he spoke, he produced a book and handed it to He Shui. He Shui accepted the book, gently flipping through its pages, immediately captivated by its contents. Yang Jian suddenly felt like an intruder in this situation and instructed Yasuo with a few words, clarifying the route before returning to find Sun Er. And what about you, brother Yasuo? Bai Jiachuol, being a warrior, found Yasuo increasingly appealing. There was no other reason than his exceptional swordsmanship and youth. This trait was also a part of what made Bai Jiachuol and Tang Jinan two of the most renowned principals across the continent, their ability to discern talent. Tang Jinan patiently awaited He Shui's perusal of the book. Soon, Yang Jian returned with Sun Er, and upon seeing her golden eyes, the two old men broke into a cold sweat. Yang Jian and Sun Er sat together, blissfully unaware of the tension. The two elders exchanged glances, sighing in resignation. Nevertheless, they quickly resumed their anticipation for a response from the two young talents. After entering, Yang Jian found He Shui and Yasuo by his side, explaining the situation. Naturally, Yang Jian was delighted that both would receive better guidance. He stroked his chin and said, "Esteemed gentlemen, this opportunity is undoubtedly monumental for both of them, and there is no reason for them to decline. I hope you will not take offense at their momentary hesitation." His words were well articulated, as Yang Jian had been contemplating how to phrase his thoughts without the slightest intention of seeking material gain. Upon hearing this, the two old men were overjoyed, nodding vigorously as they bestowed an abundance of gifts upon their students, filling the spatial rings to capacity. Well, we may not have won the competition, but at least we gained some treasures. Yang Jian instructed Yasuo to study diligently and show respect to his teachers, advising him to temporarily set aside his own affairs and focus on his efforts. As for He Shui, she would be taken by Tang Jinan to a place dense with energy for her training, only permitted to emerge during holidays. Whenever you miss me, call. And remember to call even when you don't, Yang Jian thought, feeling as if he were watching his child depart for university. After a while, the two principals led the two away, leaving Yang Jian with a sense of emptiness. However, at that moment, Sun Er approached and grasped Yang Jian's large hand. Their eyes met, and Sun Er smiled brightly. Yang Jian affectionately ruffled her hair and then picked her up, departing from Longwu Academy. Unexpectedly, this visit to Longwu Academy had come to a swift conclusion. With He Shui gone, Yang Jian had no intention of continuing to watch the competition, for he was not striving for sainthood. He preferred to let things unfold naturally. With this mindset, Yang Jian had reached the 5th tier, having just recently made a breakthrough. This pace was relatively swift, considering only 2 months had passed. In the ensuing days, Yang Jian and Sun Er traversed the streets and alleys. For Longwu Academy occupied an expansive area, and they could not afford to miss such splendid sights. Sun Er was filled with joy, and their adventures gradually eased the pain of Yasuo and He Shui's departure. Yang Jian also regained his spirits. However, joyous times are fleeting. 3 days later, Yang Jian and Sun Er boarded a ship, returning alone to Lahan Kingdom, accompanied by a multitude of arrowfish, ensuring a safe journey. Nevertheless, the mobilization of this massive army startled many sea creatures along the route. Above the surface, the sea was tranquil. Beneath, turbulent currents swirled. Hiss! A sea python, flicking its tongue, swam up from the ocean floor, its lantern-sized eyes fixated on the arrowfish before it, appearing quite delectable. The arrowfish, sensing danger, split into 1,000, swiftly turning to face the colossal serpent beneath. Hiss! The sound emanated from the arrowfish, yet the underwater giant was unfazed, continuing its advance. Whoosh! 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 With a sudden surge of power, the arrowfish propelled itself forward, darting at the speed of an arrow. The giant serpent, caught off guard, struggled to respond. However, despite the arrowfish's swift momentum, it lacked the force to penetrate the serpent's armored scales. Despite the excruciating pain, the colossal python lashed its tail, causing the arrowfish along its path to explode upon impact. It then devoured several arrowfish in quick succession, their frantic struggles within its belly creating a tumultuous sensation. Soon, the python ceased its rolling, and the remaining arrowfish advanced eagerly to feast. In the distance, several more giant pythons raised their bodies, observing the commotion. Hiss! The leading python, enraged, emitted a piercing sound that resonated through the water. "Brother Yang, what is that noise?" Sooner covered her small ears, clearly distressed. Yang Jin gently placed his hand over hers, reassuring her, "Some unruly sea worms are making a racket. It will quiet down soon. Perhaps they are just out for their morning exercise." Oh, Sooner wore an expression of realization, adorably innocent. "How bothersome," she exclaimed, resuming her position against the railing, gazing into the boundless horizon where the sea met the sky. It was evident that Sooner was not pleased, and naturally, neither was Yang Jian. Thus, the misfortune fell upon the group of sea pythons. Without hesitation, countless arrow fish abandoned their formation, charging toward the pythons. Strangely undeterred by the overwhelming odds, the pythons boldly advanced to confront the arrow fish. Hiss! The leading python opened its mouth, and a column of water surged forth, spiraling inward with tremendous force, obliterating the arrow fish in its path. Yang Jian closed his eyes and, through the bodies of the arrow fish, witnessed this spectacle with a sense of wonder. Was this the manner in which magic was wielded in the depths of the sea? It appeared to share a connection with the python's constricting methods. Soon, more columns of water emerged, causing widespread devastation among the arrow fish. Although the arrow fish managed to penetrate a few scales of the pythons, their armor proved remarkably resilient. This group of arrow fish seemed utterly powerless against them, unless, like the previous python, they could inflict damage from within after being swallowed. However, it was evident that these pythons possessed intelligence and would not consume the arrow fish again, rendering the latter akin to a dull knife attempting to fell a centuries-old tree. Such an endeavor was practically impossible, and the reality reflected this truth. It appeared that the arrow fish needed to evolve. Yang Jian sighed, recognizing that revenge would have to wait for another day. He made a mental note of the sea area and commanded a retreat. The pythons emitted triumphant sounds. Their spirits seemingly lifted as they indulged in their feast. Had it not been for their thermal vision of the world, he might have considered using a few arrow fish as decoys. With that thought, he returned his mind to the ship. Chapter 54. Seizing the moment, the journey truly left Yang Jian both amused and exasperated. Did these sea beasts perceive the arrow fish as easy prey? For instance, the enormous giant frogs from the depths of the ocean approached with their tire-sized eyes, seemingly seeking their demise. How dare they underestimate us? Infuriated, Yang Jian commanded 50,000 arrow fish to surge forth towards the group of giant frogs with fierce determination. Hiss! The sound of their charge startled the waves, sending them crashing several meters high, followed by a flurry of arrows hurtling towards the giants. However, these frogs, emboldened by their audacity, possessed an unexpected advantage. Their tongues shot out with a speed surpassing even that of the arrow fish. In a mere encounter, the first wave of arrow fish was decimated by a third, as effortlessly as a frog devours a fly. The remaining two-thirds collided against the frog's resilient skin, which exhibited astonishing elasticity. Thud, thud, thud. It was akin to serving up a feast. Left with no choice, Yang Jian ordered a retreat, recognizing that these were mere experiments, and true combat required more preparation. This experience only solidified Yang Jian's resolve to study aquatic warfare involving the insectoid species. Yet, he was aware that this endeavor would not yield immediate results and patience was essential. In the days that followed, provocations from colossal sea creatures persisted, but Yang Jian remained undeterred, deploying arrow fish into battle once more. Such was the case with the current encounter involving a gigantic catfish lurking below. How audacious! Did they truly believe they were akin to the monstrous pythons or frogs? Yang Jian, skeptical of their bravado, commanded another wave of arrow fish, albeit this time only 1,000. With a swift rush, the arrow fish charged ahead, while the giant catfish opened its massive jaws, consuming countless arrow fish in a single gulp. Even more alarming, the arrow fish were unable to escape, devoured without leaving a trace. Yang Jian retreated, his frustration palpable. This journey was destined to be fraught with trials. He could only hope to return to the kingdom of Hakan soon, seeking solace for his wounded spirit. As time drifted by, early November arrived. Within the Lord's Manor of Shetair City, a large table was occupied by numerous doppelgangers. Yang Jian arrived fashionably late and took his seat at the head. With a nod, he signaled for the meeting to commence. In terms of military affairs, Swain rose and nodded before continuing. In mid-October, we initiated warfare against the Giselle tribe, and the situation has stabilized preliminarily. We have occupied approximately 1 million square kilometers. Our next plan is to update our insect combat units before launching a full-scale assault. Afterward, Swain resumed his seat. On the political front, preparations were underway for the second trade with the Dragon Tribe, with my personal attendance scheduled for tomorrow to discuss relevant matters. According to reports, the market for genetic injection solutions has opened, with significant demand in various black markets, anticipated to expand further in November. The small nation of Chizhou and the province of Jister have begun implementing previously outlined policies, which include 1. Universal access to free 9-year compulsory education. 2. Complete coverage for medical treatment. 3. Redefinition of urban areas. 4. Deployment of more heroic units to infiltrate the lord's manors of various nations. Following this, Sun Yu took his seat. Plu Plu rose, visibly delighted, exclaiming, "Plu Plu! Plu Plu!" The interpreter stood and announced, "We have made tremendous progress. First, research on dragon blood has shown promising results. The genetic material from the dragon tribe significantly enhances our own. We can now elevate the combat capabilities of all units by 1 tier, while also developing new combat units. First, our aquatic combat units have undergone a qualitative breakthrough. The arrow fish will be phased out in favor of the more cost-effective dragon glutton. This creature possesses a serpentine head, 3 pairs of compound eyes, rib-like fins, and is covered in scales. It has both hands and feet, with webbing connecting its toes, and a tail that serves to strike enemies and extract energy for a single energy barrage. However, the charging time for this energy attack is considerable, limiting its use to once per day. The combat prowess of the dragon glutton has been tested to be equivalent to 10 arrow fish, with the potency of its barrage comparable to a full force strike from a 6th tier combatant, currently averaging a combat strength equivalent to an early 5th tier. The water scorpion, enhanced by 5 evolutionary iterations on another planet, has reached initial perfection and been integrated with the dragon tribe's genes. Its combat strength has significantly increased, featuring an additional tail spike and a back covered in ice energy, which slows nearby organisms. Furthermore, the strength of its exoskeleton has improved, now comparable to late 5th tier combat power. On land, we will not create new insectoid units, but will instead research units with higher combat capabilities. Comprehensive evolution is expected in 3 days, leading to enhancements for all jumping insects, cockroaches, queens, and king bugs. Simultaneously, a new support unit, the prism butterfly, will be developed. This butterfly possesses cloaking abilities and can absorb free energy from the air to create energy crystals, as well as harness solar, wind, tidal, and geothermal energy. We anticipate a more refined categorization of these energy sources. Finally, we will introduce an experimental aerial combat unit, the insect monarch, resembling an albatross, equipped with an energy fusion organ in its beak for long-range energy attacks, expected to have power comparable to early 6th tier units, though this insectoid is relatively fragile. Yang Jian nodded for Jia Shang to continue. Jia Shang stood, greeting everyone, and began, at the end of October. The sovereign has requested an increase in imports of goods to the Dragon Kingdom, which is now underway. I also wish to research a type of insect that can transport large quantities of supplies at a low cost, requiring both speed and substantial load-bearing capacity. Currently, our trade caravans have infiltrated the nations of Lahan, Hakan, and Eastern Hakan, with the demand for nutrient solutions exceeding supply. I estimate we need to increase production 5-fold to meet this month's requirements. As for energy speeders, sales are sluggish, aside from main roads. There are few places to operate such vehicles. Production should cease. In terms of clothing and food, we have established chain stores that have penetrated Lahan and 2 other nations as previously discussed. Finally, efforts with the Dragon Kingdom will intensify, though no updates are available as of now. Yang Jian nodded, diligently recording each point before contemplating for a moment. After a brief pause, he cleared his throat and spoke. Regarding military matters, Swain, do not rush. Wait until all insectoid units have been modified before launching an attack. Recall all arrow fish and incubate dragon gluttons. Understood, Sovereign. Swain and Guijia replied in unison. In political affairs, Sun Yu should continue with the previous strategies. Education must be expedited. We must remain vigilant against nearby bandits and pirates. Should they be discovered, we must show no mercy. Understood, Sovereign. In terms of technology, Plu must thoroughly research the dragon tribe's genes, striving to apply magic to our insectoid bodies as soon as possible. Both magic and genetics must advance simultaneously. Plu Plu. Additionally, what is the progress on gas research? The translator at the side remarked, "We have completed more than half of the task. It is anticipated that the next phase will efficiently convert gas to replace the crimson crystal. Indeed, energy must be prioritized above all else. We must also focus on optimizing energy absorption and researching the substitution of the red, orange, and yellow crystals. Finally, from an economic perspective, our primary objective is profit, while also assisting Bond and his team in gathering intelligence. We must remain discreet, and when necessary, be willing to forego some benefits in exchange for protection." "Understood, Sovereign." With that, Yang Jian bowed his head in his guise. Soon, the explosive advancement of technology propelled the combat capabilities of the insect race to unprecedented heights. The dragon race, as a formidable species, had its reasons. The enhancements from their genetic makeup alone were revolutionary. Each passing day saw a significant escalation in the insect race's fighting strength. 7 days had elapsed since that meeting. During this time, all insects were undergoing transformations at the base, with the arrowfish being completely reclaimed as resources and replaced by the dragon glutton as the primary aquatic combat insect. The insect queen was naturally in production as well. Given the current absence of conflict on the main roads, the number of hatching insect queens was not substantial, but they could be produced in large quantities when needed. Research on gas had also reached its conclusion, slightly ahead of schedule, allowing for the intensified extraction of gas from the volcanoes, including those beneath the sea. On the 8th day, Yang Jian, accompanied by 100,000 dragon gluttons, set forth toward the Dragon Kingdom. More precisely, it was a retracing of previously traversed paths. "Ah, giant catfish. Do you remember me?" Yang Jian, embodied in a dragon glutton, greeted the massive catfish before him. However, upon reflection, he realized there was no need for haste. After all, they were once arrow fish, and now they were dragon gluttons. As he contemplated this, Yang Jian observed the group of giant catfish opening their mouths wide in a provocative manner. How audacious! They dared to defy him. With a thought, the dragon gluttons behind him whipped around, moving even faster than the arrow fish, colliding with the giant catfish in an instant. The spines on their shoulders pierced the catfish's exterior, creating bloody wounds that gushed forth. Simultaneously, the dragon gluttons swung their arms, tearing away large chunks of flesh to consume. Their powerful claws remained firmly anchored to the giant catfish, which struggled futilely to shake them off. Before long, the surrounding waters were stained crimson. The dragon glutton's inaugural battle was remarkably successful, as the giant catfish posed no resistance. While a few of the catfish were capable of casting magic, launching highly compressed water projectiles that exploded upon impact with the dragon gluttons, it was hardly sufficient. The strength of the dragon race's genes afforded them remarkable magical resistance. In no time, this group of giant catfish became mere history. If they were indeed the last embers of their kind, they might soon vanish entirely. Naturally, Yang Jian took a few back for research purposes. Chapter 55. The Alliance of Two Clans. Naturally, Yang Jian returned with several giant catfish for genetic research. "Oh, do you remember me, giant frogs? Oh, giant pythons. What on earth? You dare to bite me directly? Such mischief." He commanded, "Dragon beasts, charge and bite them." Yang Jian chuckled to himself, feeling as if he resembled a landlord from the Republic of China, leading fierce dogs to bite people in the streets. He smirked, rubbed his nose, and leaned back in his chair, enjoying the sun while sipping on a chilled fruit juice. Suddenly, he recalled the extravagance of the Dragon Kingdom. What a waste! What a waste! Damn it! I'll be even more extravagant than them in the future, he resolved angrily. On another planet, within the Giselle clan, Andrew surveyed the still arrowfish at the forefront, staring intently at their position. 10 days had passed. What were they up to? Andrews pondered, glancing at the map. "Xianan, is the artillery unit ready?" "All preparations are complete, General." "Good. Inform them to commence shelling in 3 minutes." "Yes, General." Meanwhile, among the red octopuses, a voice exclaimed, "My king, they have invaded so much territory. We must take action." An octopus swam forward to speak to the red octopus king. "Enough of your nonsense," the king bellowed, slamming his fist on the chair. "In such a vast clan, not a single octopus has devised a way to counter the enemy's poisonous fog. What a useless lot. What good are you to me?" "Yes, your majesty." A trembling officer stepped forward. "Gather 50,000 troops and strike with full force. I refuse to believe they are truly that formidable. Also, summon the top 10 from our ranks. Furthermore, issue a decree. Whoever devises a strategy to break the enemy's defenses will be rewarded with a third-grade official title. Whoever brings me the head of the enemy leader will be granted a first-grade official title. Yes, in the following 3 days, the entire Red Octopus clan was abuzz with activity. It seemed the Red Octopus King was serious and had committed resources. Discussions ensued on how to thwart the imminent attack from the Zerg. This insidious assault was indeed terrifying. Finally, one day, a Red Octopus entered the Grand Hall. "My king, we can unite with the Giselle clan. They possess ocean currents that can disperse this poisonous fog." "Excellent. Reward him. Angie, go forth with sincerity and seek assistance from the Giselle clan. Inform them that if successful, the land to the east will belong to them." "Yes, my king. Soon." This message reached the Giselle clan. Andrews smiled. His objective had been achieved. The Red Octopuses were finally preparing for battle. The outcome was already predetermined with the alliance of the two clans. When the Red Octopus forces arrived at the agreed meeting point with the Giselle clan, their leading general was met by Andrews and the Giselle warriors. "Hey, Andrews." The Red Octopus general was filled with dread, his eyes reflecting despair. Andrews shook his head and said, "Our collaboration this time has a success rate of less than 50%, so I hope for your cooperation moving forward." "Very well." The Red Octopus general's fear transformed into hope and confidence. With Andrews as their ally, victory seemed assured. The words of the Red Octopus clan echoed through time. Andrews had even once been the name used to soothe crying children. "Our two clans face uncertain odds. Next, we must enlist the aid of the sword tortoises to combat our enemy," Andrews stated slowly. "In doing so, the enemy shall find it difficult to withstand our assault. As for the poisonous fog, my kin have their methods of resistance. You need not worry." The sword tortoises were reluctant to join, primarily due to insufficient incentives. "If our two clans wish to minimize casualties, we must unite with the sword tortoises. Here is a list of conditions. Take a look. If there are no issues, I shall personally act as the envoy to persuade the sword tortoise clan to join the battle." With that, Andrews produced a sheet of fish skin parchment, waterproof for the underwater environment. The Red Octopus general took the list, examined it closely, and replied, "No issues. I will prepare immediately." Andrews nodded, continuing, "That is splendid. Our two clans cannot remain passive. We must station heavy troops at these 3 locations. More importantly, we need to probe the enemy's strength. This time, let us each send 10,000 soldiers to test the enemy's resolve." "Good." The Red Octopus general nodded without doubt. Both sides promptly mobilized 10,000 troops, led by Andrews, and set off. The Red Octopus general began preparing a list of gifts to persuade the sword tortoises to join the fight. With 20,000 soldiers in tow, Andrews' forces advanced swiftly. Both groups exhibited remarkable coordination, having been sternly reminded that this alliance must not falter. They were well aware of their tumultuous history of conflict. Now, under the pressure of a common enemy, they had finally decided to unite. After a brief march, Andrews maneuvered to the left flank of the Zerg and established camp 1,000 miles away. "This time, all troops shall follow my commands. No mistakes. Those who delay will face immediate execution." His authoritative presence commanded respect. "Yes," came the unified response. Andrews nodded, assessing his army, deeming them adequate. However, the upcoming battle would be paramount. As a military deity, he was deserving of the title, his mind racing through various strategies like slides and a projector. Yet all were ultimately dismissed. He finally resolved on a direct assault. While it was feasible to send an elite team for a surprise attack, the risk of them being stranded loomed large. If they could rendezvous with the elite unit for a pincer maneuver, that would be ideal. Yet, if they could not join forces in time, retreating would inevitably abandon the elite squad. This time was merely a test, not an all-out assault. Maintaining an optimal escape route was the priority. One must consider defeat before contemplating victory. The army rested for a moment, and Andrews observed the sky. Although they were underwater, the intelligent species of the deep sea possessed excellent vision. Through the water's veil, they discerned that nightfall was swiftly approaching. Even the most astute underwater beings would struggle in the depths of darkness. Thus, the moment had arrived. Andrews stood, calling out, "All troops, assemble." In just 10 minutes, they were fully equipped and ready for departure. "Now, follow my previous instructions. No unit shall deviate." "Understood." "Good, let's move." As his command fell, Andrews led the charge. The troops from both clans maintained formation, proceeding methodically. Soon, they reached the Zerg's border. Where the previous defensive stance of the Zerg had left many arrowfish and water scorpions wandering along the perimeter. Unbeknownst to Andrews, slaying the arrowfish would unleash demons upon them. Of course, the arrowfish were merely a distraction for the Giselle clan. Andrews could never have foreseen that the Zerg would possess even more formidable troops. That would become their nightmare, the nightmare of all intelligent marine species. Artillery unit, commence bombardment. Boom, boom, boom. Countless blue orbs of energy rained down upon the Zerg's defenses, obliterating numerous arrowfish and water scorpions. Caught off guard, many Zerg fell victim to the surprise attack. Hiss. Soon, the arrowfish and water scorpions responded, charging towards the allied forces of the two clans. Form ranks. Mind your footing. Shields at a slight angle. The commands were issued, and both races executed them methodically, without negligence. Hiss. Boom. Boom. The artillery units continued to unleash a torrent of fire, swiftly achieving remarkable results. Sven had observed the situation but did not impede the suicidal attacks. Indeed, under the meticulously crafted formation defense orchestrated by Andrews, the rear ranks enjoyed maximum protection and delivered the most intense artillery barrage. Countless light projectiles and orbs rained down upon the enemy lines, causing immense casualties. Meanwhile, the arrowfish found themselves unable to penetrate the battle formation, intercepted by the shield bearers and subsequently slain one by one, as if according to a prearranged plan. Sven nodded. Glancing at Andrews, he discerned that they were two distinct races. To unite two races in battle with such seamless coordination, the commander must be an extraordinary individual. At that moment, Sven acknowledged Andrews, albeit slightly. The true aquatic combat units of the Zerg were stationed at the rear, not participating in the initial assault. The upgraded dragon and water scorpions would undoubtedly be their nemesis. However, the charade must continue, to project an image of weakness upon the adversary, a feigned vulnerability. Andrews remained unfazed, adhering to his principle of attrition. The ground beneath was heavily fortified, preventing the water scorpions from breaching the lines. They were compelled to launch frontal assaults. Whether from the front or from above, all attacks were anticipated and countered, rendering any breakthrough impossible. This was due both to the formidable power of Andrews' battle formation and to the relative weakness of the first-generation water scorpions and arrowfish compared to their upgraded second-generation counterparts. However, the end was near. Sven smiled, turning to depart. All remaining arrowfish and water scorpions surged forward without hesitation. Sven's command was to hold the enemy at all costs, a directive to fight to the death. The Zerg would not disobey a superior's orders, executing them with unwavering precision. To project an image of weakness, or even if it served a purpose, Sven was indifferent to the casualties of the 30,000 arrowfish and water scorpions. Nevertheless, to maintain the facade, a retreat was necessary. Soon, with just over 10,000 arrowfish and water scorpions remaining, a full retreat was initiated. Andrews observed the retreating arrowfish and water scorpions without pursuit. Even in retreat, their discipline was unmatched by the two races under his command. There was no hint of disarray. Andrews surmised that it was a ruse, perhaps an attempt to lure him into a trap or a feigned display of weakness. However, none of that mattered. Andrews always sought to maximize his advantage. Next, he would await the arrival of the sword-halberd turtle clan to join the fray. Clear the battlefield. Chapter 56. The renown of Andrews clear the battlefield. At the sound of the command, both clans mobilized. The fallen soldiers of the coalition needed to be buried on-site to prevent them from being devoured by sea beasts. After a brief respite, Andrews finally announced their departure. All troops, shift from the rear to the front and return to camp. Andrews chose not to establish a defensive perimeter here, for the insectoid forces had occupied this area for an extended period, creating an intricate network underground. Generally, it was impossible to maintain constant scans for subterranean life. And even if they did, the energy depletion would be significant. Should the enemy launch an attack, the coalition would inevitably suffer a reduction in combat effectiveness, something Andrews sought to avoid. Every detail must be optimized. He would not engage in an unprepared battle. The march was deliberately slow, allowing the troops ample time to rest. They camped at night, rotating shifts to ensure everyone was well rested. The night passed peacefully, with Andrews leading the coalition sustaining only 2,000 casualties, a remarkable outcome compared to the enemy's losses. Returning with a morale-boosted army served to strengthen the resolve of the forces in the rear and elevate their spirits, a double victory. Naturally, Andrews took a moment to rest upon returning to camp before changing into fresh attire and proceeding to meet with the general of the Crimson Octopus. Meanwhile, in the Giselle clan's council chamber, news arrived. Yesterday, Grand Marshal Andrews personally led the troops to engage the vile creatures, decisively routing the enemy with a casualty ratio of 20-1. What? Excellent. Truly splendid. As expected of the divine warrior Andrews. Remarkable. The three senior elders of the Giselle clan exchanged knowing smiles. Then one spoke. Bega, since today is such a joyous occasion, let us hastily hold a contest to ensure the swift transfer of our knowledge. Yes, master. Soon, the Giselle clan organized the contest for the transfer of knowledge. In the court of the Crimson Octopus, word arrived. My king, the Giselle's Andrews has emerged. What? The Crimson Octopus king was so startled, he nearly fell from his chair. However, realizing that it was not a time for conflict between the Crimson Octopus and the Giselle, but rather a joint effort, he sighed in relief and resumed his seat, clearing his throat. What is the situation? Your Majesty, yesterday, Andrews led a coalition of 20,000 against the insect beast's defenses and shattered their lines. Our losses were merely 2,000. Good. Splendid. The Crimson Octopus king exclaimed with great joy. Indeed, we are saved. Ha ha. Those insect beasts are not so formidable after all. The assembly buzzed with excitement, their spirits lifted. This Andrews is truly formidable. Our Crimson Octopus clan is saved. The king mused, before inquiring, what are the coalition's current movements? Your Majesty, Andrews is currently transporting supplies to the Swordback Turtle clan, aiming to persuade them to join our coalition. The Swordback Turtle? Will they participate? If they join, how will we divide the spoils? Indeed, those vile creatures must possess numerous treasures. The high-ranking members of the Crimson Octopus began deliberating the distribution of spoils. The Giselle clan is easy to negotiate with, but why should the Swordback Turtle insert themselves midway and share in the bounty? Yes, with Andrews leading us, we are sufficient as is. Why invite the Swordback Turtle? The voices of dissent rose, and the Crimson Octopus king began to waver. The distribution of spoils was indeed a pressing issue, having already ceded a significant portion of territory to the Giselle clan. The addition of the Swordback Turtle could diminish their own clan's share. This was not a scenario the king wished to entertain. In a favorable situation, why complicate matters with an additional share of the spoils? The Crimson Octopus king resolved to intervene, ensuring their collaboration would not proceed too smoothly. Having already incurred considerable losses, he could not afford further detriment. Quickly, the king used magic to transmit his thoughts to a Crimson Octopus general. After careful consideration, the general recognized the truth in the king's reasoning. With Andrews present, victory seemed assured. Why complicate matters with the division of rewards? However, the general did not confide in Andrews, but instead consulted with his fellow commanders. After a thorough discussion, the commanders appeared contemplative. Little did Andrews suspect the brewing conspiracy against him. Upon arriving at the Swordback Turtle King's court, Andrews wasted no time in greeting the king, followed closely by his commanders. Your Majesty, we are honored to meet you, Andrews said, placing his right hand over his heart. The Swordback Turtle King, an elderly figure with a white beard and a shell that glimmered faintly, appeared frail despite being in his prime. As members of his clan often lived to be 400 years old. Why have you come, Andrews? The Swordback Turtle King inquired. Esteemed Swordback Turtle King, I believe your clan can assist our coalition in repelling the insect beasts. Andrews paused before continuing. The Swordback Turtle King fell into deep contemplation, and just as he was about to speak, Andrews interjected, Your Majesty, please observe. With that, he conjured a magical projection displaying the conflict between the insectoid forces and the coalition. After the display concluded, the Swordback Turtle King appeared puzzled. If your two clans can so easily prevail, then why seek our assistance? This is recent footage. Please view the prior scenes. The image shifted to show the confrontation at the teleportation gate, culminating in the emergence of an 8th-tier hero. The display showcased a titan-like figure, overwhelming in strength, taking down one foe while facing three, truly a formidable sight. As the projection ended, Andrews noted that the insect forces had initially deployed 30,000 troops. Given the density of their ranks, it was clear that the same number had engaged in battle against them, while another 30,000 were invading the Crimson Octopus clan. This indicates that they currently possess a total of 60,000 troops. Moreover, there exists a more terrifying creature, which we shall refer to as the Stinger Mother. This is their method of attack. Observing the footage, The sword-backed Turtle King remained silent, deep in thought. The hall was enveloped in a heavy silence. Andrews remained patient, awaiting the king's response, while the other commanders appeared skeptical, anticipating a refusal from the sword-backed Turtle King. The sword-backed Turtle King pondered how to combat the Stinger Mother, realizing that only the Giselle clan could withstand such toxic assaults, while his own clan faced potential annihilation. Nevertheless, knowing Andrews was present, the coalition could muster at least 100,000 troops, perhaps even more, making an army of 500,000 a feasible ambition. In this light, his clan's safety was assured. Even if the coalition were to falter, he could retreat to the shore. The insect beasts, so fierce in the water, would surely be diminished on land. Thus, he would not need to fear excessively. Yet, he still wished to show Andrews some measure of respect. The king of the sword and spear turtles pondered for a moment and decided to dispatch 10,000 troops as a gesture of goodwill. He addressed Andrews, saying, "Since you have come, I shall, in consideration of your presence, send forth an army of 10,000 to assist you. However, upon victory, we must claim 3 parts of the spoils." Just as Andrews was about to acquiesce, the generals behind him expressed their discontent. "Your Majesty, such a course of action seems rather unreasonable," spoke a leader of the Crimson Octopus. The king, already reluctant to send troops, feigned anger. "What? Do you intend to act without sincerity, hoping to profit at the expense of my sword and spear turtle kin, leaving us to suffer the loss of our finest warriors?" Before the Crimson Octopus leader could respond, Andrews interjected, "That is certainly not the case. We come bearing goodwill. As for your terms, we can at most offer you 2 parts. However, if that is the case, we shall take these gifts with us." A young leader from the Giselle tribe then spoke up. Andrews immediately retorted in anger, "Nonsense." The king of the sword and spear turtles chuckled at the discord. It was no wonder that Andrews, having gained fame long ago, was now entrusted with a significant role, while the younger hawkish generals were discontent. Although a recent victory had proven his capability, many had yet to witness his command firsthand and harbored doubts. After all, rumors tend to distort reality. Who could ascertain the truth? Moreover, Andrews had grown old. Nevertheless, some generals naturally stood in support of Andrews. The leaders of the Crimson Octopus tribe rallied behind their general, opposing the conditions set forth by the sword and spear turtles. "Marshallin, while you are the overall commander of our coalition, we cannot neglect the morale of our troops with the impending war. If we concede 3 parts, many of our soldiers may miss out on their due compensation, which amounts to a significant sum. If we can save this, we can better benefit more soldiers, providing them with superior treatment, thus inspiring them to fight with greater fervor. It is the strategy to vanquish our foes. Indeed, Marshallin, we can certainly prevail against those insect beasts without the assistance of the sword and spear turtles." "Yes, Marshallin." The hall erupted in fervent discussions, while the sword and spear turtle representatives wore grim expressions, clearly displeased by the overt lack of respect. Such candid remarks were a blatant affront. Suddenly, the king of the sword and spear turtles contemplated the idea of retaining Andrews. However, after a moment's reflection, the old king shook his head, dismissing the notion. At this juncture, severing ties with the Giselle tribe would leave no one to confront the dormant mother, endangering all 3 tribes. The king understood the principle of mutual reliance. Yet, the resounding fame of Andrews loomed large, leading all 3 tribes to believe that victory was assured this time. Although the old king felt a sense of resistance, he was equally eager to claim a share of the spoils. Ultimately, he resolved that he could only muster 10,000 sword and spear turtles for the battle. Chapter 57. The Alliance of 3 Races. Though the ancient sword and spear tortoise king harbored a sense of reluctance, a more compelling desire to partake in the spoils urged him forward. Naturally, he could only commit a contingent of 10,000 sword and spear tortoises to the fray. Andrews could scarcely fathom that chaos would erupt in his own backyard. Nevertheless, having anticipated such dire possibilities, he remained composed, using this time to gather his thoughts and prepare his forthcoming discourse. As the atmosphere settled, Andrews cleared his throat and addressed the assembly. "Esteemed colleagues, we stand on the precipice of a formidable threat. Thus, our rear guard should not be mired in disorder. The root of our disarray lies in the allocation of resources, and with the conflict just commencing, such premature actions are ill-advised. I, Andrews, hereby pledge that our Giselle tribe shall contribute merely 1/3. As for the Red Octopus tribe's conditions for deployment, we require only half of the territory." At this, The Red Octopus General was rendered speechless. After a moment's contemplation, he finally responded, "Marshal Andrews, should I press this matter further, it would indeed reveal my pettiness. Since you have spoken thus, let it be so." With a nod, Andrews turned his gaze toward the sword and spear tortoise king. The ancient king stroked his beard and remarked, "In that case, I am not one to disregard the greater good. My sword and spear tortoise tribe shall contribute 50,000, but I must insist on the 1/3 share." Andrews nodded in agreement, affirming, "Of course." Thus, after further deliberation, it was decided that the Giselle tribe would dispatch 100,000. The Red Octopus tribe would also send 100,000, while the sword and spear tortoise tribe would contribute 50,000. Henceforth, the alliance of the three races was solidified. The three factions took a brief respite before returning to their respective tribes to prepare for the impending counteroffensive. Andrews, however, shook his head as he observed the two tribes' direction. Such youths are unworthy of counsel. After a prolonged sigh, Andrews gazed into the distance, sensing an encroaching shadow. On the following day, the three tribes convened at the agreed-upon location. Inside the tent, Andrews addressed the two generals, stating, "For this operation, I hope for your cooperation." The Red Octopus General affirmed, "Certainly." Andrews then turned to the sword and spear tortoise general. "I am well aware of your esteemed reputation and capabilities, but I beseech you, Marshal Andrews, to act without personal bias," the sword and spear tortoise general cautioned. Andrews nodded, replying, "Rest assured, I am not one to engage in such base actions. You need not worry on that account. Since you both trust in my leadership, the forthcoming tasks will be manageable. First, we must consolidate our resources among the three tribes to maximize our combat effectiveness. I shall personally oversee the training of our forces, while supplies will be distributed uniformly. Please observe," he continued, producing a magical map. "This area features a canyon landscape, ideal for ambush. Here lies a plain, and over here is a volcano, which last erupted 30 years ago. Based on the enemy's likely retreat direction, they will almost certainly choose to conceal themselves within the canyon, as it is easily defensible and best suited as a stronghold. Our current strategy is to confront them head-on. Combined, our artillery units number 40,000, thus, obliterating their position will be a trivial task. Following that, we shall advance according to our usual training." The Red Octopus General, however, felt a sense of unease and furrowed his brow. After a moment, he looked at Andrews and remarked, "Marshal Andrews, this plan seems overly simplistic. It does not align with your usual approach." Andrews shook his head, responding, "We need only guard against the enemy's high-level combatants. I urge you both to caution our advanced practitioners not to underestimate the enemy." "Understood," the Red Octopus General nodded, and the sword and spear tortoise general mirrored his agreement. Subsequently, Andrews commenced the training and integration of troops across the vast plain, ensuring everything proceeded with utmost order. Meanwhile, Guijia had retreated, bringing the arrowfish and water scorpion back to base for recovery and modification. The arrowfish would be reclaimed, while the water scorpion could be upgraded to achieve the highest standards currently attainable. The occupied maritime territories were abundant with unexploited deep-sea mineral veins, and for reasons unknown, these veins were plentiful and rich, far superior to those found on Yang Jian's planet. Most remained untouched, representing virgin resources. The insectoid race would not allow these minerals to go to waste. That would be an egregious squander. Countless worker bees were hatched, dispatched to gather resources, which they would then transport back to nearby bases. To facilitate recovery and modification, and to streamline resource extraction and transport time, bases were constructed near the key mineral veins. Currently, the insectoid race was systematically recovering arrowfish, upgrading water scorpions, and producing dragon bites. This time, no elaborate schemes were necessary. A simple division of forces would suffice to crush the opposition. Previous reconnaissance had revealed the average combat capabilities of the two races, and following a significant evolution, the insectoid race now stood far superior. The only concern remained the enemy's weapons of mass destruction, beyond which there was little need for excessive vigilance. Guijia and Swain pondered whether to completely annex the territory or leave some room for negotiation. After much deliberation, they ultimately decided to defer to the will of the sovereign. Yang Jian learned of these developments a day later and contemplated the situation extensively. While the insectoid race could indeed triumph over the two factions, even against overwhelming numbers, the potential losses must be factored into the equation. The insectoid race had no desire to inherit a war-torn domain riddled with devastation. If the insectoid race were sufficiently powerful, fear would be irrelevant. However, should a conflict arise on their front, and resources were suddenly needed, how would they manage if the other side were to retaliate? The insectoid race could not afford to fight a two-front war, at least not at this juncture. Thus, they could not exert undue pressure. Yet, if they were to fail in securing a substantial territory, the conflict would be rendered meaningless. The insectoid race sought vast expanses of land as the very reason for waging war against the two factions. Without such gains, what purpose would the struggle serve? Profit was the perpetual motivator. The pursuit of advantage remained the foremost consideration for the insectoid race. Hence, a delicate balance was necessary. The two factions would not retaliate, and could be compelled to yield considerable territory. While it was true that the two factions would not occupy the entirety of the oceanic realm, with much still unclaimed, the insectoid race would not let such opportunities slip by. Yet, a cessation of hostilities with the two factions was not a viable option at present. Since war was inevitable, it must be waged decisively, enough to instill fear in the two factions, rendering them utterly incapable of resisting. Yang Jin suddenly recalled the assimilative nature of the Han people. It was a form of integration, sending millions of Han individuals to cohabitate with foreign tribes, and after decades, they would all become Han, would they not? With a slight smile, Yang Jin conceived an ingenious strategy. Assimilation was too gradual. Instead, a formidable power must be established to create a balance between the two factions. He briefly articulated his thoughts, and both Swain and Guijia's eyes lit up. It was no surprise, for they were adept at managing warfare, but less experienced with such matters post-conflict. Once the decision was made, everything would fall into place. Now, they merely awaited the completion of the dragon bite hatching. They estimated the need for 100,000 dragon bites, 40,000 water scorpions, and 10,000 stingers. The stingers, as formidable weapons, would be intended for the red octopus tribe, and in due course, would also be directed at the sword and spear tortoise tribe. 3 days hence, on November 19th, the insectoid hordes and the coalition of the three races were fully prepared, with war looming ominously on the horizon. March 4th, Andrews proclaimed from the platform, his voice resonating with fervor. The thunderous sound echoed like a tempestuous sea as the coalition advanced with unwavering unity and urgency. The sheer prowess displayed in their training left both General Crimson Octopus and General Sword-Tusk Turtle feeling a sense of shame. Such strength. In merely 3 days, the three races had become one. Andrews surveyed the coalition, recognizing that every individual present was among the elite of their respective tribes. Under his rigorous training, they had merged into a formidable force, transcending mere arithmetic. This was not simply 111 equating to 3, but rather a leap akin to 10. The general of the Crimson Octopus had already begun contemplating how to maximize the spoils of war, while the Sword-Tusk Turtle general was equally preoccupied with strategies for expanding their conquests. Only Andrews remained steadfast and meticulous, leading from the front, resolutely advancing. After traveling several dozen miles, Andrews beheld the marching insectoids, led by Swain. "Is that the commander of the Giselle tribe ahead?" Swain inquired, his voice ringing out. Andrews and his companions were momentarily taken aback. These insect beasts possessed the gift of speech? Moreover, why did their language seem so familiar? 5 millennia had passed, and the tongue of the Giselle tribe had long diverged from the common language of the continent. This revelation astonished Andrews, who had previously assumed they were merely a horde of mindless invaders, only to realize there was indeed a guiding intelligence behind them. However, unfamiliar with the enemy's discourse and with the commander now revealed, Andrews knew that war would not entertain notions of mercy. He had never been one to adhere to the concept of sparing envoys. He immediately commanded the bombardment of the enemy's positions. Artillery units, prepare to fire. Everyone, form ranks. Infantry, advance steadily and raise your spears. Energy units, unleash your full might. The orders were swiftly executed with remarkable efficiency. Boom, boom, boom. Blasts of luminescent energy cascaded into the insectoid ranks, generating waves of heat. Yet, Dragon Glutton merely shook its head, rising to await Swain's command. Unperturbed, Swain recognized that having gauged the enemy's artillery strength, the next steps would be far simpler. All forces engage. Both sides issued their commands in unison. Hiss, hiss. The deafening screeches of the insectoids reverberated across the seas as dragon gluttons flicked their tails, aligning their legs and executing a swift motion. A tremendous surge of explosive power erupted from their slender forms, propelling them like arrows into the heart of the coalition's ranks. Andrews was genuinely astonished. The artillery had, for the first time, proven ineffective. The protective capabilities of the dragon glutton were astonishingly robust. They had merely been propelled away without sustaining any damage. This revelation caught Andrews off guard. He had not anticipated that the scales of the dragon glutton possessed a degree of magical protection, rendering the energy assault ineffective. Akin to magical defenses, had they been subjected to black powder, they would have been utterly obliterated. Of course, no one would disclose this to Andrews. This new breed of insectoid unit was proving to be a formidable challenge for the coalition of 3 races. Chapter 58. The Red Octopus Tribe's Hidden Cards. This new type of insectoid unit has indeed caused significant distress for the allied forces of the 3 tribes. The air resonated with anguished cries as a dragon devourer accelerated toward a Giselle tribesman. The Red Octopus warrior brandished its shield with great vigor, forming a formidable defense. The dragon devourer's eyes blazed with crimson light as it swung its right claw, effortlessly shattering the red octopus's shield and then severing one of the octopus soldier's legs. Despite the multitude of legs, the pain was undoubtedly felt. A cacophony of wails erupted. Numerous dragon devourers, struck by concentrated energy blasts, were instantly obliterated or reduced to mere fragments. Many others were impaled by energy-infused spears, while several red octopus soldiers wielded bludgeons, brutally smashing the insides of the dragon devourers into a pulpy mess. Death claimed the dragon devourers in droves. At this juncture, the water scorpions surged to the front line, engaging fiercely with the sword tortoise tribe. True to their stature as one of the 3 dominant factions, the sword tortoises displayed remarkable resilience. Their dorsal armor could withstand the immense pincers of the water scorpions. Only after enduring numerous blows did it begin to crack. The sword tortoise shells, enhanced by energy blessings, were exceptionally hard. The influx of water scorpions caused a significant drop in the surrounding temperature, slowing the blood flow within many soldiers. Combat Team Mobilize. The team is composed entirely of elite warriors of the 6th rank and above. The leaders, the 3 elders of the Giselle tribe, called out, "Brothers, lend me your strength." Upon uttering these words, the 2 elders behind Hicks extended their hands, lightly tapping his back. Instantly, Hicks's hair stood on end, resembling a vengeful deity, as a surge of blue energy enveloped him, propelling him forward like a streak of black lightning. Impressive, Swain chuckled, witnessing the spectacle. Following closely was the 9th-tier hero, the humanoid tyrant, now aptly named. Clad in black armor, the tyrant vanished with a swift movement, only to reappear near Hicks. Hicks's eyes were now devoid of color, his right hand forming a palm strike. As he unleashed this attack, the water stirred violently, whirlpools forming from his palm, merging and expanding. The tyrant, relying solely on his formidable physique, broke through the turbulent water, delivering a powerful punch aimed directly at Hicks's chest. Neither party evaded the confrontation. They both endured the impact and were propelled backward like cannonballs, separating from each other. Yet, before they could stabilize, both surged forth once more, engaging in a relentless flurry of combat, their movements a blur of black and white. However, the combat team consisted of more than just Hicks. A red octopus sprang forth, its 10 tentacles armed with various weapons, swirling through the water, causing the dragon devourers and water scorpions to sway uncontrollably. They were mercilessly battered by the onslaught of weapons. Meanwhile, a sword tortoise with a long sword at its side leaped into action, drawing its blade and unleashing waves of blue energy, each slash cleaving through the dragon devourers and water scorpions alike. The tyrant, despite his might, could not simultaneously contend with 3 foes. The stakes were high for the 3 tribes, as they deployed their most formidable entities. Had the tyrant not achieved the 9th tier, the outcome could have been dire. Yet, Swain's objective was not to crush the allied forces directly, but to buy time. As the battle raged on, more than 100 6th-tier heroes continued to emerge from the insectoid ranks, each seeking to break through the allied formation. No matter how robust the alliance's formation was, it could not possibly contain over 100 6th-tier combatants, as this presented a qualitative disparity. Had the soldiers of the 3 tribes possessed a higher average rank, the outcome would have differed. However, it was too late. Even with the breakthrough of over 100 6th-tier heroes, they found themselves mired in a quagmire. advancing sluggishly and facing moments of retreat. As time passed, many heroes became encircled, sustaining numerous injuries, ultimately succumbing to the relentless assault of the Allied forces. Although sixth-tier warriors were formidable, they remained mortal and could not withstand the tide of countless foes. As time wore on, both sides suffered increasing casualties. The insectoids, due to their superior individual attributes, experienced fewer losses. The Allied forces, while not numerous, slightly outnumbered the insectoids, relying heavily on the two ancient beings from the red octopus and sword tortoise tribes. Despite the challenges of inflicting damage, their defenses proved resilient. After an initial period of adjustment and acclimatization, the dragon devourers and water scorpions began to stabilize their combat effectiveness. Meanwhile, Guojia advanced rapidly with 30,000 dragon devourers, 10,000 water scorpions, and 3,000 stingers, drawing closer to the territory of the red octopus tribe. Soon, they approached the heart of the red octopus's domain. Form ranks. The dragon devourers and water scorpions positioned themselves at the forefront, while the stingers moved forward to release toxic spores that drifted toward the red octopus stronghold. Look, that over there. Quick, alert the king. Prepare for defense. The guards of the red octopus tribe quickly spotted the billowing white mist approaching their stronghold. Soon, the report reached the red octopus king. What? They still possess the strength to launch an assault against us. What should we do? The generals began to murmur anxiously, their leader's expression darkening. Did they truly believe they could split their forces and attack? Were they underestimating their strength? The red octopus king seethed with anger and commanded, activate the defensive formation. What? The defensive formation? That requires substantial resources. Yet, everyone understood that without the protective barrier, their stronghold would be vulnerable to the enemy's onslaught. Immediately, a blue luminescent shield enveloped the red octopus stronghold. The white mist dispersed upon contact with the barrier, redirected into the ether, unable to breach the defenses. Seeing this, the red octopus tribe finally breathed a sigh of relief. Excellent. The enemy cannot breach our defenses now. They cheered, reveling in the moment of respite. Such simple-minded satisfaction. Guojia mused with a smile, and as if to affirm his thoughts, the dragon devourers and water scorpions launched their assault. The air filled with the haunting cries of countless insectoids charging toward the red octopus stronghold. All units, prepare for defense. The leading red octopus bellowed, prompting the entire army to ready their weapons and stand firm. In swift succession, a dragon devourer reached the protective barrier, striking with its claw. The shield remained unyielding, barely disturbed as if brushed by a speck of dust. More dragon devourers followed suit, clawing and biting at the barrier. At that moment, the red octopuses retaliated, striking through the shield directly at the dragon devourers. A torrent of assaults caused many dragon devourers to fall like rain upon the seabed, only to rise again, undeterred, and charge toward the barrier. As the barrier's slight oscillation became more pronounced, it began to stabilize, and soon, the water scorpions arrived, raising their pincers and striking down with fervor. The protective barrier quivered once more. Alas! Quickly, halt those scorpion-like sea beasts. In an instant, the general was thrown into a frenzy, shouting with fervor. The soldiers, naturally, were reluctant to abandon the protective barrier, for it was their safeguard against death. Should that barrier be breached, the venomous mist of the stinger mother would surely engulf them, sealing their fate. Meanwhile, from the depths of their clan, a blue octopus ascended, surging toward the battlefield. Soon, more blue octopuses emerged, charging forth. It is the blue octopus. We are saved. The blue octopus has arrived. Guojia gazed upon the vibrant creatures, dispatching a contingent of dragon beasts to meet them. The mere appearance of the blue octopuses invigorated the morale, as they fearlessly broke through the defensive shield to engage in battle with the dragon beasts and water scorpions. The blue octopuses glimmered with an ethereal light, wielding no less than 8 weapons, their movements fluid and unimpeded. Along their path, the dragon beasts were seized and mercilessly torn apart, becoming mere remnants scattered across the battlefield. However, one of the insect clan's most notable traits is their fearless ferocity, which serves as a nightmare for their foes. The unyielding spirit of the fearless is indeed a formidable threat. Just as now, those blue octopuses resembled demonic entities, leaving devastation in their wake. Yet, the dragon beasts and water scorpions surged forth in droves, akin to ravenous vultures, unwilling to wait for their prey to perish. Although the blue octopuses displayed valor, Their numbers were woefully insufficient, totaling merely 300. By the time these blue warriors considered a retreat, it was already too late. With only a handful of injured octopuses returning to the protective barrier, safeguarded by magical formations. Subsequently, the dragon beasts and water scorpions ceased their relentless assault on the barrier, instead dragging away the slain blue octopuses, leaving a portion stationed outside the barrier, just beyond the reach of the octopus soldiers, accessible only to those possessing energy-based attacks. Yet, the dragon beasts proved exceptionally agile, suffering minimal casualties in their evasive maneuvers. The Crimson Octopus clan was left utterly dumbfounded. What could be done now? This predicament was reported to the Crimson Octopus King. What? Surround but do not attack? After much contemplation, the Octopus King resolved to deploy the Colossal Octopuses. These were a group of naturally mutated crimson octopuses of immense size, raised in the depths of the ocean 100 miles away, where only the most ruthless and ferocious sea beasts dwelled. The colossal octopuses residing there were extraordinarily powerful, fierce, and savage. Their existence served as the trump card for the Crimson Octopus clan, known to only a select few within their ranks, a secret passed down through generations. Furthermore, it was possible to artificially breed such behemoths a millennium ago. Now, their numbers had exceeded 3,000. This terrifying quantity had long been the foundation of the Crimson Octopus clan's arrogance. It was also intended as a secret weapon to ultimately annihilate the Sword Tortoise clan and the Giselle clan, which now had to be deployed prematurely. Contemplating this, the Crimson Octopus King made his way to a secluded chamber and activated the magical communication crystal ball. The crystal ball illuminated, resonating with the roars of countless colossal beasts from the depths of the ocean, a cacophony that reverberated through the air, inducing a chill of trepidation. Chapter 59. The grievous battle. The crystal orb illuminated, and from 100 miles away in the depths of the ocean, the roars of countless colossal beasts echoed, shaking the very foundations of the earth and instilling fear in the hearts of all. In no time, the octopus leviathans surged forth, leaving a trail of obliterated marine creatures, their remains reduced to mere pulp, a sight both tragic and harrowing. The octopus giants moved with astonishing speed, traversing the 100-mile distance to reach the capital of the Crimson Octopus clan in less than half an hour. Roar! Roar! The furious howls of the octopus behemoths reverberated as they charged toward the encircling dragon fiends and water scorpions. Soon after, the dragon fiends and water scorpions launched their counterattack, engaging fiercely with their adversaries. The dragon fiends, undaunted by the towering 50-meter beasts, bravely leapt to attack, tearing and clawing at their foes. Each bite often resulted in a significant chunk of flesh being severed. However, for the octopus giants, such losses were negligible. Yet, they could not withstand the relentless onslaught of the dragon fiends, who descended upon them like raindrops, overwhelming them in numbers. Tens of thousands of dragon fiends assailed, while the octopus giants swung their tentacles, striking at the dragon fiends and water scorpions. A single blow would send a dragon fiend crashing into the ocean floor, deeply embedded. Though the injuries were not fatal, the dragon fiends would often shake off the daze and re-emerge to fight. Witnessing this, the octopus giants responded with vigorous strikes, repeatedly pounding the same location until blood and flesh flew in all directions. Neither side retreated. Quickly, the beasts have come to our aid. All troops advance. Energy octopuses, do not cease your attacks. Spare no energy, we must mobilize, cried the general of the Crimson Octopus, rallying his soldiers as they seized their weapons and charged out of their defenses to fight alongside the dragon fiends. Soon, a swarm of brood mothers drifted in from behind the dragon fiends. The brood mothers swiftly released spores that formed a mist-like cloud, drifting toward the octopus giants. Without needing a reminder from their general, the giants waved their tentacles, churning the waters to keep the mist at bay. However, the greatest threat to the giants stemmed from the water scorpions. With their evolved combat prowess, the water scorpions could not be dispatched with a single blow. And as they gathered, the movements of the giants grew increasingly sluggish, rendering them vulnerable to attack. This capability was truly terrifying. Without a suitable countermeasure, they would be devoured mercilessly. Even now, the octopus giants, despite their formidable strength, found themselves chilled to the bone by the pervasive cold, their movements hampered, ultimately left to watch as they were devoured. A horrifying, endless nightmare. Yet, in the cruel world of the ocean, the principle of the survival of the fittest was well understood by these giants. Becoming prey was a familiar reality. If this were to happen to humans, it would undoubtedly deal a devastating blow to their morale. The battle raged on with unrelenting ferocity, both here and on the other front lines. No side showed signs of retreat, for the stakes were monumental. Defeat could lead to utter annihilation. As the conflict wore on, it was evident that the carnage was severe. 3 hours had passed, and the coalition of 3 clans had already suffered nearly 8,000 casualties, with their battle formations reduced to a mere 30 to 40% of their original strength. The survivors all bearing wounds. The insectoids, too, were faring poorly. Though their tyrant remained intact, it was visibly teetering on the brink of collapse, now recuperating in the rear, tended to by spores. The dragon fiends had lost over 12,000, while the water scorpions had sustained only 3,000 losses, an unfortunate stroke of luck. With the situation beyond recovery, Andrus conveyed to the 3 clans to dispatch an additional 30,000 elite troops for an all-out assault, declaring a fight to the bitter end. There was no retreat, nor could they afford to falter. Seeing the opportune moment, Andrus shouted with fervor, "Inform the entire army, we must win this battle. Rewards await all who survive. Every soldier of the Giselle clan shall receive 100 rewards. All surviving soldiers of the Crimson Octopus shall be granted titles. Every surviving soldier of the Sword Tortoise clan shall receive 100 gold pieces and 10 kilometers of land." At this proclamation, the leaders of the 3 clans united in their resolve. What? Titles? 100 gold pieces. In an instant, the surviving soldiers of the coalition felt an invigorating surge of strength within them. Without hesitation, they seized their weapons and charged fiercely at their foes. This method of bolstering morale was something the insectoids could not replicate. However, Swain would not allow their spirits to soar unchecked. Everyone, begin to feast. 6 words that struck the Giselle, Crimson Octopus, and Sword Tortoise clans with an overwhelming visual shock. Whether alive or dead, anyone in proximity to the dragon fiends or water scorpions was swiftly knocked down and devoured, leaving only a trail of blood floating in the sea. Ah, cursed demons! Ugh! Many shouted in fury, some even retching at the sight. Damnable insect beasts! "Come and face me," cried Hicks, now missing an arm, his remaining left hand gathering energy to stir the surrounding waters as he plunged once more into the enemy ranks. His 2 brothers, having sacrificed themselves to protect him, were reduced to mere remnants in the water, indistinguishable from the blood. "I'll kill you all." Ah! More soldiers from the 3 clans expressed their rage in their own tongues, veins bulging with anger. Their fighting spirit surged to new heights. Just as humans can elevate their morale through various means, influencing their combat effectiveness, the fighting spirit remains boundless until defeat is imminent. In contrast, the insectoids had long forsaken such emotions, embodying only slaughter, bloodlust, savagery, and cold-bloodedness, the very thoughts that instilled despair in their enemies. Should one be able to read their thoughts, the horrors contained therein might well drive a person to madness. Andrus surveyed the insectoid soldiers and sensed an impending doom. Yet, he would not permit failure. Though he yearned to ascend to the status of a true war god, he understood that he must first endure a trial. However, years of glory had clouded his judgment. His deeper obsession with invincibility weighed heavily on him. And now, the same question lingered. How long until reinforcements arrive? This was Andrus's 3rd inquiry. On the way, an estimated 3 hours, replied the Crimson Octopus clan. On the way, 2 hours remain, stated the Giselle clan. 5 hours, announced the Sword Tortoise clan. Looking upon the 3-clan coalition, while their lower-tier combatants still remained, they struggled to shift the tide of battle. In stark contrast, the insectoids boasted remarkably high-quality soldiers. Andrus sensed that each one might possess the strength of a 5th-tier warrior. Indeed, while the insectoids appeared to have suffered significant losses, one undeniable factor remained: they would not retreat. Even if only a single soldier remained, they would fight to the last, coupled with their high average combat effectiveness. As the elite forces of the 3-clan coalition neared annihilation, the scales of victory began to tilt toward the insectoids. With a hiss, a dragon fiend darted forward, its legs propelling it like an arrow toward a Giselle warrior. The prospect of such a delectable meal could not be contained, causing the dragon fiend to salivate profusely. Hiss! Just as the Giselle warriors swung their weapon at a dragon fiend, they discovered it had dulled to the point of shattering. A wave of despair washed over them as they beheld the dragon fiend's maw, lined with sharp teeth, dripping with crimson flesh and bone fragments. "Farewell, sister," was their final thought before the searing pain took hold, followed by an all-encompassing numbness. The dragon devoured the Gisela tribe member, tearing through flesh and nearly severing the neck with a single bite. It then brandished its claws, ripping open its chest, causing the scent of blood to waft through the air, much like a drug addict drawn to a white powder, instantly attracting nearby dragons. Hiss! The dragons hissed in delight, relishing their feast. Some of the dragons consumed more than others, their limbs extending, growing taller and longer, becoming increasingly streamlined. Muscles concealed beneath their gaunt exteriors. Their scales tightened and became more resilient. Roar! The thrice-evolved dragon roared, and with a mere flick of its tail, it appeared before a sword-tusked tortoise as if by teleportation. The tortoise, crossing its arms, unleashed a surge of blue energy, manifesting a shimmering blue shell. The dragon struck down with a claw. Ordinarily, such a strike would have been deflected, leaving the dragon vulnerable to an attack from its companions. However, to the tortoise's disdain, it witnessed the blue shell being torn apart, albeit not without effort, akin to slicing through a coconut. What followed was sheer indulgence. How infuriating. What is this? The water scorpion's dual tails lashed out, puncturing the shell until a fissure formed, subsequently shattering it with its massive claws. As the blue shell was breached, the tortoise coughed up blood, clearly experiencing a psychic connection. The water scorpion raised its gigantic pincers and struck down, and the tortoise, bereft of its protective shell, found itself vulnerable and unable to withstand the onslaught. Nevertheless, the tortoise's comrades remained steadfast. Witnessing the dire situation, they brandished their 8 weapons, slashing, smashing, sweeping, and hacking. Though they managed to block the pincers, 2 scorpion tails soon pierced the crimson octopus, sending a wave of icy venom coursing through its body, paralyzing it, rendering movement nearly impossible, evoking a sensation as if even the gentlest breeze could shatter it. This was a debilitating neurotoxin, compounded by an intense chill, their effects synergizing. The crimson octopus lay still on the ground, incapacitated. The sword-tusked tortoise shed tears, drawing its long blade to strike at the water scorpion, fueled by immense rage. Yet, ultimately, it was a futile endeavor, a tragic sacrifice. Similar occurrences unfolded relentlessly, with no respite. The air was filled with roars of fury, cries of anguish, and wails of despair. "Soldiers, hold on. Our reinforcements are on the way. They will arrive soon." Andrews shouted with fervor. "Our tribe will send 50,000 elite soldiers. Everyone, persevere. We, the sword-tusked tortoises, will dispatch 50,000 elite warriors. Hold on." Upon hearing this, the beleaguered soldiers rallied their spirits, fiercely charging toward the insect horde. "We are saved. Reinforcements are arriving." Meanwhile, Hicks found himself encircled by the insect swarm, trapped in a dire predicament, helplessly watching as more wounds accumulated on his body. I will fight you to the end," Hicks cried, tears streaming down his face, as his body suddenly expanded. Then, with a resounding bang. Chapter 60, The Southern Mermaid Empire. "I shall fight you all." As Hicks shed tears and shouted, his body suddenly swelled. Then bang! A dazzling explosion, as splendid as fireworks, beautiful yet perilous. In an instant, thousands of dragon gluttons and water scorpions were obliterated. The sight was simply too beautiful to behold. However, such power comes at a cost. After all, beings of Hicks' caliber are rare. If there were many like him, the insectoid race would have long retreated into hiding. Thus, the battle unfolded, unable to alter the tide of war. Hicks, the war god. Hicks, the war god. War god. Many of the Giselle tribe wept bitterly. The fall of their war god dealt a significant blow to them, even affecting their morale. The war god has perished, but we cannot falter here. Fellowkin, arm yourselves and continue the assault. We cannot allow the sacrifice of our war god to be in vain. Fellowkin, follow me, let us slay. Andrew's impassioned words reverberated around, lifting the spirits of many Giselle tribesmen, who once again charged towards the insectoids. With the demise of Hicks, the old sword tortoise and the octopus warriors felt uneasy, contemplating retreat, yet they gritted their teeth, enduring as they awaited even a glimmer of hope. On the other side, the sheer number of octopus behemoths was daunting. Despite the insectoids' formidable aquatic units, they could not withstand this horde of giants. Guojia could only marvel at the resilience of the Crimson Octopus tribe. With so many octopus behemoths, they had yet to consume the 2 tribes. However, Their restraint suggested some inherent flaw or limitation that restrained the octopus behemoths. Yet, Guojia would not allow these dragon gluttons to perish without purpose. The dragon gluttons surged forward, fighting valiantly against the octopus behemoths. The corpses of the fallen octopus behemoths were dragged away by the water scorpions, leaving the battlefield. Observing the removal of these massive corpses, the remaining behemoths erupted in fury, bellowing like cattle. Subsequently, numerous octopus behemoths rushed out of formation, charging towards the water scorpions that were hauling away their fallen comrades. Oh, so it is a matter of low intelligence, Guojia mused, chuckling softly. The dragon gluttons swiftly divided, intercepting the isolated behemoths, effectively encircling them. The octopus behemoths, fixated on the corpses of their dragged companions, were oblivious to the fact that they had detached from the main force, becoming a small encircled unit. Thus, this small group of octopus behemoths was truly akin to lambs entering the lion's den, merely possessing slightly sharper horns. They were on the brink of annihilation, a grim fate awaiting them. As the octopus behemoths began to fall, many let out anguished cries. Each behemoth emitted a final lament as they closed their eyes for eternity, sinking into the sea. As time passed, the battle's outcome became increasingly clear. On the side of the Crimson Octopus tribe, despite their relentless resistance, defeat was merely a matter of time, and their decline was already evident. Guojia's thoughts were singular: to exhaust the numbers of the octopus behemoths. Winning or losing was of little consequence. Even if many fell, the next day would still see thousands of insectoids before their foes. The enemy's numbers were dwindling. Look, they are retreating. They are fleeing. Kill them. Annihilate them. Many Crimson Octopus soldiers cried out, the scene descending into chaos. The soldiers of the Crimson Octopus tribe had become consumed by rage, mourning the loss of their comrades, their hearts filled with profound sorrow and madness. In this moment, they desperately sought to quell their anguish with the blood of their enemies. Everyone charge. Kill them. Forward. Numerous soldiers shouted, their expressions twisted with fury, displaying a kind of hysteria akin to madness. A sight that would cause any ordinary person to tremble in fear, perhaps even perish from fright. However, the insectoids were devoid of emotion. At least, these combatants were emotionless. If any sentiment existed, it was merely cruelty and cold-bloodedness, entirely detached from fear. Guojia would not make a grave mistake. Retaining forces to intercept the enemy's pursuing units was essential and could not be overlooked. At least 3,000 dragon gluttons and 1,000 water scorpions were left behind to impede the Crimson Octopus tribe's pursuit. Thus, by the time the Crimson Octopus soldiers dealt with these dragon gluttons and water scorpions, they would find no trace of the retreating insectoids. Forced to clean the battlefield and return to their kin, the general defending the Crimson Octopus city raced back to the royal court, eager to deliver the exhilarating news to the Crimson Octopus king. Your Majesty, we have achieved a great victory. What? Wonderful. Splendid. They are indeed no match for us. Ha ha. Excellent. Many ministers beamed, and the Crimson Octopus king clapped his thighs in approval. You shall arrange for the placement of those behemoths. Once news from the front lines arrives, we shall decide our course of action. Yes, Your Majesty, the messenger said. Bowing and retreating, the royal court fell silent, with many Crimson Octopus ministers showering praises, practically comparing the Crimson Octopus king to the most illustrious monarch in history. The king was beaming with delight. In contrast to this joy, the battle at the front lines began to wane, although both sides were currently evenly matched. The average quality of the dragon gluttons surpassed that of the allied forces of the three tribes. It was only a matter of time before the alliance faced defeat. Moreover, Guojia was leading the remaining 10,000 dragon gluttons and 4,000 water scorpions towards the battlefield, preparing for a pincer attack. Andrews, naturally unwilling to succumb to failure, tirelessly rallied the troops' morale. Yet, even Andrews had his limitations, particularly in moments like this. For the weary and despairing soldiers, reinforcements were of utmost importance. When would the reinforcements arrive? This was the soldiers' singular thought, mechanically raising their arms, swinging down their weapons, then drawing their blades again. The insectoids, however, felt no fatigue. The dragon gluttons charged forth, their roars echoing as they seized a soldier's sword, then bit down, severing the neck of a Giselle soldier, who collapsed, gazing at the now crimson waters above. After devouring the flesh, the dragon glutton turned to pursue its next prey. With a swift movement, it propelled itself like an arrow, quickly reaching behind a Crimson Octopus soldier, clawing down and tearing away a large chunk of flesh. Then, grasping a portion tightly, it violently tore it apart, exacerbating the wound and ripping through skin and flesh. The crimson octopus soldier let out a wail, blood gushing forth as he succumbed to death. In his final moments, he managed to crush one dragon glutton, along with the assistance of 3 others. Upon witnessing their comrade's demise, the trio immediately turned to attack the dragon glutton. The dragon glutton swung its tail, launching a rapid strike at a sword tortoise. The sword tortoise crossed its arms defensively, a blue shell materializing in front to block the swift assault, while several remaining crimson octopus soldiers rushed in with their blunt weapons. However, the dragon beast had undergone 2 evolutions and possessed abundant combat experience. With a powerful push of its legs, it swiftly created distance, as if propelled by an invisible platform, gliding towards the next location. How infuriating! It actually fled. Subsequently, the trio rallied their spirits and sprinted towards the next battlefield. Such occurrences were relentless, once isolated. Death was an inevitable outcome, which fostered an increasing unity among the allied tribes. The surviving teams became increasingly cooperative and elite. Now, the true battle had commenced, the moment that would decisively shape the fate of the conflict. Nevertheless, the toll of filtering out these elites was considerable. At this juncture, Andrew ceased his shouts and concentrated intently on vanquishing the insect beasts before him. The war had reached a boiling point. Meanwhile, Sun Yu was aboard a vessel laden with boxes of specially formulated nutrient solutions for the dragon kin, as the fleet made its way to Dragon Island. The route was heavily guarded by the insectoid dragon beasts and water scorpions, deterring ordinary sea creatures from approaching, allowing them to arrive safely at Dragon Island. Guardian Brothers, this is the final batch of specially formulated nutrient solutions to be delivered this month. Please conduct a thorough inventory. Understood, replied the colossal dragon guardian with a nod, beginning the count. Subsequently, the dragon kin produced resources like crimson crystals for trade, neatly packing them into boxes, which Sun Yu meticulously counted. Upon completing the inventory, Sun Yu confirmed, no issues here. Until next month, may our collaboration continue to prosper. Prosperous cooperation, human. By the way, why do you transport the nutrient solutions in batches? Inquired the dragon guardian, using the common tongue. In the event of an ambush, it minimizes potential losses, Sun Yu replied with a smile. Nodding in understanding, the dragon guardian acknowledged the explanation. Sun Yu then returned with the resources. Meanwhile, 300 nautical miles away, an army awaited patiently. They were a hybrid of human and fish, the upper bodies being human while the lower halves were fish tails, the forces of the Southern Merfolk Empire. At that moment, a fish-like officer addressed the general. General, this is the merchant convoy trading with Dragon Island. The wealth of Dragon Island is immense, and since this convoy has established trade, their gains must be substantial. The general, with a fish tail gracefully swaying, nodded in affirmation. Have all been informed of this operation? Indeed, none shall speak a word, replied the officer with a sly grin. Excellent. Let us bide our time and wait for my command. Understood. The merfolk then closely followed, waiting until they had distanced themselves significantly from Dragon Island before springing into action. On my command, move. With that, 3,000 merfolk surged forth like arrows released from a bow. The dragon beasts stationed nearby immediately sensed the approaching merfolk and halted, preparing for confrontation. Meanwhile, Sun Yu chuckled softly. At last, have they taken the bait? Chapter 61. The counterattack of the Southern Merfolk Empire at last. Has the bait been taken? This operation targeting the Southern Merfolk Empire was a well-conceived plan proposed by Sun Yu after prolonged deliberation. When land-based confrontations proved futile, the focus shifted towards the ocean, a treasure trove yet to be exploited. To seize dominion over the seas, the Southern Merfolk Empire and the Northern Fishman Empire became imperative targets, with the intention of attacking the weaker of the two. Thus, the current endeavor was set in motion. Every day, merchant caravans traveled to Dragon Island, ferrying numerous goods. Yet today marked the final shipment. Should the trap fail to ensnare, recourse to the Fishman Empire would be necessary. Fortunately, success was achieved. This operation was an intricate conspiracy directed against the Southern Merfolk Empire, although devouring such a colossal entity was beyond reach. Extracting a financial toll was within the capabilities of the insectoid tribe. A campaign must commence with renown. Now that notoriety had been established, the action could begin. Soon, the group of Southern Merfolk swam several nautical miles away. Attack! With swift strokes, The merfolk approached, while the dragon beasts surged forward, hissing ominously. In the rear, Sun Yu was recording the scene using a magical crystal orb. Moments later, a mermaid surged ahead, brandishing a blade that struck the arm of a dragon beast. The prelude had been set. Yet, the mermaid's astonishment was palpable upon realizing that her strike had not severed the limb. What kind of defensive capability was this? Panic surged through her as she instinctively understood the need to flee. Regardless of the monstrosity before her, as long as she did not confront it directly, she would be fine. Just as this thought crystallized, she perceived, or perhaps imagined, the dragon beast smiling, an unfathomable expression that left her voiceless, forever unable to articulate her fear. With a single swipe, the dragon beast's claw rend the mermaid's torso, exposing her innards, staining the surrounding waters crimson. The other merfolk, oblivious to the true nature of the assault, presumed it was a preemptive strike from the monster against their own kind. They charged forward recklessly, akin to lambs to the slaughter, unaware of the impending doom. No one entertained the notion of defeat. After all, they were in the water. The southern merfolk empire harbored little fear beyond the Fishman Empire, facing only a few monstrous sea creatures. Thus, the war commenced with an air of inevitability. This time, the hissing was not a warning but a jubilant cry, a herald of the hunt. The dragon beasts lunged forth, their legs propelling them toward the merfolk, jaws snapping without an ounce of compassion. Oblivious to the growing terror reflected in the mermaid's eyes. How could this be happening? How could it be so swift? What manner of creature was this? Many frontline merfolk succumbed to despair, their pampered lives having extinguished their warrior spirit. They had forgotten how their ancestors had carved out this vast territory, lost in the nostalgia of past glories. Now, the merfolk empire was in decline, and without reform, it risked vanishing into the annals of history. Yet, Yang Jian remained indifferent. The fate of the merfolk empire bore no relevance to the insectoid tribe. However, he noted the genetic quality of the merfolk, at least in terms of appearance. The males were strikingly handsome, their upper bodies muscular and athletic, exuding an aura of charm. The females surpassed them in beauty, their alluring forms and delicate skin seemingly ethereal. Their features were captivating, fitting for the most prestigious of gatherings. Of course, compared to Hishue, they fell short, but Yang Jian could not help but admire their beauty, particularly in such abundance. Nevertheless, this was not the time for pity or sympathy. Those marked for death must meet their end without hesitation. For if the insectoid tribe faltered, their fate would be far worse. Victory belonged to those who could speak. The vanquished could only bow their heads. The battle commenced effortlessly and escalated with equal ease. The mere 3,000 soldiers within the merfolk empire were lackluster, inferior in quality, and their sporadic ranged attacks posed no significant threat to the insectoids. Moreover, the average prowess of the merfolk paled in comparison to the dragon beasts and water scorpions, rendering their defeat inevitable. The general trembled in fear, witnessing the unrelenting slaughter, swallowing hard. They had bitten off more than they could chew. This was no mere merchant caravan. It was a calculated assault. The relentless tide of monsters was ferocious. And after dispatching the merfolk, they began to feast gruesomely. Within mere 20 minutes, the merfolk were utterly demoralized, fleeing in panic. The general mounted his horse and sped towards the nearest capital. How terrifying! What devils are these? Run! The merfolk screamed, unleashing their terror and anxiety, thrashing their tails in desperation. Yet they were no match for the monsters, who swiftly closed the distance, seizing their tails and delivering fatal bites or slashes, reducing them to darkness. Fleeing already? Yang Jian scoffed at the retreating merfolk, feeling a sense of disdain for their embarrassment brought upon the Grand Empire. The dragon beasts pursued relentlessly, trailing over 100 nautical miles before relenting, leaving only a few hundred merfolk and the general behind. The surviving merfolk gathered around their commander, relief mingling with profound dread. Had they not bolted at the first sign of danger, they would have surely perished. What do we do now, Commander? A sycophantic aide inquired, his face bruised and swollen. Damn it, you fled faster than I did. The general, enraged, unleashed a torrent of blows upon the aide. If it weren't for your incessant prodding, I would never have provoked those monsters. Damn it. After the beating, the aide pleaded for mercy, and the general's fury subsided. He surveyed the surroundings and cleared his throat. Return with me. We cannot conceal such a significant loss of over 2,000 soldiers. We must seek leniency to preserve our lives. Recalling the aide, he summoned him and asked, Now, I shall grant you a chance for redemption. Yes, of course, General. The aide, still nursing his injuries, forced a smile, wincing in pain. I need to report the incident. Help me devise a narrative. After a moment of contemplation, the aide suggested, General, we can assert that the monsters encroached upon our borders, provoking us, and that we valiantly resisted but were ultimately overpowered and compelled to retreat to report the incident. Excellent. Let it be so. With their plan set, the beleaguered merfolk reached the nearest city. The enchanted communication shell unfurled, revealing an image within. It was the third general of the merfolk empire, tasked with overseeing the military along the borders. What troubles you? The general, bearing a scar across his left eye and gazing intently with his right, regarded the disheveled figure of another general. Tears welled in the latter's eyes as he lamented, General, a horde of monstrous creatures has assaulted our border, encircling my troops. My 2,000 valiant soldiers fought valiantly to protect my escape. They perished there. The vile creatures have insulted our merfolk empire and invaded our territory. Even more abhorrent, they devoured the remains of my brave soldiers, some of whom were consumed alive. I implore you, General, to avenge those who have fallen. I, General Hegon, am willing to shoulder all responsibility for this matter, but they must not have died in vain. As he spoke, the general wept bitterly, overcome with grief and rage. The third general's face twisted with fury as he demanded, where are these monsters now? They are 400 nautical miles to the north. The general replied urgently, you must avenge them. Indeed, in the name of the third general, I vow to return with the heads of those abominable beasts to honor our fallen heroes. With that, the third general severed the communication and hurried toward the broadcasting station, utilizing magical power to amplify his voice across great distances. My fellow warriors of the merfolk, our brothers along the northern border have been wronged. Those wretched creatures, relying on their overwhelming numbers, have slaughtered our kin and consumed their flesh and blood. Now, is there anyone among you, still aflame with righteous fury, to join me in forging the supreme glory of our merfolk empire with their blood? His voice echoed far and wide, quickly inciting a thunderous response. Fight! 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 Countless merfolk soldiers brandished their long spears, their voices united in fervor, their blood boiling with anticipation. Excellent! Now, the first, second, and third army shall remain to guard, while the rest shall gather at the northern giant whale mountain. With a rush, the soldiers not designated to stay formed ranks under their leader's guidance, setting forth toward the giant whale mountain. In the span of a mere hour, 200,000 merfolk soldiers had assembled there. For the merfolk empire, this number was but a drop in the ocean, as their population exceeded 400 million, a testament to their formidable strength. Among them, there were 17 formidable warriors of the 10th tier. This immense population was a cornerstone of the merfolk empire's dominance, enabling them to contend with the Fishman Empire for millennia. Do you have the confidence to join me in obliterating our foes? Fight! 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 The resounding cheers of the soldiers affirmed their eagerness and indomitable spirit for battle. All right, now, the entire army advance. At the command, the forces mobilized. Chapter 62. The defeat of the Triclan coalition. Now, the entire army marched forth. At the sound of the command, the troops mobilized. Meanwhile, the insectoid forces began their retreat. On the front lines, they did not possess numerical superiority and resorted to guerrilla tactics. Thus, beneath the vast expanse of the sea, many dragon beasts lay in ambush, ready to deliver devastating blows to any solitary foes. However, it was crucial to keep the insectoids' tunneling capabilities a secret, for it was a formidable strategy. Yang Jian watched with amusement as the merfolk searched in vain, unable to locate their adversaries. Where could they have gone? Have those cowardly invaders fled? He chuckled. How dare they bully our merfolk empire? Let them be shattered into pieces. It's truly disappointing. I expected to slay some monsters, and my hands have been itching for action. Indeed, many of the merfolk voiced their discontent at not having seen a trace of the enemy, lamenting the potential futility of their efforts. The entire army will conduct a thorough search, 500 strong in each unit. We shall miss no corner. They cannot have gone far, commanded the generals, leading their elite guards northward. Each member of the elite guard was well equipped and seasoned in battle, comprising 5th-level experts, with some at the 6th level and even a team leader at the 7th. These merfolk were the personal guard of the 3 generals, having successfully conquered many strongholds of the merfolk empire. However, the time for ambush was not yet ripe. They would allow the enemy to build their momentum before striking. As they would be at their peak vigor now, but that would diminish significantly after a few days. Returning to reality, Yang Jian noted that his instructor remained at the podium, while numerous students diligently absorbed the lesson. Yang Jian, being a sovereign, felt no need to toil excessively in his cultivation. Should he take to the battlefield himself, the insectoids would surely face annihilation. What bored him further was that He Shui was no longer at the Qilong Academy. With her departure, the greatest joy he found there had vanished, leaving him feeling rather listless. He resorted to returning daily to the city of Gister, teasing the beautiful maidens of the Lord's mansion, each one a budding flower, igniting within him a restless desire. In stark contrast to Yang Jian's languor, the Tri-Clan coalition faced imminent collapse. When will the reinforcements arrive? Increasingly, soldiers cast scrutinizing glances at their commanding officer, their gazes piercing as blades. Before long, despair consumed the troops, leading to a genuine rout. The dragon beasts numbered just over 10,000, yet the remaining soldiers of the Tri-Clans, although elite, could not endure the prolonged combat. Their bodies felt as heavy as lead, and even breathing seemed to drain on their vitality. "Flee! Flee!" cried some soldiers, casting down their weapons and kneeling in surrender. Miraculously, the dragon beasts and water scorpions avoided those who had laid down their arms, swiftly turning to engage others. Witnessing this, more soldiers knelt and discarded their weapons. Fools! Andrews had miscalculated only one thing: the average combat strength of both sides. The insectoid forces consisted of 5th-level soldiers, far surpassing the 3rd and 4th-level fighters of the Tri-Clans. Though their formations were formidable, prolonged combat would wear down even the most resilient. The insectoids, however, were impervious to fatigue. At that moment, piercing cries echoed from the rear. Guojia led a contingent of 10,000 dragon beasts and water scorpions, flanking the enemy. Realizing that victory was no longer within reach, Andrews surrendered, laying down his weapon and kneeling in submission. Soon, the insectoids eliminated the remaining resistance and secured the battlefield. The surrendered soldiers were herded into a designated area. Too fearful to move, Guojia and Sweeney soon met, exchanging smiles before approaching Andrews. "This man is the commander of this coalition," Guojia observed. "He is indeed a capable general. If we can persuade him to join our forces, it would greatly benefit us both." "Agreed," Guojia nodded, continuing, "However, the language barrier poses a challenge. We shall detain him for now and decipher their language by nightfall before further interrogating him." "Indeed, we have no other choice," Sweeney concurred. Suddenly, a resounding roar reverberated through the air, emanating from a dragon beast that had undergone 6 evolutions. Its crimson body, interspersed with black, resembled the hues of a setting sun, exuding an aura of desolation, as if heralding death. Though frail, beneath its carapace lay tremendous explosive power, with serrated spines jutting forth from its spine, sharp as iron swords. Glinting ominously, its 10 fingers, each a lethal talon, resembled divine weaponry capable of cleaving through steel. With its long legs, it moved like a cannonball, a fleeting shadow in the water, returning to its original position in the blink of an eye. "Remarkable, truly remarkable," both Guojia and Sweeney exclaimed in awe. This 9th-tier dragon beast was indeed a formidable weapon. If Yasuo were to engage it in the water without his domain, defeat, or even death would be inevitable. This dragon beast had reached the pinnacle of its evolutionary path, the utmost limit of what the insectoids could achieve at present. It was time to contemplate future advancements in their species. Immediately, Guojia and Sweeney commanded this dragon beast to consume the corpses of the fallen, facilitating its evolution and expediting its ascent to the 10th tier. Though the other dragon beasts expressed discontent, they did not dare disobey orders, retreating with cries as the solitary dragon beast feasted upon the remains. It was not until the sun rose the following day that every last corpse had been consumed. The dragon beast's capacity for single consumption had its limits, or it would have devoured them all. Following this, many dragon beasts and water scorpions experienced evolution. The 9th-tier dragon beast was transported back to the research facility for further study, and after documenting its findings, it would be released to rejoin the fray. In the ocean, even a 10th-tier powerhouse would find it exceedingly challenging to slay this dragon beast. Perhaps pure physical evolution was a viable path to transcendence in this universe. Subsequently, Guojia and Sweeney escorted the Tri-Clan Coalition prisoners to a portion of the genetic research facility, while the remaining captives were taken to a designated area for labor. After all, the more resources they could extract, the more dragon beasts and water scorpions they could hatch. Many soldiers who had retreated to their respective clans carried this news back, although that would take several days. For now, the insectoids aimed to fully restore their strength and expand before the Triclans could mobilize again. Simultaneously, the translation of their language progressed smoothly. That night, "Shall I call you Marshal Andrews?" Guijia inquired jovially as he took a seat, while Sweeney leaned on his staff and sat down as well. Andrews remained silent, while Guijia continued with a smile. "Marshal Andrews, as a member of the Giselle clan, have you considered your race before making a choice? The Giselle people arrived here 50,000 years ago and currently stand in a tripartite balance of power. However, the Red Octopus clan possesses formidable strength. One can easily surmise the dire situation that would ensue should the Giselle clan lose you. If my clan were to ally with the Red Octopus, offering them a mere incentive, they would hesitate to gamble on the uncertain outcome of a desperate conflict. I believe you can now remain composed." Andrew's expression darkened immediately as he sat in silence for a long while before finally speaking. "I do not understand why. Why, despite our clan's immense strength, capable of vanquishing the coalition of 3 races, do we still require your assistance? Because our forces here are merely an army for interdimensional warfare. We need help on our home front." Andrews straightened, contemplating carefully before asking, "If I were to surrender, what conditions could you offer? If you are willing to assist us, everything can be discussed amicably. The survival of the Giselle clan depends on this. The benefits your clan receives are directly linked to your actions, whatever you gain. The Giselle clan can also obtain. This is the condition we propose." "Very well," Andrews replied readily. "What is it that you require of me? The matters concerning the ocean are nearly settled. We need your assistance on land. Together, we shall swiftly conquer this planet. The specifics will be arranged later. For now, you merely need to observe. Remember, do not engage in any actions detrimental to the Giselle clan. You should know the boundaries." With that, Guijia and Sweeney departed, leaving Andrews alone, a sigh echoing in the silence. He gazed at the water above, and through its surface, he seemed to see the moon, its beautiful, pure, and clear light radiating holiness. At last, he had lost. Ha 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 ha. For the first time since his retreat, Andrews exhibited such a joyful smile, truly expressing his elation. To lose was merely the first step. With laughter, he leaned back in his chair, tears streaming down his cheeks. The Giselle clan was destined for a bloody reckoning. 3 days later, the insectoid race regrouped, amassing 100,000 strong, marching relentlessly towards the Giselle stronghold. There, hundreds of thousands of Giselle soldiers stood ready, prepared to fight to the death. Chapter 63. The surrender of the 3 clans. 3 days later, the insectoid race regrouped, assembling an army of 100,000, their imposing presence directed towards the Giselle clan. Upon arriving at the capital of the Giselle, they found hundreds of thousands of Giselle soldiers poised for a desperate fight. Witnessing this, Guijia could not contain his laughter, and even Swain's face bore a smile. What was this spectacle? Initially, the Giselle clan had withheld their full strength, and now they were putting on such a display. Was it a jest? Guijia laughed until he doubled over, lying on the ocean floor, gazing at the waters above. Their fervent determination to engage in a decisive battle. Was this mere theatrics? Andrews had sought aid, and based on the timeline, assistance could have arrived, so why had it not? Guijia could conceive of no other reasoning beyond the machinations of those politicians. Observing the throng of Giselle soldiers, fervently willing to embrace death, Guijia's dragonkin moved into action, led by a 9th-tier dragonkin and the tyrant. The two were indeed unparalleled, leaving devastation in their wake, a scene steeped in bloodshed. Although the tyrant was an elite unit, the physical prowess of the 9th-tier dragonkin was nearly on par, differing primarily in intellect. Elite units possessed independent thought, a distinction rooted in their genetics. During the genetic recording of troop types, no cognitive genes were incorporated, meaning they could only fight based on instinct and experience. "Kill! Let us fight them!" cried the soldiers. "Charge! Die, you demons!" Such valor was commendable, yet it was merely being exploited by the politicians. In a chamber within the capital, for prominent Giselle individuals convened. Should anyone have been present, they would recognize them as influential figures, endowed with immense power and far-reaching influence. This time, Andrews and his warriors had met defeat. It serves him right. A mere border barbarian has compelled us to expend our entire clan's might. How absurd. I deem Andrews to be worthless, and that kobold he selected is equally pathetic. Truly laughable. Returning to the matter at hand, they noted their war god had perished. indicating the barbarians were not to be underestimated. What is there to underestimate? With 400,000 troops there, a mere spit from each would drown those barbarians. At that moment, a thunderous roar resonated outside. The voice of the Giselle echoed, drifting above the capital. Those of you outside the city, your armies have been defeated. Now surrender, and the insectoid race shall treat the Giselle as first-class citizens. Should there be any obstinate souls, do not blame us for our ruthlessness. Lastly, I advise you, should you muster forces to defend once more, do not blame us for slaughtering the city after breaching its walls. The chilling and blood-soaked proclamation reverberated in the air, causing the 4 Giselle dignitaries to tremble, their cups slipping from their grasp, forks tumbling into the ocean, floating away. This was as though a hand had been clenched around their throats, rendering them speechless. What? We have lost so swiftly? It has only been 2 hours. Are they not barbarians? How can they be so formidable? Damn it, it is your fault. Had it not been for you, Andrews would not have failed. Yes, you incited us. Amidst their mutual accusations, one of them suddenly dashed towards the city gates. The other 3 exchanged glances before hastening after him. The first to open the gates may very well rise above the rest of the Giselle. They cared not for the fate of the Giselle clan. As long as their families survived, that was sufficient. Or perhaps, their own lives. They wielded immense power, yet were genuinely fearful of death. The longer one lived, the more one feared death. The protective barrier outside the city was lifted, had it not been for the immense power of this barrier. Erected by the ancestors of the Giselle clan 5,000 years prior, breaching it would equate to shattering the underwater mountain range. A feat even a 12th-tier powerhouse would find arduous. And if one could not pierce through in one blow, the underwater mountains would rapidly absorb energy, automatically repairing themselves. This was a legacy bequeathed by their ancestors, yet it was unexpectedly breached from within. Guojia gazed at the blood-soaked, grotesque visages of the 4 Giselle dignitaries, surrounded by corpses bearing expressions of disbelief and incredulity. With a smirk, he led the dragonkin into the city to seize the Giselle. With arms wide open, Guojia beheld the vast city, even grander than the sacred city of the Dragon Kingdom, feeling a surge of joy wash over him. It was a joy born from victory in war, as well as the benefits of the massive energy array that purified water and absorbed energy. One could discern the unparalleled strength of the Giselle clan in their heyday. It was conceivable how fierce the battles must have been for them to establish roots here. This led both Guojia and Swain to ponder the reasons behind the migration of a great oceanic empire, willing to pay such a heavy price to clash with the natives of this planet, leading to a civilizational rupture and the decline of their racial cultivation methods. What could have compelled such a drastic decision? However, Guojia and Swain need not dwell on this. Their priority was to strategize the acquisition of this vast city. Fortunately, there were those willing to assist. The 4 former dignitaries of the Giselle clan bowed and scraped, yet acted imperiously before their fellow clansmen. Along their path, they encountered those who had been vanquished, mere patriots, young and old alike, who had fought fervently. I will fight you, you demons. Everyone charge. Let us fight for our homeland. Onward. Countless righteous souls surged forward, yet like moths to a flame, their efforts proved futile. The light and heat they generated were akin to the glow of fireflies, insignificant and unnoticed. Moments later, they arrived at the royal court, where they encountered Bega. To the eye, he appeared as a frail, elderly figure, hunched and weary. I have met with the insectoid Marshal Guojia and Sir Swain, Bega said, bowing deeply, exuding humility and respect. I, Bega, represent the 10 million members of the Giselle clan, announcing our submission to the insectoid race. We hope for a chance at survival. With that, he knelt, prompting those behind him to do the same. Guojia and Swain exchanged smiles, with Swain remarking, the specifics are not for us to decide. It depends on Andrew's achievements on land. Guojia continued, as for the outcome, we remain uncertain. However, your sincerity alleviates our burdens. Now, lead us to the treasury. Do not harbor any delusions. Guojia fixed his gaze on Bega, cautioning him. Bega bowed deeply, trembling as he rose. I dare not. The following day, the insectoid army arrived at the capital of the Crimson Octopus clan. There, they beheld over 2,000 colossal deep-sea octopuses, standing ready. 100,000 dragonkin and water scorpions surged forward, their cries resounding ceaselessly. Mere sight of this would cause an ordinary army to falter without resistance. However, The octopus beasts were simple-minded and unafraid. The king of the Crimson Octopus clan, however, would be terrified. Immediately, the sound of conch horns echoed from within the capital, causing the octopus giants to descend, resting on the ocean floor, no longer moving, as the capital raised a white flag. It is said the white flag is universally recognized in foreign realms as a symbol of surrender. Thus, the sword-tusked turtles were also received a day later. At this point, the underwater world found itself devoid of any formidable civilization capable of resistance. Several minor marine civilizations succumbed to the overwhelming tide. Their combat prowess hardly worth mentioning, which explains their absence on the battlefield previously. However, Guojia and Swain would not permit these beings to be entirely offered up to the dragon feast, a decree explicitly forbidden by Yang Jian. Consequently, the worker bees found themselves in a state of temporary suspension. Though suspension may be an exaggeration, the entirety of their workload had indeed been usurped. There was an urgent need to expand territories. Although the ocean was under the dominion of the three great civilizations, it retained an unoccupied 50%, likely due to population issues, rendering it a realm without masters. The insectoid race had previously sought to expand into these unclaimed areas, and now, with the oceanic dilemma resolved, they were poised for comprehensive expansion. Bases began to hatch one after another, springing up in various locations. An abundance of resource deposits was uncovered. The ocean truly proved to be a vast repository of treasures, with more genetic material being recorded in the gene bank, accelerating the evolution of the insectoid troops. Time flowed onward, gradually ushering in the second year. According to the new calendar of the eastern and western continents, it was now 2403, with the new year approaching in just a month. Sun's school commenced its holiday, and on February 12th, Yang Jian took Suner shopping for New Year's goods and new clothes. Suner, like a fledgling swallow returning to the nest, was filled with exuberance, which in turn brought immense joy to Yang Jian as he observed her delight. Presently, the insectoid race was at the forefront of oceanic development, a situation dictated by circumstance. The Giselle tribe's planet had become a substantial rear base for the insectoids, where various resources were being excavated and harnessed, making the upgrade of their base merely a matter of time. Good news continued to pour in, from the discovery and extraction of rare minerals to the veins of red, orange, and yellow crystals. The yellow crystal vein had only been discovered in one location thus far, yet 30% of the ocean remained unexplored. There was hope that yellow crystals, and even green ones, could be unearthed in the future. Yang Jian remained optimistic. If not, he would not be disheartened, as these treasures were indeed exceedingly rare and often elusive. With that chapter concluded, the subsequent strategic objective would be to focus on terrestrial conquests. The land-dwelling races, the white ape, wolf serpent, fire cloud bird, and giant chong, would be the next targets. Once these four tribes were subdued, complete unification of that planet would be within reach, allowing Yang Jian to expedite his progress. Lost in thought, Yang Jian snapped back to reality, smiling at Suner. Suner, you look beautiful in anything. Suner pouted, gazing at Yang Jian, and complained, really? Yang Gu, you didn't even look. Hee. I needn't look to know that Suner is the most beautiful, he replied with a grin. Suner instantly beamed, clutching her garments and darting into the fitting room. Yang Jian sighed. This little girl is only 9. How has she developed a penchant for shopping, and now she insists on trying on clothes? However, when Suner emerged from the fitting room, she truly appeared like an angel, a fairy descended from the heavens. With a flushed face and hands grasping the hem of her dress, she inquired, "Do I look good, Yang Gu?" Yang Jian nodded emphatically, replying, "You look lovely, absolutely lovely." Hee.